I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, with hundreds of billions of assets in my hands. I am the envied rich second generation, and I have enjoyed all the luxury and glory of a top life. However, who could have imagined that I would spend all my family's wealth just to get back a house full of seemingly useless scrap metal? 8.8 billion netizens were in an uproar, mocking me as the most brainless son of a wealthy man in history, and labeling me a spendthrift. But what they don't know is that 1 month later, the blue planet will experience an unprecedented explosion. The aftermath of the explosion released a strange purple mist, quietly rewriting the rules of this world. Under the cover of the purple mist, humans awakened incredible power. Some people awaken to the condition of double pupils, and their sick pupils turn into double pupils, which can destroy the world when they open. Some people miraculously survived after being struck by lightning, and from then on they controlled lightning and controlled the power of thunder. Someone lost an arm and was reborn, but he grew an arm that turned into a dragon, tearing the world apart and shocking all races. And I became invincible on the first day after awakening. At this moment, I was sitting at home, looking at the antiques and saying, Heaven swallowing jade bottle, 30 million. Styx ghost painting, 100 million. Tao Tai gold pattern, 800 million. Bronze Buddha statue, 1.2 billion. Calculate it, Lao Deng, you spent more than 2 billion this time. I curled the corner of my mouth, half jokingly. But in fact, there was no ripple in my heart. I was even a little excited. No, son, are you crazy? Billions to buy these junk? Su Changhe looked at the room full of bronze artifacts and antiques, his brows twisted into a rope with anger, his tone full of helplessness. Can you be a little more prudent? You're making a big deal out of such a small amount of money? I glanced back at him, my tone lazy but disdainful. Don't worry, it's worth it. At least it's much more reliable than the little stars you invested in. How dare you talk to me like that, kid? Su Changhe's face turned red instantly. He didn't know if it was because he was angry or because his sore spot was hit, but his hand shook and he almost dropped the antique next to him. At this time, a piece of news was interrupted on TV. A golden dragon appeared in the sky above Kyoto. According to ancient records, the appearance of a golden dragon means the rise of China, which indicates that the peak period that only occurs once in 1,000 years is about to come. A sudden change occurred in the Bermuda Triangle, a deep-sea whirlpool engulfed 30 islands, and tens of thousands of people were killed. The water level of Loch Ness has risen sharply, and nearby cities have been severely affected. Rumor has it that the real Loch Ness monster is about to appear. Are these weird things again? Su Changhe lit a cigarette, his brows furrowed even tighter, and his eyes revealed an indescribable complex emotion. Dad, I told you a long time ago that the blue planet will usher in the global apocalypse in a month. What is reported in the news is just the beginning. I wiped the bronze Buddha statue in my hand, paused, and said in a serious tone, These antiques are not toys that burn money, but life-saving chips. Maybe others will find this ridiculous, but I know it is the truth. My name is Su Jingming, and I am a reborn person. In the previous life, in October 225, an unprecedented explosion occurred in the deep space of the universe. A wisp of mysterious purple mist poured into the blue planet, triggering crazy mutations in creatures around the world. Monsters revived, forbidden areas appeared, ancient monks awakened. Blue Star quickly fell into chaos. Although I was lucky enough to absorb some purple mist and gain supernatural powers, I fell behind others due to a lack of resources for cultivation, and ultimately died tragically in betrayal and hatred. I will never make the same mistake again in this life. The bronze Buddha statue contains a unique Buddhist secret called Golden Body Buddha Secret. In the previous life, a powerful monk used this secret to become one of the top 10 most powerful people in the world. His body was invincible and shocked the world. In this life, I will first cultivate my physical body, lay a solid foundation, and then sweep away all obstacles. Okay, I believe you. Su Changhe put out his cigarette and stood up after a moment of silence. I hope you won't let me down. Don't spend my money and deceive my heart. He turned and left, and the bronze Buddha statue suddenly flickered slightly. A faint golden light flowed out from the Buddha's eyes and instantly covered the entire body. Ding! As the knocking sound rang out, the bronze Buddha statue turned into pure gold. Here it comes! I narrowed my eyes, suppressed the excitement in my heart, and carefully moved the Buddha statue back to the bedroom. Placing the Buddha statue in the center, I gently touched the concave spot on the statue's forehead with my fingertips and closed my eyes. The next moment, a sensation like an electric current quickly rushed into my mind. Tingling, numbness, itching. Ah! I gritted my teeth, my mind was in turmoil and my consciousness was in chaos. I fainted and was unconscious for a full hour. When I woke up, I let out a long sigh, slowly took off my shirt, revealing my solid muscles. He closed his eyes, and as his mind moved slightly, a faint golden light appeared on the surface of his skin, like ripples. Then, the golden light gradually became thicker, condensing into a layer of red gold light film, which adhered to the skin. After a moment, the light film merged into the skin and disappeared without a trace. I opened my eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, and I reached out to grab a corner of the crystal table. With a slight force, accompanied by a subtle click, the crystal clear crystal instantly turned into powder, scattered all over the floor, sparkling with dazzling luster. After only completing the first level of the Golden Body Buddha technique, I was surprised to find that. I clenched my fists, feeling the changes in my body. The strength of my physical body is no less than that of a general in my previous life. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel excited. The Golden Body Buddha technique is indeed the top Buddhist technique, and its powerful defensive power makes people feel awe. In this world, the power system after the global awakening is clearly divided into warriors, generals, commanders, kings, emperors, gods of war, and even beings beyond the gods of war. With just the first level of the Golden Body technique, my strength is comparable to that of a high-level warrior. This achievement is worthy of being called a legendary divine skill. But I narrowed my eyes, a hint of coldness flashing in my eyes. For the time being, there is no need for a second person to possess the inheritance of the Golden Body Buddha Sutra. I slowly raised my fist, exerted a little force, and golden light gathered in the center of my fist, and a strong energy burst out in an instant. With a loud bang, I punched the bronze Buddha statue. Bang! The bronze Buddha statue cracked, and the cracks spread like a spider web. The first level of the Golden Body technique is only the level of a high-level warrior. This is far from enough, I muttered to myself, my eyes sparkling. Before the world awakens, I must reach the level beyond the god of war. Memories flooded into my mind, and the many ancient treasures that appeared in my last reincarnation unfolded like a picture scroll. Kunlun golden dragon fruit, Western Saint Emperor heart, extreme cold ice crystal beads, and dragon gallbladder bright silver spear. All of these rare treasures made my heart beat. But if you want to get these ancient treasures, you must practice the Golden Body Buddha technique to the third level. The second level of the Golden Body technique is enough to catch bullets and resist mountain hammers. The third level of the Golden Body technique can melt blood, regenerate broken limbs, and even resist advanced thermal weapons. However, all of this requires many Buddhist treasures as energy support. Hello? A crisp voice came from the door. A thin young man pushed the door open and walked in. It was Lu Feng. He shook the folder in his hand and said helplessly, "Brother Su, I have already got the relic you asked me to find. But the other party's price is really fierce, 10 million for each one. They are just taking advantage of us." As Lu Feng spoke, he caught a glimpse of the bronze Buddha fragments on the ground, and his pupils shrank. "Brother Su, we spent 1.2 billion to buy this antique from a black market arms dealer. You just smashed it like that." Although Lu Feng is young, he has outstanding business talent and took over the Lu Group early on. He and I have a good relationship, so I gave all the tasks of collecting practice resources to him. 10 million for one? I smiled slightly, a thought flashing through my eyes. There must be hundreds of them in the temple. If I can get those hundreds of relics, it will be just around the corner for me to break through to the third level of the Golden Body Buddha technique. By then, I will be able to force my way into the Western Church with my strength, and win the heart of the Holy Emperor. Seeing that I was thinking about this, Lu Feng quickly advised me. "Brother Su, take it easy. No matter how rich your family is, it can't afford you to do this. Wouldn't it be better to pick up girls with this money? It's better than buying these junk." The smoke curls up like a veil, spreading over the ancient temple, as if adding a bit of mystery to this quiet Buddhist holy land. The pilgrims held incense sticks devoutly, and the smoke rose to the sky. The merit box was full and the copper coins jingled. The old man's long furrowed brows finally relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. If I work harder, I can get a Maybach S680 this spring festival. Then it's time for me to enjoy a peaceful life. The old abbot touched the Buddhist beads hanging around his neck, smiling and speaking in a cheerful tone. Turning his gaze to the 100 relics in the palace, his smile faded slightly, and he frowned, muttering to himself. It's time to sell these relics. Someone offered 100,000 yuan for each, but I asked for 10 million yuan, which scared the person away. Oh, I am really old and confused. These relics were not the remains of an ancient monk who had attained enlightenment and was cremated, but ordinary stones that the old abbot fished out from the bottom of a well when he went down the mountain to fetch water when he entered the temple in his early years. If each was worth 100,000 yuan, 100 of them would be worth 10 million yuan, which was enough to make him very happy. Just as he was deep in thought, a joking voice came. Why, Abbot, do you regret it? Lu Feng appeared quietly, with a smile on his face, looking at the old abbot with a playful look. When the old abbot saw Lu Feng, the big money sponsor, the smile on his face almost disappeared. He quickly adjusted his expression, put on a kind look, and said with a bit of flattery in his tone, Donor, this is wrong. The relic is destined to be with you. If I can help you, it can be regarded as a good fate. Lu Feng chuckled and asked with a hint of sarcasm, Give it to me for free? The old abbot's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart, but his face was still full of smiles. Donor, you are really a joker. However, if you can add some incense to the temple, it will be a great merit. Lu Feng raised a finger and said calmly, 10 million? The old abbot's eyes lit up and his smile became even brighter. Ahmed Ba, good, good. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. The old abbot's heart tightened a little, and he quickly changed his words. Then 1 million per piece, that's not bad, right? Lu Feng still shook his head. The old abbot's forehead was covered with sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, 100,000 per piece? This is already a very generous price. Lu Feng still shook his head. The old abbot finally couldn't hold it anymore, and the smile on his face was a little loose. Then how much do you think it should be, donor? 10,000 per piece. Lu Feng's tone was relaxed, but with a final say. The old abbot's face instantly fell, and he waved his hand angrily. Go away! The temple does not welcome donors like you. I smiled when I heard that, raised my eyes to look at the relics, and thought to myself. In the last life, the old abbot relied on these relics to gain the blessing of the Buddhist luck after the mutation, and his golden body was shaped, and he became a Buddha on the spot. But in this life, the opportunity has fallen into my hands, and he may not have this blessing. However, a trace of pity also rose in my heart. Forget it, if he is in trouble in the future, I will protect him, as a way of repaying the favor. One price, 50,000 per piece. If you agree, I'll pay for it all. Seeing that the old abbot was about to slip away, I was too lazy to watch them continue bargaining and shouted directly. You are the one who knows what you are talking about. The old abbot turned around instantly, a mercenary smile appeared on his face, and he said cheerfully, Okay, 100,000 per piece, by credit card. Swish! I nodded and smiled, agreeing readily. Brother Su, this price is too expensive. Normally it's only 10,000 per piece. What's more, there are so many relics, I even doubt whether they are mass-produced by the Yinyao factory. Lu Feng grumbled dissatisfiedly. Although he didn't care about the money, being cheated always made people angry. Don't worry, it's worth the price. Su Jingming smiled brighter than the old abbot. Lu Feng scratched his head helplessly, with an expression of, I don't understand but I support you, but muttered in his heart, Okay, just go ahead and build it. Sooner or later you will squander all the Su family's money, and then don't ask me to borrow money. After a while, the old abbot came over with a wooden box, handed it to me with a look of reluctance, and said with emotion, Although these 100 relics were obtained by chance, they have been with me for more than 30 years. Today I am giving them away to end my fate with them. I took it without hesitation and opened the box. Sure enough, there were pebbles lying quietly inside. With these relics alone, I might be able to reach the 3rd level of my golden body realm. Okay. I immediately made a phone call and asked someone to transfer the money. Ding! The moment the old abbot saw the account information, his eyes lit up brighter than when he saw a peerless beauty, and he couldn't hide his joy. He turned around impatiently and walked towards the backyard, muttering to himself, "Hee, this is good. I can get the Maybach in advance, and then buy a small villa and pack some fun things. Life will be comfortable now." Listening to his smug muttering, Lu Feng and I looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. In Linqing City, on the highway, a gust was driving steadily, with smoke curling inside the car. Su Changhe was smoking a cigarette, stroking a piece of azure jade pendant in his hand, and a half-meter-high wooden eagle was placed on the seat next to him. This wooden eagle is purple and red, with delicate carving and firm and smooth lines. The eagle spreads its wings and looks sharp, as if it can take off at any time, full of majesty. "You think you can punish me with just 2 shabby antiques?" Su Changhe exhaled smoke and snorted coldly. A few days ago, he spent a lot of money to buy 2 treasures at an antique auction in Beijing, a jade pendant for 90 million, and a wooden eagle for 1.2 billion. Even for him, these prices were a bit painful. However, these 2 antiques were his birthday gifts for me, so they were worth it. However, he might get into trouble by offending the Du and Sun families in the capital, but since they were far away, he didn't care. Bang! The car body shook, and the sudden impact made Su Changhe frown. "Chairman, a car is deliberately hitting us," the driver said coldly, staring at the modified SUV in the rearview mirror. The other party was aggressive and clearly coming for them. "Hold on!" Su Changhe's expression darkened and his voice was low. However, the off-road vehicle crashed wildly, and the stability of Gust was finally broken. It broke through the guardrail and fell off the highway and fell to the ground. As soon as the car stopped, the SUV also rushed down the highway. Bang! The car door opened, and 5 men holding blades jumped out of the car. They had fierce eyes and exuded a bloody smell. They were obviously professional mercenaries. "Hey! Stop pretending to be dead and give my things back!" One of the men with a black rose tattoo walked up and knocked on the car window, saying with a sneer. Su Changhe did not move, but the other party seemed to see through his thoughts. He kicked the car door fiercely and threatened. "Don't wait! I have already dealt with your bodyguards. Get out now, or I will blow up your car." Hearing this, Su Changhe finally showed a hint of nervousness on his face. His bodyguards had been accompanying him in the car, but he didn't expect that they would be dealt with quietly. "Chairman, you can't go out." The driver looked flustered. He had followed Su Changhe for more than 10 years, and it was not the first time he had seen such a scene. But this scene still made him sweat coldly and his palms tremble. These days, it is rare to rob the rich. He tried to call the police, but found that his cell phone had no signal. "If you don't get out, you'll die. Besides, they should be here for those 2 antiques. If you cooperate well, you might still have a chance to survive," Su Changhe said in a low voice with a cold face. He had vaguely guessed the other party's goal, which was most likely a trap set by the previous owner of the antiques. The driver opened his mouth but said nothing more. The secretary lowered his head, looked away, and turned pale. In the end, the 2 men followed Su Changhe tremblingly and got out of the car. Su Changhe was used to big scenes. Although he was nervous inside, he remained calm on the surface. He glanced around and locked his eyes on the mercenary captain. He smiled faintly. "You want a wooden eagle? Just say it directly. You must attack. If you really want it, I will give it back to you. Boss Su is indeed very courageous." Upon hearing this, the mercenary captain raised his eyebrows slightly and clapped his hands in surprise. His 2 men got the signal and immediately rushed into Gust, took out the wooden carved eagle and the blue jade pendant, and carefully put them into the off-road vehicle. "Do you know me? This is a trap you set up, just to cheat me out of 1.3 billion? Su Changhe sneered, staring at the tattooed man with a gloomy look, and took a step back slightly. No wonder the Du and Sun families raised the price crazily at that time. It turned out that they had already designed a trap and were waiting for him to take the bait. "Haha, Boss Su is really smart," the mercenary captain sneered, wiping the blade, his eyes becoming more ferocious. "But these 1.3 billion are just an appetizer. What some people really want is one of your legs." His tone was cold, like a verdict. At this moment, on the highway in the distance, the engine roared and a Ferrari came speeding. Lu Feng was wearing sunglasses and driving fast with a smile on his face. I was leaning back in the passenger seat, fiddling with a string of relics in my hand, looking a little absent-minded. Suddenly, Lu Feng slowed down a bit, took off his sunglasses, patted me, and said in confusion, "Hey! Why are there so many people? Was there a car accident? Brother Su, why is the license plate of that Gus so similar to yours?" I was shocked, and my eyes suddenly focused. The next moment, a golden light flashed in my pupils. With eagle-like vision, I could clearly see my father Su Changhe not far away. Not good! My face suddenly changed. I unbuckled my seatbelt, kicked off, rushed out of the car like lightning, directly climbed over the highway guardrail, and rushed over there. Lu Feng stared at me in amazement, almost stepped on the brake lever, and muttered, "Oh shit." At the same time, Su Changhe was trying to use money to get out of this situation. "I can give you money, 2 billion. 5 billion, is that not enough? I can still." However, the mercenary captain sneered, slowly raised his long sword, and approached step by step. Su Changhe's legs went weak and he froze in the middle of his speech because he saw me running towards him. "Jingming?" Su Changhe was stunned, his face full of disbelief. How could his son be here? The mercenary captain also saw me, and his face suddenly changed. He had never seen anyone so fast, faster than a cheetah, like a shadow. Puff! Before he could react, I was already close. I punched him, like a huge rock falling. The mercenary captain flew backwards as if he was hit by a truck, blood splattered. "Dad, are you okay?" I hurried forward, took a deep breath, and asked. "It's okay." Su Changhe's voice trembled and his expression twitched slightly. The secretary and driver next to them had stunned expressions and were too shocked to say a word. Several mercenaries quickly stepped forward to help the captain, but unfortunately he was already beyond saving. The captain was killed by my full-strength collision. You know, he was a modified human with enhanced blood, and he was definitely not an ordinary person. But now, he was actually killed by the collision. "Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." A mercenary stared at me fiercely, but the knife in his hand was shaking slightly, and he was obviously panicked. "Die!" I snorted coldly, and my figure was as fast as lightning, knocking the mercenary who was talking to me away with one punch. Bang! The mercenary vomited blood and fell to the ground, dying on the spot. "Tough guy, come at me together!" The remaining 4 mercenaries looked at each other, roared, and rushed towards me together. The sharp blades in their hands flashed coldly and attacked my vital points. "Be careful!" Su Changhe shouted anxiously. A mercenary took advantage of the chaos and attacked me with a knife, slashing at my shoulder. Bang! The blade chopped down heavily, but the imagined blood splatter did not appear on the spot. A flash of golden light passed through my shoulder, and I was unharmed. What? The mercenary was terrified. "It feels great to chop." I sneered and threw a punch, knocking him dozens of meters away. When the other 3 saw this, they attacked me like crazy, hacking at me with their swords. Bang! 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 Their knives shattered like gravel, but although my clothes were torn, my body was unharmed. What kind of monster is this?" The 3 men's faces were filled with fear. They no longer wanted to fight and turned around and ran away. "Want to run?" I snorted coldly and kicked a mercenary with my foot. A mercenary flew out instantly and blood splattered like a fountain. After a few punches and kicks, the remaining 2 were knocked away, and blood was spilled on the ground. "Is this the smell of blood-strengthening potion?" I frowned and wiped the blood off my body, thinking. The aura of these 5 people was unusually strong, obviously transformed by potion. This genetic medicine can make a person's physical strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, and even close to immortality. Logically speaking, this medicine should have appeared after the global awakening. "What the hell?" Lu Feng, who had just parked the car, rushed over and saw the corpses all over the ground. He instantly felt nauseous and almost vomited. This, he muttered, his face full of horror, obviously shocked. "My good son!" Su Changhe came back to his senses from the shock, his face full of ecstasy. "He can withstand the blade without bleeding, he is simply superhuman." The driver also gave a thumbs up. Master, you are awesome! Dad, what's going on? I looked at Su Changhe and asked confusedly. Su Changhe sighed and recounted the whole story. Wooden carved divine eagle? When I heard these 4 words, a person instantly appeared in my mind, and I was immediately overjoyed. I quickly took out the wooden carved condor and gently pierced the surface with my fingernails. Swoosh! A silver light flashed, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. The lightning eagle, a 1,000-year-old wooden sculpture struck by lightning. I heard about it in my previous life. Someone used it to practice the peerless lightning skill. His realm was not higher than that of the god of war, but he could compete with the god of war. I looked at the wood carving carefully and couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Dad, you did a great job this time. Su Changhe smiled. As long as you like it, it's worth it to almost get ripped off. Then, his expression became serious, and he asked in a low voice. What's wrong with your body? You are fine even if you can withstand the blade? Lu Feng, the driver, and the secretary all pricked up their ears. Let's talk about it later. This matter must be kept secret. I glanced at them and said in a firm tone. Su Changhe was a little disappointed, but soon laughed. He picked up the knife on the ground and muttered, This knife is good. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, he turned around abruptly, and slashed at the secretary behind him with a knife. Puff! Blood gushed out, and the secretary fell to the ground and died with eyes wide open in disbelief. The driver was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. Chairman, please spare my life. Old Wu, you have followed me for 15 years, I know you. Su Changhe wiped the blood splattered on his body with his hand and threw the knife aside. This matter cannot be spread outside, otherwise we will get into big trouble. He glanced at the puzzled eyes of several people and smiled indifferently. The dead are the most trustworthy. Apart from his secretary, everyone at the scene is the person he trusts the most. Uncle Su, you are so domineering. Lu Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. Let's talk about it when we get home. Su Changhe waved his hand. Su family mansion. According to what you said, these are all true? Su Changhe sorted out the incredible things I described while smoking. If this is all true, then the world is probably going to undergo earth-shaking changes. My good son, in recognition of your great contribution, I will give you 10 billion. If the big changes you mentioned really happen one day, you will have full control of the Su Group's money. Su Changhe patted my shoulder and immediately ordered the group's finance department to allocate the funds. 10 billion is all the liquidity that Su Changhe can use at present. The group still needs to operate normally, and he cannot take too much risk for something that has not happened yet. After all, he is not only a father, but also the chairman. Then I won't be polite. I couldn't hide my joy after receiving this huge sum of money. However, as good news spreads fast, so do questions from the group's shareholders. Not long after, 4 or 5 shareholders came to the door in anger. What? You gave the 10 billion to your prodigal son? An elderly shareholder pointed at Su Changhe angrily and said, Su Changhe, I warn you, you have to know when to spoil your children. This 10 billion is the profit of the group for several years. That's right. Chairman, there's no point in doing this. I know your son likes collecting antiques recently, but this thing is too risky. Wouldn't it be a waste of 10 billion in cash? The shareholders spoke one after another in fierce words, almost deafening Su Changhe's ears. I watched the group of people arguing, too lazy to pay attention to them, and went straight upstairs with the wooden carved eagle. Compared to these people's criticism, I care more about the progress of my practice. It doesn't matter whether others understand or not. My father's support is enough. Soon, I received a notification of a deposit of tens of billions of dollars into my account. I immediately contacted Lu Feng. Hurry up and speed up the purchase of cultivation resources. Soon, news came out that the head of the Su Group was suspected of misappropriating funds on a large scale to support his prodigal son. Now the group's stock price has plummeted, and there are even reports that 80% of the shareholders are preparing to withdraw their investment and run away. Su Changhe was bombarded with numerous calls, asking what exactly happened. He could only respond with a wry smile, patiently explaining while calming down the major shareholders. Just then, an angry phone call came to my cell phone. Su Jingming! What's going on with your family? Why did you suddenly withdraw your investment? You clearly promised to invest 10 million in us before, what do you mean now? On the other end of the phone, Mu Lingling's voice was filled with obvious anger. Well, the Su Group is going to go bankrupt. I spoke calmly, but my emotions were slightly fluctuating. Mu Lingling is my girlfriend of 3 years. I remember when we graduated from college, she confessed her love to me, and I also confessed my identity as the young master of Su Group. We were very affectionate and even met each other's parents. However, the memories of my previous life came back like a nightmare. After she learned that I was practicing slowly and taking up a lot of resources, she became greedy and teamed up with an adulterer to launch a sneak attack, taking away my flesh and blood alive. Bankrupt? Are you kidding me? How could the Su Group with a market value of over 10 billion go bankrupt? Don't kid me, this is the last moment for my family. Mu Lingling was furious, her tone full of disbelief and resentment. I sneered, my eyes were gloomy, and there was a hint of coldness in my tone. Idiot. Then I hung up the phone decisively. Anger surged in my heart like a tide, and the hatred of my previous life surged in my chest. When the day of global awakening comes, I swear that the first person to be settled will be Mu Lingling. And I will not let that adulterer of the Long family go either. By then, no one will survive the next day after awakening. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my anger, turned around and picked up the Thunder Eagle wood carving on the table. First, familiarize yourself with the Thunder Eagle's martial arts, so that the subsequent actions will be smoother. I gently pressed down on the intricately carved eagle body, and a trace of purple-gray energy seeped out of my body and slowly poured into the wood carving. The next moment, the eagle eyes seemed to come alive, emitting a sharp light. Following a loud eagle cry, an illusory thunder eagle soared into the air from the statue and circled over the roof. Dazzling silver light shone down, and the entire room seemed to be enveloped in a silver glow. Attach! I chuckled, and with a big hand, the thunder eagle beside me turned into a lightning-like light and shadow, circling around me for a moment, and finally turned into a pair of wings intertwined by thunder and lightning. Thunder wings, flash! I thought to myself, and the wings behind me flapped. The next second, I appeared outside the house. The afterimage of lightning was still visible. This speed was amazing. After a few adjustments, I sat cross-legged and placed the relics around me according to the secret method of Buddhism. Before the world awakens, I must become the strongest. Golden body Buddha Ju! I roared, and golden light spread from my body like ripples. The relics seemed to sense some kind of call, trembling violently, and then flew to my limbs, head, and torso. In an instant, the relics released a mysterious golden power and poured into my body. Melt! As I shouted, the golden light of the relic gradually merged with my skin. The burning pain was like a knife cutting, but I gritted my teeth and endured it. Soon, the golden light completely merged into my body and merged with my flesh and blood. Bang! My wrist trembled slightly, and a drop of red gold blood slid down from my fingertips. That drop of blood faintly exuded the beating of life, and seemed to contain an incredible power. The Golden Buddha art has finally broken through to the second level. The strength is comparable to that of a high-level warrior. I murmured in a low voice, with a slight smile on my lips. Although I almost reached the third level, it is enough to deal with it. The next step is taken. I slowly clenched my fists, feeling the terrifying power flowing through my body. This punch is enough to break the rocks and catch the fire. Bang, bang, bang! With the reverberation of power, hundreds of relics fell from in front of him, changing from their original golden appearance to their ordinary appearance again. But I can still clearly sense the mysterious power remaining in them. I still have some energy left. I stared at the relics and whispered, if you wear these relics on your body, it will have a significant increase in your body. With this, I can even form a superpower team. I have made up my mind that I will not waste a single cent of the relics. Once the crisis of global awakening comes, I cannot guarantee the safety of my relatives and friends, but these relics may be able to serve as their amulets. At this moment, Lu Feng's voice came from outside. Brother Su, we have found the whereabouts of the dragon gallbladder silver spear, but... I slowly stood up and turned my eyes to the door. As soon as Lu Feng walked in and saw me, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes full of surprise and doubt. Brother Su, you have changed. Changed? I frowned in confusion. Look at yourself in the mirror! He pointed to the mirror beside him. I walked to the mirror and saw a completely different face. I used to have sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes, but now I have become kind and gentle, and even exude a gentle kindness. If I put on a monk's robe, I would probably go directly to the West to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. Is it the influence of the relic? I was shocked and worried. If I practice the Golden Body Buddha technique to the 10th level, will I become a monk directly? Brother Su, your potential to be a monk is really first rate. Lu Feng looked him up and down, and couldn't help but marvel at him. Don't talk about this. I shook my head, put away the doubts in my heart, and asked, What's the news about the dragon gallbladder silver spear? Long and bright silver spear, one of the 10 famous spears in ancient times, is Zhao Yun's personal weapon, symbolizing killing and righteousness. In the previous life, there was a strong man who surpassed the god of war. He held this gun and made the Western gods bow down to him and killed the emperor-level beasts. With this gun in hand, he can be said to be one of the top 100 in the world. Thinking of the invincible posture of this strong man when he attacked, my blood could not help but surge in my heart. That is why I asked Lu Feng to find out the whereabouts of this weapon. Unexpectedly, he brought the news so quickly. We have found out that this long and bright silver spear was in the hands of a farmer's family 10 years ago. I heard that the gun was passed down from the ancestors of that family. However, Wang Kuifeng, the director of Li Feng Group, got the news from somewhere and took the gun away by force. Lu Feng told the information he had obtained. I frowned slightly and whispered, Something passed down from our ancestors. Li Feng Group, Wang Kuifeng? This name sounds familiar. He must be from Zhejiang province too. Yes. The predecessor of Li Feng Group was the Black Wind Society. Several decades ago, the Black Wind Society was at its peak and controlled nearly half of the gray industries in Zhejiang province. Later, somehow, it suddenly became whitewashed and founded the Li Feng Group. Although the former president of the group has passed away, the current Wang Kuifeng still holds a prominent position and is a real big shot. Moreover, Wang Kuifeng is extremely obsessed with the long and bright silver spear. Not only does he not allow others to touch it, he even forbids visitors to see it, let alone sell it. Brother Su, I advise you not to think about this gun anymore. This approach won't work. Lu Feng continued with a wry smile. Wang Kuifeng. This name made me feel a little oppressive. It was indeed not easy to get the dragon gallbladder bright silver spear from him. But this gun has long been in my plan. If I can get it, my combat power will be greatly improved. Whether it is to deal with the Kunlun King Snake to get the Kunlun Golden Dragon Fruit, or to defeat the Red Ambassador to grab the Western Saint Emperor's heart, all of this requires a stronger weapon. The Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear, one of the 10 famous spears, is the most ideal choice. I'm determined to get this gun. I lightly slid my fingers across the table, leaving a deep mark. Brother Su. Lu Feng scratched his head and hesitated for a long time before speaking. If we really want to rob it by force, I'm afraid there is no hope. Wang Kuifeng has a bad temper and is unruly. Many people have offended him, but none of them can do anything to him. The security of Li Feng Manor is very strict. Legend has it that the security personnel are equipped with real guns and live ammunition. This gun is not that gun. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. He shook his head and added, Although the rumors have not been confirmed, it is too difficult to confront Wang Kuifeng head-on. It is not worth offending him for this gun. I smiled calmly, having made up my mind. If you can't buy it, then rob it. He stole the gun, so what can he do? Even if it was really his ancestral heirloom, what difference would it make? Brother Su, you wouldn't really have this idea. Lu Feng heard me muttering and hurriedly tried to dissuade me. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about this matter. I have my own arrangements. I regained my composure and handed him a small bag of relics. Wrap these 10 relics with black cloth and hang them around your wrist or neck. Don't take them off whether you are eating, sleeping, or bathing. Isn't it just the dirt and clods we bought from the old abbot? What use can it be? Lu Feng took it suspiciously. Just as he opened his mouth to complain, a current-like energy suddenly flowed into his body. He was stunned for a moment, then his whole body trembled, and he became refreshed. His strength, vision, and hearing all increased to an unattainable peak. Brother Su, this is too amazing! Lu Feng spoke incoherently and looked at me with trembling hands. Remember, keep it secret. If a third person finds out, you will. I smiled coldly and made a gesture of wiping my neck. Lu Feng nodded rapidly, realizing the seriousness of the situation. When he left, I told him, find out where the Western Saint Emperor Xian is hiding within 3 days. Understood. He agreed excitedly and left in a hurry. Wang Kuifeng, ha! I chuckled, my eyes stern. In the distant night, the wind blew the willow branches, and Linfeng Manor was faintly visible. In a corner of Linfeng Manor, a dark shadow approached quietly. Wang Kuifeng stood quietly in the basement of the manor. Although he was middle-aged, he was as tall and straight as a pine tree, with an elegant face and a warm smile on his lips. However, there was a chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes, revealing a chilling cruelty. In front of Wang Kuifeng, there was a row of shelves with many treasures neatly arranged, on which countless antique treasures were displayed. Each one was priceless, and any one of them would be enough to attract archaeologists. However, what attracted Wang Kuifeng's attention most at this moment was the long and silver spear lying quietly on the red cloth. This gentian silver spear has a simple shape and is full of traces of time. On the spear's shaft, the gentian flower cloud patterns are as agile and elegant as the wind, and the bright silver of the spear head shines brightly under the light, which is particularly eye-catching and exudes a noble and brave temperament. But the strange thing is that the long and silver spear actually trembled slightly, as if it had life. That fortune teller who was selling things on the street told me that I had the talent of a true dragon in my life. If I could obtain this dragon gallbladder silver spear, not only would my career be smooth, but I might also get a chance to defy the heavens. Could it be that my chance is coming? Wang Kuifeng muttered to himself, with a fanatical look in his eyes. He has always been a devout Taoist and attaches great importance to fortune-telling. That is why he attaches so much importance to this dragon gallbladder bright silver spear. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Wang Kuifeng's thoughts. In Linfeng Manor, night fell. A security guard was patrolling with a detector when the device suddenly sounded an alarm. He frowned and moved closer, and found something unusual behind the wall. However, before he could react, he was hit by a golden light and fell to the ground unconscious instantly. A dark shadow flashed, and I took the opportunity to quickly pass through and sneak into the depths of the manor. However, this movement had already alarmed other security guards. In an instant, the entire Linfeng Manor was brightly lit, as bright as day, with no shadow to hide. I suddenly stopped my hurried pace and stared ahead with a stern look. In front of me, several tall figures stood across the way, blocking my way. These security guards, holding sharp weapons, with sharp eyes and murderous aura, surrounded me. Despite this, I remained calm. I was wearing a black sportswear, a black mask on my face, my forehead was covered by my hair, and my temperament was cold and mysterious. Even acquaintances would find it difficult to recognize his true identity. Who dares to trespass into Linfeng Manor? A cold shout came. Wang Jisen was seen holding the electric baton in both hands, the current crackling, his tone revealing disdain and indifference. What era is it now? There are still people who want to break into the modern technology estate alone. Do they think they are ancient assassins? They are simply courting death. Do you really think that our Black Wind Society has been completely disbanded? This Wang Jisen is Wang Kuifeng's cousin, a ruthless character. You are quite alert, which does surprise me. However, the 4 words seeking your own death seem redundant to me, and it is just right for you to say them, I said in a flat tone, with a look of contempt. I didn't even move when talking to Wang Jisen, and I didn't seem to be panicked at all. In my previous life, I fought for some resources and experienced a real life and death struggle. This kind of small scene was just a piece of cake for me. You interest me a lot. Tell me, which company sent you? Wang Jisen snorted coldly, and waved his hand to give an order. Capture him alive! The security guards, holding electric batons, quickly approached me. More than a dozen of them came out at the same time, looking very aggressive. Heh! I sneered, and my figure instantly turned into a shadow. The next second, more than a dozen security guards paused and stood there, looking around, their faces filled with confusion. The target they had originally locked onto had already disappeared. Puff! A dull sound was heard, and a security guard flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. I'm behind you, silly bird! My cold voice came, with a hint of teasing in my tone. Wang Jison's arrogant face suddenly froze and turned pale. His body trembled involuntarily, and he retreated behind the security captain in panic, looking like he was ready to run away at any time. Bang, bang, bang! After a few muffled sounds, the security guards fell to the ground one after another, completely unable to fight back. Even though they had weapons in their hands, they couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes. Even professional mercenaries couldn't stop my attack, so what could these ordinary security guards do? Suddenly, bang! A sharp gunshot rang out, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Wang Jison was holding a pistol, his eyes full of viciousness, and he raised the gun and aimed at me again. Gun? With a cold snort, my hair stood on end instantly, lightning flashed around my body, and my speed suddenly increased. I saw my feet move and the bullet almost passed by the corner of my eye. I could even feel the hot air flow against my skin. When Wang Jison saw this scene, his face suddenly changed, as if he had seen a ghost. But before he could escape, my hands were already on his shoulders, and a short blade was directly on his neck. Where is Wang Kuifeng? Oh no, where is the long and bright silver spear? My tone was cold, with unquestionable majesty. My brother is resting on the 3rd floor. Wang Jison's voice trembled, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he swallowed several times. Puff! The short blade swept across, splashing scarlet blood, and his body fell limply with an expression of disbelief on his face. This is the price if you lie to me. I sneered, retracted the dagger, and walked straight towards the trembling security captain. Tell me the truth. If Wang Kuifeng was really on the 3rd floor, he would have come out long ago. I put the short blade on his neck, my voice as cold as the whisper of death. The security captain turned pale with fear, and pointed in a direction with a trembling finger. In the underground warehouse. Puff! Another line of blood appeared, and the security captain's body slowly fell down. You will die even if you tell the truth. You are blocking my way. I gently wiped the blood off the short blade, turned around and walked quickly towards the basement. The remaining security guards were so frightened that they dared not move. Even though they still had guns in their hands, they completely lost the courage to resist. In the basement, a huge screen was showing my figure, and it even replayed the scene of me dodging bullets. Wang Kuifeng sat in front of the screen, his brows furrowed, his forehead covered with cold sweat. The hand holding the pistol trembled slightly, as if the cold metal could bring him a sense of security. What kind of monster is this guy? How can he be so strong? Wang Kuifeng's voice trembled, and his eyes were full of despair and fear. He had never thought that after so many years in the martial arts world, he would encounter such an extraordinary being. This is just like the monks in the novels. Oh no! This guy is really coming for me. Seeing me approaching the basement step by step, Wang Kuifeng almost cried out loud. The basement door has a defense system comparable to that of a national treasury, but he dare not gamble. This mysterious man is so skilled that he can even dodge bullets. Who knows if he has other strange magic skills? Absolutely not a head-on confrontation, let's hide first. Wang Kuifeng glanced at the precious treasures in his collection with reluctance, hardened his heart, and ran quickly to the corner of the basement. He entered a password, and with a heavy rumble, a wall full of antiques slowly opened, revealing a secret passage. He went in without hesitation, and the door slammed shut. At the same time, outside the basement, I was stopped by the heavy door. Open! I pressed the door lightly with both hands, and the energy in my body surged rapidly. Bang! The door made a loud noise, as if some mechanism was destroyed, and then it collapsed with a loud bang, raising a large cloud of smoke and dust. Wow! I couldn't help but exclaim when I saw the antique treasures piled up in the basement. If you didn't know, you would really think you had entered the National Museum. Gonged and bright silver spear! I glanced at it, and was immediately attracted by the spear placed on the red cloth. I took a deep breath, and a golden light rose from my body, and my spirit instantly reached its peak. I looked around, confirmed that there was no danger, and approached the spear cautiously. When I reached out to grasp the gun, I felt a bone-chilling cold. I could feel the pure energy flowing into the gun through my palm, activating it instantly. The whole body of the spear exuded a strong energy fluctuation. There was no doubt that this was the legendary dragon gallbladder bright silver spear. Looking around, the basement was empty. This Wang Kuifeng is really cautious. He actually ran away early. I began searching for other items, but ultimately found nothing else of note except a Taoist scripture called the Fei Yin Jing. I was exposed after all. Looking up at the mini camera in the corner, I realized that my whereabouts might have been seen by Wang Kuifeng. It doesn't matter. I will be discovered sooner or later anyway. I put the scripture in my arms, tightly grasped the long and silver spear, turned around and left the basement. In the dark room, Wang Kuifeng held his breath, clenched his fists, and stared at my back. He was puzzled. Was this mysterious man coming for him, or was he just after his treasure? Just as he was hesitating whether to leave the dark room, my figure suddenly appeared at the door of the basement again, with sharp eyes sweeping around, filled with murderous intent. It seems like this guy really ran away. I sighed softly and turned away in disappointment. Wang Kuifeng's heart tightened when he saw this scene, and he was glad that he did not impulsively expose himself. He waited in the dark room for a while, and when his mood calmed down a little, he was ready to open the door. However, just as he touched the door handle, I turned back again. He had no choice but to suppress his inner anxiety and continue to wait with bated breath. It was not until a long time later that the surveillance showed that I had finally left the manor, and Wang Kuifeng breathed a sigh of relief. His tense body relaxed instantly, and he held the pistol and carefully pushed open the door of the dark room. Just as he stuck his head out, "Ha, old man! You are quite good at hiding!" a teasing voice suddenly sounded. Then, a long spear came through the air like a dragon and steadily pressed against Wang Kuifeng's throat. Sue's house, the morning was quiet. I sat cross-legged, the bright silver spear of Longdan standing quietly in front of me, the spear body like a mirror, reflecting my shadow. As strands of pure energy slowly poured into the gun, the cloud pattern began to move, as if it had come alive. Faintly, a dragon roar came from deep within the gun, striking the mind. The moment he grasped the bright silver gun with both hands, a mysterious connection ran through his body, and his mental strength merged with it. With a casual swing, the spear cut through the air, and invisible energy waves spread like a tide, mixed with dragon roars, shocking all directions. This kind of power filled me with confidence, as if one shot was enough to destroy the entire building. However, I know that this is just the tip of the iceberg. The dragon gallbladder bright silver spear has not yet been fully activated. If I wanted to truly demonstrate its power, I must inject it with a gun's soul. The strength of the gun spirit determines its future limit. I already have a suitable goal in mind, but the timing is not right yet, so I can only put it aside for the time being. Now, it's time to practice the Fei Yin Sutra and see how wonderful it is. When I opened the scripture, lines of ancient text came into view. The ultimate of Tao is without limit, vague and dark, yin and yang are mixed as one, hidden in nothingness, hidden in the void. This passage seems profound and difficult to understand, but to me, it contains some kind of mysterious energy, which faintly echoes the Taoist method. As my practice deepened, my mind seemed to enter a strange state. My mind shook violently, and 10 magnificent golden doors appeared vaguely, but I only opened one at the moment. The moment the door opened, a spiritual whirlwind poured into the body like a torrent, and then exploded, and spiritual consciousness surged. I let out a long breath and muttered to myself, "So this is a technique to strengthen the spirit and consciousness. If you can practice it to the extreme and open the 10 gates, you can reach the realm of spiritual consciousness clones. Unfortunately, this scripture is incomplete. At most, it can only allow me to condense a spiritual consciousness phantom." After a whole day of practice, I managed to open the second door, and my mental strength increased a lot. Now, even if someone shoots at me at close range, I can use my enhanced perception and reaction to dodge the bullet. And with the strong body of the second level of the Golden Body Buddha technique, I won't be hurt too much even if I take the bullet. But the problem is that I lack the key energy in my body. Only by absorbing the starry sky purple energy can I transform it into the original energy and further stimulate my potential. If you want to obtain the purple energy, you have to wait for the moment when the world awakens in 28 days and the purple mist covers the blue planet. I believe that with my current accumulation, I will soar into the sky by then. Time is running out, we must act in advance. I must get the Kunlun golden dragon fruit, a treasure that only grows once every 5,000 years. He stood up, and the lightning wings behind him suddenly spread out. He took a step forward, and his figure appeared 100 meters away in an instant. He took another step, and disappeared without a trace. Carrying the long and silver spear on my back, I set out on the Kunlun road. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the roar of the helicopter broke the tranquility of the valley, and countless people looked up. The appearance of a private helicopter always attracts envy and even jealousy. But I didn't care about it. I walked off the plain calmly, my eyes fixed on the towering mountains in the distance. This forest not only hides the Kunlun golden dragon fruit, but also unknown dangers. But I am ready to face everything. Step by step, we climbed up Mount Kunlun. In the memory of the previous life, there was an extremely ferocious king snake hidden in the Kunlun mountains. This king snake devoured countless creatures that entered its territory, and its reputation spread far and wide. So, an experienced snake catcher decided to take the risk and hunt the king snake. However, this king snake has been entrenched here since the Ming dynasty. After hundreds of years of cultivation, it is no longer an ordinary beast. The snake catcher had a thrilling fight with the king cobra. Although he finally succeeded in killing it, his life was hanging by a thread due to the deep snake venom. Fortunately, there is always a way out. The snake catcher accidentally found a Kunlun golden dragon fruit that was about to ripen deep in the snake cave. It turns out that the king snake spent hundreds of years guarding this golden dragon fruit. As long as it waits for the fruit to fully ripen and swallows it, it will be able to revive and transform into a dragon. However, the final outcome was, man proposes, God disposes. The snake catcher took the opportunity to swallow the golden dragon fruit, which not only cleared the snake venom and kept his body intact, but also unexpectedly obtained a trace of golden dragon blood. From then on, the snake catcher became the golden dragon ancestor, who shocked the world. After practicing to a certain level, his fighting power swept the world, and even the god-level creatures in the strange realm could not last more than 3 rounds against him. I spent 3 days searching with all my mental energy and finally captured a faint energy fluctuation in a hidden place. No matter how deep you hide, it's useless. After all, the king cobra is a living creature with spirituality. As long as it has spirituality, it can't escape my spiritual search. I raised a sneer at the corner of my mouth and jumped into the depths of the dense forest 100 meters high without hesitation. Green leaves fluttered in the woods, obscuring my figure. In the distance, a couple on a date were stunned by this scene. "Brother, did that guy jump down?" The girl in JK uniform carefully pulled her boyfriend's hand. "Well, it should be," the boy answered hesitantly. "Should we call the police?" "It seems we should call the police." "Hello, is this Orange Terrace? Someone is jumping off a cliff in Kunlun Mountain." The moment I landed, I felt a black screen in front of my eyes, and my body was twisted by the powerful impact. After a few tumbles, I finally stabilized my body. I looked around and saw a thick stone wall. This should be the cave of the king snake. Hiss! I felt something soft under my feet. My heart sank, and I instantly jumped up and dodged to the side. Sure enough, a giant snake as thick as a bucket rushed out from the darkness and pounced towards the place where I was just now. Bang! With a loud bang, mud splashed and air waves rolled in the cave. I drew my spear and stared at the giant snake. The cave was small and I couldn't move around freely. I could only look for flaws and try to kill it with one strike. Suddenly, the giant snake spoke in human language, with a strange androgynous voice. "How dare you disturb my sleep, hiss young man, how can you have such a strange power?" Hearing this, my heart trembled. This king snake has actually cultivated to the level of being able to speak human language, and its strength is already approaching that of a high-level warrior. At the same time, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the 3 Taoists were hurrying on their way. The leading man unfolded a cowhide map and whispered to the 2 people beside him. "According to records, the golden dragon fruit guarded by the king snake in the Ming dynasty is deep in the Kunlun Mountains. If you can present it to the ancestor, it may save his life. Little junior brother, don't ask too many questions." The eldest disciple frowned and scolded in a low voice. The 3 of them looked at each other and quickened their pace. On the other side, in another corner of Kunlun Mountain, a team of foreigners in camouflage uniforms were moving forward cautiously. The yellow-haired man held an electric baton, sneered and spoke in broken Chinese. The treasures of China are indeed well-deserved. This mission must not fail. The emeralds in their hands flickered, locating the direction of the target, and quickly approaching the depths of the forest. Inside the cave, the king snake's cold eyes flashed green, and he said grimly, "Haha, it seems that the trace of strange energy in your body is indeed extraordinary. With it, I have a greater chance of succeeding in attacking the dragon snake body." "Afraid of you?" I sneered, waving my spear, and golden light surged all over my body, turning into golden armor covering my entire body. At this moment, I was like a golden-armored god of war in heaven, and my fierce momentum was no less than that of the god of war Zhao Yun. Chapter 8 Kunlun Golden Dragon Fruit, King Snake. Bang! The king snake's eyes flashed green, and it twisted its sturdy body extremely flexibly. The huge snake tail, as hard as iron and stone, struck wildly. If Su Jingming didn't have the blessing of thunder wings, he really wouldn't have been able to escape. Cloud-piercing thorn! A wisp of cool air passed by, and Su Jingming danced with his spear. He flapped his thunder wings behind him and rushed out with a whoosh. The tip of the gun, with its icy coldness, pierced straight into the king cobra's abdomen. Roar! The blood in the king snake's body is rolling. This stab made him sense a strong scent of death. Without time to fight back, he curled up into a ball. Like a small mountain, emitting black energy fluctuations. The spear was blocked outside and could not penetrate into the body. What? Su Jingming was slightly surprised. Bang! The king snake roared, and a huge wave erupted, blowing Su Jingming away. With your cultivation you cannot harm me. Become my food. When I turn into a golden dragon, I will remember your kindness. There was a flash of scarlet in the king snake's green eyes, a cold aura emanated from his body, and a ball of hot and cool energy raged from his mouth, spurting out like a black dragon. If I am killed by you like this, all my efforts will be in vain. Su Jingming smiled, and the thunder wings behind him hummed softly, transforming into two bolts of lightning that entangled the spear. He murmured, "Today I will let you see a skill I created, the wind-swept thunder spear." Strong winds swept through the cave, and thunder roared. The bright silver spear of Longnan vibrated hummingly. A burst of extremely strong and powerful force burst out, and collided with the king snake's arrogance. Boom! The king snake's arrogance was instantly defeated. The force of the spear did not diminish at all, and the king cobra had no time to defend itself. A shot pierced the king cobra's mouth. Puff! The powerful force of the spear drained the blood and energy from the king cobra's body. The light in the king snake's eyes gradually faded. How is it possible? Thump! The king snake fell down, and there was no more movement. Su Jingming waved his spear and stabbed the king snake in the forehead. This king snake is only a high-level warrior, but it can already rival a junior warrior in combat. However, a snake is still a snake after all, and it has not yet reached the point of becoming a demon, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Hiss! The king snake screamed suddenly. Even the dead are roaring. You, the king snake, do have some spirituality. You can be the spear soul of the dragon gallbladder bright silver spear for now. It's worth your 100 years of cultivation. Su Jingming urged the spear, and wisps of illusory energy rushed out from the king snake's body and entered the long and bright silver spear, gradually merging with the dragon pattern on the spear body. The king cobra's body twisted and gradually disappeared. Boom! The bright silver spear of Genshin was buzzing. Obviously, the dragon spear has become stronger after obtaining the gun soul. Snakes are inferior to dragons after all. Su Jingming shook his spear and walked towards the depths of the cave. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, Su Jingming looked towards the entrance of the cave and murmured, "It's not easy to gather together. If I had come a day later, I might have lost the golden dragon fruit. The word luck is extremely mysterious, haha." Deep in the cave, there was indeed a small golden dragon fruit tree growing. Its leaves were gently swaying. The golden dragon fruit looked like a peach, half golden in color, and was slowly growing towards red gold. Kunlun golden dragon fruit! Su Jingming chuckled, picked a handful of the golden dragon fruits, pulled out the tree, and put them in a bag. Perhaps with enough opportunity, the golden dragon fruit tree could bear fruit again. In terms of maturity, it will take another year for the golden dragon fruit to mature. But Su Jingming didn't have time to wait for the fruit to ripen. Immediate refining is the hard truth. When Su Jingming wanted to refine the golden dragon fruit, he hesitated a little, shook his head, and said, "Let's get rid of these small fish first. It's really troublesome." As soon as the voice fell, "Hand it over." The three Taoists arrived at the entrance of the cave at some point. They had long hair and were holding unknown instruments. They looked at Su Jingming solemnly. After seeing the long and silver spear, they seemed a little panicked, but when they remembered the mission from their ancestor, they could only force themselves to remain calm. "Chinese!" Dong dong dong, the sound of footsteps sounded again, and 5 foreign men followed closely, holding their shotguns, staring at the three Taoists, while also being on guard against Su Jingming. In their eyes, none of these 4 Chinese people were simple characters. "Oh, that's interesting." Su Jingming chuckled, moved his spear, and said coldly, "I'll count to 3, then you get out of here, or you'll die." Bang! A bullet flies. Bang! The shotgun bullet hit Su Jingming's heart. In contrast, Su Jingming was unharmed. Not even the clothes were damaged. This scene made the 5 foreigners tremble. "Huaxia! Immortal!" The 5 foreigners turned around, rushing madly towards the entrance. If they were a second late, they would all die without a burial place. Whoosh! A flash of lightning flashed across the sky. 5 foreigners fell to the ground one after another. A line of blood burst out at their necks. You can't kill us! We are disciples of Daofeng Patriarch of Qinglong Mountain. If you dare to kill us, my Daofeng Patriarch will not let you go!" The 3 Taoists were all shocked and frightened silly on the spot. This is the modern world, not the cultivation world. How could this person be so perverted? Ancestor Daofeng? Is he the thin old man with a mole on his forehead? When Su Jingming heard this, he remembered something and asked. Ancestor Daofeng must be the ancestor Jinlong from the previous life. When the 3 heard this, they quickly responded. "Since you know the ancestor, can you please let us 3 live? When we see the ancestor again, we will come and apologize to you. I can give you a chance, but I just gave it to you." Su Jingming smiled and his figure disappeared in vain. "Oh no! Defend yourself!" The 3 Taoists looked terrified and hurriedly manipulated the instruments in their hands. A light yellow light shield enveloped the 3 of them, like a turtle shell, and they were solidly protected from Su Jingming's bullet. Bang! The light shield is broken. Die! Su Jingming was also surprised at the methods of the 3 Taoists, but as the next shot passed, the 3 Taoists vomited blood, fell to the ground, and were deader than dead. "Oh no! Who called the police?" Su Jingming sensed that a large number of surveillance police were climbing the mountain quickly. If you are discovered by the police, you will inevitably be entangled and in trouble. Withdraw! When a team of police officers found the cave, several wild animals were devouring the corpses of several people. What's going on? Didn't the person who reported to the police say that only one person jumped down? How come there are 8 bodies here? These foreigners are holding hunting rifles. These 3 Taoists look so familiar. They must be Taoists from Qinglong Mountain. How come they all died here? What a huge snake! It looks like the snake was pierced by something and died. These 8 people died in the same way. They all had obvious wounds on their necks. They must have been killed by humans. Take these people away first and investigate the background of these 5 foreigners. I suspect they are related to the previous tomb robbery case. Several guards whispered to each other, and led their men to carry the 8 bodies down the mountain. Chapter 9: The Norton Family's Identification. Su family. As soon as you enter the door, you can smell a heavy and rich smell. There are hundreds of old Buddhist artifacts placed in the house. Among them, the most eye-catching are an ancient colored glaze, a string of purple gold Buddhist beads, a green jade Buddha statue, and even a replica of the Yuan Vajra. Lu Feng spent hundreds of millions to purchase these Buddhist artifacts from various black market traders. Any one of them is enough to cause a sensation in the antique world. Not bad, the money was not wasted. Su Jingming examined these cultural relics one by one. 70% of them contain strong Buddha nature. If nothing unexpected happens this time, he will be able to break through to the third level of his golden body Buddha technique. Refine these Buddhist relics together with the golden dragon fruit, and they will complement each other. Without stopping, Su Jingming quickly refined the golden dragon fruit. Every minute you stay longer is a minute of danger. Strands of golden light flew out from the Buddhist relics and surrounded Su Jingming. The golden dragon fruit was suspended, and a trace of golden energy floated out of it, turning into tiny golden dragon lines, which were absorbed into Su Jingming's body, but the process was too slow. After a whole day, only 1% of the energy of the golden dragon fruit was absorbed. But the Buddha nature of Buddhist relics is almost exhausted. This refining efficiency is too low. It will take 10 days and 10 nights to complete the refining. What a pity, there is no way to refine this golden dragon fruit into a pill. Otherwise, the effect will be better. I can only swallow it raw to refine it. Su Jingming hesitated again and again, made up his mind, and ate the golden dragon fruit bite by bite. Crunchy. Like a hard peach. Puff! Su Jingming's eyes were bloodshot, his body was tense, and his heart was pounding frantically. At this moment, I felt like my stomach was bursting from the energy of the golden dragon fruit. Strands of energy dragons are wandering around in the body like bugs. Golden lines appeared on Su Jingming's skin. The lines are faintly transforming towards the direction of scales. Ah! A roar broke out from Su Jingming's throat. Tomorrow! Su Changhe and others were all startled and rushed over. But he was stopped by Lu Feng outside the door. Lu Feng hurriedly guarded the door and said sternly, "Uncle, Brother Su told me before that no matter what happened in there, no one can be allowed in. Why make yourself so miserable, kid? Ah!" Su Changhe sighed heavily. "Keep lingering at the door." A day passed. Apart from that roar, there was still no movement in the house. Fell into silence. 3 days passed. A cloud of white smoke floated by. Hundreds of Buddhist relics were covered with a layer of dust and had lost their brilliance. All the Buddha nature was absorbed by Su Jingming, leaving only a shell that could break apart at any time. There is no value anymore. Su Jingming slowly opened his eyes. The whole body is covered with shining golden scales. On top of Su Jingming's head, there are 2 extremely sharp red gold dragon horns. It looks majestic under the sunlight. The refining was successful. My blood, body, and spirit have all been greatly enhanced. I also obtained a golden dragon body method, which allows me to transform into a golden dragon to fight. Even the golden body Buddha Ju has risen to the 3rd level. An astonishing aura burst out from Su Jingming's body, and his entire body was enveloped in Buddha's light. A golden dragon was rising and circling behind him, just like the Arhat descending from the Buddhist world. The whole body is filled with an indescribable mysterious glow. What a powerful force! My current strength is comparable to that of a high-level war master. Su Jingming clenched his fists, and there were crackling sounds of electric light. This punch can easily smash a mountain into pieces. What kind of artillery fire is it? To Su Jingming at this moment, it is like nothing and has no effect at all. It's time to go to the west. I must win the heart of the Western Saint Emperor. I hope you won't let me down. Whether I can become the number 1 in the world when the world awakens depends entirely on you. Su Jingming's mind moved, and the dragon scales disappeared. He changed into a new set of clothes and stepped out of the door. Oh, they are all here. As soon as the door opened, a group of people gathered around. Asked questions here and there. An hour later, they were finally sent away. In the living room, Su Jingming gave the remaining dozens of relics to his father. Although there is not much energy left in this relic, with this energy, it is enough to protect Su Changhe for a period of time and then build a team of bodyguards. At least during the time he goes to the west, there will not be any major crisis at home. This is enough. Okay. I'll remember what you said. Su Changhe put away dozens of relics carefully. One more thing, can the group give more money? Su Jingming made the request, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Have you spent the previous 10 billion? When Su Changhe heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Su Jingming nodded awkwardly. In order to buy him some valuable cultural relics, Lu Feng spent all his money to buy him some valuable cultural relics. It is hard to imagine that tens of billions of funds were consumed in just 2 days. Hiss! Su Changhe took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. His eyes became deep. He stared at Su Jingming for a few seconds, knocked on the table, and lowered his eyebrows. 5 billion, this is all the money I can afford at the moment. You saw that a bunch of people surrounded me before. How about this 8 billion, you can do whatever you want, even if what you say and do is really a joke, I accept it. He really has no money, but he can go to the bank to borrow money. Good. Su Jingming was not hypocritical. With his current strength, it is basically not difficult for him to steal some cultural relics. But now, what he should do is to obtain a more valuable source of energy. As for the matter of antiques and cultural relics, just leave it to Lu Feng. At the same time, before the world wakes up and before society undergoes drastic changes, Su Jingming does not want to get too stalemated with the top leaders. This will not be good for him and his family. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot go against the troops at the moment. Boom, boom, boom. A deep and powerful sound of footsteps was heard. Fully armed soldiers with guns surrounded the entire Su's manor. What's going on? Everyone in the manor was stunned. Everyone just stand there and wait for judgment. A senior military official said with a serious look in his eyes. According to effective instructions, Su Jingming has a major connection with the death of 8 people in Kunlun Mountain on October 11th. Please cooperate with our investigation. My son didn't hurt anyone, Su Changhe said with a gloomy face. Whether he has harmed anyone or not is not something you can tell with your mouth. We just ask him to cooperate with the investigation. If he has not been involved in this case, you will naturally be cleared of all charges. We will not wrongly accuse ordinary people, the senior official said coldly without a trace of emotion. Rest assured. Su Jingming chuckled, not caring at all, and left with the troops. At that time, he jumped off the mountain right in front of a young couple, so they must have been keeping an eye on him. Furthermore, his high-profile departure by helicopter must have attracted some people's attention. Supervisory Department. A foreign man in a suit and tie looked Su Jingming up and down, and after confirming again and again, he said to the supervisory police, I can confirm that he is the one who killed my company's employees. Don't accuse someone without evidence. Otherwise, you will pay the price. Su Jingming looked at the foreign man with cold eyes. The police officer called the young couple over, pointed at Su Jingming, and said, Please confirm again, was it him who jumped off the mountain that day? It seems so, it also seems not so. The little girl in the couple nodded blankly. She only saw his back, as Su Jingming had already changed his clothes. She was unrecognizable. But she vaguely felt that Su Jingming was the man who jumped off the mountain. The superintendent was speechless. In the end, due to insufficient evidence, Su Jingming had to be released. When Su Jingming stepped out of the police department, the foreign man named Jensen Norton chased after him, stretched out his hand to stop Su Jingming, and said gloomily, I know that you killed 5 people in my company. Although I can't identify you as the murderer, I will remember you. Let's wait and see. Our Norton family is not so easy to bully. Haha, come if you dare. Su Jingming sneered and didn't take this man seriously at all. Jensen Norton had a ferocious look on his face and said, You are so stubborn. Let me remind you again. I know that the treasure of Kunlun Mountain is in your hands. As long as you hand over the treasure, I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame the Norton family for being rude. Who do you think you are? If you dare say another word, I don't care who you are, you will never see tomorrow's sunrise. Su Jingming glanced at Jensen and spoke coldly. Bang! Su Jingming kicked Jensen Norton away and ran away. After returning home, Su Jingming investigated Jensen Norton's background. The Norton family is one of the 5 oldest families in the West. His various industries span the globe, and his power is astonishingly great. With the support of the Norton family, Jensen Norton poses a great threat. Unexpectedly, at dawn, Su Jingming received news that the group was suppressed. It turned out that the Norton family used their connections to block the Su Group's sales channels. In just one night, the Su Group lost tens of billions. If this continues, the Su Group will be declared bankrupt within 3 days. Chapter 10. I will bear it for a while longer. Changhe, what's going on? How did your son offend the Norton family? The group is in danger now. If this continues, the group will be finished. In the meeting room of Su Group, everyone present was filled with anger. An elder from the Su family questioned with a gloomy face. The Norton family's warning frightened these old guys who only knew how to lie down and get paid. If the group collapses, they will have no source of funds. Why are you panicking? It hasn't reached the final step yet. Su Changhe's face was full of worry. It was obvious that this matter was not a small one, and he had no other way to solve it for the time being. Bang! The table shakes. The elder of the Su family gnashed his teeth and said, "Your son is really rich. You gave him 10 billion before, and I heard that you gave him another 10 billion. Well, my Su family has come up with something like this, and the smoke from the ancestral tomb has finally been extinguished." Everyone present looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. Give a playboy 20 billion to play with. Is this something a human being can do? This is so stupid. Are you burning money as ghost paper? Bang! It started with me, so I'll solve it. Outside the gate, Su Jingming walked straight towards us. The elder of the Su family stared at Su Jingming with anger in his eyes. You are just a junior. What can you do to solve this problem? Go back and reflect on it. That's none of your business. Su Jingming pondered for a moment and strode away. Look at this kid. Hurry, stop him. Don't let him do anything impulsive. If he finds the Norton Curry Group, he will be dead. The elder of the Su family was full of resentment, but Su Jingming was his grandson after all. We can't let Su Jingming go to Norton Curry Group to die. The rooftop of Su Group. Su Jingming looked deeply at a tall building in the distance. The two big words, Norton, are clearly displayed. That is the Norton family's headquarters in China, the Norton Curry Group. I didn't expect the Norton Group to act so quickly. It's better to resolve the delay as soon as possible. Su Jingming sighed, took a step, and jumped down from the 100-meter-high building. A pair of thunder wings spread out on his back, turning into a beam of light and flying away into the distance. Disappeared. Night falls. Norton Curry Group. Jensen Norton always had a bad feeling. For his own safety, he didn't plan to go home. His intuition told him that suppressing the Su Group did not seem to be a good decision. But he felt relieved when he thought that the huge Norton family was supporting him behind the scenes. Bang! The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window shattered. A person surrounded by light and shadow rushed in from the window. The lights in the house were shattered, and the house was plunged into darkness in an instant. Jensen, who was already panicking, was so frightened that his legs went limp. Who? Someone come quickly! Outside the office, several bodyguards heard the noise and rushed in quickly, turning on their flashlights. But before I could react, I felt a flash of light before my eyes and my whole body went numb. An electric current filled my whole body, making crackling sounds. Within a few seconds, several bodyguards were electrocuted. You, Su Jingming! Looking at the familiar figure, Jensen's legs went numb. You! How is it possible? This is the 30th floor! Jensen's heart was pounding. He was born into the Norton family. In this ancient family, he had seen countless unimaginable scenes in his life, but none of them could compare to the strange young man in front of him. How can it be impossible? Su Jingming grabbed Jensen's neck and lifted him up easily, chuckling. You're quite quick at doing things. It's only been a day and you're already making trouble. Woo, help, no, put me down. Jensen screamed and struggled hard to break free, but found that the hand was tightly holding his neck like a hook, and no matter how hard he struggled, there was no sign of relaxation. Su Jingming laughed and threw Jensen to the ground, saying, Either you die, or the Su Group lives, you choose one. I believe you will make the right choice. Okay, I won't target the Su family anymore. Jensen was filled with rage, but the most important thing at the moment was to stay alive. He didn't dare to gamble his life on Su Jingming's courage. Remember what you said. I'll spare your life this time. Su Jingming glanced at Jensen coldly. He stepped on Jensen's calf, causing the bone to explode. He jumped down from the 30th floor and disappeared in an instant. If he kills Jensen, he will definitely be targeted by the surveillance police. The prison police aren't so stupid that they can't find him. It's not worth doing this now. Let Jensen live for half a month first. Jensen had a ferocious expression on his face. He covered his legs and crawled to the window. Looking at the figure that had disappeared long ago, he was so scared that he squatted on the ground. The scene just now appeared in his mind again and again. If he's not careful, he'll be dead. This guy. It must be the treasure from Kunlun Mountain that gave him such ability. This matter must be reported to the family and let the family make the decision. As for the Su family. Early morning. Sure enough, Norton lifted the suppression on Su. Not only did they stop suppressing us, they also proposed in-depth cooperation. This made everyone in Su group very excited. I didn't expect Jingming to be so capable. The elder of the Su family was smiling widely, obviously very happy. Several group shareholders also narrowed their eyes and discussed cooperation with Norton. Dad, Norton's problem has been solved. I'm going to Europe and will be there for about half a month. Take care of yourself. If you have any questions, call me. Lu Feng, I have received all the information you sent me. 10 billion yuan has been deposited into your account. Time is running out. Please help me speed up the collection of cultural relics. If you find any extremely precious ones, please remember to inform me. Don't buy them rashly. After finishing all the affairs, Su Jingming set foot in Europe. The heart of the Western Holy Emperor must be obtained. I remember that in the previous life, there was a super strong man named Lan who merged with the Holy Emperor heart. Not only did his cultivation level increase greatly, but he also had the ability to control the 18 elements of the world. With the admiration of many strong men, he became the new generation of the Supreme Holy Emperor of Europa and was called the second strongest man in the world. This is also the reason why Su Jingming has always wanted to take the Holy Emperor's heart for himself. A heart of a Holy Emperor creates an invincible path and surpasses the God of War. But the Holy Emperor's heart is not so easy to obtain. There are so many obstacles. Pingshan Airport. Su Jingming, stop! A sexy woman in a suspender skirt and black stockings stared at Su Jingming with anger on her face. If looks could kill, Su Jingming would have died millions of times. Su Jingming, what do you mean? It's been almost a week, and you never contacted me. Could it be that you forgot about me, Mu Lingling? The woman was Su Jingming's girlfriend, Mu Lingling. Although she was called a girlfriend, Su Jingming was already being polite by not killing her on the spot. Why don't I contact you? You know what's going on. If you keep getting entangled, I won't be polite to you anymore. I hope you can save some face for yourself. Su Jingming's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he still held back. Thinking of everything that happened in his previous life, Su Jingming almost couldn't help but kill. You! Mu Lingling was dumbfounded. It was the first time she saw Su Jingming being so impatient towards her. A week ago, Su Jingming still treated her like his first love. How come Su Jingming seems like a different person after just 1 week's absence? Could it be that Su Jingming discovered that she was playing with men behind his back? That shouldn't be the case. She is always very cautious in everything she does. Ordinary people will never be able to find it. Get lost! Su Jingming strode away. You don't regret it! Mu Lingling pointed at Su Jingming's back, her whole body shaking with anger. But there is nothing we can do. Originally, she planned to ask Su Jingming for 10 million to help the company tide over the difficulties. But now that Su Jingming treated her in this situation, there was no hope of getting the money. What's going on with Su Jingming? Mu Lingling was convinced and made a phone call. Her emotions gradually turned into tears. She said, Brother Qin, I didn't want to call you at first. Woo, I was. Chapter 11 Curse, Mysterious Constitution of Sibyl. Airport. Exclusive rest area. Su Jingming had just sat down when he felt uneasy. I always feel like something is affecting my thoughts. China is nice, but I am from Europe. Even if I have to die, I want to die in Europe. This time I go home. I probably won't go back to this beautiful country again. The person who spoke was a sickly foreign woman. She was wearing a light green dress, her skin was unhealthy and pale, her pupils were green with a hint of anxiety, and she wore a valuable blue stone necklace on her delicate neck, exuding an indescribable delicate beauty. She turned her head to look out the window, a tear fell from the corner of her eye, she shook her head slightly, and closed her eyes to rest. This woman has a very special physique. She exudes a charming fragrance all over her body. When I take a breath, I feel that my spirit and body have improved a little bit. Su Jingming closed his eyes, enjoying the breath, and let out a long sigh. This effect is similar to the physique suitable for dual cultivation in immortal cultivation novels. The best furnace. Su Jingming's eyes flickered. Su Jingming was surprised that a foreign woman had such a physique. However, there was a gloomy and deathly aura on the woman's forehead, and she must be suffering from some serious illness. If he is not treated promptly, he will probably die within 7 days. Hey, isn't this Miss Siebel from the Kylie family? A familiar voice sounded, and the sickly woman and Su Jingming opened their eyes at the same time. A limping man came over. Jensen Norton, it was him again. Are you Jensen from Norton, China? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Siebel's voice was weak, with a hint of disgust in her eyes, and she waved her hand. Jensen Norton wanted to say something, but a short-haired woman sitting next to Shibaer stood up and said coldly, Don't disturb my lady, get out! After taking a look at the female bodyguard and then at Shibaer's pale face, Jensen's face was full of sneers. He turned his eyes and saw Su Jingming sitting in front of him. He stepped back subconsciously and muttered to himself, Why is it you? What are you going to do in Europe? Su Jingming closed his eyes and waved his hands, saying indifferently, You'd better be quiet. If you jump in front of me, I will throw you off the plane and let you fly back by yourself. Thinking of Su Jingming's ability to appear and disappear at will, Jensen's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to get any closer and hurriedly took his assistant to a rest area far away. He never expected to meet Su Jingming and Shibaer from the Kylie family here. One is the eldest daughter of the rival family. One of them was a guy who stole his treasure and beat him up. Neither of these two people is good to him. Seeing with her own eyes that Su Jingming, a Chinese, dared to treat Jensen Norton in such an attitude, Shibaer couldn't help but feel curious. Driven by curiosity, she turned her head and looked back. Su Jingming looked up as if he sensed something. His eyes instantly met those emerald green eyes of Siebel. Shibaer's pale face turned red in an instant, and she turned around quickly. For a moment, she was in a trance. A feeling of dizziness came over me. The slight pain in my forehead suddenly got worse. Miss, has your illness relapsed? The female bodyguard on the side hurried forward to comfort Shibaer. He took out a pill from the bag he was carrying and asked Shibaer to swallow it. It's okay, I'm just a little dizzy. Shibaer gave a sad smile. Su Jingming sat behind Shibaer, scanning Shibaer's entire body with his mental power. I actually sensed a curse rising from her. Is it a curse? Then Jensen just called this woman Miss Siebel of the Kylie family. The Kylie family, like the Norton family, is one of the 5 ancient families. Lu Feng told me before that the 5 major families in the West all hold some core secrets about the Holy Emperor's heart. If you want to get the heart of the Western Saint Emperor, you can't bypass the 5 major families. If I can get to know this Shibaer, maybe I can get some information about the Holy Emperor of the Divine Court from her. Moreover, this person is most likely an excellent furnace. If I can capture him, it will be of great benefit to my future practice. It's not a loss in any way. Su Jingming thought so, stretched out his hand and tapped the sofa where Shibaer was leaning, and said, Are you feeling unwell? I am a famous Chinese medicine doctor. I think I can help you heal. Ah? Shibaer exclaimed, and turned around to see Su Jingming's kind face. With a little curiosity, she pointed at herself quietly and said softly, Are you talking to me? Su Jingming nodded calmly. Do you have a cure for my illness? Shibaer asked with surprise in her eyes. Have? Su Jingming answered firmly. But I can't trust you. There was disappointment in Shibea's eyes. She and Su Jingming didn't know each other, and this was even their first meeting, so how could they talk about trust? Su Jingming was not surprised by Shibea's straightforwardness, but he still said politely. Besides me, is there anyone else who can help you? Do you think you are sick? If this is an illness, with the medical conditions you have access to, you should have been cured long ago. What are your conditions? Sibyl frowned. There is no doubt that she was attracted by the words of this mysterious Chinese man. No conditions are required. I just want to treat you because you are beautiful. Su Jingming smiled faintly, looking like a good-natured old man with a lecherous look. My lady is of noble status, you. The female bodyguard on the side frowned, but before she could say anything, she felt her head was in turmoil. A feeling of dizziness came over me. Shut up! I'm talking to her, why are you butting in? Su Jingming glanced at the female bodyguard with cold eyes. Seeing that the magic-ridden personal bodyguard was no match for the mysterious man in front of him, Shibea's expression changed slightly, and she said tentatively, Okay, I'll ask you to treat me after we return home. No need to bother, I can help you solve simple things in 3 seconds. Su Jingming shook his head and said calmly. Just a minor curse, easily resolved. Then please treat me, sir. There was doubt in Shibea's eyes. But thinking of the mysterious ability Su Jingming had just displayed, he agreed. Exorcise the demon and remove the curse. Su Jingming held a ray of golden light between his fingertips. With a light flick, it landed on Shibea's forehead. This? Shibea was surprised. She thought Su Jingming was going to go through some complicated steps. I didn't expect him to just wave his hand so gently. But soon, she felt a sudden sense of comfort. She just felt that a wonderful energy instantly flowed through her body. The feeling of desolation and powerlessness in the body was suddenly swept away. The paleness on his face disappeared immediately. Instead, it is a kind of rosy color. It feels like I've taken a tonic. She really has a lot of mysterious energy in her body. Taking her down will definitely be useful for cultivation. This girl is really good. We must take her down. A smile appeared on Su Jingming's lips. Through the treatment just now, his spirit had penetrated her body. He could see every part of her body clearly, and found a mysterious light spot in her heart. Chapter 12, Sibyl's Kindness. I'm back to normal. Shibea stood up suddenly, overjoyed. Seeing that the weak Sibyl suddenly became energetic, the female bodyguard on the side ignored her trance, and quickly grabbed Sibyl's arm to check the curse on her body. But after this test, the curse actually disappeared. The strange disease actually disappeared. So amazing! The female bodyguard was dumbfounded and stared at Su Jingming. She has been in China with Shibea for half a year. During the past 6 months, she followed Shibea and traveled around the country, visiting countless Taoist temples. It's been a bumpy road, but I hope I'll be lucky enough to meet the legendary Chinese master. I fantasize about curing Sibyl's illness. But the final result disappointed both of them. I have met countless so-called masters. But I didn't encounter any real stuff. Who would have thought that I would meet a real charlatan on my way back home? It won't take 3 seconds, it will be cured in 1 second. In China, there are really talented people hiding among the masses. Shibea looked at Su Jingming with a hint of admiration and gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. After hesitating for a moment, Shibea came to sit on the right side of Su Jingming, stretched out her slender and soft hand, smiled brightly, and said, Shibea, what is your name? Su Jingming. Su Jingming also stretched out his hand. From a distance, Yensen was stunned to see Su Jingming getting entangled with Shibea. He just called the Norton family and asked them to send someone to wait at the domestic airport. If something bad happened to Sibyl, it would be bad. To prevent any accidents from happening, he dialed another number. What can I do for you? Shibea took back her hand and asked with a smile. I'm about to board the plane. See you later. Su Jingming stood up and glanced at Yensen in the distance. Without further conversation with Sibyl, he walked towards the VIP entrance. This person is not simple, maybe he can help our family get rid of the curse. Sibel's smiling face disappeared and turned serious. Staring at Su Jingming's receding back, he no longer had the sick look he had before. Her family is Kylie, one of the 5 ancient families. Everyone in the family is born with a strange curse. Under the erosion of the curse, the blood and energy in the body will be drained, and the spiritual energy will be lost. If some people are lucky, the curse will disappear when they turn 17. Bad luck will haunt you for the rest of your life. Shibear is already 20 years old, but the curse has not been lifted. Fortunately, she met Su Jingming this time. Otherwise, she would be in God's arms in a few days. Passing by Yensen, Su Jingming paused for a moment and said lightly, "Yensen, don't let me down, I am very optimistic about you." "What do you mean?" Yensen was confused by this sentence. He. Su Jingming ignored Yensen and stepped into the inspection gate. On the plain, Su Jingming stared at the thick layers of clouds. There was a moment. I was in a trance and seemed to see creatures swimming in the clouds. It then dissipated. That feeling is so strange. It took 12 hours. Finally, we arrived in Europe. Sunset Country. Heathrow Airport. Sunset Country, long time no see. Looking at the familiar mountains and rivers of the Sunset Kingdom, Su Jingming felt a sense of nostalgia in his heart. When he was young, he lived with his father in the Sunset Country for a period of time. Now several years have passed, and the Sunset Kingdom has not changed at all, and it is still the same as before. Western Saint Emperor's heart must be won. Su Jingming got off the plane. Just out of the airport. Yensen followed closely. Soon, several Mercedes-Benz cars stopped in front of Su Jingming. A group of tall and mighty foreigners in suits stopped Su Jingming. They held guns in their hands and aimed at Su Jingming. As long as Su Jingming dares to move, there is no doubt that they will shoot immediately. Oh? Su Jingming turned his head and looked at Yensen, who was sneering. Yensen's mouth curled up to his face, and he said coldly, "Su Jingming, I was afraid of you in China, but now you, a fool, have come to Sunset Country. Do you have the guts to jump again? Let's see whether your ability is stronger or the guns in their hands are faster. Nature is faster than a gun." Su Jingming spread his hands helplessly. "Hand over the treasure you seized in Kunlun. Otherwise..." Before Yensen could finish his words, he was surrounded by a group of people who had also rushed over. "Otherwise, what else? Just try and see if you dare to touch him." Shibei came. Supported by a group of armed bodyguards, she pulled Su Jingming behind her and stared at Yensen, showing no sign of backing down. "Shibei, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Yensen's face changed instantly. He had long guessed that Shibei might meddle in other people's business. But I didn't expect that Zybeer would call dozens of people. This is just playing with chicken feathers. I'm going to take him away today. If you have the guts, try to stop him. Let's see which are more powerful, the guns of your few men or the guns of dozens of me." After saying that, Shibei pulled Su Jingming's right hand and strode away, leaving Yensen with an angry and helpless look on his face. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Su Jingming chuckled. He had expected this scene. As if he sensed something, he turned his head and glanced at Yensen. Gave Yensen a casual smile. This provocative smile made Yensen so angry that he almost vomited blood. Shibei let go of her hand, smiled and said, "Mr. Su, luckily I came in time, otherwise you would be in danger. The Norton family is not easy to mess with. If you mess with the Norton family, you will not be able to move around in the whole of Europe, but you will definitely not be comfortable. Yensen and I have only had business cooperation, but this man is vicious and caused me to suffer heavy losses. Who would have thought that he wanted to kill me this time? Oh, it's really heartbreaking. I think this trip will be ruined." Su Jingming's expression showed pain and a hint of fear. "Mr. Su, why don't you come with me? Once you cure me, I will naturally treat you well. Don't worry, although my Kylie family is not the hegemon of Europe, we still dare not do anything to you with the strength of the Norton family alone," Sibyl said as she stroked the ring on her little finger. "You're welcome then. I'll need your care along the way." Seeing that Shibei took the initiative to propose it, Su Jingming naturally agreed readily. Hateful! Yensen was sulking and clenching his fists. The Kylie family obstructed the action at every turn. When he returns, he will definitely ask the clan leader to put pressure on the Kylie family. Teach this ungrateful Sibyl a lesson. The Kelly family? A castle like a palace. Hello, Mr. Su. As soon as I got off the car, a foreign man with extraordinary temperament came towards me. Hello? Su Jingming had some guesses. Mr. Su, he is my father, Licolian Kylie. I explained to him that you helped me with the treatment, and he is very grateful to you. Sibyl explained to Su Jingming. Soon, Su Jingming lived in the Kylie family under the arrangement of Licolian. Leco United provided warm hospitality. I heard from Shibe that you, Mr. Su, have a magical secret technique that can remove the curse that has been entangled my Kylie family for 100 years. I wonder if Mr. Su can help my Kylie family? Licolian handed Su Jingming a glass of wine and asked expectantly. Su Jingming nodded and said nothing. Mr. Su, if you can help my Kylie family get rid of the curse, I will reward you handsomely. Licolian and Shibe looked at each other, both with a hint of excitement. Su Jingming was in deep thought and did not immediately respond to Licolian's words. Mr. Su, do you have any concerns? Or do you have any needs? Licolian's eyes changed. I could tell at a glance that Su Jingming had a request. Chapter 13, Saint Emperor Banquet, Nobles Gathered. Boom, boom, boom. Before Su Jingming could answer, a member of the Kylie tribe came in and said, Tomorrow the Divine Court will hold a Saint Emperor Banquet. The royal family and all the major families are invited to attend the banquet and offer sacrifices to the Saint Emperor. Shibayer's green eyes flashed. When she heard about the Saint Emperor Banquet, she couldn't help but sneer. Offering sacrifices to the Saint Emperor? How ridiculous! The people in the Divine Court can't do any serious work, but they are making a fortune in the name of offering sacrifices to the Saint Emperor. I'm afraid that a large number of treasures will be offered at this year's Saint Emperor Banquet again. Shibe, watch your words. You can't just comment on the Holy Emperor casually. Licolian turned around and scolded Shibe. Snort! Zybeer turned her head and ignored him. The Holy Emperor Banquet? Su Jingming was overjoyed and pretended to be curious, asking, Can you tell me what this Holy Emperor Banquet means? Is there any danger? This matter is not a secret. This Saint Emperor Banquet is hosted by the ambassadors of the Divine Court. In order to worship the Saint Emperor, every royal family or clan must offer their own contribution. Licolian smiled, and it was obvious that he was already familiar with the rules of this kind of banquet. I wonder if I can follow you to the Holy Emperor Banquet. Of course, as a reward, I will exorcise the curse of your family as a thank you, Su Jingming said lightly. Can. Licolian agreed on the spot. The Kylie Family Temple. In the center of the temple, there is a statue of the Holy Emperor that looks like a devil. Su Jingming did what he said and searched with his mental power. A ghost was found in the temple. This ghost has the strength of a junior general. It spreads a dark curse near the temple, affecting the bodies of generation after generation of the Kylie family. This resulted in a significant reduction in the life expectancy of Kylie family members. After easily getting rid of the ghost curse, Su Jingming replaced it with a lightning rune to replace the ghost, continuing to guard the Kylie temple and influence the Kylie family. After doing all this, Su Jingming did not rush to withdraw from the temple. Instead, his spiritual power penetrated into the depths of the Kylie temple and discovered that in the statue of the Holy Emperor in the temple, there was actually a round copper piece floating. The copper piece was made of pure gold and exuded a sacred aura. Even with Su Jingming's mental strength, he was unable to suppress this sacred aura. What kind of power is this? It can't even penetrate my mental strength. Su Jingming was secretly surprised. He did not forcefully seize the copper piece to avoid alerting the enemy. All right. Su Jingming quietly left the temple. The entire Kylie family was overjoyed because the curse that had plagued them for years had disappeared, and they no longer needed to use drugs to suppress the curse. Licolian and Shibayer were overjoyed and thanked Su Jingming for his help again. However, none of them noticed that there was a lightning rune in their bodies. Looking at the statue of the Holy Emperor in the temple, Su Jingming frowned. He had the urge to smash the statue of the Holy Emperor with one punch, but fortunately he quickly suppressed the urge. I'll go to the Holy Emperor banquet tomorrow and make a decision when I come back. This ancient Western family doesn't seem as simple as it seems, Su Jingming muttered to himself. Just now, his mental power swept through every corner of the Kylie family, and he actually found two people who were like magicians. They could simply control magic. Although they were not as good as Su Jingming, for normal people, they were definitely a heaven-defying existence. Sure enough, no family that can be passed down for thousands of years is a simple one. One night later, Su Jingming flew to Tycoon with the Kylie family. Dagon, the headquarters of the Divine Court. The Divine Court is a majestic high-rise building, all bright white, exuding a mysterious and majestic atmosphere. However, due to the erosion of time, it looks a little shabby, but anyone who comes to the Divine Court will feel a little palpitation. If someone is disrespectful to the Divine Court, they will be punished by the Holy Emperor. Inside the Divine Palace is the Holy Emperor Temple that has been worshipped for 1,000 years. The Holy Emperor Temple houses the largest statue of the Holy Emperor. As soon as he got off the plane, he ran into the patriarch of the Deno family. Under Yen Sen's instructions, he glanced at Su Jingming, who was standing next to Shi Bear. His eyes gradually became cold and he said, "This is my European holy feast. Kylie, it's not appropriate for you to call an outsider." "Humph, he is Shibei's fiancé. Shouldn't it be his turn to attend the holy banquet? When is it your turn to teach my Kylie family how to do things?" The Kolian sneered, ignoring Patriarch Norton, and walked towards the Divine Court with Su Jingming and Shibei. Listening to Le Kolian's words, Su Jingming's lips curled up into a smile, which he quickly concealed. Shibear's cheeks blushed slightly. She naturally hooked her arm around Su Jingming's and looked straight ahead, as if they were really a couple who had been in love for a long time. Of course, Su Jingming would not refuse Shibear's initiative. At the same time, after the curse in Sibel's body disappeared, her charming scent became stronger, and the vague, mysterious energy began to be released, constantly improving Sibel's body. If I could practice dual cultivation with Shibear once, I would definitely save myself 100 years of hard training. Divine Court. The magnificent ancient palace. As soon as you enter the Divine Palace, thick stone pillars stand upright. The stone pillars are exquisitely carved with mysterious runes and patterns, faintly revealing a sacred aura. If someone with ill intention stares at the stone pillars, they will feel uneasy. Under the feet of the Holy Emperor, no filth or dirt can get close. There were countless delicacies in the number 2 hall of the Divine Court. If the royal family and major families want to enter the banquet, they need to place some sacred objects, that is, antique cultural relics, in front of the door of the Holy Emperor Palace. Among them, there are some old antiques from China. Su Jingming clearly saw a Buddha head being presented to the Holy Emperor Temple. Although this Buddha head had long lost its Buddha energy, Su Jingming still felt somewhat dissatisfied when he saw it being presented to the so-called Holy Emperor. After a while, people from all the major families arrived. The most eye-catching are the top 10 families in Europe. Next are the 5 ancient families in Europe. As for some upper-middle-class and middle-class families, they may have great power in Europe, but they do not have much presence in places like the Divine Court banquet where nobles gather. The Sunset King's chamber is here. That little girl must be the new queen of Sunset Country. She's so young? Someone whispered, full of disbelief. In the distance, a little girl about 10 years old came over, accompanied by a group of nobles. She had silver hair like a waterfall, flowing softly over her slender shoulders. Her blue eyes sparkled like stars, clear and mysterious. The corners of her mouth were tied with a faint smile, carrying with them endless nobility and mystery. She glanced at everyone in the Divine Court, and finally fixed her gaze on Su Jingming, with a slight surprise appearing in the corner of her eyes. But she only paused for a moment, then led her people towards the royal seat. A new queen? Su Jingming looked at the little girl's back and was also surprised. The little queen gave him a strange feeling, as if she was not as simple as she seemed. This little girl is at least at the level of a junior general. Chapter 14: The Secret of the 9th Floor of the Divine Court. Soon, the Radi royal family and the Helm royal family arrived. Several noble families, including the Luxembourg royal family and the Spanish royal family, also arrived. The last to come was the Pope of the Divine Court. Before the banquet begins, The Holy Emperor needs to chant for an hour. All I can say is, it's boring. The chanting ends and the holy feast begins. Su Jingming looked around but didn't find anything delicious. While these nobles were chatting, Su Jingming quietly left the banquet. Under the eyes of a group of divine court security guards, it turned into a streak of blue light and disappeared. What just flew by? Did you see it clearly? What the hell? I didn't see anything. Are you dazzled? Hold on a little longer. When these nobles have finished the holy feast, we can eat some of the leftovers and go to rest. A few security guards of the divine court chatted casually for a few words, yawned, and were too lazy to investigate. They turned their heads and shifted their gaze to those delicate and beautiful women. There are 9 floors in the temple. The banquet hall is on the first floor. Su Jingming went straight up to the second floor. But unexpectedly, he heard Patriarch Norton talking to a red priest. You better think of a way to create a more powerful curse. You must not let the Kylie family have an easy time. Chief Norton, this time, I will definitely cast the most poisonous curse. The red priest smiled flatteringly, then suddenly turned his head and shouted in the direction of Su Jingming. Humph, who is eavesdropping over there, sneaking around? Come out now! Who? Upon hearing this, Patriarch Norton was so frightened that he trembled all over and quickly stepped back. It's okay, I'm just blowing it up casually, just in case there really is someone there. The red priest chuckled, obviously having experienced something similar before. The corner of Patriarch Norton's mouth twitched. He ignored the red priest and went downstairs quickly. Su Jingming appeared in a corner, and said with a little trepidation, A mere priest can detect my aura fluctuations. The people of the divine court should not be underestimated. I didn't expect that the curse of the Kylie family was set by the Norton family and the priest. If the Kylie family knew about this, they probably wouldn't let it go. However, now in the divine court, Su Jingming was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. Go up to the 9th floor. Su Jingming remembered that Lu Feng said that at the top of the divine court, there was the most sacred treasure of the entire church, but he was not sure whether it was the so-called Western Holy Emperor's heart. But the only thing that is certain is that there are many dangers at the top level. This danger may be a mysterious magic. It could also be a soldier with a gun. Ordinary people, whoever goes up will die. This difficulty does not pose any threat to Su Jingming. Su Jingming climbed all the way to the 4th floor. However, a thin film of light blocked the way to the 5th floor. Break! Su Jingming tore through the light film and jumped in. What's going on? It's a bit weird. A cardinal happened to pass by, took a look at the fluctuating light film, and felt that something was wrong, but did not investigate further. This was the divine palace. How could anyone dare to break in? From the 1st to the 8th floor, Su Jingming met several people from the divine court who held high positions. Fortunately, Su Jingming concealed his figure and was not discovered. I have to say, there are really a few masters in this divine court. Take the cardinal just now for example, he is at least at the level of a high-level warrior. However, Su Jingming was most curious about the Pope's strength. It is believed that the Pope will never be higher than the senior war master. Otherwise, the Pope would be able to see through him at a glance. This divine court is quite confident. It doesn't even have any cameras installed. It relies solely on magical surveillance. I have to say that sometimes modern technology is better. Su Jingming casually removed a warning magic. Step into the 9th floor with confidence. Buzz buzz buzz. Just stepped into the 9th floor. The 3 big characters of Holy Emperor Temple were as dazzling as the sun. The walls are covered with murals describing the origin of the Holy Emperor. 18 stone pillars stand upright like the sky. Each stone pillar has a different color. Various patterns are carved on the top of the stone pillar. What a great Holy Emperor Palace! It's even better than heaven. Su Jingming was knowledgeable in his previous life, but he was still stunned by the grand scale of the Holy Emperor Palace. Tearing apart the blocking light film, Su Jingming walked towards the interior of the Holy Emperor Palace. With every step you take, you can see murals introducing the Holy Emperor. Suddenly, Su Jingming stood there in a daze, staring straight ahead. In a round glass cover, wisps of colorful elements are floating. In the very center, there is a red stone that is suspended and rotating like a meteorite. This is the Holy Emperor's heart. Although Su Jingming had never seen the Holy Emperor's heart. But with the mysterious power of the Holy Emperor's heart, it is absolutely impossible for him to admit his mistake. Su Jingming quickly approached the glass cover. I was so nervous that I had no time to test it. I want to smash the glass cover with one punch. Bang! The power of wind and thunder is condensed in the fist. It hit the glass cover heavily. This punch reached the peak of the War Commander level and was enough to knock down a huge mountain. There was no damage to the glass cover at all. The glass is endowed with super powerful magic. Su Jingming judged that this magic was extremely tricky. No more holding back. This punch breaks it. Golden light flows all over the body. Slowly condensed into the fist. Throw out a punch. Boom! The glass cover is still intact. His punch had surpassed the War Master level, but still couldn't break it. What? Su Jingming frowned. I found the Holy Emperor's heart, but I couldn't open this turtle shell. How can there still be someone in this world who can cast such powerful magic? My punch is so powerful that it is impossible not to break the glass cover, unless this magic was set up by someone a long, long time ago. Considering the long time that has passed, even the most powerful magic will become ineffective. Could it be that this magic was set up by the real Saint Emperor back then? If so, it is somewhat possible. As Su Jingming was thinking about it, he suddenly discovered that there were 5 small circular grooves on the glass cover. These 5 grooves reminded Su Jingming of the cartoon The Adventures of Lolo that he had watched when he was a child. In the cartoon, in order to open the gate to the valley, 2 tokens had to be collected. Could it be that in order to open this glass cover, I also need a key? Su Jingming thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything that matched this round key. Lu Feng said that the 5 major families control a major secret of the Divine Court. The 5 ancient families. The Kylie family. The key. The circle. The temple. Yes, the temple. The copper piece and the statue of the Holy Emperor in the temple. That copper piece is very similar to this small circular groove. Yes, that's it. Su Jingming looked around unwillingly, trying to find other solutions. Oh no! Someone is coming! The noise just now was a bit too loud. Su Jingming did not stay any longer. With a flash of lightning wings, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. It turned into a ray of light and rushed down the stairs. After a while, a cardinal climbed up to the 9th floor, looked around the suspicious area with a serious face, and muttered to himself. Why do I always have a sense of foreboding, as if something has broken into the 9th floor? Fortunately, the Holy Emperor heart is not lost, so I should go and discuss it with the Pope. Holy Emperor banquet. No one noticed. Su Jingming quietly appeared beside Jibeir, weighed a piece of fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering. The food on this Saint Emperor banquet is really delicious. What did you do just now? Jibeir looked at Su Jingming with suspicion. Just wandering around. Su Jingming answered casually without caring. You are not allowed to walk around casually in the Holy Emperor banquet. There are people checking the entire hall. Where have you been? Why didn't I find you just now? Jibeir approached Su Jingming's face, staring into his eyes with her green eyes, as if trying to judge the truth from the false. Oh, I just went to the bathroom. Su Jingming shrank his head and spoke calmly. Oh? When Jibeir heard this, a strange look appeared on her face and she burst out laughing. Why? Don't you believe it? Su Jingming frowned slightly, as if he was telling the truth. There is no toilet in the temple. Jibeir showed an intriguing smile again. He examined Su Jingming from head to toe, trying to find out what was going on. Su Jingming was stunned. There is no toilet in the temple. Chapter 15. Who dares to break into the Norton family? Forget it, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Jibeir patted Su Jingming's shoulder and said in a serious tone. But you still need to be careful. If you cause any trouble, my Kylie family will not have the face to protect you, a Chinese. Don't worry, if something really happens, it won't implicate your family. Su Jingming smiled disdainfully. You really don't know what's good for you. Shibuya hugged the bear and glared at Su Jingming. She ignored him and went to eat and drink with her sisters. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the followers of the divine court dressed in white robes and holding guns rushed in. Dear royal nobles, during the banquet just now, we suspect that someone sneaked into the 9th floor of the divine court. Please cooperate with our investigation. If there is any offense, please do not take it to heart for the sake of the Holy Emperor. A cardinal stood in front of the believers, sweeping his sharp gaze over everyone present. Only when he looked at the royal families and top nobles did he seem to relax slightly. In particular, he paused on Su Jingming for a few seconds, realized that Su Jingming was just a weakling, and then he was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued to check other people. But no clues were found. Just now, he checked the 9 layers of the divine palace and found signs of damage on the 9th layer of light film. But he was not sure whether it was natural damage or man-made damage. Each believer held a special scanning device and checked everyone present one by one. Shibuya looked at Su Jingming, who was sitting with his legs crossed and looking relaxed, with a little concern, and said in a serious tone, "Hey, if you have any last words, say them quickly, otherwise you will have no chance if you are caught by the bishop later." Last words? No. Su Jingming smiled bitterly and spread his hands helplessly. A white-robed cultist came over, looked at Su Jingming suspiciously, and swept again and again with a special tool. After all, Su Jingming was the only Chinese present, so his suspicion was inevitably increased. But the scanner didn't respond at all. "Dude, how long are you going to sweep?" Seeing that the scanning had been going on for almost a minute, Su Jingming looked helpless. The white-robed cultist shook the scanning device awkwardly and ran away in shame. After a while, all the people in the audience were scanned. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the 9th layer of defense was damaged naturally? The cardinal frowned, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Bishop, I report that the Kylie family has ulterior motives. They brought a Chinese with them when they came. This Chinese is the most suspicious. I suggest that this Chinese be investigated strictly." Just as the cardinal was about to retreat, Jensen suddenly jumped out. He pointed at Su Jingming and started to talk. "You fucking..." Su Jingming glared at Jensen fiercely. "I really want to kill this thing with one punch. Mr. Su, did you leave the banquet hall just now? If you did, please tell the truth. If not, my Kylie family will never let anyone wrongly accuse you." The Kolian's eyes flickered when he saw this. The matter involves the divine court. If Su Jingming really reaches the 9th level, no one can save him. Moreover, it was he who brought Su Jingming to the banquet, so he had to bear part of the responsibility. This made Lecco United regret it. "I regret bringing Su Jingming to the party." Shibuya took a deep look at Su Jingming, hesitated for a few seconds, and regardless of Lecco Lian's obstruction, she said righteously, "Bishop, he is my fiancé, please believe him." "Haha, he just met you yesterday and just came to Europe from China. How come he became your fiancé?" Jensen sneered and exposed Shibuya's lie on the spot. "Stop arguing." The cardinal stopped the quarrel, checked Su Jingming's identity documents, and passed a strict inspection of the Chinese side. He scanned Su Jingming's body again, but still found no suspicious points. The cardinal stared at Jensen coldly. Left with a group of white-robed saints. "Okay, since there's nothing else to do, let's start worshipping the Holy Emperor and his ministers." An old man in a blue robe came down from upstairs, holding a golden scepter. He looked sacred and peaceful. He was about 70 or 80 years old, but energetic, with a ruddy complexion, without a single white hair. His words were sonorous and powerful, with a majesty that made people's hearts tremble. "He is the Pope of the Divine Court Church. The ministers of the Holy Emperor mentioned here are the subordinates, who followed the Holy Emperor back then." Su Jingming was too lazy to get entangled with this group of Shibitos. After saying something to Shibuya, he left in a hurry. "Let's go to the Norton family's temple first." Su Jingming immediately set out on his journey back to the Sunset Kingdom. There are 5 ancient families in Europe. The Kelly family, the Norton family, the Ace family, the Lei family, the Lean family. There are exactly 5 families, representing 5 keys. Norton family. A luxurious estate. At this time, in the Norton family, apart from the old guys who guarded the family, there were some younger generations, and the rest were mostly security personnel. Those who had a little qualification had all gone to attend the Holy Emperor banquet. Su Jingming quickly slipped into the Norton family. Outside the Norton temple, a defensive magic envelopes the temple. For ordinary people, it is impossible to break through the magic defense. But for Su Jingming, he can destroy the magic with ease. Indeed there is. Su Jingming entered the Norton temple. Mental power quickly penetrated the statue of the Holy Emperor. Sure enough, I saw a round copper piece floating in it. This piece of iron is red gold in color, and exudes a sacred aura. This statue of the Holy Emperor is really quite strong. Su Jingming touched the statue of the Holy Emperor and found that the material was hard. The only option is to destroy the statue of the Holy Emperor by force. Holy Emperor, I apologize to you first. Su Jingming bowed towards the statue of the Holy Emperor. Break! With a thought, the long Dan silver spear was summoned. Su Jingming growled in his throat, and all the strength in his body surged. A touch of lightning power was attached to the spear, and the tip of the spear was infinitely sharp. Bang! The statue of the Holy Emperor was stabbed and exploded with a loud bang. A round piece of copper fell to the ground with a bang. Su Jingming didn't stop, grabbed the iron sheet and rushed out of the Norton family. Who dares to break into my Norton family and break the statue of the Holy Emperor? Suddenly a roar was heard from a room in the Norton family. Chapter 16 The Cardinal questions the Kelly family. Court death! Teams of security guards armed with submachine guns poured out of the manor. In a church in Norton Manor, 3 monks in red robes were horrified. He hurried to the Norton temple and looked at the broken statue of the Holy Emperor. His face instantly turned red. You are a bunch of good-for-nothings. He ran away right under your noses and is still sleeping soundly. Chase him quickly, and catch him. Otherwise, you will all die. The monk in robes gritted his teeth and immediately sent several teams to conduct a search. Helicopters rumbled into the sky, conducting a full-scale inspection. Wow! The magicians of the Norton family are really that strong. The strength of these 3 guys is first-level magicians. They are comparable to primary warriors. TSK, this ancient family is really extraordinary. A few kilometers away from Norton Manor, Su Jingming was playing with the stolen copper piece. His figure flashed and quickly disappeared, away from the Norton family. No matter how hard the Norton family patrolled, they could not find any trace. That night, the whole of Europe exploded. The Norton temple was robbed. As one of the 5 ancient families, the Norton family's economy and power are self-evident. The manor is fully equipped with security, patrols at all times, and surveillance equipment installed in every location. But even so, someone still broke in. I heard that the statue of the Holy Emperor in the Norton temple was directly smashed to pieces. Even the elemental seal in the Holy Emperor's statue disappeared. But what the surveillance camera captured was a sea of white. A bunch of rubbish! When Patriarch Norton came back from the banquet, he felt as if the sky had fallen. That man! No, that thief didn't look like a human. He could fly, and he even had a pair of blue wings on his back. He was so fast that it was unimaginable. He disappeared in an instant. Although I found him in time, I only saw his back. A red-robed cultivator had sweat dripping from his forehead as he muttered to himself. How is that possible? According to what you said, that person must have reached the level of a 3rd-level magician, or even a 4th-level magician. There is not a single 3rd-level magician in the entire Euro continent, so who could he be? Patriarch Norton picked up a piece of the Holy Emperor statue. In an instant, I actually felt a strange yet familiar smell. Who is it? Who is it? Could it be that bastard Kylie? No, Kylie also went to the banquet, and there can't be a 4th-level magician in Kylie's family. Who is it? Patriarch Norton fell into deep thought, with a self-deprecating sneer on his face, and said to himself, the most important thing is that the element seal is gone. The element seal that has been passed down for thousands of years is gone. The elemental mark, passed down for thousands of years, was taken away from him. Just when Norton was about to be confused, Jensen saw this and whispered, Chief, I have a candidate in mind. He has the greatest possibility, and he can also fly. The Kelly family? The statue of the Holy Emperor in the Norton Temple was actually destroyed. Who dares to be so disrespectful to the Holy Emperor? However, it's good. Without the elemental seal, the names of the 5 ancient families of Norton will only exist in name. It's a good thing. Listening to the reports from the people below, Lekko Lien was furious at first, and then slowly smiled. What a courage! Zybier sat on the side drinking coffee, her eyes changing. Then she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Su Jingming. After a while, Su Jingming entered the castle led by the servants. Why, something wrong? Just as Su Jingming was about to go to the Ace family, he was called over by Shibaer. Shibaer nodded, pulled Su Jingming to the castle rooftop, hesitated for a moment and said, The destruction of the Saint Emperor statue of the Norton family should have a lot to do with you, right? Well, except me, no one else should have this ability. Su Jingming leaned against the wall, looked at Shibaer's serious expression, and admitted it directly. There was nothing to hide. The fact that Zybier could think of him obviously meant that she had guessed it a long time ago. Let go quickly! I know you have some abilities, but offending the 5 major families is equivalent to offending the Divine Court. Although the Divine Court is controlled by a group of hypocritical guys, you can never fight against them. As a friend, I hope you can let go and return home quickly. Shibaer said it word by word with a serious look on her face. Haha, little Norton, what a nobody! Even if it's the Divine Court, they may have some tricks, but what can they do to me? Hearing this, Su Jingming couldn't help but laugh. The thunder wings on his back blossomed, and with a move of his wings, his body disappeared from the rooftop of the castle and flew high into the sky. He looked back at Shibaer and said, As a friend, I thank you for reminding me, but I also need to remind you that you'd better do a better job of protecting the Kylie Temple. I won't give up because of you. Early morning. Bad news from the Ace family. The Ace Temple was broken into, the Holy Emperor statue was blown up, and the elemental seals were taken away. I heard that in order to avoid the tragedy of the Norton family, the Ace family sent several teams of people armed with submachine guns to guard the Ace Temple, and the guarding was extremely strict. But even so, it was still robbed. I saw it clearly this time. Although the man used special abilities to cover his body and I couldn't see his specific appearance, I used the magic passed down in my family to figure out that the thief was a Chinese. I remember him. He was the Chinese who followed the Kylie family into the Holy Emperor banquet that day. Following the identification by Chief Ace, the whole of Europe was shocked for a moment. Countless eyes were staring at the Kylie family. Even the Norton family has brought people to the foot of Kylie Castle. Kylie, hand him over quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. On a helicopter, Patriarch Norton shouted coldly. Humph, how would I know that guy is a thief? If I knew, I would definitely refuse to let him in. But the destruction of your temple has nothing to do with me. If you failed to protect it well, don't throw the responsibility on me. Besides, the thief has already run away. Go chase him if you have the guts. Lekolian's face twitched. He glanced at Shibaer beside him and couldn't help but feel angry. But now is not the time to worry about it. We can only deal with the current situation first. It's ridiculous. In my opinion, the thief is hiding in your Kylie castle. Since you don't admit it, let the bishop make the decision. Patriarch Norton sneered. Behind him, the cardinal from the Divine Court looked around the entire Kylie castle and said in an emotionless voice, Lekolian, on behalf of the Divine Court, I will give you one last chance to make merit. Hand over the thief, and I will plead with the Pope for you to exempt your Kylie clan from punishment. Otherwise, when I catch the thief, your Kylie clan will have no reason to exist. Just as Lekolian was about to speak, Shibaer spoke first. Respected Divine Court, respected Bishop, we are not hiding thieves. Please, Bishop, prove it for our Kylie family. The cardinal nodded, holding a scepter and muttering some spell. An invisible wave swept across the entire Kylie castle. In just a moment, the entire Kylie castle was swept clean. Everyone present stared at the cardinal intently. If the bishop finds out that the thief is hiding in Kylie castle, the entire Kylie family will certainly be suppressed and subdued by the Divine Court, and the title of one of the 5 major families will be completely eliminated. Chapter 17. The bullet that restrains magic. You come to fight my Chinese magic. No. The cardinal took back the scepter, shook his head, and said calmly, Leko Lien, although you did not protect the thief, you are the main person responsible for the thief breaking into the Norton Temple, destroying the Holy Emperor statue, and stealing the elemental seal. In the name of the Divine Court, I will punish you to increase your annual offerings by 100 times and serve the Divine Court for 10 years. Are you interested? Everything is up to the bishop. The corners of Lekolian's mouth twitched, but in the current situation, he had no choice but to accept his fate. 100 times the offering would turn the entire Kylie family's 10 years of hard work into ashes. Serving for 10 years is equivalent to integrating the Kylie family into the Divine Court and becoming its lackeys. Bishop, but... Patriarch Norton was dissatisfied with letting Leko Lien go, but he was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. Shut up and stop talking. The main task now is to get the elemental seal back. I will report this matter to the Pope truthfully, and then the Pope will personally take action to solve the problem. After the cardinal finished speaking, he stepped off the helicopter in front of everyone. He stepped into the air step by step, leaving behind a mysterious and elegant back, and soon disappeared. Damn it! These guys in the Divine Court offer them countless treasures every year and do all kinds of shitty things for them, but they don't teach them any of these advanced secret techniques. Patriarch Norton gritted his teeth and looked at the cardinal's back with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But what else could he do? He could only glare at Leko Lien and leave with his men. Leko Lien's frown suddenly relaxed. After thinking for a long time, he sighed heavily. The Supreme Divine Court, controls the greatest secret method in the entire Euro state. Who can compete with the Divine Court? No matter how powerful Su Jingming is, he will eventually be defeated by the Divine Court. Maybe. Sibel's brows were furrowed. She was also shocked by the cardinal's pretentious behavior. As if she sensed something, she quickly turned around and looked towards the highest rooftop of the castle. There was a man lying on a stone pole, looking at her with a smile on his face. Su! Before Shi Bear could say anything, she saw Su Jingming disappear like a ghost. It's as if it never appeared at all. What, Su? Bear, from now on, you can no longer have anything to do with Su Jingming, and you can no longer meet him privately. This incident has caused too much trouble, and involves too many people. Leko Lien said coldly with a gloomy face. Even though Su Jingming has done a lot of favors for the Kylie family, he must not make the same mistake again on this matter. If he makes another mistake, the entire Kylie family will become a vassal of the Divine Court. It's just a pity, Su Jingming is also a good material. If this hadn't happened, he really wouldn't mind Shi Bear talking to Su Jingming. What a pity, what a pity. Coffee shop. Su Jingming just got the news. The Lei family and the Lin family acted very quickly. The two families have quietly moved the elemental seals in the temple, which are the copper plates. As for where it was transferred to, I'm afraid only the top members of the family know. As for the Kylie family, they did not act rashly. After all, Leko Lien is very clear about Su Jingming's strength. Without the help of the Divine Court, how could his Kylie family possibly stop Su Jingming's theft? It would be better for him to stay like this. Maybe for Shi Bear's sake, he could be spared from harm. I can only go to find out the news at night. Su Jingming took advantage of the night and sneaked into the Lei family. After capturing a high-ranking member of the Lei family, Su Jingming learned that the copper piece had been secretly transferred to the laboratory of the Lei Technology Group in Dunlun Center. You faint first. Su Jingming knocked the man unconscious with one punch and left quietly. London Center. Su Jingming snatched clothes from the employees of Lei Group. He was discovered before he even entered the Lei Group laboratory. I have been on guard against you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to dare to come. Those rubbish like Norton Ace are afraid of you, but I, Lei, am not. You will definitely die today. Chief Lei appeared under the protection of a team armed with special guns. He had long expected Su Jingming to come, and he brought heavy troops to guard the laboratory. I didn't say I didn't know you were guarding the lab. Hearing this, Su Jingming smiled helplessly. Kill him! Chief Lei was obviously too lazy to say more and directly ordered the launch. Bah! 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 Dozens of people in total were holding special guns, firing bullets containing diamond crystals. This is a bullet that specifically counters magic. Su Jingming waved his hand, and a light curtain appeared, intercepting the diamond crystal bullets one by one. What? Who are you? Are you from the Divine Court? When Chief Lei saw this scene, he was so frightened that he took several steps back. He racked his brains but could not figure out Su Jingming's identity. Finally, a light bulb went off in his head and he thought Su Jingming was sent by the Divine Court. After all, in their opinion, only the Divine Court has the ability to intercept bullets that restrain magic. Su Jingming held a diamond crystal bullet and said speechlessly, "No, buddy, you use the diamond crystal bullet that restrains magic to fight my Chinese magic. This... Impossible! How could the Chinese be so strong?" Chief Lei was horrified. In his impression, although China had some small spells, how could they be compared with the magic that had been passed down for thousands of years? "Forget it, I'll just give it back to you." After hearing this, Su Jingming felt even more helpless. He pulled out his hand, gathered the bullets, and pushed with all his strength. The bullets burst out and blasted towards the dozens of armed teams. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of people were killed or injured in an instant. "Fei Yu, save me!" Chief Lei was so frightened by the murderous intent in Su Jingming's eyes that he called out in haste. "Comparable to a fourth-level magician!" An old man holding a scepter walked out from behind Chief Lei. He had silver hair and a short stature. He looked like an ancient wizard in charge of sacrifices. He looked both scary and mysterious. "Chief Lei, give him the elemental mark. We can't defeat him." The old man named Fei Yu gave Su Jingming a strange smile. "Fei Yu, if you don't fight him, how do you know you can't beat him?" Chief Lei was so angry that he was about to die. He wanted to surrender before the fight even started. He had really raised this old man for decades in vain. "Haha, he's a fourth-level magician. I've used up all my luck in my life to reach the second-level magician. To compare with him, I have to be lucky enough to do this. Let's give it to him quickly." Fei Yu was speechless, but explained a few words. "Solve it quickly." Su Jingming's eyes were filled with lightning, and he clenched his fists. A fist with golden light flew away. "Boom!" Fei Yu roared. "I have surrendered, why are you still fighting?" Bang! Fei Yu used various magic tricks to defend himself, but was still blown away. "This?" Chief Lei looked abstract. "I really can handle even one move." Chapter 18, Legend of the Holy Emperor. "Chief, just give it to him." Fei Yu has lived for 100 years and he is almost crying. This is the first time he has asked for help from others. "If you don't give it to me, I'm going to die." "Give!" Seeing this, Chief Lei could only reluctantly throw the element seal to Su Jingming and said coldly, "The element seal is given to you, but if you dare to kill me, the situation will be different. Be good and don't kill me." Su Jingming looked disgusted. He is not a murderer, how could he kill everyone he sees? Besides, if Lei was killed, the matter would become a big mess. Taking away the elemental seal would only bring shame to the Lei family. Once murder is involved, it is not just the entire Lei family that is mobilized. Instead, it will involve the real top leaders of the Sunset Country. Su Jingming is arrogant, but not arrogant enough to withstand the massive bombing of a country. The Golden Body Buddha technique is powerful, but not strong enough to withstand continuous missile bombardment. But when it really comes to that, Su Jingming believes that he has some ability to protect himself. Holding the elemental seal in his hand, a wisp of pure fire energy rises. The elemental seal of the Norton family is earth. The elemental seal of the Ace family is water. The elemental seal of the Lei family is the element of fire. The element seal of the Kylie family is wood. As for the Narayan family, it should be the last golden element seal. Just gathered all 5 elements. These 5 elements are the basis of the 18 elements of the Holy Emperor's heart. Only by gathering all 5 elements can you remove the magic attached to the glass cover. Goodbye. Su Jingming did not stop and the thunder wings on his back moved. Rushed out of the group building and rushed into the distance. Alas, a 4th-level magician, how can he possibly win? It's not unfair that he lost the elemental seal, But why did he not hesitate to offend the 5 major families in order to seize the elemental seal? Chief Lei had a sullen face, and suddenly thought of something, and looked at Fei Yu. A terrifying thought arose. Rumor has it that thousands of years ago, there was a war among the gods, and the sun was plunged into darkness. In the end, the Holy Emperor won and ruled the entire world. But good things don't last forever. At a certain point in time, the Saint Emperor actually fell ill. It's unimaginable that a dignified Saint Emperor would fall ill. Afterwards, the Saint Emperor died not long after. Before he died, he gathered all the elemental power in his heart. He passed the heart down to future generations. But in order to obtain the Saint Emperor's energy, future generations forcibly withdrew the 18 elemental seals from the Saint Emperor's heart. Later, I don't know which pope collected the 18 elements, but he couldn't absorb the 18 element seals. In order to integrate the element seals into his body, he merged the 18 element seals into 5 basic elements. But he still failed, and even ended up dead. From then on, the 5 element seal lost the energy of the Holy Emperor, and was acquired by the original 5 major families. Although the Holy Emperor element seal no longer has the energy of the Holy Emperor, the element seal still represents the supreme status, proving its extraordinary strength. This man obtained the 5 elements seal in the hope of obtaining the power of the Holy Emperor. However, his plan will fail. For 1,000 years, no one has been able to obtain the power of the Holy Emperor from the 5 elements. He is a Chinese, and he does not have the Holy Emperor's approval. He is not a member of the Divine Court either. It is simply wishful thinking for him to want to obtain the power of the Holy Emperor. Fei Yu recalled a legend that had been passed down in his family for thousands of years. If you are not from Europe and want to obtain the inheritance of Europe, it is simply a dream. Chief Lei said coldly. Humph, back then, the Divine Court also wanted to seize the 5 elements. This Su Jingming might be someone from the Divine Court pretending to be someone else. Just think about it. But don't tell anyone in the Divine Court. Otherwise, if the Divine Court takes it seriously, we won't be able to defeat them. Fei Yu had the same idea in his mind. Unlucky! Chief Lei did not intend to give up and immediately drove to Buckingham Palace. He just didn't believe that the little queen didn't know that the elemental seal had been taken away. That little queen is not an ordinary person. When you go there, you must not get angry. Before leaving, Fei Yu gave Lei a reminder. He had seen the little queen once from a distance. For a moment, he felt that the little queen possessed wisdom and spirit that did not belong to her age. How could he be a good person when he inherited the throne at such a young age? The Lin family? At this moment, all the top leaders of the Lin family gathered together. What should I do? I just told the bishop of the Divine Court, but he said we need to wait a little longer. What are we waiting for? If we wait any longer, the Chinese will come knocking on our door. We've also contacted Lebanon. They've temporarily postponed the matter, saying that the Prime Minister is busy. These 2 bastards clearly want to see us make a fool of ourselves. They just want to reap the benefits while we consume the Chinese, and then they can subdue them in the end. The Lin family's thoughts flowed smoothly, and they insulted each one of them one by one. The leaders of Buckingham Palace, Lebanon and other countries wanted to suppress the 5 major families, but the people in the Divine Court also had alternative ideas, which resulted in the 5 major families in Europe being fooled by a Chinese. The main thing is that these Chinese people come and go without a trace, so they are really hard to catch. However, Gaul is some distance away from the Sunset Kingdom. In a short period of time, the Chinese people should not be able to find us, so there is still time to deal with it. Forget it, just hand over this gold element seal. After thinking for a long time, Chief Lin sighed, then gave orders to quickly move the statue of the Holy Emperor in the temple. As for where it was moved to, only Chief Lin knew. He doesn't intend to confront the Chinese people who come and go without a trace. One day and one night. Su Jingming finally arrived in Gaul. As soon as I arrived at the Lin family, I sensed that the people of the Lin family were in a meeting. Just as Su Jingming was hiding in a certain position and observing, a second-level magician of the Lin family blinked his eyes and said with a bit of contempt, "Dear sir, since you are here, why hide? Why don't you come out for a while? We will not do anything to you." "Ha ha, who are you? How can you see me just by saying so?" On the rooftop of the Lin family castle, Su Jingming stood with his hands behind his back. He's outside! When the people of the Lin family heard this, they hurried out of the castle. He ran away. The second-level magician looked around but could not see any trace. Humph, you old thing, you are so sarcastic to me, I will send you to see the Holy Emperor in advance. Along with these words came a blinding flash of lightning. Bang! The second-level magician had no time to resist before he was hit by lightning and covered in blood. His body shook violently, and his flesh and blood exploded in full view of everyone. Even a second-level magician can't withstand his attack. Patriarch Lin was very glad that he did not cause trouble for Su Jingming. With a flash of lightning wings, Su Jingming stood in the air, looking down at everyone. I'll give you a way to survive. Tell me where the gold element is. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Dear sir, the gold element is in the hands of the Black Saint. If you want to find it, you can go to the Black Saint. As for whether you can get the gold element seal, it depends on your ability. The Lin family is indeed a big shot. When others were still immersed in the death of the magician, he had already reacted and was talking about the gold element with a smile on his face. I hope you didn't lie to me. Su Jingming smiled at Lin. After some inquiry and tracking, Su Jingming finally found the location of the Black Saint. At the same time, I also learned what the Black Saint was. Chapter 19, The Black Saint of the Divine Court. In Gaul, there was a third-level magician named Heli. He started out as a bishop in the Divine Court, but because he offended the Pope's lineage, he was punished by the Pope. Not only did he lose his position as bishop, he was also expelled from the Divine Court by the Pope and could never set foot in any holy temple in the Divine Court. At that time, Heli was just a magician who had just entered the second level. Naturally, he did not dare to fight with the Pope of the Divine Court. He could only flee from the Divine Court in disgrace and entered Gaul, where he settled down. However, although the Pope expelled Heli and deprived him of the qualification to worship the Holy Emperor, Heli still regarded himself as the servant of the Holy Emperor and called himself the Black Saint. But Blackley was really lucky. He had an adventure in Gaul. In just a few years, he advanced from a second-level magician to a third-level magician. However, to the outside world, Heli still called himself a second-level magician. Only a few big families and high-ranking officials in Gaul knew that he had become a third-level magician. Listening to what Norton and the others said, it seems that there is not a single level 3 magician in the entire Europa. Maybe the Pope or the Archbishop has a level 3 magician. Heli is really lucky. Su Jingming couldn't help but praise Heli. After all, in the current environment, he can upgrade himself to the third-level magician without relying on the help of the Divine Court. He is definitely a top-level little genius in cultivation. Heli? Su Jingming found the Black Saint in the club's fish pond. Heli was holding the fishing rod and was slightly startled when he sensed Su Jingming's arrival. It seemed that he did not expect Su Jingming to come so quickly and find his location so clearly. You are great! I think you have a chance to absorb the power of the 5 elements. Maybe you will really become the next pope. Heli put away his fishing rod and looked at Su Jingming, somewhat surprised. I am surprised that Su Jingming has such incredible abilities at such a young age. The next pope? Su Jingming was attracted by Heli's words. Huh! You're not aiming for the position of pope? Heli was stunned for a moment when he heard the question in Su Jingming's words. After thinking about it, his mind was full of questions. No need to say more, hand over the gold element seal. Su Jingming did not answer any more, and took out the dragon gallbladder silver spear, and shot it at Heli. So domineering! But it depends on whether you are qualified. Heli smiled sinisterly, holding a black magic ball in his hand, silently chanting a spell, and emitting a black light. The first time he saw Su Jingming, he knew clearly that he could not compete with Su Jingming, and even a fight would put his life in danger. But he has his pride. Even if he loses, he has to try first. Cloud-piercing thorn! With the thunder wings flapping, Su Jingming shot out, the tip of his gun flashing with light, directly breaking through the black light's attack, and stabbing towards Heli with an unmatched offensive. Black element defense! Heli was terrified and quickly cast defensive magic. But he was too slow. Before he could control it in time, The tip of the gun had already pierced his head. With a pop, the spear went through his head and exploded with a bang, and his flesh and blood turned into flying mist. Why do you have to pretend to be so cool? Su Jingming sneered and found the gold element from Haley. We have the gold element. Next, we need to go find Shi Bear. Lightning flashed, and Su Jingming began his long journey again. Damn it, the 5 major families united to boycott me and prevent me from taking a plane. Otherwise, I would have to take such a troublesome flight, which would have exhausted me to death. In a hidden corner, Haley's figure gradually emerged. His face was pale, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, his body was shaking constantly, and he stared at Su Jingming, who was leaving with fear on his face. How could he be so strong? How could it be possible? He is not from the Divine Court. He does not have the power of the Divine Court, let alone the power gained by worshipping the Holy Emperor. He has a strange energy in his body that does not belong to this era. Who is he? China, I think it's time for me to go to China. Haley murmured. He was able to survive Su Jingming's piercing because of a life-saving magic that he obtained by chance that year, otherwise he would have been dead by now. He didn't even dare to fight with Su Jingming. The Kelly family? What? Lei and Lin also lost? As Lecolian listened to his subordinates' reports, he felt as if his head was hit. Dad, I think Su Jingming will be back soon. Shi Bear was also shocked by this amazing record and said, When Su Jingming comes, we can just give him the element seal, don't fight him. The morale of the Leco United declined all of a sudden. The Lei family and the Lin family are the strongest among the 5 ancient families, but unexpectedly they still couldn't stop the ferocious Su Jingming. It seems that only the royal family and the Divine Court can solve this problem. He didn't want to hand over the elemental seal, but whether to hand it over or not was not up to him to decide now. Forget it. What's wrong with giving it to him? We won't lose out anyway. He helped us expel the ghosts before. This elemental seal can be considered a gift to him. Leco Lian finally figured it out, sighed, and said reluctantly, I am very pleased that Patriarch Kylie has such awareness. At the door, Su Jingming appeared and nodded in agreement to Leco Lian. When did you come? Leco Lian took a few steps back in fear. He's already here. Shi Bear said speechlessly. Forget it, just go to the temple and take the elemental seal yourself. No one will stop you. Leco Lian was too lazy to argue. He waved his hand and left with a disappointed look on his face. Su Jingming nodded and did not stop Leco Lian from leaving. Thank you? Zybeer gave Su Jingming a bitter smile. No matter how generous she was, she couldn't really laugh. You're welcome. I had no intention of killing anyone. I've always been polite, except for those short-sighted guys who attacked me first. Su Jingming also raised his hand, not caring at all, and hurried towards the Kylie temple. Sure enough, in the Kylie temple, Su Jingming obtained the wood element seal very easily. Ha! After 3 or 4 days of running around, I finally collected these 5 elemental seals. Saint Emperor Xian, this time, let's see how you can defend against me. At the moment when the 5 element seals met, the 5 copper pieces burst out with intense light, restraining and attracting each other, with a tendency to merge, but were stopped by Su Jingming. If these 5 elements were integrated, how would he be able to open the glass cover? Xingting, here I come. Su Jingming did not stop and went straight to the Deegan Temple. Tycoon, the Divine Court. On the 8th floor of the Divine Court. The Pope, the Archbishop, and 5 bishops gathered here. Pope, I have already found out that the Kylie family did not resist and directly gave the wood element seal to Su Jingming. Su Jingming will come to the Divine Court tonight at the latest. A cardinal received the news and said respectfully to the Pope. Chapter 20. The Divine Court gathers and waits. The 5 major families think they are noble, but without our help, they are so vulnerable that a Chinese person can easily defeat them. A hint of coldness flashed across the brows of the Archbishop sitting next to the Pope. Well, don't take things too easily. That Chinese man is no simple person. His strength is not weaker than mine. He is a very powerful person. The Pope is very old, but he is full of energy. He has a smiling face and looks amiable. Your Holiness, I told you 5 years ago that we should take down the 5 major families in advance, but you refused. Now if you want to seize the 5 elements seal, you have to go through another step. The Archbishop's words were not polite at all, and even sounded a bit complaining. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of several bishops changed, fearing that the Pope would be angry. 10 years ago, the Archbishop had an idea and proposed to eliminate the 5 major families and take back the elemental seal, but the Pope rejected the proposal on the grounds that he could not offend the Holy Emperor. The Archbishop at that time was furious and thought that the Pope was incompetent. He secretly went to the 5 major families, and the first one he went to was the strongest Lin family. However, the then chief of the Lin clan was talking to Haley. When Haley learned that the Archbishop wanted to deprive the Holy Emperor of his status as a saint and wanted to seize the elemental seal, he became angry and took the initiative to help the Lin family stop the Archbishop. When Haley was serving in the Divine Court, he had a lot of grudges with the Archbishop. Now that new and old grudges have been added to each other, a fight is inevitable between the two sides. The ending was obvious. The Archbishop was severely punished by Haley. Haley, who had entered the 3rd-level magician, was unstoppable and defeated the Archbishop with just one move. If the Pope had not learned about it and rushed to rescue the Archbishop in time, the Archbishop would have died long ago. Haha, you still remember that incident. It was when I was promoted that I couldn't spare the time to deal with the 5 major families. Besides, the 5 major families are not that easy to deal with. If we take the initiative to seize the elemental seal, they will only unite to fight against the Divine Court. The Pope smiled, but there was a cold light in his eyes. It is better to let the Chinese do it, so that we can save ourselves the trouble. That Chinese man has strength comparable to that of a 4th-level magician. It's not easy to deal with him. The Archbishop's expression eased a little, but he still spoke unconvincingly. This is also the reason why the 7 of them gathered here, because Su Jingming was too strong, so strong that only if they acted together could they suppress Su Jingming. What if I also enter level 4? The Pope's ruddy face showed confidence. He stretched out his dry palm and a ball of holy light condensed. The energy that was emitted was several times stronger than that of everyone present combined. Holy Pope! The 5 bishops were shocked and hurried to congratulate. The Archbishop was also stunned. He did not expect that the Pope would reach the 4th level before him. The Pope clenched his hands, shook his scepter slightly, and said with a surge of momentum, "Haha, as long as he dares to come, he will never return. If he doesn't dare to come, then I will go to find him personally. He wants to seize the holy relic of my Europe, but as a Chinese, he is not qualified." The Archbishop dared not say any more. If he and the Pope were both at the 3rd level, he would be qualified to make a few comments. "Oh, you're so confident?" A loud voice came from outside the 8th-floor hall. Su Jingming had arrived early. However, he did not act rashly and restrained his breath. Prepare to find out the Pope's strength first. However, this 4th-level Pope doesn't seem to be that strong. When did he come? This was not the first time the Archbishop had seen Su Jingming, but he was still surprised by his elusive ability. After all, he had set up many new defensive magics in the Divine Court, so he could easily sense if a mosquito came in. The 5 cardinals also treated them as enemies, staring at Su Jingming with eager eyes, casting magic spells on their fingertips. As long as the Pope gave the order, they would attack as quickly as possible. "You are quite good. If you are really this old and have such ability, I have to say that you are very good. Even 1,000 years ago, you would be qualified to fight with the top geniuses." The Pope's eyes flickered and he slowly stood up. "There's no need to say more compliments, I've heard enough. However, if you can hand over the treasures left by the Holy Emperor to me, I can consider accepting you as my disciple and passing on some of my teachings to you." Su Jingming sneered, too lazy to listen to the Pope's nagging. The next second, Su Jingming grasped his spear and leaped out. "Kill him!" The Pope roared and controlled the magic ball to kill. Boom! The moment the spear and the magic ball collided, a roar of anger broke out. The entire temple is shaking. Several figures flashed and appeared outside the temple. Otherwise, with their destructive power, they can destroy the divine palace. A hint of teasing appeared on the Pope's face. "You haven't reached level 4, but you have practiced some particularly powerful Chinese secret method to create the illusion of being comparable to level 4. Upon hearing this, the Archbishop and his companions were surprised. Your perception is quite sharp. Su Jingming chuckled and was not worried. With the top-level third level of the Golden Body Buddha Sutra, even a fifth-level magician may not be able to seriously injure him. Moreover, the Pope has just entered the fourth-level magician and has not yet fully mastered the abilities of a fourth-level magician. Wanting to injure him is undoubtedly like a dream. Form a holy elephant formation! The Pope laughed coldly. Holy elephant formation! The 6 bishops evolved the formation together. Rays of light burst out from their bodies, evolving into a circular formation in the air. Just hear the rumble. A giant golden foot stepped out from the formation, causing the formation to roar infinitely. Bang! Another foot stepped out. A nose as broad as a dragon was also revealed. Woo! A roar like a tiger's roar spread. A divine elephant stepped out from the formation, covered in golden armor, its huge teeth sharp as blades. Waves of violent energy burst out from the divine elephant, setting off a wave of energy. At the same time, the bodies of the 6 archbishops glowed with golden light, and they entered a golden body state. Golden Body ignores any attack spells. But he was unable to move or speak, and could only contribute his strength to the elephant. Holy Elephant! The Pope appeared on the back of the elephant, and poured all his strength into the elephant, causing the elephant's body to swell again and become as majestic as a mountain. Suppress! Following the Pope's order, the elephant rolled up its trunk and gathered energy inside it. A wild wave shot out, flying like a ferocious dragon, and rushed towards Su Jingming. This attack actually had the power of a 5th-level magician. This formation is definitely not something that can be researched in this era. It can be seen that Shimting has the qualifications to be so arrogant. At least in this world today, there is no one who can compete with the Divine Court. Chapter 21, Fighting, a Series of Changes. The Dark Spear Soul. Su Jingming is not afraid of danger, but now he needs to show his real skills. A king snake with huge horns on its head jumped out from the spear, twisted its body around the spear. Black smoke came out of its mouth, its tongue flicked, and a cold light shot out of its eyes. Destroy! Su Jingming's eyes flashed with excitement, and he threw the spear out directly. The king snake wrapped around the spear and madly absorbed the energy in the spear. Dramatic changes began to occur all over its body. The rough horns instantly became sharp, and the pure black skin on its body instantly transformed into white scales. Its limbs also began to evolve. With a dragon roar, the king snake evolved into a white dragon. Puff! Phew! The divine elephant's attack was directly pierced by the white dragon's spear. Guard him! The Pope was horrified, and the elephant followed his emotions and rioted. Hold head high! The divine elephant roared, and a golden shield protected the Pope. Break! The power of the spear did not diminish at all, and even showed a tendency to rise. With its unparalleled impact force, it broke through the defense of the divine elephant. Under the horrified expression of the Pope, the spear directly penetrated the body of the divine elephant. Under the stirring of terrifying energy, the divine elephant exploded. The Pope was restrained and fell directly from a high altitude. The 5 bishops' faces turned red and blood spurted out. He was severely injured and no longer had the strength to fight. As for the archbishop, he had a face full of anger, and his eyes were filled with endless murderous intent as he looked at the Pope. If it weren't for this Pope Shaobi, how could they have fallen into such a dangerous situation? Withdraw! The archbishop gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and tried his best to use the remaining magic. His whole body was burning and he ran away as a wisp of smoke. Whether the Pope has a trump card or not, he has none. It doesn't matter whether the Pope dies or not, as long as he doesn't die. Death would be the best. After Su Jingming dies, he will become the new Pope. Die! Su Jingming turned his eyes coldly and concentrated his force to punch out. The archbishop wailed and soon disappeared. As for whether he is dead or not, no one knows. But being seriously injured is inevitable. Archbishop! The 5 cardinals shouted angrily. This guy ran away without catching them. Stop shouting. I'll send you to find him. The spear returned to Su Jingming's hand, the spear body turned, and the spear light flew out. Phew! The 5 bishops had no means of resistance. His neck was wiped directly, piercing the clouds. Su Jingming held his spear, his wings flashed like lightning, and he rushed towards the Pope. "You'll regret it if you kill me!" The Pope's body fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, staining his beard red. He never imagined that the divine elephant formation that had been passed down for thousands of years could be as thin as a piece of thin paper and was pierced by just a single shot. Even he was hit back by the destruction of the divine elephant. I can't believe why this Chinese person is so powerful. This kind of power should not appear in this world. Die! Su Jingming didn't bother to pay attention to the verbal interference, and just wanted to shoot the old guy to death. He didn't want to kill people, but the situation forced him to do so. "Holy Emperor, please protect your saints!" The Pope did not try to defend himself. In fact, his defense was useless. Any defense would be pierced by a shot. He simply knelt on the ground and looked towards the 9th floor of the Divine Court. Kowtow! "Holy Emperor, please protect your saints! Holy Emperor, please protect your saints! Holy Emperor, please protect your saints!" As if he was chanting some spell, the Pope's expression became more respectful. Whoosh! From the 9th floor of the Divine Court, a ray of sacred and unfathomable energy flew out, surrounding the Pope. A burst of holy light rose up, and mysterious factors surged, which actually completely healed the seriously injured Pope. What? Su Jingming was shocked because he was controlled. All the energy in his body was sealed off, and his whole body was filled with mysterious and powerful power, making him unable to resist at all. Imprisoned. This is the power of the Holy Emperor. You bastard, you can't even break free! Su Jingming closed his eyes, his mental strength surged, trying to break through the constraints of the Holy Emperor's power. No matter how strong he is, he cannot compete with the Holy Emperor. I told you, you can't! The Pope took a deep breath, feeling the power returning to its peak. A smile appeared on his face. The scepter turned into a sword, controlling the strongest power in his life, and stabbed towards Su Jingming's heart. What Saint Emperor? Don't even think about trapping me! A strong sense of death came over him. Su Jingming's eyes turned bloodshot, a golden light flowed all over his body, and a Buddha as big as a mountain condensed behind him, equally sacred and noble. The Buddha had a kind smile on his face, and pressed down heavily with his big palm, knocking the attacking Pope away. Then he lightly tapped his fingers, and the Buddha's light dispelled the power of the Holy Emperor, and the Buddha gradually disappeared. Fine. Su Jingming secretly felt lucky. Without stopping, he charged towards the Pope with his gun. The Pope was severely injured by the Buddha again and was in life and death crisis again. However, the Pope still did not try to resist, because resistance was useless. What are you still looking at? Stop him now! The Pope roared into the distance, his voice filled with extreme anger. Boom! The sound of gunfire is shocking. 3 missiles flew over and locked onto Su Jingming. Sunset? Su Jingming had no choice but to give up on killing the Pope and turn around to defend against 3 missiles. The Pope was overjoyed and took this opportunity to escape quickly. Otherwise, before the missile killed Su Jingming, he would have already fallen into the arms of the Holy Emperor. Don't even think about running away! Su Jingming shouted coldly and threw the spear directly. Phew! The spear pierced the Pope's heart. Even if you die, you must take me with you. The terrifying energy was churning in his body, and the Pope's body was about to break apart. He used all his strength to turn his head to look at Su Jingming, who was about to be hit by the missile. He fell to the ground while muttering to himself, but he still had his last breath, and a spirit made him persevere. Even if he died, he would watch Su Jingming die with him. Golden body protection! Su Jingming was too lazy to pay attention, and his hands were filled with Buddha's light. The moment the 3 incoming missiles hit Su Jingming, a raging fire started, burning everything. No life can survive 3 missiles. Dead, haha. The Pope smiled and spat out blood. But his smile soon stopped. Because he saw Su Jingming standing proudly high in the sky. Not only was he not killed by the missiles, but even the corners of his clothes were not burned, as if the 3 missiles had not exploded at all. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Su Jingming's words echoed in the Pope's ears. "How could you?" The Pope's face was distorted, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His vitality was rapidly drained away, and before he could say the next word, he died completely, with no more signs of life. "How dare you sneak attack me?" Su Jingming didn't even look at the dead Pope. With a flash of lightning wings behind him, he appeared several kilometers away. Sure enough, there were 3 planes soaring in the sky, with the words, "Sunset Country," marked on them. The people on the 3 planes were equally shocked. How could 3 missiles not kill someone? This is too outrageous. As if he remembered some legend, he hurriedly turned the plane around and retreated. "You want to leave after being beaten? Dream on!" Su Jingming charged forward with a gun, but as light gathered, the king's snake roared angrily, and he pierced the plane with 1 shot. As for the other 2 planes, there was no time to kill them. "Sunset, I will remember you." Su Jingming did not pursue, but quickly returned to the Divine Palace. Chapter 22 Refining the Saint Emperor's Heart. Divine Court. Su Jingming stepped into the 9th floor. He will always settle the affairs of the Sunset Kingdom. But not now. Bang! With 1 punch, he broke through the magical protection set up by the Pope during his lifetime. Su Jingming was filled with emotion. After going through a lot of hardships, I finally saw the Holy Emperor's heart again. 18 elements were floating in the glass circular cover. In the center, a red stone like a meteorite was suspended and rotating. This was the heart of the Holy Emperor. Back then, the Holy Emperor condensed all of his elemental power and integrated it all into this stone. The purpose is to create a new Holy Emperor rather than divide the power. Unfortunately, people in later generations were incompetent and wasted this supreme heart. With excitement, Su Jingming pressed the 5-element copper piece clearly on the groove of the glass. The elemental power was released at once, and it impacted the groove madly. There was a bang, and the glass cover shattered. The 5 elemental seals seemed to carry wisdom and penetrated into the Holy Emperor's heart. With a burst of light, it directly merged with the Holy Emperor's heart. "Come!" Su Jingming stretched out his hand to grab the Holy Emperor's heart. Bang! But the Holy Emperor's heart seemed to have consciousness. He actually blocked Su Jingming's hand. "Is this because I am excluded? Is it because I am not a saint of the Holy Emperor?" Su Jingming frowned, his mind turned, and the Buddha behind him reappeared. The Buddha's broad palms slowly reached out and firmly grasped the Holy Emperor's heart. The Holy Emperor's heart was shaking violently and he wanted to resist, but was held tightly by the Buddha. "Got it!" Su Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not blocked by Saint Emperor Xian again. Looking around, the thunder wings flashed and the figure disappeared. Only a few seconds passed after Su Jingming left. A white-skinned man with lightning burning all over his body and a halo under his feet appeared. Looking at the empty glass cover, the Holy Emperor's heart was gone, and his eyes gradually became cold. "We're a step too late." Lei Lacey sighed and chased after him closely. "I flew all the way from the United States, but was still overtaken. These annoying guys." Just as Relis was about to leave, he found that countless missiles were locked on him. If he moves, he will be blown to ashes by the missile. "You are so bold! You disrespected the Holy Emperor, destroyed the Divine Court, murdered the Bishop of the Divine Court, and stole the treasures of the Divine Court. You even dared to destroy the fighter planes of my Sunset Nation!" A fighter plane landed in the sky above the Divine Court. A high-ranking official of the Sunset Nation spoke in a loud voice, ignoring everything, staring at Relay and spoke coldly. "Asshole, you've made a mistake. The person who took the treasure has already run away." Relay was already furious, and when he heard this, he became even more furious. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, so many missiles were locking onto him. He is just a 3rd-level gene editor, at best a mid-level war commander. It can't withstand the continuous bombardment of missiles. "Humph, you thief, you still want to quibble, catch him!" The Sunset Country's top brass sneered and looked around. All the people in the Divine Court ran away, leaving only Relay. He didn't kill the person and he didn't steal the treasure, so who else could it be? Before Relay could explain, a group of fully armed soldiers rushed over and trapped him. He was fitted with special handcuffs, put in the car, and left quickly. "Asshole, I want to see your queen, call your queen over!" Relis roared. He didn't want to be dragged to the laboratory by the Sunset Country for research. He had just left the US laboratory and didn't want to enter the Sunset Country laboratory again. "What are you shouting about? You're a joke. Who are you to dare to see our queen?" A soldier sneered and pointed a gun directly at Relis' head. Sweat was dripping from Relay's forehead, and he had no place to vent his anger. "You will regret this." Relay stared at the soldier. Finally compromised. "Okay, you guys are awesome." Several special guns were pointed at his head, and one shot could kill him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. "A helicopter is coming." Lilais suddenly raised his head, hope burning in his eyes. In the distance, there is a valley 100 miles away from the Divine Palace. A figure is flying at high speed. Su Jingming spat out a mouthful of blood and Lei Yi disappeared. The body plummeted. Boom! Falling on the rocks. Bang! Stones flying. Puff! Su Jingming vomited blood again. The golden film covering the body began to split. The high intensity of summoning Buddha almost drained Su Jingming's body. Furthermore, Su Jingming underestimated the power of the 3 missiles. "This is really interesting. I didn't expect that people from the United States would also be here. The guy stepping on lightning just now should be the gene editor developed by the United States." Although Su Jingming had left the Divine Court, he still noticed the appearance of Lei Lacey. In the previous life, the United States gradually declined, but it was still the #1 country after China. As one of the world's most awakened powers, the United States not only has the protection of the strongest awakeners, but also has various new research. This strange gene editor is one of the most powerful research. Gene editing, by modifying, adding, and removing human genes, can achieve various incredible effects such as strengthening the body and achieving immortality. It is worth mentioning that the United States began to vigorously develop this gene editing method before the world woke up, and it has gone further than any other country's research. This Rails, as expected, is the latest gene editor developed by the United States. When I really came into contact with all of this, I realized that there are mysteries behind everything. Su Jingming smiled bitterly, but now it was too late to sigh. He found a secret place and sat down to absorb and refine the Holy Emperor's heart. Only by absorbing and refining the Holy Emperor's heart can one safely leave Europe. Otherwise, even if the people of the Divine Court don't hunt him down, the people of the Sunset Country won't let him go easily. Saint Emperor Heart, refine! Su Jingming adjusted his condition to his peak, activating the huge source of energy within the Holy Emperor's heart. However, Su Jingming encountered the same problem as all previous popes. The energy of the Holy Emperor's heart could not be refined at all, and only a portion of the 18 elements could be extracted. Can't refine it? Then extract it by force! Su Jingming activated the strange energy in his body and tried his best to activate the golden body of Buddha. Every inch of his skin was shining with golden light and emitting a strong Buddha light. As the Buddha's light surged, a huge and majestic Buddha slowly emerged. This Buddha is more majestic than the previous one, like a supreme god, majestic and solemn. Refine again! Su Jingming shouted coldly, his palm wrapped in purple energy, and he grabbed the Holy Emperor's heart. The Buddha behind him also stretched out a hand, activating the energy in the Holy Emperor's heart. When the Holy Emperor's heart touched the trace of strange energy from the previous life in Su Jingming's body, it finally reacted and began to slowly relax. Under the guidance of the Buddha, the elemental power rolled violently. A violent riot began inside the Saint Emperor's heart. The 18 elements fluctuated wildly. In the way of an elemental dragon, it continuously drilled into Su Jingming's body. 18 elemental dragons soared in the sky, dyeing the entire world colorful. This is the power of the Holy Emperor! Feeling the great power of the Holy Emperor's heart in his body, Su Jingming was extremely excited. No one knows how powerful the Holy Emperor was back then. But when Su Jingming began to absorb the energy of the Holy Emperor's heart, he realized the greatness of the Holy Emperor's energy. Refine again! Su Jingming said in a low voice. Chapter 23 Rapid Rise. Various elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, ice, etc. were jumping, and these elements began to rumble into Su Jingming's body, and his body suddenly swelled up. It seemed as if it was about to be torn apart by the terrifying elemental power. However, the power of the Holy Emperor's heart is too great. It was so huge that Su Jingming could not absorb any more after absorbing only 1/10 of it. Under the urging of the Holy Emperor's heart, the various skills that Su Jingming practiced were promoted one after another. The realm is skyrocketing like a rocket. Boom! Su Jingming's skin turned into pure gold, his marrow and bones were cleansed, and his liver, organs, blood and flesh were all evolving. Even a single hair had an indestructible hardness. With clenched fists, there was a crackling sound. Golden Body Buddha Ju upgrade. The 4th floor. 5th floor. 6th floor. The 6th level of Golden Body Buddha technique will increase the defense to a new level. Ordinary missiles can hardly hurt Su Jingming. Even if he stands still and is hit by hundreds of missiles, as long as he does not have nuclear weapons and hydrogen, he is basically invincible. Call! The wind is howling. Su Jingming's spiritual consciousness was disturbed. 18 elements cleansed the spirit. 10 magnificent golden gates appeared. Fei Yen Jing upgrade. Open the 3rd door. Open the 4th door. Open the 5th door. Open the 6th door. Spiritual power has also skyrocketed. Su Jingming's mind moved, and an illusory Su Jingming condensed beside him. This figure was almost exactly the same as Su Jingming, with no difference in expression and temperament at all. This is an incarnation formed by the interweaving of mental power. This clone barely has 60% of the combat power of the original body. The 18 elements did not stop and continued to cleanse various parts of Su Jingming's body. No! My body cannot bear the power of the Holy Emperor's heart for the time being. Su Jingming roared, his strength was about to overflow. If he absorbs more, his body will explode. Then seal the Holy Emperor heart in my body! Merge it with my heart! After Su Jingming absorbed the elemental energy of the Saint Emperor's heart, he no longer needed to expend too much mental energy to control the Saint Emperor's heart. With a slight adjustment, the Saint Emperor's heart slowed down a bit. Seal! As Su Jingming roared, the Holy Emperor's heart hung in the air, floating above Su Jingming's head like a bright star, spinning rapidly. The 18 elements transformed into elemental dragons, surrounding the Holy Emperor's heart with brilliant light. These 18 elements turned into shackles, trapping the Saint Emperor's heart. There are 18 seals in total. Melt! Su Jingming grabbed the Holy Emperor's heart and forced it into his own heart. The two hearts merged, and severe pains surged up. Even though Su Jingming's physique had long been as strong as a rock, he was still tortured by the mental pain and rolled on the ground. Soon he could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. It's him! Whoosh! A plane flew by and stopped. A woman walked down from the plane and came to Su Jingming. I don't know how long it took. Days and nights passed. Hiss, where is this? With his eyes slightly opened, Su Jingming gritted his teeth and growled. A sharp pain in his head almost made him faint again. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, his vigilance increased instantly. Where is this place? I fainted and lost consciousness. Su Jingming took a deep breath and managed to stand up. Faintly, one could hear the low mooing of cows and horses. Su Jingming walked out of the house slowly, and what came into view was endless fields with cattle and horses. It turned out that this place was a farm. Who sent me here? Su Jingming thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. What time is it now? Su Jingming's mental power swept across the entire farm, but apart from finding a scrap car, he did not find anything else except cattle and sheep. Tried to find something to determine the time, but there was nothing except the sun. Forget it, since there is no danger, let's recover first. Su Jingming no longer cared about it and sat down to recuperate. The 6th level of the Golden Body Buddha Ju, the 6th gate of the Fei Yen Sutra. Today, Su Jingming has become a god of war. Warrior, general, war commander, war king, war emperor, god of war, beyond the god of war. A heart of a holy emperor allowed him to soar 3 levels. After spending a whole morning, Su Jingming finally recovered himself to his peak condition. So powerful. I can kill people hundreds of miles away with just a thought, kill a strong man of the same level with one punch, and create a huge wave with one breath. The more Su Jingming thought about it, the more amazing it seemed to him. The blood in his body was boiling along with his spirit. In his previous life, Su Jingming had only ever reached the rank of war marshal. Now that he has been reborn, he has finally experienced what it feels like to be a top-level strong man. This kind of power, that feeling, is simply intoxicating. With such a level, who is he afraid of? It's her! The first thing that brought Su Jingming back to his senses was the perception of a woman. Sibyl. Outside the farm, an off-road vehicle is driving. Sibyl drove alone and came with food. It's been a week, and I don't know if Su Jingming has woken up. If he doesn't wake up, I can't protect him. The Sunset Country troops are almost here. There was deep worry in Sibyl's beautiful eyes, and also a hint of another emotion. She didn't know whether saving Su Jingming was a good thing or a bad thing. Woke up. A light voice came into Shibear's ears. Who? Shibear's expression changed drastically. She stepped on the brake and pulled out a pistol. Fire a shot at the back seat. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The car stopped steadily. Shibear's heart was pounding and she quickly looked back. No, why are we so fierce? Su Jingming held the bullet between 2 fingers and asked curiously. Su, how did you? Shibear's face was full of disbelief. She hesitated to speak, and finally murmured. When did you wake up? I don't know when I woke up, it should have been the whole morning. Su Jingming smiled bitterly helplessly. How did you get to my car? Sibyl wanted to ask, but then she changed her mind and thought that it was not strange for someone who could kill the Pope and blow up a plane to teleport out of thin air. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been arrested. Su Jingming smiled and thanked Shibear sincerely. Although you can escape if caught, you will inevitably lose face. Hey, I took a lot of effort to save your life. You'd better run away quickly. The people of Sunset Country will be able to search this village in 3 days at the latest. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to get away. Shibear sighed and shook his head. He could imagine that Su Jingming would have to make a living by running away for the rest of his life. If you offend the Divine Court and the Sunset Kingdom, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Don't worry, I'm a completely different person now. Su Jingming chuckled, spread his hands, picked up the food in the car and started eating. At his level, eating food or not has no effect. But after not eating it for several days, I still feel like something is missing. If you don't eat a few bites, you won't feel good. Woo woo woo! In the distance, 3 fighter planes flew by. A beam of light passed by and finally stopped on the car. Oh no! It's a fighter plane that's here to check on you! Shibear screamed in shock as her blood rushed back. Chapter 24: A Dispute. 3 fighter jets are patrolling at the same time, which shows how much importance the Sunset Country attaches to Su Jingming. After all, this is the first time everyone has met someone who can blow up an airplane with one punch. Fine. Su Jingming nodded and smiled at Shibear without any panic. It's already this late, and you still have the nerve to laugh. You're almost killing me, Sibyl complained, but she couldn't hide the worry on her face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Sibyl was thinking about countermeasures, whether to notify her father for support, 3 fighter jets decisively launched 3 missiles at the attack. The extreme smell of death surged up and went straight into Sibyl's heart. The Sunset Country is ruthless and will never let anyone go, even if they kill someone by mistake. I'm dying so young. The missile was getting closer and closer, falling like a meteorite. Sibyl's face was full of bitterness, and she had accepted the reality of death. Gene block! Su Jingming hummed softly, and golden elements rolled around his body, turning into a golden protective layer in the sky. The 3 missiles flew over and landed heavily on the protective layer, exploding. Violent roar! The protective layer was not damaged at all. Oh! Shibear opened her mouth wide, turned her head and looked at Su Jingming in disbelief. What did she see? Did you see the Holy Emperor blessing her? Burst! Su Jingming changed his mind. The mental force penetrated into the fighter plane, and he snapped his fingers. Bang! Boom! As Siebel's pupils contracted, the 3 fighter planes exploded at the same time, and smoke billowed into the sky. This is too amazing! The worry on Shibea's face disappeared, and admiration appeared in her eyes when she looked at Su Jingming. If it weren't for their relationship, she would have rushed up and bit Su Jingming. So, you don't need to worry about my safety at all. What you should worry about is the safety of your sunset country. After all, whoever I want to kill will not survive the next day. Su Jingming was also secretly surprised that he could control the fighter plane to self-destruct just by unleashing his mental power. So cool. Blow up the fighter jet from a distance. It's exciting just thinking about it. Okay. Shibaya smiled sweetly, and seeing this, she couldn't say anything. It's time for you to go back. I'll send you back to Kylie Castle. It's time for me to go home too. Su Jingming thought about it. After all, Shibaya was a weak woman, so he should send her back quickly. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, he would regret it very much. Okay. Siebel nodded. Su Jingming grabbed Shibaya's hand, and the thunder wings behind him attached to Shibaya. In just a moment, the two appeared 100 miles away and disappeared without a trace. So fast! Touching the clouds, Siebel closed her eyes and smiled like a blooming jasmine. It's my first time flying in the sky. You've never been on an airplane. Can it be the same? The clouds broke through, the light shone brightly, and 2 rainbows passed over one country after another. In a few minutes, Zybeer found herself on the rooftop of Kylie Castle. Is it over? I haven't had enough fun yet. Shibaya looked regretful. She thought it would last a long time. Unexpectedly, it ended in just a few minutes, which was really disappointing. I've sent you there. I have to go back now. There must be a lot of things waiting for me to deal with at home. Su Jingming spoke in a gentle tone. More than 10 days had passed, and he had to go back. Yeah, go back, be careful on the road. Siebel smiled brightly. Good. Su Jingming nodded, his thunder wings flashed, and he was ready to retreat. Shibaya took a step forward, hesitant to speak, and said, When will you come again? I can't tell. Su Jingming thought about it, and realized that once the global awakening began, he might not have time to wander around anymore. Seeing that Shibaya was a little disappointed, Su Jingming's eyes changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jingming picked up a stone, made it into the shape of a ring, squeezed the 18 elemental forces into the stone ring, and handed it to the curious Siebel. The stone ring contains the 18 elemental energies I left behind. It will protect you when you are in danger, Su Jingming explained. Shibaya asked seriously, What if these 18 times of energy are used up? Su Jingming's eyes flickered. Then you just need to shout my name into the ring, and I will come to you as quickly as possible. Good. Siebel took the ring and put it on the middle finger of her right hand. See you again. Su Jingming was stunned and took a deep look at Shibaya's middle finger. Lei moved and completely disappeared from Shibaya's sight. Looking at the departing figure, Shibaya smiled bitterly. He's gone, and he may never come back in this lifetime. Why are you still standing here? Lekko Lien climbed onto the rooftop and said in a cold voice. Dad, how did you know? Shibaya was shocked and exclaimed. Haha, you hid him in the manor for several days, did you think no one knew? When Lekko Lien talked about this, he couldn't help but feel angry. After all, harboring a wanted criminal is a serious crime. If the Sunset Country's top leaders find out, the Kylie family will be in danger of a bloodbath. Dad, I'm sorry. I just don't want him to die. He's such an outstanding person, I can't watch him die in front of me. He has obtained the treasures in the God's court and should have a better future. Besides, shouldn't we help him? He also helped us. Siebel's words made Lekko Lien pause and speechless, but he was more filled with sighs. He never thought that Su Jingming actually took the treasure from the divine palace. The Pope was killed. He was the Pope, but he was killed by a Chinese. I heard that even 5 bishops died. Today, the divine court is in chaos, and the forces are reshuffled. Even a young priest has the chance to become a bishop. The divine court is in chaos right now. We need to take this opportunity to win over more people. Sunset Country. Blackingham Palace. The little queen sat steadily on the throne, supporting her head with her hand, her long silver hair falling like a waterfall, her blue eyes moving, showing her nobility and mystery. Across from her was Floki, one of the highest-ranking men in the Sunset Kingdom. Humph, what do you mean? You already know the location of that Chinese guy, so why don't you let me send someone to capture him? Floki's face turned red and he kicked a precious vase beside him and broke it. It's nothing, I just don't want the soldiers of my Sunset Country to die in vain. The little queen leaned her head on her hand and looked at Floki speechlessly. It's ridiculous. It was just a mistake last time. This time we sent the most advanced S-fighter. Even the legendary 5th-level magician couldn't withstand a single shot from the fighter. How could he, a Chinese, really want to turn the tables? When Floki heard this, he was so angry that he almost exploded. He finally found Su Jingning's location and was about to send an S-fighter to capture him, but he was stopped by the little queen. You simply don't know the difference between life and death. Su Jingning obtained the Holy Emperor's heart left by the Holy Emperor of the Divine Court. Several days have passed. He may have absorbed and refined the Holy Emperor's heart a long time ago. Moreover, he dared to appear in our sight in public. He must be very sure that he can leave smoothly. I advise you to be smarter. The little queen sat up straight and stared at Floki coldly. Don't say such nonsense. No matter how powerful he is still a human being. As long as he is a human being, he will definitely not be able to withstand the bombardment of artillery fire. If one shot can't kill him, then I will shoot him 3 or 10 times until he is dead. Floki pointed at the little queen and roared. Besides, you are just a queen, and nothing else. You have no right to interfere with my decision-making. Just sit there quietly. It is not your turn as a little girl to make decisions about national affairs. Chapter 25 Causing a Shock. After hearing this, the little queen was also stunned. She sighed and said, That's me meddling in other people's business. So do as you please. Snort! Floki sneered and turned away. Why? The little queen shook her head and stopped thinking about it. It's a thankless job, and I still get scolded. However, she was really curious about how Su Jingning absorbed the power of the Holy Emperor's heart. She had been to the Divine Palace once and tried to absorb the power of the Holy Emperor's heart, but ultimately failed. It looks like there will be another disastrous one. The little queen leaned against the throne, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. At this moment, countless Sunset citizens raised their heads. New fighter planes appeared in the sky and flew away. What's going on? Is the country going to war? Where is it flying to? That direction should be the country of Lai. Countless people were talking about it, but soon an official statement was issued saying that it was just a show. Once this statement came out, no one paid any more attention. In the direction of the Lai country, Su Jingming slowed down. This Sunset Country is so stingy. I just shot down 3 of their fighter jets, but they still kept chasing us. Su Jingming was speechless at this attitude. Sure enough, Su Jingming stopped for less than a minute. 10 new fighter planes appeared out of nowhere. Immediately locked onto Su Jingming, an extremely dangerous person. Kill! Without any hesitation, 10 fighter jets launched missiles at the same time. A strong smell of explosion filled the entire sky. The clouds were driven away, and a black smoke appeared instantly. Freeze! Su Jingming felt a sense of oppression from these missiles. It was obvious that these missiles were specially made to restrain magicians. If he had been faced with these special missiles in the past, he would have been seriously injured. But now it is different. These junk are ineffective. The air was filled with chill, and the incoming missiles were covered in cold air. It was frozen in an instant and lost its impact force. It fell straight down and directly blew up a small town. As to which country the town is from, it is unclear. It seems that some command has been received. 10 fighter planes quickly turned around and tried to escape. Do you think I'm just eating for free? Su Jingming held a spear with golden light condensing on the tip of the spear. A silver dragon evolved from a king cobra coiled and rose up. When it had accumulated enough energy, it flew out and violently slammed into the fighter plane. With a swing of the tail, several fighter planes were shot down, a huge explosion occurred, and they fell down. Under the powerful sweep of the silver dragon, all 10 fighter planes were destroyed. "It's done, retreat!" Su Jingming clapped his hands and his figure gradually disappeared. China. The entire Chinese top leadership was shocked. I heard news from Europe that some Chinese people broke into the Western Temple. Not only did he kill the Pope and the 5 archbishops, but he also took away the most important treasure of the divine court. Moreover, the new King Tycoon also asked China to return the treasure. Immediately, several leaders of China gathered together. "Humph, a little Tycoon is ordering us around." "That's not the point. The point is, who is the person who broke into the divine court? We found out that the man is called Su Jingming, from Linjiang City, Zhejiang Province." I just contacted the Genome and Ability Group, but couldn't find anyone named Su Jingming. He should not be in the list. I didn't expect that there is such a talent in China. What's the response from Tycoon? No matter how he responds, I won't respond. He's the only one who still pretends to be so. Several leaders expressed their opinions and prepared to conduct a thorough investigation. The embassy in Sunset has sent a new report. Led by the senior Floki, they have launched a joint attack on Su Jingming and dispatched 10 new fighters to intercept Su Jingming's return home. What? 10 new fighter planes? Damn, that's cruel. We're probably screwed now. No matter how strong Su Jingming is, he can't withstand the bombing of 10 fighter planes. Even Xiaoying, the strongest member of our special power team, will die in the face of 10 fighter planes. Do we need to send troops to support us? After all, Su Jingming is a Chinese, and he is so strong. If we can recruit him, it will be a great weapon. Go! Send 30. The latest report is that all 10 fighter planes were destroyed and Su Jingming returned home safely. Su family villa. What to do? Su Changhe was holding a document, looking anxious as he paced back and forth in the living room, lighting one cigarette after another until the cigarette box in his hand was empty. Then he sat on the sofa, staring blankly with an expressionless face. Dad, what's wrong? Su Jingming walked in from the door and asked curiously. What's wrong? It's urgent, and you're still asking. Su Changhe looked impatient, but he quickly reacted, wiped away his worry, and said excitedly, I'm back. What happened? Why are you so anxious? Su Jingming glanced at his father's body. Apart from being a little tired, his father seemed to be in good health. He breathed a sigh of relief. Chi-chi-chi-chi, scum. After listening to his father's explanation, Su Jingming finally understood what had happened. The matter was very simple. After Su Jingming offended the Norton family again in Europe, the Norton family, together with the Esley and other major families, launched a fierce crackdown on the Su group. After some twists and turns, the Su group once again fell into a major crisis, and its stock price plummeted. If it weren't for Lu Feng's help, the Su group would have declared bankruptcy long ago. It's still Norton's rubbish. I guess the order from Sunset Country hasn't been delivered yet. Otherwise, how dare Norton's rubbish continue to suppress the group? Su Jingming said a few simple words and immediately contacted Shibei. What's wrong? You missed me right after returning home? From the other end of the line, there was Shibei's laughter. Haha, I want to ask you for help with something. Please tell the Norton family to be more sensible. Otherwise, I will step into the Norton family again and kill them all. Su Jingming chatted briefly with Shibei and then hung up the phone. The effect was quick, and someone contacted Su Changhe immediately. This time, Norton Technology Group stopped the suppression, once again showed goodwill to the Su Group, and even offered to cooperate on a major project. This Norton Technology is a piece of shit. Last time, they almost bankrupted me, and then they showed goodwill. This time, they forced me to go bankrupt again, and then they showed goodwill again. Don't let me catch them. Su Changhe was obviously also angered and immediately contacted the group's top management for a meeting. The next day, several senior executives of Norton Technology Group died mysteriously. The Norton family of Europe sent people to investigate, but they left in disgrace. There are rumors that the demise of Norton Technology Group has a lot to do with the Su family. Su Jingming was too lazy to care about so much and absorb and refine the ancient artifacts sent by Lu Feng. I have a feeling that a starry sky meteorite will fall tonight. Starry sky meteorites, magical substances from the starry sky. The most important thing is that there is a chance that rare treasures will appear in the starry sky meteorites. The most important thing is that the meteorite landed in Jinghai City. Chapter 26: The Fall of Meteorites. China. Ancient Martial Arts Group. Genome. Non-governmental organizations. They all set off. An astrologer observed the stars at night and predicted that a large meteorite would fall in the suburbs of Jinghai City. This meteorite will contain a rare element, which is beneficial for cultivation and refining. The Ancient Martial Arts Group consists of people who practice the methods passed down from ancient times. A genome is a gene-edited person. China's gene-editing technology is slightly different from that of the United States. Unlike the United States, which uses animal genes to enter human genes, China's gene editing is unique. As for civil organizations, there are various ancient martial arts sects, as well as wizards and sorcerers. Although they cannot snatch the elemental treasures from the big meteorites, they can use some meteorite fragments to practice, which is worth the trip. 3 o'clock in the morning. Su Jingming arrived at the expected landing site of the meteorite. Oh my God, there are so many people! I thought I came early enough. I didn't expect that hundreds of people had been waiting here for such a long time. Moreover, these hundreds of people have all kinds of decorations and costumes. All of them are very impressive. However, these guys from state departments and non-governmental organizations were too weak. The highest level seemed to be a mid-level war commander and a gene editor who was just level 3. They didn't sense Su Jingming's arrival at all, and they still stood there stupidly, looking at the strangeness in the sky. In the Ancient Martial Arts Group, the leader is called Jin Fengying. He is only 30 years old, but he exudes a mighty aura, and his strength as a mid-level war commander stands out from the crowd. Not surprisingly, Jin Fengying is now the strongest person in the entire China. It can be seen how scarce the resources for spiritual practice are in this era. Brother Ying! Among a group of gene editors, a charming woman walked towards them quickly, twisting her body. She is Liang Yi, the best geneticist in the entire gene editing team. Level as high as level 3. The two of them are the face of the National Security Department. Brother Ying, your Ancient Martial Arts Group should stop competing with our Genome Group. In this era of scarce resources, your Ancient Martial Arts Group's cultivation resources are really limited. It would be better to give the meteorite resources to our great Genome Group, which has a long way to go. When our Genome Group grows up and has peak powerhouses, we will definitely give back to your Ancient Martial Arts Group. Liang Yi's red lips look delicate, but when she speaks, she is not polite at all. Haha, Xiaoyi, don't think too much. Your genome is still a long way from truly surpassing the ancient warriors. It will take at least 20 years. This meteorite is of great use to our ancient warriors, and it won't give you much. Just give up on this idea. TSK. You are just bragging. Wait until we get the meteorite and see how the country distributes it. Ancient martial arts are outdated, they are all old stuff from hundreds of years ago. Now is the era of gene editing. When the time comes, I will give you some advanced blood, which will be more useful than your 10 years of practice. Liang Yi said with disdain on her face. Upon hearing this, Jin Fengying clenched his fists in anger. But he also knows that the current environment is getting worse and worse. It is basically impossible to find any resources for cultivation. He didn't ask to obtain all the treasures contained in the meteorite, he just wanted to get a part of it. At least it allows him to continue his practice, and that's enough. As for what the country thinks, it is a national matter. If one day the country really decides to abandon the ancient martial arts training group, he will willingly withdraw. After all, being abandoned by the times is much better than giving up voluntarily. Hey, don't be so depressed. I'll share some with you when the time comes. Have you heard that a very powerful person has appeared in our country? He can destroy the fighter jets of the Sunset Country with just one punch. Did you know that? Liang Yi smiled, suddenly remembered something, and said with envy. What did you say? A fighter plane can be destroyed with one punch? Who can destroy a fighter plane? Xiaoyi, you have a genetic mutation, right? Is it the genetic mutation that caused the program in your little brain to go wrong? Upon hearing this, Jin Fengying stared at Liang Yi, looking at her as if she were a fool. Can someone still be considered a modern person if he can smash a fighter plane into pieces with one punch? Look, you just don't believe me. You, a conservative guy, have become a fool after practicing so much. If you don't believe me, go ask other people. Although this matter has been suppressed by the higher-ups, it has spread throughout the genome and the ancient martial arts group. How could you, as the leader of the ancient martial arts group, not know about it? Oh, I'm really impressed. You really let down the people of the ancient martial arts group. Liang Yi fanned herself with a look of disgust and spoke quickly. Upon hearing this, Jin Fengying trembled all over. There are actually such people in their ancient martial arts circle. This is too outrageous. He had never heard of it once. In order to find out the truth, Jin Fengying immediately found several people and finally confirmed the result. What Liang Yi said was true. He was shocked and muttered to himself. Who is he? He is so powerful. He can blow up an S-fighter with one punch. That person must be at least level 4. In his impression, only a 4th-level warrior could achieve such an amazing level. Level 4? You're kidding me, big brother! Don't underestimate him. According to the team leader's investigation, that person may have reached level 5, or even higher. It's possible that he has reached the level of those people thousands of years ago. Seeing Jin Fengying standing there in a daze, Liang Yi said another sentence. It would be better if you didn't say this. This statement directly caused Jin Fengying, who had always been proud of himself, to have his perception of life collapse. Level 5? How is that possible? How did he train? Jin Fengying muttered to himself that he had never seen a 5th-level ancient warrior in his life. He, Jin Fengying, is currently the most powerful ancient martial artist in the entire Chinese nation, but he is only at the intermediate level of the 3rd level. Liang Yi looked around, quietly pulled the dazed Jin Fengying, and whispered, I'm telling you, I heard that the man went to the Degan Divine Court and took away the Divine Court's Saint Emperor's heart. The Western Saint Emperor's heart? Jin Fengying was shocked, and then lowered his voice and said, Is the news true? 99% true, Liang Yi affirmed. How is it possible? It is rumored that even the current Pope cannot absorb the Western Saint Emperor heart. He can only barely absorb a trace of the Saint Emperor's power. How did that person absorb the Saint Emperor heart? However, if he can reach the 5th level after absorbing the Saint Emperor heart, it would not be surprising. Alas, what a pity! Jin Fengying went from being confused to being relieved, and he sighed continuously. The existence of the Holy Emperor's heart is a legend, but now it has been absorbed by someone. The world has lost a great treasure. The Pope is dead. Liang Yi's next sentence made Jin Fengying tremble again. The Pope is dead? He didn't ask any further. There was no need to think about it. It must have been the man who stole the Saint Emperor's heart who killed him. Then, Jin Fengying remembered something and his body shook again. To be able to kill the Pope, before obtaining the Holy Emperor's heart, what kind of strength and realm would that person be in? He has always considered himself the best ancient martial artist in China, but now... There is always someone better than you. He is nothing. Here it comes, the meteorite is coming! Liang Yi looked at the time and raised his head to observe the changes in the sky. A ray of fiery red light gradually appeared, penetrated the atmosphere, became larger and larger, and passed quickly from the horizon with endless dazzling flames. The power it brought was extremely fierce. Ordinary people would feel their eyes soar just by looking at it. Chapter 27. The meteorite is deflected. Who can save Jinghai? We are quite far away from the meteorite crash site, but everyone should still pay attention to safety. Don't be injured by the shock wave of the meteorite crash. No one will save you then. Jin Fengying felt the impact of the meteorite and shouted hurriedly. Ha ha! Why are you so anxious? We are not fools! Liang Yi was not panicked, but rather a little excited. As long as we can get the rare elements in the meteorites, her strength can definitely be improved to a higher level. On a big tree in the distance, Su Jingming was lying on the tree stand with a calm expression. He wouldn't rob. No need to fight. When the meteorite lands, you can take it away with a wave of your hand. These 100 or so people cannot be considered competitors. As for the small fragments of the meteorite, they were given to these people. It's of no use to me. Why do I always feel something is wrong? The meteorite doesn't seem to have fallen where we are. The astrologer's judgment is a little off. Jin Fengying frowned tightly and was confused. According to what was said above, the meteorite fell not far from them. Why didn't the meteorite come? Was it a miscalculation? No. Flames shot up into the sky, lighting up the night. The meteorite is about to fall. It's about to fall. Liang Yi's face was stiff. Despite her joy, she said worriedly, "The meteorite is coming! But which direction is it falling? Which direction is it falling? The meteorite is falling towards the Imperial City!" Jin Fengying stared with great shock. The Imperial City is the center of Jinhai. If the meteorite were to land in the Imperial City, the entire Imperial City would be reduced to ashes. How is it possible? How could it land in the Imperial City? Why didn't anyone notify us? We're doomed. The Imperial City is so fragile, how can we defend it? Let's go back quickly. Liang Yi's face was ashen. With such a large meteorite, it was too late to use any technology to interfere with the landing position. It was clearly a meteorite that landed in the suburbs. How could it land in the Imperial City? Xiaoyi, the landing site of the meteorite has been changed. The United States secretly interfered with the landing site of the meteorite. It caused the meteorite to shift slightly. Can you hurry back to the Imperial City and set up a large formation to use the power of the formation to stop the meteorite from falling? Soon, Jin Fengying received an urgent message from above. Oh no! It's too late. You just stay where you are. Quickly launch the godlike missiles and let them bombard the meteorite to stop it from landing and blow it up in the air. The person on the other end of the phone immediately gave up using a large formation to defend and instead used missiles to destroy the meteorite. Boom! All notifications were sent out extremely quickly. In a certain direction of the Imperial City, a missile was launched into the sky and collided violently with the meteorite. However, the meteorite showed no signs of changing its trajectory. Even its flames became more intense, and its landing speed was even faster. Jinhai Center Building. Several senior executives looked nervous and water was dripping from their hands. What should we do? This meteorite is extremely strong. If we launch a stronger missile, the consequences will be immeasurable. As for a large formation, even if we set up a large formation, it is estimated that it will not be able to withstand the bombardment of the meteorite. According to the precise calculations of the laboratory, this meteorite is just enough to destroy the entire Imperial City. Damn it, I'm so angry. The United States is so stupid. If we don't teach them a lesson after this disaster, they really think we are paper tigers. If it really doesn't work, just activate the Imperial City protection. Anyway, there is no other way now, we can only activate the Imperial City protection. Otherwise, if the Imperial City is gone, what is the use of the Imperial City protection? Imperial City protection. I remember the last time the Imperial City protection was activated was during the coalition forces in the century before last. At that time, the Imperial City protection was still in a state of full energy. Several high-ranking Chinese officials had a brief discussion and prepared to initiate the protection of the Imperial City. The protection of the Imperial City is an invincible formation set up for the Imperial City by a great immortal in the Ming dynasty. It can protect the Imperial City in a short period of time, resist all bombing attacks, and achieve invincible defense. But as hundreds of years passed, resources became scarce, and the energy of the Imperial City seemed to have reached its limit. If the Imperial City protection is activated this time, it will be completely ineffective. Suddenly, an old Taoist priest came out from nowhere. His hair and beard were all white. He smiled and said, "No, there is no need to activate the Imperial City's protection yet. This meteorite will not fall into the Imperial City." This old Taoist priest was the country's chief astrologer, and it was he who discovered the meteorite landing. What does Mr. Mu mean? When several senior executives saw the old Taoist priest, they were not surprised, but asked curiously, I just observed the stars. There is no danger in the Imperial City this time. You can rest assured. The old Taoist priest smiled, suddenly looked into the distance, and muttered to himself. Here it comes! On the tree. Su Jingming's body trembled, and he suddenly stood up. Looking at the meteorite about to fall, his brows were furrowed. This meteorite really knows how to pick a place. Why pick that place if it blows up the Imperial City? It will be so infuriating. I guess these little guys can't stop the meteorite from falling. It looks like we have to do it ourselves. Su Jingming sighed. Sure enough, now that I'm here, it's definitely not going to be easy. With a flash of thunder wings, Su Jingming quickly rushed towards the direction of Jinghai City. There is still a chance. I hope it's not too late. Jinghai City. Countless people stared at the sky with fear on their faces. In their eyes, the meteorite was like the sun, illuminating the entire Jinghai City. Meteorite! It's a meteorite! How come this meteorite fell directly towards Jinghai? It's over. I haven't even found a wife yet, so I have to return to the embrace of the underworld. Why are you running? No matter how fast you run, can you outrun a meteorite? The entire Jinghai City fell into chaos. Countless people drove their cars and tried to escape from Jinghai. There was also a wealthy man whose plane tried to take off, but was affected by some kind of energy. The final result was not satisfactory. The traffic was chaotic and the roads were jammed with cars. Forget it. Let's not go over there. We can't help much if we go over there. It's better to stay here. At least we can save our lives. Life and death are determined by fate, while wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Liang said with a bitter look on her face, and reached out to stop Jin Fengying, who wanted to rush back to Jinghai City. What a fate! Jin Fengying struggled symbolically for a few times, but finally stopped. Beep beep. Jinghai City fell into the greatest panic in history. Ordinary people have no idea where the meteorite will land. But they just wanted to run, even if it was just to move their feet. It's better than standing there and waiting to die. The fire was a blinding fire that shot up into the sky. A meteorite is about to fall. At the edge of the Imperial City, several senior officials looked at each other. After all, they had never seen such a situation before. Even in their hearts, they just want to run away. But they cannot abandon the people. If this meteorite is not what the astrologer said, they will activate the protection of the Imperial City as quickly as possible, even if it means exhausting the energy of the Imperial City. Boom buzz buzz. The meteorite is moving faster. The shock wave of the meteorite can be seen being released with the naked eye. Radiation. My skin is getting hot. Hot, endlessly hot, baking. Not good, quickly activate the Imperial City protection. A senior executive saw this and dared not to hesitate any longer. Just prepare to open the protection of the Imperial City. In the palace at the center of the Imperial City, a ball of energy was slowly rotating. With just a command, the energy protection layer will be released instantly. Protect the entire Jinghai City from harm. Countless people in Jinghai City stopped their actions. They stood there blankly, feeling the extreme heat. Feel the coming of death. This kind of disaster is comparable to a nuclear bomb and cannot be avoided. A sense of death permeated the entire Jinghai City. Open! Just as the senior executive was about to press the switch, the astrologer on one side shouted, "He's coming!" Following the astrologer's gaze, a figure with wings of light on his back went against the flow, holding a silver spear in his hand, with 18 streams of light circling around his body, making him look like a god of war in heaven, looking down upon the vast sky with disdain. Chapter 28. I will protect this Imperial City. At the moment when the meteorite is about to fall, a hot and fierce flame burns. Both the sky and the buildings on the ground were enveloped by this powerful shock wave. The flames fluctuate, burning away anything that attempts to stop the meteorite from falling. Break! A roar resounded throughout the entire Jinghai City, and a man rushed into the sky with a silver spear in his hand. The spear's blade was as sharp as a knife and stabbed fiercely under the meteorite. Soon, the silver spear expanded violently at an astonishing speed and instantly evolved into a huge spear that could support the heavens and the earth. The figure seemed weak, but at this moment it was colliding with the meteorite. The spear was like Optimus Prime, holding up the falling meteorite. Is that a person? What a dream world! A meteorite fell and the savior appeared? That's really a person. He's holding a gun against a meteorite. Could he be a cultivator? Are the things in the novel true? Oh my god, are you serious? Others have already started to cultivate and become immortals, but I just knew there is such a thing as cultivating immortals. Don't make a fuss. I'm living a good life, working diligently. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm going to become the soul of the 10,000 souls banner? Countless people in Jinhai were shocked. This scene directly opened a new chapter in their lives. Stop nagging, it seems that the spear can't stop the meteorite. Sure enough, the meteorite was blazing with flames, and it seemed to be about to engulf the spear. Dragon roar! Seeing this, Su Jingming showed no intention of retreating and transmitted elemental energy to the silver spear. On the spear shaft that was about to be swallowed by the meteorite, a king snake emerged, with 18 elements shining all over its body. It transformed into an illusory silver dragon and crawled onto the meteorite smoothly, tightly wrapping around it. Dragon? It's a dragon! A silver dragon! A dragon appeared in Jinhai a few days ago. Could it be the dragon he released? Are you blind? This is clearly a silver dragon. The one we saw a few days ago in Jinhai was just a golden dragon. Based on my many years of experience in writing novels, this is just an imaginary dragon. It was just a small snake just now. It has evolved. Damn, dragons have it, and so do immortal cultivators. Who on earth controls the immortal cultivation method? Can you give me a copy? I'm definitely an immortal cultivation genius. Everyone was burning with excitement. I wish I could rush up and ride my dragon to blow the meteorite up. Blocked? The top leaders of several countries were so shocked that sweat kept dripping from their hands. They thought this horrific disaster was inevitable, but the scene before them gave them a glimmer of hope. However, the astrologer on the side remained solemn and said, "It's not over yet." In the suburbs of Jinhai, Jin Fengying was stunned and asked in horror, "Who is he? He actually withstood the impact of the falling meteorite by himself. Is there such a powerful person in our country? I seem to have seen him somewhere. He should be the one who knocked down the fighter plane with one punch." Liang Yi stared at him with an excited look on his face. It's definitely him. Apart from him, no one in China can achieve such a level. There was both respect and envy in Jin Fengying's eyes. Crackling, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from inside the meteorite. It seemed as if the whole world was trembling at the fall of the meteorite. The flames surged, melting the illusory sky-high spear. Rays of flames continuously impacted the silver dragon's spear. Bang! The silver dragon's spear exploded. Oh no, that person can't bear it, so we should activate the Imperial City protection. Before he could finish his words, he felt a chill that went down to his bones. The glacier is thawing! A chill filled the air and sky, and even the raging flames were suppressed and extinguished by the chill. The extreme heat inside the meteorite was completely concealed. The next moment, the unstoppable meteorite was frozen. Great! The meteorite has been stopped! This scene made countless people cheer, their faces filled with joy. Golden Buddha! Su Jingming shouted in a low voice, and the golden Buddha behind him condensed. The huge hand that was big enough to support the heaven and earth stretched out, grabbed the frozen meteorite, flew away, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Several senior executives were stunned. How come this guy took the meteorite away? Forget it, just give it to him if he wants it. The astrologer was also a little surprised, but still said it with a smile. It would be good enough if we could prevent meteorites from falling. Why would we need meteorites at all? People can't be too greedy. Fuck, this guy even took the meteorite away. He's a really nice guy with a good heart. He helped to the end. Look, he's a role model of a good person. What do you mean by helping to the end? He is clearly trying to take the meteorite away. No, he saved the entire Jinhai city. What's wrong with taking a stone? Are you a walking 500,000? Quick, catch this guy. The entire Jinhai city was in an uproar. Some were shouting, "Awesome!" Others were cursing Su Jingming. Jin Fengying originally had a look of envy and respect on his face, but when he saw the meteorite being taken away in a flash, his face suddenly turned stiff, as if he had lost hundreds of millions in an instant. Liang Yi was also startled, patted Jin Fengying on the shoulder, and said with a wry smile, "Hey, don't be dazed, they stopped the meteorite. It's normal for them to take the meteorite away with them for such a great contribution." "Oh, I'm really impressed. I thought I could at least get some meteorite fragments. It's not that I hate him. After all, he has the ability, so he should get all the meteorites." Jin Fengying shook his head and cried, "I can only say that I was happy, but it brought me nothing." At the end of the group of ancient warriors, an old man wearing a Taoist hat looked coldly at Su Jingming's departing back, his face frighteningly gloomy, and muttered to himself, "That snake is the King Cobra from Kunlun Mountain. It was this man who killed my 5 disciples and stole the Kunlun golden dragon fruit, bastard." At first he sent several disciples to act as pioneers, but unexpectedly all 5 of them died. When he went to Kunlun Mountain again, the King Cobra and golden dragon fruit were gone. "Everything he took is mine. He is so powerful because he ate the golden dragon fruit. Damn it, all his skills should be mine. Mine!" The old man's body was shaking with anger, but he also knew that he had no other choice but to swallow his anger. When he gets the chance in the future, he will take back everything that belongs to him. Jinghai Center. Beijing High Conference. On the high seat, the head of Jinghai leaned against the chair, rubbing his fingertips against the table and chair, making a hissing noise, but no one present dared to speak, and everyone was quietly waiting for him to speak. "Send someone to contact Su Jingming and see what he means." Finally, the leader of Kyokai opened his eyes and spoke to the astrologer. "What if he doesn't want to?" The astrologer is now in charge of the entire ancient martial arts group. In his opinion, there is little hope of recruiting Su Jingming. If someone like Su Jingming wanted to join, he would have joined long ago. "There's probably no hope if I go find him now." "If you don't want to, just deal with it directly. What else can you do?" On one side, the top researcher in charge of gene editing research sneered. "Not willing? He's a Chinese, and he's not willing to serve the country?" Chapter 29: Treasures Inside the Meteorite? Researcherly, you may not understand what it means to be able to refine the Western Saint Emperor's heart. This means that if you want to deal with Su Jingming, even if you sacrifice the lives of all the gene editors, you will not be able to touch a hair on his body, and in the end your entire army will be wiped out. The astrologer stared at the top researcher with a smile, even with a hint of ridicule. "Haha, how is that possible? He just managed to withstand the meteorite fall. He did make a great contribution in this regard. I admire him. But compared to my genetic array of all things, he is still a little weak. Once my genetic array of all things is successfully constructed, no one in the world will be able to break it." Researcherly smiled, and his smile and words were full of disdain for the ancient warriors. Ever since he developed a new type of genetic formation, the ancient warriors were nothing in his eyes. When everyone heard this, they all looked serious. They had also heard a little about the gene array of all things that Researcherly mentioned. It was a super array designed using the bloodline genes of rare species around the world. If the gene array of all things is added to a gene editor, the gene editor's strength will increase several times. The stronger the person's own strength is, the stronger the blessing of the array will be. That's not enough. Anyone who can refine the Saint Emperor's heart has already surpassed common sense. The astrologer shook his head, not agreeing with the researcher's point of view, but said, "It's too early to say these. We have to ask him whether he is willing or not. If he is willing, what's the point of us saying these? I'll leave this matter to you." The head of Jinghai said no more and continued, "Also, what opinions do you have on the US side? The higher-ups have handed this matter over to me. Do you have anything to say?" "It's just a suspicion that the United States interfered with the meteorite fall, but according to my divination, even if it wasn't done by the United States, it's definitely related to the United States. My opinion is to teach the United States a lesson. They recently built a new genetic research laboratory in Antarctica. They want to study ancient genes. In this case, let's give them a few shots and let them study it carefully." Talking about this, the astrologer looked angry. According to his divination, the meteorite would definitely fall in the suburbs, but it suddenly changed its direction and fell towards the Imperial City. Even if the United States did not interfere, he still had some small responsibility, which made the astrologer feel embarrassed. "You old man finally think the same as me." Researcher Lee also looked stubborn and shouted. "That damn United States always wants to make some small moves. This time they must pay the price. When my all things gene array is modified and perfected, I will let Xiaoyi take them down." The two men said so, but if they really opened fire and bombed the U.S. laboratory in Antarctica, it would be a clear international dispute, and it might even cause the two countries to completely fall out. "We still need to think about the Antarctic issue, but we still need to teach the United States a lesson. Doesn't he want to bomb our imperial city with meteorites? I will blow up their Black Palace first." The astrologer had a bad temper to begin with, and now he was getting angrier and angrier. He said, "I'm going to make a lightning talisman right now. Make hundreds or thousands of them and blow up the Black Palace." Having said that, the astrologer left. Everyone looked upset. The lightning talisman that the astrologer mentioned was a talisman that could summon thunder. But the production of the lightning talisman is very complicated. I guess the guys in the ancient martial arts group will have to make lightning talismans overnight. Lotus Leaf Mountain. Su Jingming carried the meteorite down slowly. "It's too inconvenient to take such a big meteorite back, so let's deal with it here." Looking at the car-sized meteorite in front of him, Su Jingming muttered to himself, "Let me see what kind of treasure is hidden inside." Su Jingming held a silver spear with excitement in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gathered his strength into the spear, and stabbed it fiercely at the meteorite. At the moment when the spear collided with the meteorite, a sharp and piercing sound was heard. Su Jingming's arms trembled slightly, and even blood appeared on them. "Keep stabbing hard." Boom! The meteorite was unscathed. Stab again. Stab again. Stab again. Finally, a crack appeared on the surface of the meteorite. The cracks gradually expanded, and eventually the entire meteorite broke apart. "Why is there nothing? This shouldn't be the case." Su Jingming took a closer look, but there was no treasure at all. If the meteorite itself is considered a treasure, then it is indeed a treasure. Suddenly, an extremely cool smell leaked out from the meteorite. With the appearance of this cool smell, wisps of purple mist floated out from the meteorite like nimble snakes. The purple mist intertwines and entangles, dancing and circling as if it has the will of life. "This is purple mist? It's actually starry sky purple mist." Su Jingming widened his eyes, thinking he was dazzled, but after coming into contact with the purple mist, an irrepressible excitement instantly appeared on his face. In the previous life, it was because the external purple mist from the starry sky eroded the genetic bloodline that caused organisms to mutate, the human body to awaken, and people to gain special energy. Now, this meteorite actually contains starry purple mist. "Receive!" Su Jingming, with excitement, used the water element to condense it into a water bottle. He collected all the purple mist from the starry sky into the bottle and preserved it carefully, not daring to waste even a single bit. Only by absorbing and refining the purple mist can you have supernatural powers. What Su Jingming lacks most now is supernatural powers. Only because he possesses special powers can he fully exert his combat power. Now Su Jingming can only control the 18 elements brought by the Holy Emperor's heart in a preliminary way. Being able to freeze meteorites is already the limit. But if supported by special energy, the fusion of 18 elements will produce amazing power. Puff! An accident happened. Even though Su Jingming carefully collected every wisp of purple mist in the starry sky, 2 or 3 wisps of purple mist still secretly escaped. A wisp of purple mist penetrated into the body of a mosquito at an extremely fast speed. Squeak! This mosquito is flapping its wings like crazy. The mosquito's body suddenly expanded at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant mosquito the size of an eagle, with black spots all over its body and its dark wings buzzing. One could also clearly see the mosquito's sharp teeth and knife-like claws. TSK, this mosquito mutated after absorbing a wisp of purple mist. Su Jingming carefully observed the changes in the mosquito and found something wrong. This mosquito mutation seems to be stronger. It also proves that the starry purple mist in the meteorite has a higher gold content. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mosquito had bloodshot eyes and flapped its black wings, staring at Su Jingming intently. However, after sensing the surging aura in Su Jingming's body, it did not choose to take the initiative to provoke him. This mosquito can use blood sucking to increase its strength. If left alone, only those in the special power group and the genome group can stop this mosquito. If ordinary people encounter it, they will only become a bucket of blood. Su Jingming studied mosquitoes thoroughly, and then slapped them to death. Hey, what is this? Su Jingming was about to destroy the meteorite, but he saw a stone ball inside the meteorite. There were spots on the stone ball, which looked a little weird. It should be the egg of some animal, right? It looks a bit like the dinosaur eggs in the textbooks. No matter what kind of egg it is, I'll take it away first. Su Jingming picked up the egg, collected the broken pieces of meteorite, found a remote cave, and prepared to absorb all the purple mist before going out. Su Jingming had a hunch that if he absorbed all the starry purple mist in the bottle, his body would awaken, but as for what would awaken, that was not clear. Those with double pupils will awaken their double pupils, and those struck by lightning will be able to control lightning. Su Jingming practiced the Golden Body Buddha art and the Fei Yen Sutra, and refined the Saint Emperor's heart. If he awakens, he will most likely be related to the Buddha and the Saint Emperor's heart, and he may even possess the body of a Buddha. With excitement, Su Jingming began to absorb the purple mist of the starry sky. Chapter 30, Beyond the God of War. The starry sky is filled with purple mist. Su Jingming took a deep breath and relaxed his body. Let the purple mist from the starry sky invade every part of your body. When the purple mist penetrates into the skin, Su Jingming felt his blood boiling. Puff! Su Jingming spurted out black pus and blood. The pus and blood are accumulated from the injuries inside the body. The purple mist continued to cleanse Su Jingming's flesh and blood. Purple lines appeared on the skin, which looked particularly strange. The awakening is about to begin. Su Jingming observed the changes in himself carefully. Bang! Thunder wings appeared behind him. The first one to awaken was Lei Yi. This pair of thunder wings was transformed from the thunder eagle carved from wood that absorbed the lightning. Now invaded by the purple mist and beginning to awaken, this pair of thunder wings actually turned into entities in an instant, and also split into two pairs. 3 pairs of thunder wings flapped, bringing with them violent lightning. My body is like a whirlwind. Su Jingming felt that every part of his body was like nothingness. It seems that just by gently flapping the wings, one can break through the confinement of the universe. You can continue to awaken, but due to your realm, you can only awaken 3 pairs of wings. Su Jingming was secretly surprised. If it can be upgraded to 5 pairs, 9 pairs, or 10 pairs, how much faster will it be? Even traveling through space will be possible. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Faintly, it seemed as if a whirlwind swept through my mind. A powerful mental force surged from the mind. The purple mist in the starry sky was stimulating Su Jingming's mental power. The level of Feiyan Sutra also soared. Whoosh! Fei Yen Jing has been upgraded again. Su Jingming's spiritual consciousness came to the strange space of Feiyan Sutra. In the space of the 10 magnificent golden doors, 6 have been opened at this moment. Under the shining gate stood an illusory clone of Su Jingming. Boom! With the urging of the purple mist, the 7th door was opened with a loud bang. Su Jingming only felt that his mental awareness had increased several times. That spiritual clone also gradually solidified. Urge again. The 8th gate opens. The spiritual power increased again, and the spiritual clone also turned into a physical state. There is no longer any sense of illusion. Awaken again. Boom! The 9th gate opened. Su Jingming's mental power directly broke through the space and came to the starry sky of the universe. Under the shining of the vast starry sky, Su Jingming's consciousness separated, as if he had traveled through the entire solar system. At the same time, the spiritual clone has completely transformed into a human. This clone is identical to Su Jingming's original body, possessing all the abilities of the original body. Bang! The 10th gate was about to open, but it closed again. This Fei Yen Sutra is only an incomplete version. It's already good enough to be able to open the 9th gate. Su Jingming smiled and did not continue to delay on the Fei Yen Sutra. Once we find the Fei Yen Sutra in the lower headquarters, opening the 10th door will be a piece of cake. Continue! Squeak! The purple energy of the starry sky continues to urge awakening. Boom! A bell rang out, as if it came from the ancient times. This made Su Jingming's flesh and blood swell and his heart beat violently. Every inch of skin on the body is shining with golden light. Especially the blood and bones in the body, which began to undergo earth-shaking changes at this moment, from the previous red mixed with gold to pure gold. Golden blood rolled, and Su Jingming's eyes shone brightly. The blood has evolved. Su Jingming murmured. Bang, bang, bang. An illusory figure of Buddha condensed behind him. The 7th level of the Golden Body Buddha Sutra. The 8th level of the Golden Body Buddha Sutra. The 9th level of the Golden Body Buddha Sutra. After a rapid promotion, it stopped at the 9th floor. The Buddha's figure gradually turned golden, and purple mist permeated his entire body. Driven by the purple mist of the starry sky, the Buddha's eyes seemed to have turned into stars. Clang! This Buddha's phantom has completely turned into a solid state. The 9th floor is already the limit. Su Jingming's body was filled with blood and flesh. Full of indescribable power. My body is still awakening. I saw that in Su Jingming's heart, the Holy Emperor's heart was beating violently. 18 elements emerged from the Holy Emperor's heart. Each element has a different shape and color, surrounding Su Jingming. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, smoke, thunder, ice, poison, gas, light, darkness, death, life, darkness, yin and yang. These 18 elements contain all the elemental species in the world. Under the urging of the purple mist, they transformed into 18 light dragons and continue to merge. Separation and then fusion. Separate again. After repeating 18 times. Slowly dispersing. What does this mean? Su Jingming looked at himself in confusion and found no obvious changes. No, these 18 elements seem to have been cleansed and have undergone a fusion evolution. To verify my guess, Su Jingming holds the fire element in his right hand and the water element in his left hand. Try to combine the elements of water and fire. All I heard was crackling sounds. The intersection of the two elements transformed into a new elemental energy body. This new element contains water and fire, as well as extremely strong energy fluctuations. If this new element were thrown out, it would be as powerful as a heavy missile. Oh! Su Jingming was overjoyed and summoned the earth element again. Sure enough, after some operation, the earth element was also successfully integrated into the new elements. At the same time, the power of the new element's energy is increased again. Fuse again! Su Jingming continued to operate. Gold element is integrated. Tomb elements are integrated. The moment the 5 elements merge, an extreme storm of energy arises. The new element was vibrating violently within. It was as if some extraordinary energy was sealed. The whole earth was shaking. It was like an earthquake. If not restrained, the fusion energy of this new element would explode directly. If this 5-element energy body explodes, I'm afraid the entire mountain will be blown to ashes. Receive! Su Jingming didn't dare to continue fusing the elements. He immediately exerted his strength to extinguish the energy body formed by the fusion of 5 elements. This way, we will have an extra trump card in the future. After a while, Su Jingming successfully absorbed all the purple mist in the starry sky. Looking at himself, not only has his cultivation level surpassed the God of War level and reached a new realm, but his physical fitness and various abilities have also skyrocketed by hundreds of times, completely renewed. This is beyond the God of War. In my last life, I experienced hundreds of life and death experiences, but in the end I was only at the level of a war marshal. Now, after only half a month of rebirth, I have already reached a level that people look up to. Su Jingming couldn't stop smiling. The abundant strange energy in his body gave Su Jingming a great sense of satisfaction. For a moment, he even wanted to give up his practice and find a place in the mountains to rest. However, his thoughts were soon interrupted. Su Jingming gradually became resolute in his heart, and said to himself, "If I were to start over again, I would definitely reach the pinnacle. It is indeed very powerful to surpass the god of war, but this is not my goal. My goal is to rush into the universe and step into the depths of the universe." Chapter 31: The Girl in the Flower Dress. Roar! A bear roar broke out. The whole valley echoed with the bear's roar. What's going on? Su Jingming's mind was shaken, and he actually saw a black bear deep in the valley. This black bear was 2.5 meters tall, covered with golden armor. Its thick paws revealed sharp blades, and its sharp fangs made it look like a devil. Just standing there and looking at it would make people feel goosebumps all over their bodies, their legs go weak, and they would lose all desire to fight. This little bear should have been eroded by the few strands of starry sky purple mist that were missed. It is almost mutated into a giant bear with golden claws. Its strength is as strong as that of a high-level war general. It's outrageous. The gold content of the starry sky purple mist in the meteorite is really high. As soon as Su Jingming stepped out of the cave, he ran into a black bear head-on. Roar! The moment it saw Su Jingming, the black bear roared, its eyes turned bloodshot, and it rushed over waving its thick arms like boulders. But when the black bear was 10 meters away from Su Jingming, it suddenly stopped, paused, and stared at Su Jingming, as if thinking about something. He was curious, why didn't this person run away when he saw him? Before he mutated, people ran away when they saw him. Now that he has mutated, why doesn't this guy run away? Could it be that this person has the instrument of equality for all beings? Roar! The black bear roared, as if to cheer himself up. He is a mutated black bear, so he is not afraid of the equality device for all beings. It seems that the intelligence has not mutated yet. I am just an ordinary person standing here to feed him, but this stupid bear doesn't even have food. It turns out that intelligence is always the natural enemy of strange beasts. Su Jingming sighed and shook his head, and prepared to kill the black bear to get rid of it. Hey, hurry up! Just when Su Jingming waved his fingers to kill the little black bear, a light shout rang out, and a girl wearing a pleated floral skirt, wide-legged trousers and a floral belt ran quickly from a distance, stood beside Su Jingming, holding a dry branch and staring at the black bear. Just as Su Jingming was about to ask, he was interrupted by the girl in the floral dress. Hey boy, this black bear was standing still just now, why didn't you run away? The girl in the floral dress stared at the black bear with a frown, and did not forget to ask the reason. It's obvious that this black bear is not an ordinary black bear. Do you think you can outrun it? Su Jingming looked at the delicate face of the girl in the floral dress, distracted for a moment, but quickly reacted, pondered for a moment, and answered the girl in the floral dress with a serious face and nonsense. It seems like what you said is right. This black bear does look a bit abnormal. The girl in the floral skirt stared at the black bear's steel-like body and slowly fell silent. Roar! The black bear seemed enraged. The two of them were just chatting like this. Even if there was a weapon that could make all beings equal, he would tear them to pieces. Boom, boom, boom! The black bear rushed over with a mouth full of black fangs. Every step was as heavy as a mountain, and the ground was shaking. This power is even more terrifying than an incoming missile. Go quickly, I'll stop him! The girl in the flowery skirt hurriedly spoke to Su Jingming, and quickly took out a blue stone from her backpack, muttering a spell to the blue stone. A ray of blue light shot out and pierced the black bear's chest. The running black bear stopped instantly. Oh! Su Jingming was slightly surprised. What is this blue stone that can temporarily control a War Master-level black bear? What are you still standing there for? Run! I can only control him for 8 seconds. Seeing Su Jingming still standing there stupidly, the girl in the flowery skirt grabbed Su Jingming's hand and ran down the mountain, saying as she ran, You are lucky to have met me, otherwise you would be dead now. Thank you, otherwise I really can't do anything. Su Jingming smiled and nodded, then slowly stopped. That was a close call. That black bear was truly a monster. How could there be such a big black bear? It's terrifying. The girl in the floral dress patted her chest and looked back from time to time. Only when she saw that the black bear had disappeared did she breathe a sigh of relief and put the blue gem carefully into her backpack, looking very cherished. Su Jingming smiled but said nothing. "What are you, an ordinary person, doing in Lotus Leaf Mountain?" The girl in the flowery skirt circled around Su Jingming with a suspicious look on her face, and finally asked with doubt, "Are you here for the red gold beetle as well? Then I advise you to leave Lotus Leaf Mountain as soon as possible, you have no chance." "Well, I was just walking around and who knew I'd run into a black bear?" Su Jingming didn't blush or feel nervous, and it was obvious that he was not lying. The girl in the floral dress frowned and was about to say something. "Shirya!" An old woman came quickly towards them leaning on a cane. She had a black feather on her head and her clothes were basically the same as the girl in the flowery dress, except that the old woman had sharp eyes. Compared to the elegant and beautiful girl in the flowery dress, she looked more experienced and fierce, which made people a little scared. "Grandmother!" The girl in the floral dress jumped over. "You've been running around for just a moment. There are many poisonous insects in Linya Mountain. I just heard the roar of a black bear." The old woman gently touched the girl's head, then pointed her cane at Su Jingming and said sternly, "Who is he? Why are you with him?" "Grandma, you only heard about the black bear. I just ran into a black bear. The black bear almost ate him. I used the sapphire you gave me to freeze the black bear, so I was able to take him away from the bear's mouth. Grandma, the black bear was very fierce." The girl in the flowery dress told them all, and wanted to say something more dangerous. But the old woman covered the girl's mouth and said angrily, "Xiaoya, the sapphire is for you to save your life. It can only be used 3 times. Are you going to waste it just like that?" "Hey, Grandma, don't say that. It's always right to save people." The girl in the floral dress pouted and looked reluctant. The old woman shook her head and shouted at Su Jingming, "You'd better leave quickly. The black bears in Linya Mountain are very dangerous. We are powerless to protect you. You are on your own." If the old woman had walked back a few steps, she would have seen that the black bear was already dead. You can even see that the black bear's blood has been wiped out completely. The dead can't die anymore. "Well, thank you for your advice, old lady." Su Jingming smiled bitterly and said. After saying that, the old woman took the girl in the flowery dress and walked towards the mountains. The girl in the flowery skirt secretly turned back and whispered to Su Jingming, "Brother, my grandma is a very kind person, but she looks a little fierce. You should go home soon. We will meet again if we are lucky enough." Su Jingming smiled faintly and nodded, watching the 2 people walk away. "This little girl is interesting, but from what she said there are still red gold beetles in Lotus Leaf Mountain. It is rumored that these red gold beetles are extremely rare, and only one red gold beetle is born among hundreds of millions of beetles. To some extent, these red gold beetles are extinct." Su Jingming remembered that in his previous life there was a mutated red gold beetle with a very high realm. That red gold beetle ranks among the top 10 beastmen, and commands tens of billions of insects. If I could catch a scarab beetle as a pet. Su Jingming's spirit swept across the entire Linya Mountain. Soon, the girl in the flowery dress and her grandmother were seen deep in the valley. The old woman's face looked very heavy. She was holding a roulette wheel in her hand and walking slowly forward following the direction of the wheel. It seemed that this roulette wheel could directly find the location of the red gold beetle. "Grandma, is this red gold beetle really here?" The girl in the flowery dress pulled at her grandmother's clothes with some fear. Chapter 32, Red Gold Beetle. Squeak, squeak. The Lotus Leaf Valley is covered with dense forests. It was daytime, but it was as dark as night. "Grandma, why does this red gold beetle live here?" Shia, a girl in a flowery dress, held a sparkling gem in one hand for lighting, and with the other hand she held her grandmother's clothes, looking timidly at the dark environment around her. He no longer had the courage he had when facing the black bear. "Are you scared now? Why weren't you scared when you met the black bear?" The old woman glanced at her granddaughter and said unhappily, "Hey, it's different. The guy just now was very strange. When he met the black bear, he didn't run away or move, and there was no nervous expression on his face. I thought he was very powerful, but who knew he was so weak?" Xiaoya scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed. Just as the old woman was about to scold a few more words, the roulette wheel in her hand suddenly twisted wildly. The next moment, the roulette wheel seemed to be affected by something and exploded. There was a whoosh of black smoke. What's going on? The old woman frowned and shuddered with fear. He borrowed this roulette wheel from the clan elder. It has been passed down for hundreds of years. How could it be broken? Suddenly, a hissing sound came from the darkness. The cry sounded weird and made people's scalp tingle. Puff, puff, puff. There was also a low humming sound like the flapping of wings. In the deep forest, a pair of blood-red eyes are particularly obvious in the darkness. Grandma, shall we go forward? Xiaya became even more frightened. This environment was darker than facing a black bear. No more searching, let's go! The old woman immediately made a decision, gave up looking for the red gold beetle, and walked back with her granddaughter. But before the two had taken a few steps, black beetles suddenly emerged from the mud beneath their feet. Grandma, beetle! Xiaya exclaimed and immediately pulled out a dry branch from her backpack and waved it gently. A gust of wind blew and all the black beetles on the ground were blown away. The old woman even held a ball of fire and drove away the black beetles. Xiaya, let's go! Just as the old woman was about to take Xiaya out of the valley, a strange wind blew up. The whirlwind wrapped up the two people and took them back to the depths of the valley. Grandma, what should I do? Xiaya held on to the tree stand tightly. If you relax your hands even a little, you will be blown into the valley by the strong wind. Xiaya, it's okay, let Grandma come. The old woman took out a yellow bead from her backpack and threw it hard behind her. The bead was like a wind-calming bead, emitting yellow light, which stopped the strong wind instantly. Go! The old woman seemed to sense something and a look of horror appeared on her face. She had known about Lotus Leaf Mountain and the red gold beetle before. But she never expected that the place where the red gold beetle lived would be so horrible. Grandmother! Xiaya paused and stared ahead with a look of fear on her face. What's wrong, Xiaya? The old woman turned around, took Xiaya and walked away. But when she saw the horrifying creature in front of her, she froze. At the exit of the valley, there stood a huge red gold beetle that was 2 meters tall. Its red gold shell was shining all over, like a falling sun. Moreover, there was a blazing red flame burning in the eyes of the red gold beetle, which was the red light they had just seen in the darkness of the deep forest. There was a fierceness in its eyes, revealing a kind of heart-pounding majesty and domineering power. Even the black bear could not compare to it. How is this possible? How can there be such a big red gold beetle? Even though the old woman had seen a lot in her life, she was still shocked by the scene before her. How could she possibly defeat this beetle that was as big as a mountain? This is not a modern creature at all. Xiaya, go first. I'll stop this beast. The old woman did not hesitate and pushed her granddaughter Xiaya away. A wave was released from her hand, which directly pushed Xiaya out of the valley entrance before she could resist. Grandmother! Xiaya shouted anxiously, but she couldn't get rid of the anger. Xiaya, go first, don't look back, tell your grandfather that I can't save him. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely help him get rid of his pain. Xiaya, go! Tears welled up in the old woman's eyes, but thinking of the current crisis, she had to hold back her emotions. You have special blood in your body, no one can escape. The red gold beetle began to speak, its voice sharp and piercing. You are a demon! The old woman was so frightened that she took a few steps back. But she panicked the next moment, and quickly rushed towards the red gold beetle. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The red gold beetle roared in its mouth and pounced on the fleeing Xiaya first. Sapphire! Xiaya hadn't run a few steps when she was controlled by the red gold beetle's momentum. In a hurry, Xiaya quickly took out the gem that she had used to control the black bear. But the light from the gem shining on the body of the red gold beetle only caused it to pause for half a second. Squeak! The red gold beetle seemed to be enraged and pounced again. Dead branches! Xiaya did not give up and continued to take out her life-saving equipment to fight back. The dry branch in his hand quickly grew larger and blocked the way in front of him, trying to block the red gold beetle. But the red gold beetle waved its front limbs and broke through the dead branches effortlessly. Ah! Xiaya screamed in fear. she had no means to defend herself. Just when the red gold beetle was about to touch Xiuya, the old woman finally rushed over, with light blooming in her palms. She grabbed the red gold beetle's hind legs tightly, and tried to pull the red gold beetle away. Squeak! The red gold beetle roared and kicked the old woman away. The old woman turned over and quickly came to Xiuya, holding a purple talisman in her hand. When the talisman was revealed, a chill air enveloped the place, and even the movements of the red gold beetle slowed down slightly. Ice talisman! The old woman immediately chanted a spell, and an ice thorn appeared in front of her. Prick! The old woman took advantage of the red gold beetle's stalemate for a second and activated the ice thorn. The ice spike expanded rapidly and stabbed towards the red gold beetle fiercely. Boom! The icy spike fell on the iron armor of the red gold beetle, but failed to carve even a trace. The shell is extremely hard and indestructible, and seems to be able to withstand any attack. The old woman stared with her eyes wide open, completely frightened. How could this red gold beetle be so powerful? She had spent a lot of effort to obtain this ice talisman. Even the defense of the red gold beetle could not be broken. Squeak! The red gold beetle chirped and rushed forward madly, swinging its forelimbs like machetes. No matter what creature it is, it can't withstand this attack. Grandmother! Xiuya was so scared that she squatted down. Xiuya! Looking at the attacking red gold beetle, Xiuya's heart was completely dead and she closed her eyes. The old woman looked regretful, regretting bringing her granddaughter to die together. If she had come in and investigated first, how could this result have happened? Well, when the two were heartbroken, a soft sigh was heard. Xiuya and the old woman were awakened by the sound and looked up at the same time. The moment they raised their heads, Xiuya and the old woman were stunned. I saw that the sharp forelimbs of the red gold beetle were tightly grasped by a person. No matter how the red gold beetle roared, it could not press down the forelimbs, and it could not even get rid of it. You are the young man just now? There was a glimmer of surprise in Xiuya's eyes. Chapter 33 Yao Ethnic Group Flower Skirt. Little flower skirt, we meet again. Su Jingming turned around and said with a smile. Who are you? Why do I smell such a familiar scent on you? The red gold beetle spoke again, its blood-red eyes rolling around as if it was thinking about something. Familiar? Of course. Have you forgotten the purple energy you absorbed? That purple energy ran away from me, so you are familiar with it. Every word Su Jingming said made the red gold beetle tremble slightly. When he realized that the purple air he absorbed really came from this young man, his front limbs gave up resistance, and his hind limbs bent and lay down directly, not daring to have the slightest intention of rebelling. Ouch! The red gold beetle lowered its body and made a low hum. That's quite interesting. Su Jingming threw off the red gold beetle's forelimbs. The red gold beetle lay on the ground, not daring to say anything. He had a hunch that if he dared to resist, he would die miserably. Brother, you! Xiuya behind him looked at Su Jingming in disbelief. The old woman on the side, however, had a twinkling look in her eyes. She was the first to react and quickly knelt down and cowed out, saying respectfully, Thank you very much for saving my life, Senior. Xiuya, why don't you thank me quickly? Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Xiuya knelt down in a hurry. She also came to her senses. The guy in front of me can withstand the attack of the red gold beetle with one hand. With just a few words, he can make the red gold beetle kneel on the ground and dare not move. He must be a god. Get up quickly. Su Jingming was a little stunned and was about to pull the old man and the young up. I have been disrespectful to you before and have offended you many times. Please forgive me for Xiuya's sake. The old woman did not stand up, but continued to kneel. Seeing this, Xiuya did not stand up either. It's just a small matter. Su Jingming smiled. The old woman knelt for so long because she was afraid that he would bear a grudge against her. Seeing that Su Jingming really did not bear a grudge, the old woman pulled Xiuya up, but she still looked respectful and did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. This red gold beetle. Before Su Jingming could finish his words, he was interrupted by the old woman. This scarlet gold beetle was subdued by you, Senior, so it naturally belongs to you. The old woman knew very well what kind of person was able to subdue the red gold beetle. From a certain perspective, Su Jingming is countless times more dangerous than the red gold beetle. Su Jingming smiled and did not refuse, saying, "Okay, I need him. I heard from Xiaohuachuan that you also need a red gold beetle. What's the matter?" "Senior, we are fine. We just want to find this insect and cultivate it." The old woman's eyes changed. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately she didn't say anything. "Grandmother!" Seeing that her grandma refused to speak, Xiaya quickly pulled at the corner of her clothes. The old woman shook her head, obviously not wanting to tell the story. "Since you don't want to talk about it, I will leave with the red gold beetle first." Su Jingming just happened to ask, but the old woman just didn't want to say anything and was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. "Please spare my life, immortal lord." When the red gold beetle saw its target coming towards it, it quickly begged for mercy. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." The elements around Su Jingming fluctuated, and he manipulated the gold and wood elements to condense them into a golden bottle. He barely integrated a trace of spatial force and put the red gold beetle into the bottle. "Wow!" Seeing Su Jingming collect the red gold beetle in such a wonderful way, Xiaya exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer, and hurriedly said, "Brother, we came to Lianya Mountain to find this red gold beetle, not to cultivate it, but for the red gold beetle's shell." Without waiting for Su Jingming to ask, Xiaya continued, "My grandfather had a strange and serious illness. No one could cure him, not even the big hospitals. Grandma accidentally learned that the shells of the red gold beetles in Lianya Mountain could be used as medicine to treat diseases, so we came all the way here to look for them." "Xia." The old woman tugged at Xia's skirt reluctantly. "Oh? So I have stolen your life-saving medicine?" Su Jingming looked with interest at the old woman who was standing respectfully on the side. "You are wrong, senior. Such rare and precious animals are only known to those who are destined to get them. You are very powerful, so this insect should be yours." The old woman leaned on her crutches with her head down. "Brother, look how powerful you are, can you help us?" Xiaoya rushed forward and pulled Su Jingming's sleeve with a begging expression. "Xiaoya, pay attention to your identity." The old woman glared and said, "Okay, you two stop acting here." These two poor acting skills left Su Jingming speechless. Hey. Being exposed, Xiaya scratched her head. The old woman's old face also turned red. "It doesn't matter, if you go back with you, this fate will be settled." Su Jingming sighed and stopped caring about the matter. "Thank you, brother." "Thank you, senior." The young and old all bowed respectfully. "Wow, it's flying! Brother, are you really not a god?" On a cloud, Su Jingming was flying with two people. Su Jingming did not answer Xiaoya's question, but just scanned the entire China. Along the way, Su Jingming sensed several creatures with powerful auras. Su Jingming even saw gene editors from the United States sneaking into China. It just so happened that Su Jingming was in a good mood, so he casually shot to death the 3 gene editors who had smuggled into China, and transported the bodies to the nearest security bureau. Seeing the gene editor who was dying beyond death, the entire security agency was in an uproar. Soon, Jinghai City Genome sent its eldest disciple Liang Yi to inspect. This inspection revealed the United States' big conspiracy. It turned out that the United States sent these 3 genetic people to steal China's treasures. As for why these 3 genetic people suddenly died in front of the security bureau, Liang Yi couldn't find out. Finally, it was the ancient martial arts group's astrologer who spoke up, indicating that there was no need to investigate the matter further. Bonan Province. Yao nationality. Xiaohuachuan, are you from the Yao ethnic group? When Su Jingming came to the Yao ethnic group, he realized that the small flower skirt belonged to the Yao ethnic group. Yeah, I forgot to tell you, sorry. Xiaoya scratched her wrist and said with dissatisfaction. Also, my name is Li Ye. You can call me Xia. I'm not called Xiaohuaquan. Okay, little floral dress. Su Jingming no longer paid attention to Xiaoya. His mind swept across the entire Yao village, and he saw many strange species that ordinary people could not see. He asked curiously, "Do you know witchcraft?" Of course. Xia was curious why he asked this. Su Jingming's spirit once again searched for the various secrets of the entire Yao ethnic group. Finally, he glanced at the Yao tribe's witch temple. The witch temple houses the witch god that has been worshipped by the Yao people for thousands of years. In this witch temple, Su Jingming saw something incredible. Chapter 34, Witch Temple, Witchcraft? Yao nationality. Li family. An old man was lying on the bed. His face was blue and purple, his spirit was declining, and there was a black line on his forehead. It was obvious that his life was coming to an end. He is Xiaoya's seriously ill grandfather. Grandfather! As soon as Xiaoya entered the room, she threw herself on the bed. Grandpa heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Xiaoya with a loving smile, touched Xiaoya's ponytail, and said weakly, "Haha, my dear granddaughter, you are back. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become tanned." Xiaoya couldn't help but tear up as she watched the black lines on her grandfather's forehead begin to differentiate. "Xiaoya, how's it going? Did you and Grandma catch the red gold beetle?" Beside him, Xiaoya's father Li Yanjiang also asked anxiously. "No." Xiaoya shook her head. "Well?" Hearing this, Grandpa and Li Yanjiang both sighed heavily. "However, we met a very powerful person. He was like a god." Xiaoya talked incessantly, and told the story of how she met Su Jingming. "What? How could there be such a person? You have been cheated?" Li Yanjiang was furious when he heard this. He didn't do anything and the red gold beetle was snatched away by someone. "No, Daddy, the red gold beetle has mutated and is more than 2 meters tall." Xiaoya explained again, but it was obviously of no use. Her father was still furious. "What about the others?" Li Yanjiang was too lazy to say anything more and just wanted to meet Su Jingming. "He went to the witch temple with Grandma," Xiaoya said. "Witch hall?" After these words were spoken, even the grandfather lying on the bed changed his expression. The witch temple is a sacred place for the Yao people, and outsiders are absolutely allowed to enter. "Haha, Senior Su, I think you know everything about the witch hall." Grandma Xiaoya's laughter came from outside. She continued to explain the affairs of the Yao people and the witch temple without hiding anything. "Little brother." Seeing this, Xiaoya hurriedly greeted them. "Are you the one who stole the red gold beetle?" Before Su Jingming could answer, Li Yanjiang got angry and pointed at Su Jingming with an angry face, as if he was going to rush up and beat him up if he said something wrong. "Oh?" Su Jingming smiled and looked at Grandma Xiaoya on the side. Grandma Xiaoya's face changed drastically, and she hit her son on the head with her cane. "Jianger! How dare you disrespect Senior Su? Apologize to Senior Su quickly, otherwise, no one can save you." "Mom, what do you mean?" Li Yanjiang's face turned red with anger. "Ahem, Jianger, you should apologize to this young senior." On the bed, Grandpa Xia barely supported his body with his hands, half sitting against the wall. When he looked at Su Jingming, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he quickly said with apology, "This young senior, I'm really sorry, my child is ignorant, please don't take it to heart, I apologize to you here." "Grandfather." Xiaoya hurried over to support him. Senior, I am being abrupt." Seeing his parents' attitude, even though Li Yanjiang was arrogant, he knew that he had just offended an important person, so he dared not put on airs and hurriedly lowered his head to apologize. "You're welcome." Su Jingming smiled and waved his hand. Then, Su Jingming looked at Xiaoya's grandfather lying on the bed, searched his body with his mind, and finally determined the cause of the illness. In fact, it was not a disease, but someone had sealed the vitality in his body. "Little brother, come and see my grandfather." Seeing Su Jingming stunned, Xiaoya hurriedly called out. "It's just a minor problem. Someone just put a spell on me." Su Jingming held the elemental energy, walked forward and patted Xiaoya's grandfather on the top of his head. A black line was forcibly pulled out and turned into a black talisman engraved with inscriptions. "This is..." Xiaoya's grandfather stared at the black talisman and spat out a mouthful of black blood. At this moment, the black air on his forehead and the purple color on his face disappeared instantly. "Black talisman!" Grandma Xiaoya took a deep breath, as if she suddenly remembered something. "It's that damn old Taoist priest!" Li Yanjiang also had an angry look on his face, and it seemed that he also knew about the black talisman. "Burning!" Following Su Jingming's words, the black talisman exploded instantly. Ahem, I, Li Fu, kneel down to express my gratitude to you, senior. Thank you for helping me get rid of this ghost talisman. Grandpa Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. The moment the black talisman left his body instinctively became lighter and full of vitality. He stopped delaying and knelt down to express his gratitude. Seeing his father like this, Li Yanjiang also knelt down. Kneel down to thank the benefactor. When Grandma Xia saw that the old man had recovered, she also kowtowed excitedly. Should I kowtow to you too? Xia looked at Su Jingming sincerely. If you want, I won't stop you. Although he said this, Su Jingming still raised his hand to signal the old man to get up quickly. Xia was curious and asked anxiously, Brother, what's wrong with my grandfather? Why did you pull out a talisman from his head? Xiaoya, what do you call your benefactor? Xiaoya's grandfather frowned. Nothing. Su Jingming shook his head, not caring, and continued. Since your granddaughter wants to know your story, tell her. Maybe one day, she will encounter the same thing as you. Well, this is a long story. 50 years ago, I and a good friend became disciples of the same master. The master gave us two paths, one is witchcraft, and the other is Taoism. My junior fellow apprentice has always wanted to learn witchcraft, but when he drew lots, he drew Taoism, and I drew witchcraft. Speaking of this, Xia's grandfather's eyes showed some memories and longing. Junior brother is very talented and can learn anything very quickly. He has mastered the Taoist skills that would take 50 years to fully learn in just 3 years. He is very powerful. As he spoke, Xia's grandfather's face changed. After master passed away, my junior brother set his sights on me. He wanted to steal my witchcraft, but I had already cultivated to a certain level at that time, and I barely withstood his attack. I fled all the way to the Yao tribe, and I have lived here ever since. 3 months ago, I went to pick golden leaves for Xia, but was discovered by my junior fellow apprentice. He had already mastered the Tao and traveled a long way to capture me. Fortunately, I escaped successfully, but I fell seriously ill when I came back. It turned out that he had cast this talisman on me. After sighing heavily, Xia's grandfather looked lost. It was the greatest regret of his life that his fellow disciples turned against each other because of their practice of Buddhism. Ah, so tragic. Xiaoya had a bitter face. Your junior fellow apprentice is no ordinary person. You really can't beat him. Su Jingming could tell just from this black talisman that the old man's junior fellow was at least a level 3 ancient warrior, and the old man was at most level 2. Haha, I really can't beat him. His aptitude for cultivation is hundreds of times higher than mine. Xiaoya's grandfather had a look of regret on his face. He must have been unwilling to accept this, but there was nothing he could do. The talent for cultivation is not something that can be decided by oneself. Xiaoya looked confident and clenched her fists. Grandpa, don't worry, when I have mastered my cultivation, I will definitely teach that stinky old man a lesson for you. Make him kneel on the ground and apologize to you. Chapter 35, Which Temple, Which God? Haha, even if you practice for your entire life, you probably won't be able to catch up to even a fraction of your grandfather's junior brother. Su Jingming deliberately joked that Xia's aptitude was actually quite good. After the global awakening, if she worked hard in her life and practiced, she would be able to reach the level of a 3rd-level wizard at least. TSK, I don't believe it. I am the strongest. Sooner or later, even you won't be my opponent. I can knock you down with one punch. Xiaoya clenched her fists in protest, with a defiant look on her face. Xiaoya, how do you talk? Xiaoya's grandfather looked reluctant. Hey, the young man didn't say anything, but you two old guys are still not happy. Xiaoya turned her head away, too lazy to pay attention to him, and went back to play with the little bugs. Grandpa Xiaoya's eyes changed, and he suddenly said, My benefactor, Xiaoya just said that you went to the witch hall. Is there something you need or something you need? Indeed, something has happened. I sensed a hidden aura in your Yao tribe's witch hall. This aura is very strong, but also very hidden. Su Jingming finished speaking halfway and stopped talking. If this old man and woman knew a little bit, they would naturally know what to do. This? Xiaoya's grandparents looked at each other. They all saw a hint of hesitation and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Finally, it was Xiuya's grandfather who spoke up. If you want to know more, then I will take you there myself. If you are capable enough to obtain the inheritance of the witch god, we in the Yao tribe will not say anything. We can only say that those who are destined to know will know. Okay, as long as I can get in touch with the source of that aura, no matter if I have a connection with it or not, or whether I can get it or not, I will give you a chance. Not only will I let you live a few more years, I will also help Xiya. If she is targeted by your junior brother in the future, I will also lend her a helping hand. Su Jingming said calmly that he had not treated the two old people unfairly. Thank you very much, benefactor. As they were talking, the two old men wanted to kneel down again. Rise! Su Jingming raised his hand slightly, and the two old guys could no longer kneel. Grandpa Xiaoya had a respectful look on his face. His aptitude for cultivation was average, but he could sense an extreme terror from Su Jingming. Not to mention his junior brother who had an incredible aptitude for cultivation, even his mysterious master would not be a match for Su Jingming. It is necessary to be respectful to someone who can take your life at any time. Walk! Su Jingming chuckled and strode out the door. Xiaoya's grandfather pulled Xiaoya over and whispered to her from behind. Xiaoya, from now on, you will follow your benefactor. If your benefactor is willing to marry you. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoya stared with her eyes wide open, looking angry. She is only 18 years old, how come she is already married? Qinglong Mountain. Daofeng Gate. The Taoist master Daofeng, who was recuperating, suddenly woke up. My talisman is broken! There was anger burning in Daofeng Patriarch's eyes. How is it possible? Who broke my talisman? My stupid senior brother couldn't have broken it. Who helped him? In this era, no one can break my talisman. Patriarch Daofeng had a gloomy look on his face, and was obviously angry. As long as his senior brother dies, he will be able to obtain the witchcraft passed down by the master to his senior brother. But now everything has gone down the drain. Who on earth ruined my plan? Patriarch Daofeng was so angry that his body exploded. He swung the whisk in his hand and blew up a furnace. In the entire country of China, the only astrologers who can break my talisman are Jin Fengying and Liang Yi, but they can't possibly know my senior brother. And there's someone, is it that person? Patriarch Daofeng had a gloomy face, and was in a state of confusion. He used the process of elimination to eliminate one by one, and finally thought of the mysterious man who killed his 5 disciples with the help of the meteorite with his bare hands. Only he. Patriarch Daofeng finally couldn't bear it anymore and started to deduce the location of his junior brother. Even if he couldn't get his senior brother's witchcraft, he had to find out who helped him. The inheritance of senior brother, and the inheritance of the witch palace can only be his. Yao nationality. Witch temple. Haha, some of us in the Yao tribe practice gushu, and some practice witchcraft, but in the final analysis, there are more people who study witchcraft. As long as it is the witch god that we in the Yao tribe have worshipped for thousands of years. As Xiuya's grandfather walked, he introduced things about the witch temple. Su Jingming heard these things from Xiuya's grandmother. But some things are not quite the same as what the old man said. Judging from the fluctuations in his heart, what the old man said was obviously more true. It seems that the old lady didn't completely trust him before. Please, Master Wishen, bless my son to get into college. Please, Lord Wishen, bless my wife to give birth to a big fat boy. Please, Master Wishen, help me to reach a higher level of cultivation. At this time, inside the witch temple, there were still a few people kneeling and worshipping the witch god. Hearing these prayers, Su Jingming's face twitched. This is like worshipping the witch god as Guanyin or Buddha. Grandpa Xiaoya smiled and helped explain. Benefactor, the Wushan is a god to us Yao people. Apart from the Wushan, we do not worship other gods. Su Jingming glanced at the wizard statue and nodded. Hey Priestley, are you cured? Just when Grandpa Xiaoya was about to speak again, several villagers who were worshipping the witch god noticed it and asked with surprise. It was obvious that Grandpa Xiaoya had a very high status in the Yao ethnic group. Haha, thanks to the treatment of this benefactor, I was able to barely survive. Xiuya's grandfather pointed at Su Jingming with a smile and introduced him to several villagers. Ah? So young. Thank you so much. The villagers did not question and quickly thanked Su Jingming. You're welcome. Su Jingming smiled and nodded. Wait until a few people have finished their worship. Grandpa Xia brought Su Jingming to the back door of the witch temple. The Wuxian statue in the hall is just a replica. The real Wuxian statue is in the backyard. Except for me and a few elders, almost no one has seen it. Xiaoya's grandfather's tone became serious. Su Jingming sensed the subtle fluctuations which gradually became clearer. What the old man said was true, it did have a strong smell of witchcraft. Open! Xiaoya's grandfather bit his finger and blood dripped onto the wooden door. Boom! The wooden door shook and slowly opened. Please! Xiaoya's grandfather changed his lazy attitude and became respectful, and walked in first. The moment he entered the door, Xiaoya's grandfather knelt down and kowtowed. In the backyard of the witch temple, there is also a statue of the witch god. This statue of the witch god is very majestic. It not only has 3 eyes, but also 4 arms and 2 pairs of huge horns on its head. It looks like a demon god. It is more lifelike than the statue that the villagers are kneeling outside to worship. The power that is vaguely revealed is not much weaker than that of the Holy Emperor. Chapter 36. The Inheritance of the Green Shirt Witch God. Witch God! Su Jingming slowly approached the statue of the witch god. When he was 10 meters away from the statue of the witch god, he felt an inexplicable force blocking him. Under this force, he was unable to take another step forward. Even the blood in his body was afraid of this force. My benefactor, no one can get close to the Wu God statue. Even I, a Yao priest, can only stay 15 meters away from the Wu God statue. It's very good that you can get 10 meters close. There was surprise in Li Fuxian's eyes. It was the first time he saw someone who could get within 10 meters of the witch god. No one can get within 10 meters. Su Jingming understood this sentence, if he could get close to the witch god. Perhaps, he can obtain the power of the witch god. Golden body! Su Jingming's whole body was burning with golden flames, and he took a step forward. Rumble, the entire backyard of the witch palace was shaking. Li Fuxian knelt on the ground, his face full of shock. He sensed extreme terror from Su Jingming's gold. It seemed as if he would die if he got close. Even after activating the golden body, can we get close to 9 meters? Su Jingming was slightly surprised. Then open it again. This time, Thunder Wings spread its wings. The vast blue wings carried thunder and lightning, like the arrival of the King of Thunder. Sure enough, with the help of Lei Yi, Su Jingming successfully took 3 steps. It was only 6 meters away from the statue of the witch god. The closer you get to the statue of the witch god, the more terrifying you can feel the witch god. Previously, Su Jingming thought that the witch god might not be as good as the Western Holy Emperor. But now I realized that I was overthinking it. This witch god is not weak at all. Thunder? Seeing this, Li Fuxian would be lying if he said he wasn't shocked. He could indeed summon a trace of lightning power, but he had to pray to attract it. The Su Jingming in front of him could direct lightning with just a stretch of his hand. The operating methods of both parties are completely different, and there is no comparison at all. He really doubted how Xiaoya knew such a terrifying person. Perhaps, Su Jingming had been eyeing the inheritance of the witch god from the very beginning. But if you think about it, it's nothing. According to his previous divination, the world will undergo drastic changes in the near future. If they could tie a figure like Su Jingming to their Yao tribe, it would definitely be of great help to the survival of the Yao tribe. Since it's not enough, add some more. The 18 elements flowed around Su Jingming, driving him forward. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. When it reached 3 meters, it suddenly got stuck. No matter how much Su Jingming mobilized the elemental power, it was useless. Then merge! Su Jingming shouted coldly. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were forcibly softened and transformed into a ball of green elemental energy. In this fusion of elements, terrifying energy continues to explode. Su Jingming suddenly felt much more relaxed and took a step forward easily. At this moment, he was only 2 meters away from the statue of the witch god. Still can't get close? Su Jingming frowned. This witch god is really powerful, there is no shortcut. With someone like Saint Emperor Heart and 5 elemental seals to help cheat, the witch god inheritance can only be forced through remelt. When the 2 elements of wind and thunder are integrated into the 5 elements. Su Jingming could no longer be restrained and approached the statue of the witch god with 2 easy steps. The gods are alive! Seeing Su Jingming touching the statue of the witch god, Li Fushan knelt down again tremblingly. He did not tell Su Jingming that there was a legend in their Yao ethnic group that had been passed down through the ages. Whoever can touch the statue of the witch god will be the new high priest of the Yao ethnic group. The high priest can not only receive the inheritance of the witch god, but also marry the holy woman of the Yao ethnic group. Saint. Li Fushan recited silently, and then an idea came to his mind. The previous saint of my Yao tribe is now married, and the new saint is only 10 years old. If you want to tie this kind of person to my Yao tribe, Xia is a good choice, and Xia seems to be somewhat interested in him. With such a person, the descendants of my Li family. Li Fushan's old eyes kept flickering, and the thoughts in his mind quickly passed through his mind. Su Jingming reached out and touched the statue of the witch god. He never imagined that just by touching the statue of the witch god, the old man Li Fushan was so thoughtful that he even prepared the candidate for his wife. Who the hell are you? Why are you coming to my Yao tribe to obtain inheritance? Just when Su Jingming was still trying to figure out where the witch god's inheritance was, he suddenly heard a voice full of disbelief. Immediately, Su Jingming's mental power was swallowed into the spiritual realm of the witch god statue. A handsome young man was seen floating in the air, staring at Su Jingming with curiosity. He circled around Su Jingming a few times and asked in confusion, "You don't have the blood of the witch clan, and the blue star is not yet ready for revival. How come you are so strong?" The young man was dressed in a green shirt, with black hair draped over his shoulders. His tone was frivolous, and with a faint smile on his face, he looked so natural and unrestrained that it was hard to associate him with the witch god who had been worshipped by the Yao people for thousands of years. "Are you a witch god?" Su Jingming was also shocked by the true appearance of the witch god. "This young man is the witch god, what is that statue?" The green-shirt witch god lifted his hair and said, "Why? Although this is just a wisp of my soul left when I was sleeping, I am so handsome. The statue outside is just made according to the legend by later generations who admire me." Forehead. Su Jingming wanted to say something, but held back. "Hey kid, you haven't told me how you got close to my statue. I set up a ban before. It's difficult for ordinary people to get close to 10 meters. The green shirt witch god looked at Su Jingming with suspicion, unable to figure out the reason for a long time. Boom! Su Jingming hesitated for a moment, and released the Buddha's golden body technique. Buddha? Is this the practice method of those old bald donkeys in the West? The green-robed witch god leaned on his chin and thought hard. Finally, he said in surprise, "Is this the Buddha's golden body secret? Good guy, this kind of Buddha's secret skill has been passed down. It's really rare." "Yes, it is the Buddha's golden body technique." Su Jingming nodded in acknowledgement. "Wrong. You are lying. It is impossible for this old bald donkey to break through the restrictions I set up with just his skills. Do you have something else? Elements? They look so familiar." The green-robed witch god frowned and scanned Su Jingming's body, but this was only a wisp of his attention, and he couldn't see Su Jingming's true face, which really made him feel a little itchy. "I have merged with the Holy Emperor's heart." Su Jingming smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had just merged the elements, but was still discovered. So he simply stopped hiding it and directly summoned out the 18 elements. The 18 elements circled around Su Jingming, looking magical and natural. "What? This is the Holy Emperor's heart. The power of the Holy Emperor, ha ha ha." The green-robed witch god looked at the 18 elements, his face became abstract, and he suddenly laughed heartily. If this wasn't a distraction, I would have probably died of laughter. Su Jingming also had a strange expression on his face. This was the reaction of the green-robed witch god when he heard that he had merged with the Saint Emperor's heart. Could it be that the Holy Emperor is up to something? Chapter 37 Yao Tribe Saint. After a long time, the green-robed witch god's smile finally subsided a little, but he couldn't stop smiling at all. It was hard to understand why he was smiling so happily. "Excuse me, Senior Wishen, is there anything wrong with fusing the Saint Emperor's heart?" Su Jingming asked hurriedly. He didn't find that the Holy Emperor's heart had any influence on him. "No, no. You misunderstood my smile." The green-shirted sorcerer god also waved his hand and continued. "I know this Saint Emperor, and we have a good relationship. I also know that he left behind a body of elemental power that was fused into a heart." "Senior, do you know the Holy Emperor? You said that you are just a wisp of spirit now, and your real body is still sleeping. Could it be that the Holy Emperor is still alive?" Su Jingming's face changed drastically. "What the hell is this? Isn't the Holy Emperor dead?" At that time, Lycolian also told the legend about the Holy Emperor. "Oh? Why do you think the Holy Emperor is dead?" The green-shirted witch god was startled and also curious. "It spread all over the West that the Holy Emperor died in a battle against some dark force alone, leaving behind 18 elements. And no one has been able to absorb these 18 elements. It was by chance that I was able to barely fuse with the Holy Emperor's heart." Su Jingming explained with a very bad look on his face. "You believe this? How could a figure like the Saint Emperor die? He is just in a deep sleep. Back then, in order to avoid the star explosion, almost all the gods and immortals were in a deep sleep. It is impossible for him to die." The green-robed witch god looked at Su Jingming strangely. This kid is so strong, but he still believes such bullshit. "The Holy Emperor is not dead." Su Jingming cursed inwardly. This Holy Emperor is not dead. What if he knew that it was him, a Chinese, who absorbed and merged the Holy Emperor's heart, and woke up to cause trouble for him? He was the Holy Emperor, the source of Su Jingming's power, and he couldn't fight him at all. "Look, this is scary." The green-shirted witch god seemed to see Su Jingming's nervousness, and said, "Don't worry, the Saint Emperor is not that stingy. It's your own ability that you can obtain his inheritance. Besides, he is just an old dog from the West, and he is not qualified to interfere in the affairs of our great Xia. Thank you for your help. I am very lucky to be able to come to the Yao tribe and meet you. I wonder if you can teach me some witchcraft." Seeing that the green-robed witch god did not mention the matter of inheritance, Su Jingming took the initiative to ask. TSK, what do you want to learn?" The green-shirted witch god curled his lips and asked. "Of course I learn everything," Su Jingming answered without even thinking. "Well, then I'll give you a copy of my handwritten record, which contains all the high-level and low-level witchcraft I created. If you can learn even 1/10 of the witchcraft in the handwritten record, I'll take you in as my apprentice. If you can't learn it, then we'll have ended our relationship." The green-shirted witch god took a glance, and casually condensed the green document, and threw it to Su Jingming. Suddenly, this strand of his soul gradually became illusory, and he said with a little regret, "This strand of my soul has been around for too long, and it will not be able to hold on any longer. You should practice well. I will wake up soon, and then we will have a chance to drink tea together. But I haven't asked you yet. How did you practice so high?" Unfortunately, before the green-robed wizard god could finish his words, this wisp of soul dissipated. He wanted to ask why Su Jingming's strength was different from that of the general public. But because I had too much to say and wasted too much time, I didn't ask again for a while. The witch god's own writing? Not bad! Su Jingming opened the handwritten record and found that it recorded the entire process of the witch god's creation of witchcraft, including the practice methods, the resources needed, and various revelations and key points to avoid. Yin Yang 5 Thunder Palm. Yan He Fa. 5 Elements Filling Technique. Plant diseases, drive away diseases. No, what the hell is this Yanghe method? After mastering the Yanghe method, you can attract all kinds of people you want to know, like, or have feelings for you, and make them love and like you. Damn it, I'm really convinced. Su Jingming took a quick look at the Yanghe method and immediately felt it was strange. No wonder he was so honest with the green shirt witch god just now. He answered everything the green shirt witch god asked honestly. This was not his style. Among them, it must be the green-robed witch god who used the Yanghe method. But come to think of it, this green-robed witch god is quite honest. No matter what, thank you for the book, senior. Su Jingming bowed respectfully. The spiritual power also slowly withdrew from the spiritual realm of the witch god. After his consciousness returned to his body, Su Jingming looked up at the statue of the witch god. If you don't know this creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, you might think it's a monster. It is impossible to associate him with the handsome and delicate appearance of the witch god. After bowing to the Wushan statue again, Su Jingming came to Li Fuxian and asked in confusion, "Old man, why are you still kneeling?" "Ah? Benefactor, you're awake!" Li Fuxian stood up hurriedly and looked Su Jingming up and down, trying to find something different on his body, but in the end he failed to find anything. "Well, I have obtained the inheritance of the god of sorcerer. It's time to go back, and you should go back as well." Su Jingming was anxious to practice the god of sorcerer's personal records and was ready to leave. "No, benefactor!" Li Fuxian quickly grabbed Su Jingming's sleeve and said bitterly, "This is the tradition of our Yao people. If anyone inherits the witch god, he must marry the saint of our Yao people." Before Li Fuxian finished speaking, Su Jingming said speechlessly, "Old man, are you trying to frame me? You didn't say that before. It's meaningless for you to change your mind at the last minute. Although you are doing this for my own good and finding me a wife, it feels like you are forcing me to buy something." "Haha, benefactor, I didn't think that you could obtain the inheritance of the witch god before. Now that you obtained it, I immediately remembered it. Please forgive me." Li Fuxian smiled and looked like he was lying, but it was really hard to find any fault with him. In fact, Li Fuxian couldn't tell whether Su Jingming accepted the inheritance or not. But as long as Su Jingming got close to the statue of the witch god, that was enough. "Well, how about this, you take me to see the saint?" Su Jingming smiled and became interested. "If you are pretty, that's not impossible." "Haha, I'll take you there right away." Li Fuxian lowered his head and smiled, then took Su Jingming to find the saint. In a tea field, a little girl about 10 years old was wearing a headscarf and picking tea leaves. Her skin was fair and tender, and her face seemed to be carved by God. There was a gentleness in her eyebrows and eyes. She looked like a human being. She was so beautiful at such a young age. She would be even more amazing when she grew up. "No. Are you kidding me, old man?" Su Jingming's face turned dark. He is almost 30 years old. How can he go and harass a girl who is only 10 years old? This old man has no good intentions. "Haha, isn't it just about taking you to see her? In fact, we have another candidate for the saint lady who is about the same age as you. Why don't you go and meet her?" Li Fuxian smiled a little embarrassedly. No, the real saint is like this, and the backup saint is gone." Su Jingming was really speechless and too lazy to say goodbye. However, after Li Fuxian's earnest request, he still came to see the candidate for the saint. "Grandpa, what's going on? Did you obtain the inheritance of the witch god?" As soon as she entered the house, Xiuya hurried over and looked around. Grandma Xiuya and Li Yanjiang also came over to find out what was going on. "Old man, didn't you say you would bring me to see the candidate's saint? Where is she?" Su Jingming looked around. Where was the saint? Chapter 38 Rejection. Li Fuxian's old face smiled, and it was a bright smile, the meaning of which was self-evident. Su Jingming also realized what the old man meant. He was even more incredulous and speechless. He pointed at Xiuya, who was a head shorter than him, and asked tentatively, "Old man, can you tell me that this little girl in the flower skirt is the candidate saint of your Yao people?" How do you know I'm the candidate saint?" Xiuya asked curiously after hearing this. "I give in." Su Jingming was stunned. "Haha, my benefactor has just inherited the witch god. According to the rules of our Yao people, the saint should marry the inheritor of the witch god. But considering that the saint is still young, I took the initiative to bring my benefactor to find Xiuya. After all, Xiuya is also a saint." Li Fuxian told the story one by one. Although Xiuya is only a candidate for the saint. But she is still a saint. Grandma Xiuya and the Yanjiang looked at each other. They all saw a hint of agreement and satisfaction in each other's eyes. Although Xiuya is only 18 years old, it is time for her to get married. Besides, who is Su Jingming? That's comparable to an immortal, and he has also inherited the legacy of the witch god. They have no regrets in their lives that Xiuya can marry such a man. Xiya was shocked and her face became gloomy. She also didn't expect that her grandfather would introduce her to others. But Xiya just made an sound and didn't say anything else. As for what he was thinking, I don't know. Benefactor, what do you think? Li Fuxian looked expectant. In that case, don't I have to call you Grandpa? Su Jingming looked at the old man Li Fuxian with a strange look on his face. He saved the old man with kindness, and the old man still wanted to be his elder? Let's talk about our own affairs. I'll call you my benefactor, and you can just call me old man. Li Fuxian smiled, his mouth full of yellow teeth, looking a bit ugly. Su Jingming glanced at Xiya, who was standing there in a daze, and said solemnly, No, I have important things to do, so getting married is not an option for me. At least, not within this month. He could talk and get along with these ordinary people only because they posed no danger to him. But this doesn't mean that he will allow himself to be dominated by these ordinary people. Whispering sound. When Xiya heard this, she became so angry that her face turned red. Forget it, let's just get this over with. Su Jingming thought for a moment, took out a few elemental pills made of raw elements, handed them to Li Fuxian, and said solemnly, These 2 pills are what I promised to give you before. At least they can help you live 5 more years. You decide for yourself. Also, Su Jingming fused and kneaded the 5 elements into a jade necklace, and handed it to Xiya, saying in a serious tone, This necklace incorporates a part of my power, which can protect you in times of crisis. Remember to wear it all the time. Whispering sound. Xiya turned her head away with a look of disdain, crossed her arms over her chest, and refused to take the necklace. Well, this is the martial art Lei. I hope you can practice it well, it will be of great help. Su Jingming took a leaf and engraved the practice method of Lei on the leaf. He handed it to Xiya, but Xiya still turned her head away and refused to accept it. However, from Su Jingming's perspective, he could clearly see tears in the corners of Xiya's eyes, which were about to fall. That's it. If we are destined to meet again in the future, we will see each other again. Su Jingming clasped his fists towards Xiya, Li Fuxian and others and said goodbye. Oh. Li Fuxian wanted to say something, but was pulled by Grandma Xiya. After hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't say what he was thinking and could only sigh helplessly. Under the gaze of the Li family, Su Jingming's figure gradually disappeared. He didn't want to be entangled in worldly affairs, at least not now. Whispering sound. Xiya quickly wiped the tears from her eyes with her sleeve, turned her head, and said viciously in the direction where Su Jingming left. Why are you pretending? You sent me away with just a broken necklace. Who do you think you are? You're just pretending. I don't want your broken thing. As she said this, Xiya picked up the jade necklace on the table with an angry look on her face and tried to break it into pieces. But even with all her strength, the necklace did not show any signs of splitting. Xiya, please stop being so petty. Seeing his granddaughter's attitude, Li Fuxian could not help but see what she meant. He said, People like Suinren are already amazing, and now they have inherited the legacy of the witch god. They have long surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. For him, ordinary people like us are like dirt under his feet. Forget it, it's not our blessing after all. Xiya's grandmother touched Xiya's head and signaled her not to be sad. I'm not determined to let Xiya marry him. What I'm worried about is what will happen when the 2 of us die and my junior fellow apprentice comes looking for us. With his abilities, he will live longer than us and will eventually find us here one day. Li Fuxian sat on the bench and took out a welding cigarette and took a puff. Xiaoya's father also sighed. His witchcraft skills were not good enough, and he could not compare with his father's. Otherwise, he would not be troubled now. What are you afraid of? Didn't this guy give you this necklace? With his cultivation level, it shouldn't be a problem for him to beat your junior brother to death. Although Xiaoya disdained this necklace, she did not dare to question its function. After all, it is Su Jingming's thing. No matter how bad it is enough to kill anyone in seconds. Li Fuxian frowned. Taking a step back, even if he could stop his junior brother, could he stop the big change that was about to happen? He had predicted long ago that 90% of people would not survive this catastrophe. Can they become part of that 10%? Of course, with Su Jingming's help, they will definitely be able to. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Li Fuxin shook his head and held the elemental pill tightly. If he was really pushed to the limit, he would fight with that junior brother even at the risk of his death. Leave the Yao ethnic group. Su Jingming returned home. A personal record of the teachings of the witch god. Su Jingming raised his head and looked at the calendar. At this moment, there are only 13 days left until the global awakening. Try to learn the witchcraft recorded in the handwriting within 13 days. Time goes by little. Flesh puppets use souls as a medium to control corpses or living people. Nightmare invasion of dreams. Curse words curse. Dream transformation, creating dreams. Space folding, folds space and shorten distance. Soul stealing other people's souls and taking away their abilities. Mark of the curse. After Su Jingming learned these kinds of witchcraft, there are only 5 days left until global awakening. During this period, Su Jingming received many calls from Lu Feng, most of which were about antiques and treasures. After writing down the locations Lu Feng mentioned, Su Jingming entered a deeper level of practice. However, during this time, Blue Star began to become unstable. The constant occurrence of strange events made countless people realize that something unexpected was about to happen. This kind of change is not about the Third or Fourth War. It is an extreme terror. Even the armies of some countries showed up to wipe out the monsters. In some coastal countries, mermaids were seen appearing in the sea. In the deep mountains and forests, some people have also seen animals walking upright. And some people suddenly find that their physical fitness has improved. I heard that there was a guy weighing only 80 pounds who knocked Tyson down with one punch. Some hunters even kicked a tiger away and killed a black bear. Whether abroad or in China, the entire internet exploded. Countless people are waiting for the official response. Even some fans of online novels have started searching for ancient tombs. They tried to find some methods of cultivation from the ancient tombs. But without exception, they were all arrested by the authorities for causing trouble. Once again, another golden dragon appeared in the sky above Jinghai City. The golden dragon flew into the imperial city on the clouds and disappeared. Some old Taoist priests who are good at fortune-telling even threatened the end of the world. All these rumors caused quite a panic. Some people, for some unknown reason, began hoarding supplies. Just because some people's bodies mutated, they suspected that a virus was spreading, so they learned how to hoard supplies from the movies and wanted to find a safe zone in the apocalypse. Of course, some people also think that this is all deliberately done by the government to stimulate consumption. There are only 3 days left until the global awakening. Su Jingming woke up. Chapter 39 Gene Action. There are so many witchcrafts recorded in the witch god's own notes, that if you can learn a few of them, you will be considered extremely talented. It's not worth spending all your time on witchcraft. However, with the help of witchcraft, my combat ability has risen to a new level. Even someone at the same level as me will not be able to defeat me in one move. Su Jingming took a deep breath of fresh air and could slightly feel the appearance of purple air in the starry sky. The global awakening has begun, but it is only preliminary and not too abnormal. 3 days later, the real global awakening begins, and that's exciting. By then, it will be another battle for supremacy. In his previous life, he was far ahead of others. In this life, he will definitely stand at the top of everyone. And there is the last holy relic. I must hold it in my hands. Su Jingming thought of the extremely cold ice crystal beads in Antarctica. Such a treasure must never be left to others. Su Jingming took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Ice, biting cold. Antarctica. Antarctica is very lively at this time. The armed forces of several countries are gathered here. It turned out that more than 10 days ago, the United States learned that there were ancient beast genes remaining in Antarctica, so it took the lead in sending people to establish an ancient beast gene research laboratory in Antarctica. This has attracted the attention of several countries. In just a few days, more than a dozen major countries began to establish genetic research laboratories in Antarctica. Even if they could not obtain the genes of ancient wild beasts, they would not allow the United States to obtain them. The Ancient Wild Beast Gene Editing Laboratory in the United States. Sea beasts are undergoing genetic modification. But in the end it failed. After several more attempts, several researchers were carefully watching the changes in the genetic data. Following the prompts of the genetic data, red particles began to condense into genes. The faces of several researchers turned red, and they could no longer conceal their joy. The experiment was successful. Now we only need the genes of the ancient wild beasts. Several researchers danced with joy, but then their faces turned cold. After all, they had been searching for the ancient beast genes for half a month and had never encountered them. Now, all we need to achieve true success is the genes of ancient wild beasts. As long as they can obtain the genes of ancient wild beasts, they will be able to mass-produce super beasts and top gene editors, achieve immortality, and notify Blue Star in the near future. We have found the area where the genes of the ancient wild beast exist. At the very edge of Antarctica, on the highest peak of the snow-capped mountains, there is a fossil of an ancient wild beast. But our people encountered troops from other countries, and a conflict broke out between the two sides. We suffered heavy losses. Soon, the news came, which caused a sensation in the entire U.S. laboratory. All troops were dispatched, and even armed fighter jets were ready to provide support hundreds of kilometers away. This was originally just a small dispute, but when the fossils of the ancient wild beasts appeared, it would completely evolve into a life-and-death war. In the genetic laboratory, a researcher fed a genetic drug to a seal, and said with a ferocious sneer on his face, "Since you want to steal our ancient genes, then come and give it a try. Let you guys have a taste of the power of new genes." After the seal swallowed the newly developed genetic medicine, its body gradually turned from ice white to blood red, its teeth became sharper, its thick leather armor became tougher, and its body expanded rapidly at this moment, increasing 5 or 6 times in size in a few seconds, like a terrifying giant. "Go support our American troops as quickly as possible." The seal growled softly, and after being forcibly mutated by the potion, it obviously gained some intelligence. Upon receiving the order, the seal immediately broke through the ice and dived underwater. Killed towards the snow-capped mountains. Snow mountains. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued. At the top of the snowy mountain, a huge rock was broken. There is a fossil of a wild beast in the boulder. This fossil is the fossil of an ancient wild beast. It is said to be the fossil of an ancient wild beast, but no one can tell exactly from which era it belongs. The U.S. Special Forces has a total of about 100 people, each of them is armed with the latest firearms. They will not back down in the face of large numbers of powerful enemies and are determined to get the fossils. Get out of here now, or don't blame us for being rude. Fossils are natural things, why should I give them to you? Opposite the U.S. troops, there are about 300 people, wearing different clothes. These people come from various countries. Now they have joined forces briefly, and their only target is the United States. They want to strangle this U.S. team. Or destroy the fossils. We must not allow the U.S. experiment to make any further progress. Of course, several big countries also have the idea of claiming the fossils for themselves. A gunfight is inevitable. The two sides fought hard. Roar! When the mutant seal appeared, everyone present was extremely surprised. Why did this seal rush up the snow mountain? Did the United States really develop such a horrific monster? If the United States were to get the fossils, it is hard to imagine whether it would be able to develop Godzilla. Kill this mutant beast! Bang, bang, bang! However, ordinary firearms have no effect on seals at all. During the experiment, the researchers added certain antibodies, which caused the seals to be able to survive being killed by gunfire to a certain extent and continue to maintain their combat effectiveness. Strike together! Just when everyone had finally killed the seal, roars were heard again from the foot of the mountain. A total of 10 seals stepped onto the snow-capped mountain. Their ferocious aura was even stronger than the first one. The light waves they spit out could sweep away a team of armed soldiers. They were so invincible. 10! Someone shouted, causing panic instantly. Someone tried to run, but was killed by a seal on the spot. Liang Yi, retreat! In a certain direction of the snow-capped mountains, Jean Fengming and Liang Yi saw that the situation was not right and chose to give up snatching the fossils and pulled Liang Yi to retreat. However, the snow under their feet shattered, and a mutant seal came out and stopped the two. Its ferocious aura was no weaker than Jean Feng's. Liang Yi felt the genetic power in the seal's body and murmured, "The United States really has some good research. The initial genetic modification can raise the seal to the 3rd level. No fight." Although Jean Feng also wanted to see the strength of this mutant seal, the current situation was basically a seal killing spree. By the time the other seals had time, he and Liang Yi would definitely not be able to defeat them. "What do you want to run to?" Just as Jean Feng and Liang Yi were escaping at high speed, 5 foreign men blocked their way. They were all level 3 gene editors, and their realm was frighteningly high. Even Rails, who was standing at the front, was a level 4 gene editor. "Relay?" Liang Yi naturally knew this man who was known as the most powerful gene editor in the United States. "You know me? Haha, then there's no need for me to introduce myself. I see that you are also a gene editor, and a junior level 3 at that. Could it be that you are from China?" Lei Lacey saw Liang Yi's realm at a glance, but he was level 4 against level 3, so he basically killed him instantly. "There's no point in talking anymore, come on." Jean Feng activates Qigong and enters combat state. Bang! Jean Feng moved, but was knocked away by a punch from Relay. "With this little strength, do you still dare to come and snatch the fossils?" Relay grinned with a look of disdain. "Come again!" Light and shadow condensed on Jean Feng's fist, and the shadow of a tiger emerged behind him. This punch, carrying the power of a tiger, hit Relis heavily. "Vulnerable!" Relay stood still, stretched out one hand, and caught Jean Feng's full-strength punch with a light palm, then used his backhand to knock Jean Feng back rapidly. Phew! Jean Feng's bones were broken all over his body and he was crippled by a single blow. Golden Wind Shadow! Liang Yi looked anxious, but before she could move, she was knocked away by a punch from Relay. Seeing Jean Feng and Liang Yi being defeated by 2 punches, Relay blamed himself for bringing too many people. He couldn't help but sneered and said, "It's a waste of my manpower to intercept you. Is this the only strength you Chinese have? You dare to come and snatch fossils like this? It's ridiculous." Chapter 40. Is it you? Puff. Jean Feng spurted blood. Breathing hard. "Shut up!" Jean Feng roared, and slowly stood up. The blood in his body flowed, repairing his body, allowing him to quickly reach his peak state. Even if the imprisonment was broken, he would not allow anyone to bully him, let alone let anyone bully China. "Ah!" Liang Yi let out a long roar towards the sky, her eyes bloodshot, the strength in her body surged wildly, and she was promoted from the beginner level of level 3 to the peak of level 3 in an instant. Above her head, a circular formation appeared. The formation was blue in color, and images of animals condensed behind her, transforming into a force that merged into her body, causing her physical strength to soar rapidly. She is just one step away from breaking through the level 4 threshold. "Oh, this is the new genetic formation of all things developed by your China. It incorporates all the animal genes in the world. Although it is not as good as the genes of ancient wild beasts, it is also extraordinary." Relay's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and he could see the extraordinariness of this formation at a glance. "Die!" Liang Yi stared at Relay coldly. Her physical performance exploded, and her figure was as fast as lightning. Jean Feng also roared and rushed towards Relay. "Arrogant!" Relay's smile became brighter and brighter. He waved his hand suddenly and armed soldiers appeared, holding special guns and shooting wildly at Jean Feng and Liang Yi. After a round of strafing, they were forced to retreat before they could get close to Relay, but now both of them are able to withstand the guns, and they cannot be destroyed by relying solely on these bullets. "Don't hold back, attack them together and send them off." Seeing that the two were so tenacious, Lele's led the 4 people behind him to attack Jean Feng and Liang Yi. Roar! The 4 people behind Relay exploded with their physical functions. For level 3 gene humans, only slightly weaker than Relay. Bang! After just one round, both of them were defeated. Jean Feng vomited blood and his bones were broken again. Liang Yi also fought hard. Although she absorbed the great array of all things, her level was still too low. Defeated by the 5 people joining forces, the great array of all things was also broken by Relay, and its blessing performance was lost. Damn it, my body capacity is too small, and I can't fully utilize the great array of all things. Otherwise, how could I lose with just those few of them? Liang was full of dissatisfaction, but her arm was broken by a punch from Relay, and she had no ability to resist. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the genetic people and armed soldiers rushed over and surrounded Jing Fengying and Liang Yi. The seals in the distance also dealt with their opponents and glided over quickly. At this moment, there are no enemies of the United States in the entire Snow Mountain. Only Jing Fengying and Liang Yi were left. How could a few hundred people just lose like this? Liang Yi looked at the corpses torn apart by seals in the distance and was horrified. Ha ha! This ancient genetic experiment is so important, why would we send hundreds of people to guard it? Just relying on a bunch of trash like you still want to snatch the treasures of my United States. It's simply wishful thinking. Relay couldn't help laughing when he saw Liang Yi's panicked eyes. Pooh! Liang Yi shouted coldly. Kill them! Lei Lacey's eyes were grim, and he punched forward. Several level 3 gene humans also launched an attack at the same time. Even if you die, you can't just sit there and wait for death. Blood was oozing from the corners of Jing Fengying's mouth as he tried desperately to mobilize his last bit of strength. He struggled to stand up and made an attacking gesture. Come! Liang Yi supported Jing Fengying. But the two of them obviously had no ability to fight. It's a miracle that I can stand up. Hee hee! Lei sneered, and all his functions surged. Just at the moment when the energy in his fist was about to touch Jing Fengying, his body suddenly became uncontrollable. An inexplicable energy imprisoned his body. It made it impossible for him to release his anger. What's going on? Those genetic people were also stunned where they were. They struggled to break free. But he couldn't mobilize even a shred of strength. Even the 3 surviving giant seals became dazed, as if they were shocked. They just lay down, making whimpering sounds, and were obviously frightened. How? Relay's expression changed drastically, with a terrifying light flashing in his eyes. He tried to gather energy to break through the imprisoned energy, but he underestimated the terrifying power of that inexplicable force. Even if he had exhausted all his body functions, there was no way to make his body move even a little bit. Even Jing Fengying, who was about to self-destruct, stood there in a daze. Liang Yi's eyes were dull. She also sensed a powerful energy controlling Relay and others. But the real reason why he or she was stagnant was the ability to make a level 4 Relay stand on the spot. This ability, Liang Yi didn't dare to think about it. She couldn't imagine who could do this. Who is causing trouble? Relay's eyes were red and he shouted this sentence with all his might. Jing Fengying and Liang Yi also looked around, but didn't see anyone? Could it be that China is blessing them in some mysterious way? I thought you were taken away by the Sunset Nation for research. I didn't expect you were still alive. A light voice was heard, echoing throughout the snow-capped mountains. Who are you? How do you know I was captured by the Sunset Country? Relay stared. Only the top leaders of the United States and the Sunset Country knew that he was captured. As thoughts raced through his mind, a look of fear quickly appeared on Rella's face. Seeing the change in Lai's expression, Jing Fengying and Liang Yi were even more surprised. Who is helping them? Moreover, it seems that the people who helped them were acquainted with Relay. Boom! A footstep like thunder sounded. Bang! Behind Relay, a level 3 gene man covered in blood exploded. Bang! The footsteps sounded again. Another level 3 gene person's body exploded. Every time footsteps sounded, another American genetic man exploded. It's you! After the 15th genetic man was blown to death out of thin air, Relis looked up at the sky. Finally, I saw clearly the owner of that mysterious power, Su Jingming. It's him! Jing Fengying and Liang Yi followed Lai's gaze. I saw a man with golden light burning all over his body standing proudly in the sky. He looked down at everyone with a look of disdain in his eyes as if he was the master of this world. The person who was in the Imperial City that day! There was shock in Liang Yi's eyes. The owner of the Holy Emperor's heart, Su Jingming! Jean Fengying couldn't suppress her excitement. She was no less shocked than Liang Yi, revealing admiration and envy. It seems that you still remember me, but you came too late that day. Su Jingming smiled, took a step forward and came in front of Relay. That day, Relay was captured by people from the Sunset Country and was thought to be dead. Who would have thought that not only did Relis not die, but he was also strengthened by the United States? How can you be so strong? Even if you absorbed and refined the Holy Emperor's heart, you wouldn't be so powerful. What treasure did you steal? Relay looked in disbelief. Chapter 41, Unscrupulous Plunder. Haha, you are quite interesting. Even when you are about to die, you still want to pay attention to the source of my ability. You can go and ask the King of Hell about this matter. No, we are not in the same system. You can go and ask your god. Su Jingming smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and pointed, and Relay exploded. Blood, no blood at all. Relay exploded without any resistance. This scene scared the other genetic people so much that they lost control of themselves. You guys go too. Su Jingming had an expressionless face. He waved at the few people, and the soldier and the seal all exploded at that moment. Not even a drop of blood was left, and the snow was clean. This? Jean Fengying and Liang Yi looked at each other, both stunned. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Without hesitation, the two bowed deeply to express their gratitude. You're welcome. Su Jingming turned around, pinched a strand of life element, and threw it at Jean Fengying and Liang Yi. Suddenly, a mysterious factor flowed through the two of them. After a while, their injuries recovered. Even Jean Fengying's damaged meridians and bones were restored to their original state. He even found that the energy in his body had risen. He couldn't help but be overjoyed that he had actually broken through to the level of a high-level war commander. Liang Yi also restored his body functions and improved his strength. Thank you, Senior. The two were deeply impressed and thanked him again. Su Jingming nodded slightly. Hey, Senior. Liang Yi wanted to say something else. But Su Jingming had disappeared. The living person who had just stood in front of them disappeared in an instant. Forget it, it's already very good that you can save our lives. Jean Fengying smiled bitterly and dared not ask for anything more. I also want him to. Liang Yi sighed and said no more. I am lucky to have survived this crisis. Without any time to sigh, the two took out the fossil of the wild beast from the top of the snow mountain and prepared to leave. No one knew whether there would be reinforcements from the United States. Boom! However, just as they were about to leave, they heard a violent explosion. What's going on? Jean Fengying and Liang Yi looked shocked. With such a big movement, could it be that which country dropped a heavy missile? Woohoo! Fighters are coming one after another. It's China's support that's coming. The astrologer himself came with the team. Fortunately, you are still alive. The astrologer looked at the two people who were intact and breathed a sigh of relief. I was rescued by someone from the Imperial City. Jean Fengying spoke excitedly about what had just happened. Is it him? We have contacted him a long time ago, but he ignored us. His family lied that he was sick. I didn't expect him to come anyway. The astrologer was also slightly surprised. During the period when Su Jingming was in seclusion, the astrologer sent someone to look for Su Jingming. But they were all stopped by Su Changhe, who sent them away on the pretext that they were sick and dying. By the way, I just heard a big explosion in the distance. Was it you, team leader, who did it? Jean Fengying looked into the distance curiously and could see a billowing black smoke. Huh! I thought you guys did it. The astrologer was also surprised. But then the three of them reacted. Let's go and take a look. Liang Yi rushed onto the fighter plane with a hint of excitement. Billowing black smoke, the entire ice layer was bombed. The ancient genetic laboratory that took several years to build in the United States is now nothing but scrap metal. This? The three of them looked at each other, all of them were stunned. A huge laboratory. It was blown up instantly. Su Jingming blew up the laboratory casually. Speed to the center of Antarctica. The sun shines brightly on the glacier, and the cold is overwhelming. Under that glacial white rice, a white bead floats quietly in the water. Su Jingming jumped into the glacier. After some searching, we finally found the extremely cold ice crystal beads. Ice crystal beads! Su Jingming grabbed the ice crystal bead and felt cold all over. The body turned into ice in an instant. The qi and blood in the body are frozen. If the fire element hadn't been forced into flow, the body would have been destroyed. This extremely cold crystal bead, in my previous life, created the Ice Fox King, one of the world's 10 great demon kings. In terms of energy content, it is only slightly inferior to the Saint Emperor Heart. If I hadn't refined the Saint Emperor Heart and greatly strengthened my physical body, I would have been frozen to death when I touched the ice crystal bead. Su Jingming put away the extremely cold ice crystal bead and left quickly. Without the support of the extremely cold ice crystal beads, the temperature of the entire Antarctic will drop rapidly. No one knows what will happen at that time. But there will definitely be a catastrophe. However, the world will awaken in 3 days, which will be even more dangerous, so this one difficulty is not a big deal. Let's go to the Xinyu Kingdom first. I heard from Lu Feng that there is a supreme Buddhist treasure in the treasury of the Xinyu Kingdom. Su Jingming moved quickly and flew towards the Xinyu Kingdom. God Oil Country. Treasury. There was a big explosion. A Buddhist treasure was stolen. The entire top leadership of Xinyu country was furious. Who is it? Who dared to break into my divine oil treasury and steal the Buddha treasure? I'm wanted worldwide. I'm wanted worldwide. Find him out for me. A senior military official was so angry that he had a cerebral congestion on the spot and issued a hunt for him. But he didn't even know who broke into the treasury, so who should he chase? On the same day, in Gaul, a staff was also stolen. This staff has been passed down for thousands of years, but I didn't expect it to be lost like this. For a time, hundreds of countries around the world entered a state of high alert. But it was of no use, as some of the country's treasures mysteriously disappeared. Even satellite monitoring couldn't find any trace. What is going on? China's top leaders gathered together and began to discuss countermeasures. That mysterious person won't break into our Chinese treasury, right? A senior official frowned, obviously having no good solution for this matter. After all, how can you catch a person who is like a ghost? Just when the senior executives were worried, the astrologer finally came back from Antarctica. After learning what happened, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, that man is from China. I don't think he would easily take our things." The astrologer then told what happened in Antarctica. So that's how it is. The mood of the people present gradually changed after hearing the astrologer's explanation. If it's that person, we really can't defend ourselves. A senior executive smiled helplessly with self-mockery. He was a little restrained when he tried to steal the Holy Emperor's heart from the Divine Court before, but now he has destroyed the laboratory in the United States and also robbed the treasures of the Divine Oil Country and the Gaul Country. Isn't he afraid that one day the truth will be exposed and these countries will cause trouble for him? A senior executive asked curiously. He always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Perhaps he is well informed. This world is really facing the greatest crisis in history, so he has no scruples. The astrologer looked serious and explained the changes he had predicted to the people present again. Sunset Country. Blackingham Palace. What do you mean? The little queen sat quietly on the throne, looking at Su Jingming in front of her indifferently. I heard that the Queen of Sunset Country has collected something called the Eternal Diamond. I came here this time to borrow the Eternal Diamond to play with. I hope the little queen can help me. Su Jingming said to the little girl who was only about 10 years old with a kind smile on his face. Chapter 42 Unbridled. Eternal Diamond? The little queen sat on the throne, her posture elegant and dignified, her white gauze dress spilling onto the ground, her blue eyes gleaming with light, and she wore a crown on her head. In the center of the crown was a shining diamond, making her look so noble and majestic that people dared not look directly at her. When she heard that Su Jingming wanted to take the Eternal Diamond, her expression instantly turned cold. Are you sure you want to be an enemy of our Sunset Country? No, I have no intention of being an enemy of Sunset Country. Moreover, when you sent fighter planes to hunt me, I was just defending myself. I never came to Sunset Country again. Now, that eternal diamond can be regarded as compensation from Sunset Country. You are not at a loss. Su Jingming smiled and did not snatch it away. Instead, he explained the reason. It was you who stole the Holy Emperor's heart from the Divine Court. That Pope has some connection with my Sunset Nation. If you kill him, you will offend the prestige of Sunset Nation. Now you come to snatch the eternal diamond. What on earth do you want to do? It will not do you any good to keep fighting till death. There was an extreme coldness in the little queen's words, which made people shudder. That doesn't sound like something a 10-year-old girl would say. Fight to the death, you don't have the ability to do so yet. Su Jingming looked at the little queen with disdain, and finally said with a smile. Don't challenge my bottom line. The little queen clenched her little fists. Of course, if you still have the abilities from your previous life, you might be able to shock people. In that case, I'm not sure I can defeat you. Su Jingming smiled, but every time he spoke, the little queen's face changed. As soon as the voice fell, the little queen froze on the spot, and her clenched fists relaxed. How did you know that? After a long time, the little queen asked slowly. Su Jingming did not hide anything and said with a faint smile. I have merged with the Holy Emperor's heart. You were once related to the Holy Emperor. Would it be strange for me to know your identity? Holy Emperor heart, yes. A trace of disappointment appeared on the little queen's face. It was obvious that she also understood. She couldn't help but sighed. Okay, what do you want? Announce my identity? Why announce it? You just need to give me the Eternity Diamond. Su Jingming glanced at the time and said anxiously. Little queen, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I'm in a hurry to go to the next store. You've been delayed here for too long. If it weren't for your relationship with the Holy Emperor, I wouldn't be so polite to you. In a hurry? The little queen was stunned for a moment, and finally compromised. She took off the diamond on her forehead and threw it to Su Jingming. That's good. I've wasted too much time here with you. Su Jingming felt the holy light inside the eternal diamond and was quite satisfied. The existence of this eternal diamond was discovered only after he refined the Holy Emperor's heart. Specifically, we learned that this eternal diamond was created by the Holy Emperor. You can imagine the function of this diamond. Su Jingming took out the long and bright silver spear and embedded the eternal diamond into the bright silver spear. Instantly, the sharpness of the bright silver spear increased, and a slight stroke contained extremely powerful power. Next stop, let's go to Egypt. I heard there's something interesting about the pyramids. As Su Jingming was talking, his figure disappeared in Buckingham Palace. Watching Su Jingming leave, the little queen's expression gradually became sinister. Why can he refine the Holy Emperor's heart, but I can't, Holy Emperor? What do you mean? Do you look down on me so much? Back then, she followed the Holy Emperor. Egypt. Pyramid of Khufu. This is the largest pyramid in the world. If one could see through things, one could see a piece of golden stone on the top of the pyramid. This stone is the pillar that controls the entire pyramid of Khufu. Su Jingming didn't hesitate and took the gold and stone off directly. Boom! There was a tremor inside the pyramid of Khufu. Cracks appeared on the surface of the pyramid. Su Jingming sat on the top of the pyramid and began to refine the gold and stone. Gold element! The 18 elements surged around Su Jingming, refining the gold and stone and stuffing them into the gold element. Suddenly, the gold element shone brightly and reached the peak in an instant, replenishing the power of the gold element. Ice element! Extremely cold ice crystal beads emerged and gradually merged into the ice element. When these two elements were integrated into the 18 elements, the energy around Su Jingming fluctuated violently. A pure energy was elevating his realm. The realm barrier was broken in an instant. It's getting stronger again. Su Jingming closed his eyes, and his spirit spread over an area of 100 miles. He sensed the sky and the earth carefully. It seemed that as long as he waved his hand lightly, he could mobilize the energy of the heaven and earth. After surpassing the war god realm, one enters the realm of 3 shadows of heaven, earth and earth. Fierce earth realm, control sky realm, broken blood realm, broken soul realm, broken god realm. After refining the starry purple energy in the meteorite, Su Jingming had already entered the fierce earth realm. Now, he has absorbed and refined eternal diamonds and gold stones again, and has successfully entered the heaven control realm. After entering the heaven control realm, Su Jingming will be able to tear apart the space of Blue Star. Coupled with the space folding technique taught by the witch god, it is extremely fast. Go find some more elemental energy and charge the 18 elements. Su Jingming tore the space apart with his hands, and used his mental power to mobilize the fragments of space and fold them. He jumped in, and when he reappeared, he was back in Blackingham Palace in the Sunset Kingdom. The little queen had just finished complaining, and she was still angry when she saw Su Jingming coming back. She looked defensive and angrily asked, "What do you want to do now? Isn't it enough to take the eternal diamond?" "Sorry, it's my first time operating the folding space, and I made a mistake. I'll leave now." Su Jingming broke through the space tunnel again with a little embarrassment and slipped into it. The little queen was jealous. She envied this space folding method. Su Jingming began to travel around Blue Star. All the treasures within reach were taken for themselves. This made several major countries extremely angry. There are even several major countries that have prepared advanced charging cannons, just waiting for Su Jingming to come. But Su Jingming was too lazy to confront the other party head-on. Just take the stuff and run. No one realized that he had taken the things away. Distance to global awakening. Only 2 days left. It's been 2 days. The world has changed so much now. At the highest peak in the world, Su Jingming sat there quietly, admiring the beautiful mountains and rivers of the blue planet. The peak of suffocating cold for others. For Su Jingming, it was just like a normal rest. It's so dreamy to step into the palm of heaven. Su Jingming lay on the snow and closed his eyes. In his previous life, he was only a war commander even though he broke through his head, but now he has surpassed it long ago. His mental power broke through the snow-capped mountains, and Su Jingming saw that inside Mount Everest, the body of a scorpion was slowly moving and waking up. Su Jingming recognized this scorpion. If my guess is correct, after awakening globally, this scorpion will gain supreme power and become one of the 10 most ferocious beasts. I'll give you some hot news. Su Jingming chuckled and dropped a wisp of fire element into the ice scorpion's body. Under the catalysis of this wisp of fire element, the ice scorpion's awakening speed accelerated. At the same time, the fire element spread throughout her body, penetrating into her blood and bones, and then slowly disappeared. Let's go to the United States and have a look. I heard that the United States has dug up some interesting things in the sea. Chapter 43, Provoking the United States, even more unscrupulous. United States. Black Palace. The heavy losses in the Antarctic laboratory made U.S. top officials furious. But then good news came. In the deepest waters of Lamy, a U.S. submarine discovered the ruins of a palace. The ruins are suspected to be the legendary Atlantis. But after excavation, it was discovered that it was the ruins of an unfamiliar palace that had never been recorded before. Most importantly, a set of black and gold armor was found in the palace ruins. According to the rumor, this set of black gold armor is invulnerable to swords and guns. Even 10 missiles cannot break the defense of the black gold armor. It can even defend against sound waves, vibrations, and poison gas. No matter what, not a single trace can be left on the black gold armor. The United States is now fully committed to the research and development of materials for black gold armor. In just 1 day, a new breakthrough has been made in material research, and subgrade black gold armor has been initially produced. Several major countries tried to ask the United States for the black gold armor for research. But they were all rejected by the United States. How could this kind of technology be given to others for free? Armor that can withstand continuous missile bombardment would be truly terrifying as long as it could be mass-produced. Without super-powerful missiles, this would be an unstoppable army. United States Black Palace. Several big guys were sitting there talking. We're well prepared this time. Don't let the incident in Antarctica happen again. We are ready. If that person dares to come, he will never return. Haha, that person's skills are extraordinary. Just when a few people were talking happily, suddenly received new message. The Black Gold Laboratory has been invaded! Several people were shocked and quickly sent fighter planes to chase. The person has disappeared. An official who came to report was at a loss. Outside the Black Gold Laboratory. Wow, this black gold armor is not only powerful but also really cool. Su Jingming has already put on the black and gold armor. The design of this set of black and gold armor is very exquisite. The color of the armor is as deep as ink, flashing a faint light. On the shoulders, there is a pair of sharp shoulder guards, which spread out like eagle wings, giving people a sharp feeling. There are also exquisitely carved patterns on the breastplate, exuding a mysterious and majestic atmosphere. The main thing is that the style of this black and gold armor is more oriental, but the manufacturing method is Western. The skirt below the waist is most obvious. This long skirt flutters in the breeze, appearing hard but not lacking in softness. Moreover, the material of this black gold armor is several times stronger than that of the meteorite. Even with Su Jingming's current strength, he is unable to break this black gold armor. After putting on this black gold armor, my body functions have improved. Su Jingming stood in the sky, set off by the black and gold armor, like a god of war. The most eye-catching thing is the black cloak behind the black armor. The cloak was wide and fluttered in the strong wind. Behind Su Jingming, it was like a dark cloud with a little wind element added. The air seemed to be stirred by the cloak. Am I being targeted? Su Jingming looked at the fighter planes flying in the distance. There are also super powerful missiles that will be launched from the military base. Take off the black gold armor and hand it over to me. I can give you a chance to live. On a fighter plane, a commander said coldly. Oh? Why should I give it to you? Su Jingming was not in a hurry, acting as if nothing happened. Emission! The commander also understood how powerful Su Jingming was and was too lazy to talk to him anymore. Boom! The fighter planes fired shells specifically targeting the geneticists and ancient warriors. At the same time, a loud noise erupted from the military base in the distance. 3 super powerful missiles exploded and locked onto Su Jingming. Haha, what a waste of such a good missile! Su Jingming stood still and drew a line with his finger. A crack in space was emitting violent energy fluctuations, as if it wanted to swallow everything in. The missile that was launched suddenly stopped and turned directly into the space crack. Even the 3 superpowered missiles were shut down and exploded in that space. But no sound was conveyed. Anything else? If not, I'll leave. If not, you guys can drop a hydrogen bomb or something, maybe it will kill me. I really can't hide from it. Su Jingming's extremely provocative words made the American commander so angry that his head bled. It's easier said than done. How can a hydrogen bomb be released so easily? Besides, this is near the Black Palace. Do you want to destroy it? The American commander gritted his teeth and said, Okay. I'll remember you. I know who you are. One day, you will pay a heavy price for your actions. I don't know whether I will pay the price or not, but I know you will pay the price. Su Jingming showed an unpredictable smile. On the fighter plane, the commander, who was furious in the last second, was bleeding from all 7 orifices and fell headfirst onto the fighter plane control console in the next second, with his eyes still open before he died. He didn't even know how he died, he just died. The commander is dead. The driver on one side stared and spoke into the intercom. This sentence made countless drivers think they had heard it wrong. The man just said one sentence and the commander died? I only sent him to death, but forgot to send you to death. Su Jingming looked at the fighter planes that were about to turn around and flee, and he gave them another mental shock. The 9th Gates Fei Yen Sutra plus the Witch God's personal notes had already forged Su Jingming's spirit to an extremely high level. It was too easy for him to kill some ordinary people out of thin air. As soon as he finished speaking, the pilots on the fighter planes died with blood gushing out of their 7 orifices. Su Jingming's eyes penetrated through the layers of defense and landed on a room in the Black Palace. He said in a voice transmission, I won't kill you guys today. If you dare to keep talking, don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, killing you is just a matter of moving my fingers. If they really want to kill, of course they can, but doing so will undoubtedly drive the United States completely crazy. A crazy superpower that even he dared not provoke. After all, no matter how powerful he is just one person. If a hydrogen bomb or something were really released, Su Jingming would be reduced to dust. China. All senior executives gathered. No one expected that Su Jingming was so crazy that he ignored the agreement between countries and rushed into the United States, and took away the black and gold armor of the United States. No one was not shocked when hearing the news. He is too arrogant. He dared to break into the heavily guarded U.S. Most importantly, he killed the U.S. commander and returned safely. He is so crazy. I think he has learned about the big change. No rules or regulations can restrain him anymore. No country can defend against him now. In my opinion, this is good. Su Jingming has visited the treasure houses of dozens of countries in 2 days, but he has not come to our Chinese treasure house. This shows that he still has the heart of the Chinese. Let him go ahead and do what he wants. If it doesn't work out, what's wrong with us giving him some treasures? A senior military official who advocated war said this with some excitement. Chapter 44 The news of the Great Change was delivered. Distance, global awakening, 1 day left. Call! Su Jingming stopped traveling. He has been searching for treasures in the Blue Star, but has gained little. I finally understood that the treasure appeared on its own and was definitely not found by anyone. Su Jingming sat on the top of the mountain, looking calm. Well, then let's wait quietly for the arrival of global awakening. This time, except for me, who else can reach the top? The time came to 12 noon. Blue Star has quietly changed. In the East China Sea, a towering column of water suddenly erupted from the light and breezy sea. The azure blue water instantly turned black, and a dragon soared into the sky, bringing with it waves of tsunamis. The dragon took off into the air and circled in the air. A ray of sunlight suddenly fell from the dark clouds. The sunlight shone on the dragon's body, which suddenly flashed an intense green light. The dragon's whole body swelled, and its skin and hair gradually changed from black to green. Its innate strength also increased in the dark, and under the catalysis of the sunlight, it began to evolve. Meanwhile, on the plateau, an eagle stood on a tall building, its wings spread out like a dark cloud covering the sun, and its gray feathers were changing rapidly, with a hint of gold replacing the gray. Its claws became sharper, and each feather was as sharp as a sword. In the deep sea, the abyss of the sea, which humans have never explored, a purple tentacle stretched out from it, rushed to the coast in an instant, hooked a reef, and slowly crawled upwards. A pair of scarlet eyes emerged from the abyss, as bright as a big lantern. However, that was not all, as 1, 2, 3 pairs of eyes emerged from the abyss and a giant head popped out, with a humming and roaring sound coming from its mouth. In a certain forest, a Siberian tiger with a fierce light in its eyes quickly climbed to the top of the mountain and stood on the cliff. Its roar resounded throughout the forest, causing all the creatures in the forest to flee howling. But when the second roar sounded, all the animals in the forest lay on the ground together, looking at the Siberian tiger on the cliff, and making howling sounds. In the far north, a snow-white polar bear began to twitch and suddenly roared towards the sky. Its body grew several times larger in that instant, and it crushed the ice with 1 foot. With every step it took, the glacier collapsed, as if a major earthquake had occurred. China. Inside the imperial city, the sound of dragon roars continued. In that magnificent palace, a golden dragon soared into the sky. This golden dragon hovers above the imperial city. Then it slowly flew over the entire Jinghai city. Finally, it flew back to the imperial city, and the sound gradually subsided. Jin Long's actions shocked the entire Jinghai people. After all, this golden dragon has appeared again and again. How can it be ignored? China's top leaders held an emergency meeting to discuss whether to tell the Chinese people the truth about how the world is changing. After all, the people have the right to know the truth. But for some reason, before the news was announced, someone had already made this major incident public in the country, shocking the entire Chinese people. Generally speaking, this kind of thing happens in novels and movies. When it really came to this, people were in a panic and countless people were begging for shelter. No one knows whether they can survive in troubled times. Some people rush directly to the Taoist temple to seek the protection of the Taoist priests. After all, there is an old saying, Buddhism in prosperous times, Taoism in troubled times. This resulted in some Taoist temples being crowded with people. But if you look carefully, you can find that there is not a single Taoist priest in the temple. The Taoists all fled and went to Kunlun Mountain to ask the mountain god for protection. At the same time, the West also quickly announced a major change. But the version of the catastrophe announced by the West is different. Most Westerners believe in the Holy Emperor and God. They believe this is a blessing from God. The mutation of the sea monster was the result of receiving God's blessing. Many Westerners try to pursue blessings, pursuing the illusory immortality. I heard that the United States has discovered something new. In addition, there has been new progress in gene editing research. I can only say that the United States has really good luck. This made Su Jingming think. Sunset Country. The Kelly family. Baby! Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would find such a treasure. The Kolian's face was flushed with excitement. In his hand was a crystal stone that was shining with purple light. In the crystal stone was a creature like a giant caterpillar swimming slowly, which looked extremely magical. This purple light stone was excavated in a mining area managed by the Kylie family. It is said that as long as you get close to this purple light stone, any injuries in your body will be healed instantly, and the body's functions will be greatly improved. The miner who brought the purple light stone back has been holding the purple light stone. He has become several years younger, and even his white hair has disappeared. This made Leko think of the blessing from God issued by the country. This purple stone is obviously the holy object bestowed by God to the Kylie family. It's so comfortable. The Kolian held the purple light stone tightly in his hand, and felt relaxed all over. Even the gunshot wound on his leg was healing rapidly. In just a few seconds, the gunshot wound that had plagued him for more than 10 years disappeared. It's amazing! My Kylie family has been blessed by God. After so many years of silence, it's time for my Kylie family to prosper. Ha ha ha, my Kylie family has been silent for a long time. Now in this chaotic world. Several elders of the Kylie family were so excited that they wanted to jump up. Shibaer looked melancholy. She was indeed delighted by her family's adventure. But according to the current national situation, can the Kylie family really keep this purple stone? Belle, what are you thinking about? When several elders were looking at the purple stone, Leko Lien saw Shibaer with a sad face and asked curiously. After all, this was a big event for the Kylie family, so what was the big deal about looking sad? I'm wondering, can we really keep this purple light stone? The other 4 old families and the 10 new families should have received the news, right? Shibaer frowned and said. Ha ha ha, Belle, your worries are not unreasonable, but thank you anyway. No matter what, this purple stone is blessed in the name of God, and they must have a reason if they want to snatch it. Le Kolian said confidently, obviously not worried about such a thing happening. Having said that, but... Sibyl sighed. In the end, I didn't say everything that was in my heart. She was thinking, this purple light stone is so magical, would those families stronger than the Kylie family, or even the officials of the Sunset Country, really be willing to let this precious stone fall into the hands of Kylie? It is a sin to possess treasures without absolute strength. Boom! On the rooftop of Calebeo, a fighter plane stopped, and the patriarch of the Norton family walked off the plane arrogantly. He glanced at the Lacolian people who came to ask questions, with a look of contempt on his face, and it seemed that he had no good intentions. He smiled and said, Lacolian, long time no see. Chapter 45. The dispute over the purple light stone, the fox borrowing the tiger's power. We just met not long ago. Leko Lien has long disliked this guy Norton. Now that I have obtained the purple light stone, I look down on this guy even more. Haha, you are really good at joking. Let's not waste any more time. I heard that your Kylie family found a magical gem in the mining area? And it was given by God. When Patriarch Norton talked about business, his face became serious. No! Leko Lien replied coldly. Don't be so stingy. Take out the gem and have a look. Maybe I can find out something. Then we can achieve immortality together. Wouldn't that be better? After hearing what Lacolian said, Patriarch Norton was even more certain about the gem. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as these words came out. Inside Kylie Castle, several people with guns aimed at the Norton family. No, 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 I don't want your gem. I just want to borrow it for research. Besides, I'm not the only one who wants this gem. A trace of panic flashed across Patriarch Norton's face, but he quickly concealed it and pointed to the distance. Sure enough, there were several planes coming quickly and slowly landed on the rooftop. A well-mannered man got off the plane, glanced at the Leco League, and a sneer appeared on his face. He was the leader of the Ace tribe, and his purpose this time was obviously very clear. Ace. Leco Lien's face changed drastically. I didn't expect the Ace family to get involved in this matter. Why? The Lecolian family has always been generous. Why do you disagree on this matter? The purple light stone you obtained was given by God. Logically, it should be owned by our 5 major families. We just use it for research. Why don't you agree? Chief Ace's smile was filled with sarcasm and threats as he approached Lecolien. Lecolien glanced coldly and said in a cold voice, I ask you, the Ace family, not to interfere in the feud between my Kylie family and the Norton family. Don't you understand now? Your Kylie family can't keep the treasure. Hand it over. When the research results are out, I can give some blessings to your Kylie family. Otherwise, if your Kylie family insists on not cooperating, the consequences are unclear. Chief Ace's words were stern and more straightforward than Chief Norton's. Obviously, he doesn't want to be like Chief Norton, who wants to take over Leco United directly. Ace Norton, you can't take down Lecolian with your own strength. If you want to snatch the purple light stone by force, I advise you to go back and rest. Lecolian didn't want to get entangled anymore, so he made a harsh remark and waved his hand. A group of bodyguards were ready to shoot. Lecolian, you dare! Seeing that there was really a shooting posture, Ace and Chief Norton were frightened. But then an irrepressible smile appeared on both of their faces. Their 2 families are not qualified, so what if we are included? Another fighter plane flew over. The figures of Chief Lean and Chief Lei appeared. Lean! Lei! You guys want to get involved in this too? Lecolian's arms were trembling slightly. If it were just the pressure from Norton and the Ace family, he could still barely hold on. The arrival of Kalian and Lei completely overwhelmed his almost broken heart. Them! Shibayer's eyes went dark. Her worries came true. When the strength is not matched, getting the treasure will only be a disaster. No! We don't want to interfere with you and Norton's affairs, but with God's blessing. No matter what, God's blessing belongs to everyone. You, Lecolian, cannot enjoy God's blessing alone. Hand over the treasure, and we can share it together. Why do you always insist on being wrong? The Lean family spoke calmly. But it was this kind of dullness that made Lecolian almost vomit blood in anger. What a good one, no matter what! Even Leco United can't sustain the current situation. No matter how strong he is, no matter how much he resists, facing the combined forces of the 4 major families, all his efforts will be in vain. Chief Lean looked impatient and said, Are you still unwilling to hand over the purple light stone? Do you have to wait for the Pope of the Divine Court to come out before you are willing to do so? Pope? The Pope died a long time ago. He was killed by Su Jingming. You still want to use his name to suppress us? Wishful thinking. Zybeer stepped forward and said angrily, Now that the old Pope is dead, can't there be a new Pope to take the throne? A frantic voice sounded. The next moment, a tall man in papal robes appeared in front of Sibyl, staring at Shibayer with a scrutinizing look. You! Shibayer was shocked by this scene. Hailey? You're still alive? When did you become the new Pope? Without a formal vote from the Divine Court, you, a traitor to the Divine Court, still want to sit on the position of Pope? Lecolian is not afraid of anything now. Even Hailey, a 3rd-level magician, he dares to confront him. The worst that can happen is death. Anyway, so many people are thinking about me. He had someone hide the purple stone long ago. After his death, no one could find the whereabouts of the purple stone. What did you say? Hailey stared. There is a tendency to kill people over a disagreement. He is the Pope who was personally promoted by several major families. Even without a formal vote, the Pope's position is already secure. Is there anyone who dares to say that he is not the Pope? Humph! Why are you so arrogant? You're just a person who was killed by Su Jingming. How dare you take on the position of Pope? Where does you get the nerve to do that? Shibei also spoke harshly. When he heard the name Su Jingming, Haley's face turned completely dark. His figure flashed, and he grabbed Shibei's neck and said coldly, You dare to mention his name, do you want to die? Haley, don't you dare! Lecolian directly took out a gun and pointed it at Haley's head. Your broken gun can't hurt me. Haley didn't bother to stop Leco United. Haley, if you have the guts, kill me. Kill me. Once I die, you, Ace, Norton, Lean, and Lei will not be able to escape Su Jingming's pursuit. Sibyl was not afraid at all. She pointed at several big families, and her pretty face became ferocious. After these words were spoken, even Haley fell silent and threw Sibyl down. The faces of the 4 clan leaders were also gloomy. They were well aware of Su Jingming's methods. The last time Su Jingming didn't hurt them, he didn't want to make too big a fuss. But they have heard that Su Jingming has become even more powerful. Even when facing the Sunset Country's new fighter jets, Su Jingming was able to escape safely. They dare not provoke this devil again with such heaven-defying means. Shibeier continued to bully others and said, Even if I give the purple light stone to Su Jingming, I won't give it to you. If you dare to snatch the purple light stone, you will all die. What are you afraid of? I have already sent people to block all communications within a 10-mile radius. So even if Su Jingming gets the news, what can he do? Can he make it here? Haley sneered. If Su Jingming was right beside him, he would still be a little bit afraid. But Su Jingming was in faraway China. By the time they received the news from the Kylie family, they had already left. Could it be that Su Jingming would just jump over and kill them one by one? Chapter 46: The Last Resistance. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Kylie castle fell into panic. Sure enough, some people tried to contact the outside world, but were rejected. Calebeo is far away from the central city. Now faced with this outcome, there is really no way out. Don't go too far! Lecolian's eyes were red with anger as he stared at Haley. We didn't force you, it was you who didn't cooperate. Haley smiled, his face expressionless and indifferent. Lecolian, our 2 families have been fighting for hundreds of years. To be honest, I really don't want to see your Kylie family being wiped out like this. Don't you think so? The words that came out of Norton's mouth were like the devil from hell coming to lock up souls. The entire Kylie family trembled. Genocide. This kind of words are vicious no matter what era they are in. Hearing these 2 words, Lecolian panicked. He said coldly, If you dare to do this, the Queen will not let you go. Could it be that the Queen doesn't know that we've come here with such fanfare? Besides, what right does she have to control us? There was a coldness in Norton's smile, which made Lecolian's heart die completely. Seeing this, Shibeier fought back on behalf of her father. I still say the same thing. If you dare to do it, don't blame me for calling Su Jingming. He has a lot of lives on his hands anyway. Okay, if Kylie doesn't want to, then we won't force him. Let's go back. Haley suddenly changed the subject and chuckled at the clan leaders. The clan leaders looked at each other and nodded. They seemed to agree on something. At this point, this is all we can do. Then I'll take my leave. Let your Kylie family live a few more seconds. Patriarch Norton smiled coldly, the viciousness in his eyes almost overflowing. A group of people came with a rumble and left with a rumble, watching several major families evacuate. Shibeier's heart finally calmed down. Belle, come with me. Lecolian still looked solemn. Bring Shibeier to the basement of Kylie Castle. Under the operation of a bunch of mechanisms. Lecolian took out the box containing the purple light stone. There is a purple light stone inside. Take it and leave. Tears gathered in Lecolian's eyes. Obviously prepared for the worst. Why? If it doesn't work, why don't we just hand over the purple light stone? Zybier didn't understand why she was asked to take this life-saving item away. Those guys only want the purple light stone, so can't we just hand it over to them? If she took the purple stone away, wouldn't the entire Kylie family be buried with it? Belle, you think too simply. The Norton family came here this time not only to seize the purple light stone, but also to use the power of the Divine Court and other major families to completely eliminate my Kylie family. Lycolian was furious, but he didn't dare to gamble in the current situation. You can't gamble either. He had to make a final plan. Shibayer's eyes were full of anxiety. Well, why not? I call Su Jingming over. With him here, he will definitely be able to save us. Well, let's first see if Su Jingming is willing to help us. Even if he is willing, he probably won't have the time to come. Lycolian smiled bitterly and sighed heavily. No matter how strong Su Jingming is, he is still a Chinese after all. If you want to get involved in the disputes in the Sunset Country, you still lack the threat power. Zybier wanted to say something else. Let's go! Lycolian shook his head and didn't want to dwell on it anymore. He hurriedly sent someone to send Shibei away. Go to China as quickly as possible. Shibayer and Su Jingming have a good relationship. Shibayer saved Su Jingming's life at the beginning. Once in China, with Su Jingming's care, Shibayer should be able to live a good life. That's enough. Just when Shibayer was about to leave, a gunshot rang out. A bodyguard was shot in the head. Blood exploded on Shibayer's face. A trace of fear suddenly surged into my heart. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. The Kylie family privately collects national treasures. Along with these words came countless bullets. Obviously, this would make the Kylie family pay a heavy price, or even lead to the genocide. Bang! Lycolian was not afraid and held the gun himself. Rushed forward with people. Boom! A super powerful missile is launched. What? How could they get this thing? It must be state intervention. Otherwise, with their power, they wouldn't be able to get the super-powered missile. Leco United suddenly felt hopeless. If this super-powerful missile falls, the entire Kylie castle will be reduced to ashes. No one can survive the bombing of super-powerful missiles. I'll do it! Under the fear of many Kylie people, Shibei rushed forward hurriedly. She held out her right hand. On the middle finger of her right hand, there is an antique stone ring. If what you said is true, please bless me once. Shibei's face flushed, and she shouted. As Shibei finished her words, the super-powerful missile also landed on Kylie Castle. Countless tribesmen had dazed looks on their faces and could feel death approaching. Puff! The ancient stone ring flashed a golden light. The super-powerful missile was wiped out by the golden light before it exploded. Ah! Lycolian was excited and looked at the stone ring on Siebel's right hand with awe. A group of Kylie people were also very excited. Taking this opportunity, he rushed out of the castle. Try to escape at this critical moment. Thank you. Siebel smiled and said to the stone ring. As if sensing Siebel's gratitude, the stone ring flashed. On the way to the United States, Su Jingming suddenly stopped. It was Shibayer who used the ring. Could it be that the Kylie family is in trouble? Su Jingming's eyes changed and he considered whether to go and take a look. He has a good relationship with Siebel. Thinking of this, Su Jingming directly tore through the space. Jump in. 10 kilometers away from Calebao. Several major clan leaders and the Deputy General of Sunset Nation were discussing the matter. Immediately, another super-powerful missile was launched. Here we go again! Lycolian screamed in fear, and looking at the missile falling again, his heart, which had just relaxed a little, suddenly tensed up again, and he couldn't help but look at Siebel's stone ring again. Bang! The missile was once again eliminated by the energy elements released by the stone ring. Bang, bang, bang! A burst of gunfire rang out. The Kylie people were shot to death one by one. Teams of armed soldiers rushed into Kylie Castle. If the missiles are ineffective, then start the real attack. The weapons and equipment within the Kylie family are also quite strong. But compared with the real national defense-level armed forces, it is still a little weaker. In just a few minutes, all of the Kylie family's guards were killed. A group of soldiers with guns surrounded Lycolian and Zybier. The Deputy General of Sunset Nation came and said coldly, "The Kylie clan has secretly kept the national treasure and refused to hand it over. If you raise your hands and surrender, I can ask the higher authorities to save your lives." The few remaining Kylie people looked at Leko Lien, undecided. Surrender! Leko United had already faced the reality by now. He also didn't want his people to die with him. Lycolian clan leader, hand over the purple light stone. That day, the deputy general of the Sunset Nation looked coldly at Leko Lien. Kill me! Lycolian knew that he would die even if he surrendered. It's better to die bravely. Stubborn! The deputy general of the Sunset Country held a gun and aimed at the Leko Union. Bang! After this shot, Lycolian was still standing there intact. I saw that Sibyl raised the stone ring again to block the bullet. Shoot with all your strength and see how many times he can block it. A group of soldiers were not polite at all. The bullets shot out of the gun with a whoosh. Bang, 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 bang. When the stone ring flashed 18 times, it shattered with a bang. The moment the stone ring exploded, blood flowed from the corner of Sibyl's mouth. Bell! When Lycolian saw this, his heart sank completely. God, here we come! The few remaining Kylie people even knelt down on the spot. This time, it really can't work. Looking at the incoming bullets, Shibea's face showed helplessness and unwillingness. Unexpectedly, she would be shot to death. It's a pity that I couldn't see that person again before I died. She slowly closed her eyes, enjoying the last second of freedom in her life. Chapter 47 Problem Solving. But she found that she was not dead and her perception was still normal. On the side, Leko Lien had an expression of disbelief and horror in his eyes. Several Kylie people couldn't help themselves and wanted to cheer and applaud. Didn't I tell you that when the power of the ring runs out, just call my name and I will appear immediately? What are you doing standing there? Shibea clearly heard Su Jingming's helpless voice, but she did not open her eyes, because tears welled up in her eyes. She murmured, How could I know you could come so quickly? I thought you were just joking. I am so impressed. If I had come a fraction of a second later, all of you guys would have died. Su Jingming appeared beside Shibea, pulled her behind him, looked at the deputy general of Sunset Country, and smiled lightly. You give me some face and let these people go. I know you and how powerful you are, but this is an internal dispute of my Sunset Country. You have no right to interfere. We will let bygones be bygones regarding the Divine Court. We have already given you a lot of face. Don't go too far and try to get involved in everything. The deputy general of Sunset Country had a cold face that day. Obviously, he was also afraid of Su Jingming. But this was a task assigned by his superiors, and he absolutely could not back down. Die! When Su Jingming uttered this word, the deputy general of the Sunset Country started bleeding from his mouth and nose, his eyes went blank, and he fell to the ground with a bang, deader than dead. Forehead. This made the Kylie clan very happy. Hey! Leko Lien laughed out loud. Shibea looked worried. Killing the deputy general of the Sunset Kingdom means making a real enemy. It will be extremely difficult to live safely in the Sunset Country in the future. Their Kylie clan will be completely wiped out from the Sunset Country. Aren't you leaving yet? Su Jingming looked at the surrounding armed soldiers with curiosity. The armed soldiers looked at each other, undecided for a moment. Facing this non-human being, they are obviously no match. But without orders, they dared not retreat on their own. Just when a squad leader was about to give the order to retreat. Okay, if you don't want to leave, then all of you stay with him. As soon as the words fell, a cold light flashed across the sky, and hundreds of armed soldiers were directly split in half. Their bodies exploded, and their flesh and blood were burned to ashes by the flames that appeared out of nowhere. It's pretty good, it was even cremated. The only thing is that no ashes were left. Su Jingming looked into the distance and said calmly, There are still a few old guys. I'll help you deal with them all. Anyway, we've killed so many of them, so a few more of them won't be a big deal. This? When Shibea heard this, she was just about to ask Su Jingming to be more rational. But Lycolian immediately grabbed his daughter and said in a low voice, Let Mr. Su go. It won't do us any harm. Anyway, we can't survive in Sunset Country in the future. Su Jingming glanced at Leko Lien and expressed his approval. This Lycolian still has some judgment. Unlike Sibyl, who is always looking ahead and behind and thinking too much. Excuse me, Mr. Su. Leko Lien nodded and bowed with a smile on his face. Wait until I come back. Su Jingming took a step forward and was already several miles away. TSK, that's great. Leko Lien kept muttering, unable to hide his joy. Well, Mr. Su is a good man, you must hold on to this opportunity. Whether our Kylie family can recreate the glory of 1,000 years ago depends on you. You must fight for your reputation. I don't care. Shibaya frowned, and no one knew what she was thinking. In the clouds, an airplane was flying at high speed. It even flew directly into the territories of other countries. A slightly thin figure appeared in front of the fighter plane and stopped it. Chief Norton gritted his teeth and said to the receiver, Su Jingming, you killed the Deputy General of Sunset Country, and you want to kill us? This matter has nothing to do with you, don't go too far. Die. Su Jingming was too lazy to say more, the plane exploded. Chief Norton was blown to death before he could say the next word. In another direction, Chief Lin was also begging frantically. Su Jingming, there is no hatred between us. If you are dissatisfied with our attack on the Kylie family, I can compensate you. Our family has an ancient book that has been passed down for thousands of years, which records. Before he could finish his words, Chief Lin died with blood coming out of his mouth and nose. Record it and keep it for your own records. After Su Jingming's elemental clone finished speaking, it dissipated. At the same time, Ace and Lei both died. In a corner of a ravine, a figure trembled slightly and kept silent, not daring to make any sound. His terrified eyes kept scanning the outside, as if something terrible was chasing him. He didn't dare to show his head, or he would be killed in seconds. Hey, I'm not blind. If you squat here, can I see you? Hearing this, Haley's body trembled violently, and he slowly raised his head. He found that Su Jingming was on the huge rock above his head, staring at him with a sneer on his face. What do you want? You have already killed me once, do you want to kill me again? I beg you to let me go. I am the Pope of the Divine Court now. If you let me go, I will listen to you from now on. I will let you control the entire Divine Court, and I will let the people of the Divine Court serve you as their lord. Haley's face was filled with fear, he didn't want to die again. The last time Su Jingming killed him in seconds, he was able to survive by relying on a secret method. This time, he could clearly feel that Su Jingming had become much stronger. His secret method was completely ineffective in front of Su Jingming. Su Jingming smiled and listened to what Haley said before he said slowly, Why are you talking nonsense just like that group of people? I'll send you on your way after I'm done talking. No, don't. As Haley spoke, he felt a mysterious force invade his mind, instantly destroying his consciousness, and his flesh and blood were on the verge of disintegration. Change! In the last second before his death, Haley performed the secret method again. This secret method is like a cicada escaping from its shell, leaving behind an empty shell. And Haley himself was teleported 1 kilometer away. Haley, who had come back from the dead, was not yet happy. Then he saw Su Jingming appear in front of him again. I let you live once, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You won't have a chance this time. You! Haley opened his mouth. This time, he completely accepted his fate and stopped resisting. After dealing with Haley, Su Jingming returned to Kylie Castle. Seeing Su Jingming's relaxed look, Leko Lien knew that all his old friends should be dead, and he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. These pure thighs must be held tightly. At the same time, Leko Lien brought the box and handed the purple light stone to Su Jingming. Chapter 48 The First 10 Minutes of Global Awakening. Oh? This stone is interesting. Su Jingming held the purple light stone and felt that the vitality in his body was instantly filled to full capacity by the purple light stone, and he became more energetic. This is the living element! Su Jingming exclaimed. I didn't expect to come across such a treasure this time. Without any courtesy, Su Jingming directly put away the life element stone. He said to Shibaya, Now that something unexpected is about to happen, you probably can't stay in Sunset Country anymore. If you want, go to China to rest. I think that after tomorrow, no country will be safer than China. Good. Zybir agreed without thinking. As for the remaining few Kylie people, they were somewhat hesitant. After all, once you go far away from home, you will never be able to go home again. What a bunch of rubbish! With Mr. Su here, are you still afraid that you won't be able to come back in the future? Leko Lien, on the other hand, had a smile on his face as he accused those tribesmen who were ignorant of the current situation. Su Jingming's realm is improving so quickly, what is there to be afraid of? Leko United believes that they will be able to return to the Sunset Country soon. Soon, Leko Lien and Shibeir boarded a plane to China. Of course, this is inseparable from Su Jingming's contribution. If he had not personally gone to have a friendly exchange with the high-level officials of the Sunset Country, how could the Sunset Country let the Kylie clan leave so easily? Su Jingming also returned to China. I've wasted some time here, and it would be a waste of time to go to the United States. In this way, Su Jingming settled the Kylie family. Sitting alone on the top floor of a building, watching the world change. Night fell quietly. But this night was different than before. It's too dark. The Mid-Autumn Festival is almost here. The moon didn't emit any light at all. Even the clouds were covering the moon intentionally or unintentionally. Some domestic astronomers even bluntly stated that no one can survive this catastrophe intact. No one. When the time came to 8 o'clock, a hint of sunset red suddenly appeared in the western sky. That kind of red is like blood everywhere, so red that it makes people panic. Just one look at it makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Refine the purple light stone. The moment the refining is completed, the global awakening should begin. I am really looking forward to it. Su Jingming was looking forward to it, hoping that his body could awaken again. After absorbing the purple energy from the meteorite last time, he awakened. If it can awaken again this time, it will only become even more terrifying. The purple light stone was suspended above Su Jingming's head, and the elemental power turned into a bird, flying around his body, constantly devouring and absorbing the energy of the purple light stone. At the same time, Su Jingming's own cultivation was also rising rapidly. It is about to break through the barrier of the heaven-controlling realm. After the sky control realm is the blood-shattering realm. The blood-shattering realm breaks the blood, tempers the flesh and blood, tempers the bones. Only by tempering the blood in the body drop by drop, integrating it into the essence, spirit, flesh and bones, can one enter the blood-broken realm. Then, the strength will be greatly enhanced, and the chi and blood will become more vigorous. From now on, every drop of blood has a trace of consciousness. Every drop of blood is an independent part, an independent person. If you are killed by someone, you can be resurrected as long as there is a drop of blood left. It can be said that once one reaches the blood-shattering realm, one has the initial stage of achieving immortality. The most important thing is that you can possess violent physical strength. Crush the blood, melt the blood. Purple energy circulated in Su Jingming's body and began to peel off his blood, bones, and flesh. Drops of red gold blood flew out of the body, like a golden light. The bones and flesh are being tempered and transformed into energy. Gradually, Su Jingming was tempered. Only an illusory soul remains. The energy transformed from bones and flesh was drawn and poured into those drops of blood. Finally, the blood will condense into a new body. This body is even stronger and exudes a hint of great power. Arrived at the blood-shattering realm, Su Jingming exhaled. Immediately, the realm began to soar. The first level of Broken Blood Realm. The second level of the Broken Blood Realm. Blood-Shattering Realm Level 3. The fourth level of the Broken Blood Realm. The fifth level of Blood-Shattering Realm. When reaching the sixth level of the Broken Blood Realm, the power of the Purple Light Stone was also exhausted. Ha! I broke through the Palm of Heaven realm in one fell swoop and advanced 6 small realms. It feels so good. Su Jingming exhaled again, unable to hide his excitement. The Fierce Earth realm and the Palm of Heaven realm are divided into 4 small levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The 3 Shattered realm is divided into 10 small levels. With each level improvement, the chi and blood can be further improved. When you reach the 9th level of the Broken Blood realm, you can rush to the Broken Soul realm. The Soul Shattering realm focuses on the soul. At the same time, As long as there is a trace of soul, one can live forever. No time to practice. Su Jingming glanced at the time. 11:59. There is only 1 minute left. There's a dragon flying over there. Su Jingming looked towards the direction of the imperial city of Jinghai again. There was a brilliant light everywhere, and a 5-clawed golden dragon was flying slowly. The global awakening begins now. Chapter 49, the first day of global awakening. Global awakening begins! Su Jingming looked deep in the eyes and raised his head to look at the endless starry sky. Bang! A loud noise resounded through the starry sky. Dark, bottomless darkness. Darkness, the darkness that never sees the light of day. It's cold, freezing cold. The sound is like a tiger's roar. That boundless, deep and dark universe. In the direction of the distant pillar of creation, 2 blurry figures were fighting fiercely. The man's blood and energy were powerful, and the light of his fists covered the sky and the sun, obscuring the light of the universe. The other person's imperial sword disturbed everything in the universe and shocked everything in the universe. Countless creatures were trembling because of this sword. At the center of the battle between the two, there was an earth-shaking roar. An unprecedented explosion broke out. The pillar that had existed since the beginning of creation was actually shattered by the aftermath of the battle between the two men, and a wisp of mysterious purple air slowly leaked out from the pillar of creation. Then the purple air slowly spread across the entire universe like ripples. This wisp of purple air seemed to have endless power and mystery. Wherever it goes, it causes panic and awe in all things in the universe. One of the wisps of purple air traveled through the endless interstellar space and eventually entered the Milky Way. However, the purple energy did not stop. Keep going, crossing countless galaxies and planets. After a long and complex evolution, the purple energy quietly penetrated into the solar system. In this vast galaxy, the purple energy seems to have found its home. The purple air easily penetrated the defense of the blue star and slowly penetrated into the blue star. It burned like a flame blown by the wind, silently corroding all living things on the blue star. An unpredictable evolution has begun. The global awakening has officially begun today. Then daybreak came. Oh, it hurts so much! In a rural area of Hashan province, in a wheat field. 90-year-old Li Fengxing has a face full of white beard and old, dark skin, which shows that he has not lived a very good life and is even a little malnourished. However, he is very strong and is digging the ground with a hoe. Suddenly, he squatted on the ground, holding his head in pain. There was unbearable pain in my mouth. What's wrong? Several farmers passing by heard the noise and helped Li Fengxing to the side of the road to rest. It hurts so much, can anyone save me? My head feels like it's going to explode, it feels like someone is electrocuting it, my head is full of electricity. Li Fengxing opened his eyes and looked at several people pleadingly. Unexpectedly, when these people saw Li Fengxing's eyes, their legs began to tremble with fear. He didn't dare to stay beside Li Fengxing any longer, and quickly left on his tricycle. Li Fengxing's eyes were filled with purple mist and faintly flashed with electric light, like a pair of strange eyes. They looked extremely weird, no wonder they scared several people away. You guys don't leave! Li Fengxing wailed and lay on the ground begging for help, but he could not control his body at all. He was twitching as if he was infected with the lost virus, and people were afraid to approach him. Sizzle! Flashes of lightning exploded with crackling sounds. Li Fengxing collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Like a battery, lightning kept coming out of his body, flashing back and forth, and from time to time, the sound of electric current touching could be heard. Forehead. After a long time, Li Fengxing finally woke up. He rubbed his eyes and felt a little sore. Even the flesh and blood in my body felt a little stiff. It made him very uncomfortable. Me, what's wrong with me? Li Fengxing narrowed his eyes and was suddenly stunned because he found that the dry skin on his arm became tight. The old man was scared and thought he was hallucinating. He quickly took out his mobile phone and saw his young and handsome face in the light. This face no longer looks old. Instead, he was 20 years old. This is me? Li Fengxing looked frightened. Is this a dream? In order to verify the authenticity, Li Fingxing picked up the pesticide bag on the ground, stretched out his index finger to touch the medicine, put it on his tongue and licked it. After this lick, his face changed instantly. Bitter, goddamn, I'm really getting younger. Li Fingxing was so happy that he jumped up with excitement. Crackling. A flash of lightning danced under his feet, flashing white light. What is this? Thunder lightning? Li Fingxing was so scared that he ran away. But the lightning under his feet followed him, and he couldn't get rid of it. Li Fingxing suddenly thought of the cartoons that his grandson watched. He slowly stopped, and then kicked out suddenly. As his foot kicked out, there was a flash of lightning and a thunderbolt. Boom! The lightning directly blew up the well house in the distance. Li Fingxing seemed to sense something and clenched his fists. There was actually lightning gathering in his fist. I have superpowers? I am Thor? Li Fingxing had a blank look on his face, his mouth open in a daze. It took a long time to recover from the shock. A long, long time passed. Li Fingxing finally understood, with a proud look on his face. Ha ha ha, God has been kind to me, Li Fingxing. When I was about to die at the age of 90, God gave me another chance to become a young man again. But what's going on with this thunder and lightning? Li Fingxing touched his hand curiously. Could it be? Li Fingxing suddenly remembered something. He remembered that during a rainstorm 3 days ago, he took shelter under a tree. But unfortunately, he was struck by lightning. Fortunately, his life was not in danger, and he barely survived. As expected, it was that thunder that gave him the power to control lightning. It's amazing. So I am a god. As Li Fingxing spoke, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. I have lived for half my life and I don't even have a son. Now that I am young again, I must marry a few more wives and give him hundreds of sons. Hashan Provincial People's Hospital. No, I don't want treatment. None of you can cure me. My eyes cannot be cured. I refuse treatment. A 10-year-old child covered his eyes and refused to let the doctor next to him get close. Even his parents were pushed away by him. He squatted in the corner and cried alone. Xiaoyi, just listen to the doctor, she won't hurt you. The child's parents were trying to persuade him, looking helplessly at the doctor who was preparing to treat him. The child may be scared, you can try to persuade him again, and the surgery will be suspended for now. However, the double pupil disease still needs to be treated as soon as possible, you can consider it yourself. The doctor shook his head slightly. He had seen this situation many times and was too lazy to say anything. Okay, Xiaoyi, the doctor is gone. We won't treat your eyes today. The child's father looked helpless and pulled his son, who was squatting in the corner, over. This child named Xiaoyi had tears in the corners of his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, his 4 pupils suddenly shrank. A purple air enveloped his eyes, causing the pupils to twitch violently. Xiaoyi, your eyes are The child's mother wanted to say a few more words of advice, but when she saw her son's strange purple eyes twitching, she screamed in fear and stepped back with a thump. What happened? Holy shit! The father on the side didn't take it seriously, but he was also frightened by his son's terrifying eyes the next second, and hurriedly shouted to the doctor outside. Doctor, my son! What's wrong? What's wrong? You can't yell in the hospital. Several doctors came running over quickly, and when they saw Xiaoyi, they also screamed. What's wrong with me? My eyes. Xiaoyi also noticed the changes in himself. He felt that his body was filled with mysterious energy, as if he had endless strength, which made him excited. My eyes. He could clearly feel that his yellow pupils had turned into pure purple. I have double pupils. Xiaoyi squinted his eyes. He didn't know what force was driving the growth of his bones. His flesh and blood were evolving. He quickly changed from a 10-year-old boy to a 20-year-old boy. His clothes were torn, and even some parts of his body had undergone tremendous changes. Screams rang out throughout the hospital. At the same time, in a certain unit in Hashan province, Lu Chan, who was doing morning exercises, was doing weightlifting. This barbell must be 365 kilograms. Lu Chan, do you still want to lift it? If you can lift it, you will be better than the world champion. A squad leader couldn't help but teasing when he saw Lu Chan walking to the 365-kilogram barbell. Lu Chan scratched his head and smiled innocently. Squad leader, I'll give it a try to see how others can lift such a heavy thing. The squad leader smiled, shook his head, and left on his own. Why do I always feel like I can lift it? Try. With this strange feeling, Lu Chan moved his body and gently grabbed the barbell with both hands. Suddenly, a hint of purple appeared in his eyes, which fully mobilized his flesh and blood. Lu Chan suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 50 Awakening, Crazy Awakening. Hey, it's so light! Lu Chan looked speechless, and easily lifted the 265 kilograms barbell. Feeling it was a little unreal, he even turned around on the spot. But the barbell was like cotton, and he put down his right hand. The left hand alone can play with the barbell like a toy. Who the hell replaced the barbell with a plastic one? You like to play pranks, right? Lu Chan was speechless. He picked up the barbell and found the team members who were exercising. Fuck, Lu Chan, what are you doing? This barbell weighs 365 kilograms. You just picked it up like that. Several team members who were exercising also looked at Lu Chan in confusion. Lu Chan's strength was not small, but it was definitely not great. This is a 265 kilograms barbell, not 265 gene. Ha ha ha, you are dumbfounded. Lu Chan explained with a mocking look on his face. This barbell is made of plastic. I don't know which bastard stole it. The squad leader, who was about to go to eat, turned back with his eyes wide open. Fuck, Lu Chan, what are you doing? This barbell weighs 365 kilograms, and you just lifted it like that. Squad leader, is someone playing a prank? The barbell has been replaced with a plastic one. It only weighs a few dozen pounds. There is no such thing as 365 kilograms. I am really impressed by you guys. As Lu Chan spoke, he spun the barbell around and threw it steadily on the ground. Bang! The whole ground was shaking, which startled Lu Chan again. The barbell made such a loud noise when it fell to the ground. How is it possible that it can be made from dozens of kilograms of plastic? Fuck! The squad leader was watching in a daze, drooling at the corners of his mouth. The players who were exercising looked even more dazed. I feel like this world is incredible. Could it be, this is really 365 kilograms? No matter how stunned Lu Chan was, he now realized the truth. Having said that, Lu Chan grabbed the barbell again in disbelief. I picked it up easily though. To him, the barbell looked like plastic. Let me try! The squad leader glanced at Lu Chan with a scrutinizing look and grabbed the barbell. But he used all his strength, and his face turned red. It just made the barbell move. You kid, do you have superpowers? The squad leader walked around Lu Chan. I didn't notice any changes in Lu Chan. Fuck, I remember now! Suddenly, the monitor started shouting. Pull Lu Chan and get in the car. The endless sea. The sea was surging and the waves were rising in all directions. The howling wind sounded like the wailing of an evil spirit. A huge civilian fishing boat. The weather is terrible today, the wind is so strong. Not only is the wind strong, but the weather is also a little dark. It doesn't seem like a good sign. According to previous rules, we should return today. Why go back? We came out here with great difficulty, but we didn't get anything good. If we just go back like this, we will be laughed at. Several fishermen were talking to the captain, and they all looked unhappy. Just when the captain was thinking about whether to return, a shark swam over from a distance. Shark! A fisherman pointed at the huge black shadow in the sea and exclaimed. What's wrong with sharks? It's not like we haven't seen them before, the captain said impatiently. But when he saw the shark, he was so scared that he lost his soul. This shark is red all over and is extremely huge. When it moves, it is like a moving small mountain. When it appears on the sea, everything seems to become insignificant. What the hell is this? Hurry up! The captain's legs went weak with fear. I have never seen such a big shark in my life. The shark swam over quickly and swallowed the entire fishing boat in one bite without hesitation. In just a moment, the rolling sea surface became calm. As if nothing had happened. The shark's purple eyes flashed. Leave quickly. Kunlun Mountains. A group of Taoists gathered here, holding whisks in their hands, looking quite immortal. This is terrible. How did the world become like this? Alas, it seems that the original prophecy has come true. Several Taoist priests with high levels of attainment were sighing on the side. Obviously, they have also noticed the changes in the world. Halala! A breeze blew by. In the Kunlun Mountains, an old tree that has survived for thousands of years is shaking. Its emerald green leaves are emitting a fragrance, and they are fluttering down in the breeze and falling to the ground. The leaves were blown by the wind and gradually spread throughout the Kunlun Mountains. As a result, the entire Kunlun Mountain is filled with a strange fragrance. However, this leaf is extremely dangerous. Any creature that touches the leaf, no matter if it is a bird, beast, insect, or reptile, will turn into a pile of dry bones the moment it touches the leaf. In the Taoist temple in Kunlun Mountain, pieces of leaves quietly floated into the Taoist temple with the breeze. A leaf fell on a Taoist priest, and in just an instant, the Taoist priest's body seemed to be drained of blood. It quickly shriveled up and finally turned into a skeleton. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of bang 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 continued to ring out. One by one, the Taoists touched the leaves. Their flesh and blood dried up in an instant and turned into skeletons. There's a monster! A Taoist priest in a yellow robe shouted loudly, his face full of fear. Upon hearing the noise, other Taoists rushed over. But they saw with their own eyes that the Taoist priest in yellow robe turned into a skeleton. What's going on? A chill ran down the hearts of the Taoists. What kind of magic is this? It can kill people so easily without anyone noticing. A red-robed Taoist priest was panicking, with confusion in his eyes. These Taoists practice Taoism on a daily basis and think they can resist all kinds of evil spirits. But at this moment they suddenly felt their own insignificance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another breeze blew by. Beautiful, crystal green leaves are falling. Everybody be careful. Don't let these leaves get close to us. The red-robed Taoist priest shouted loudly. The Taoists used their magic to try to stop the leaves from approaching. However, these leaves seemed to have some special abilities. With the changes in the breeze, he was able to avoid the Taoist attacks and continue to attack the Taoists. Help me! A Taoist priest was accidentally touched by the leaves and died instantly. Hateful! In a corner, Patriarch Dao Feng had a look of anger on his face. Beside him, a young Taoist priest turned into a corpse. This was the disciple he had just accepted, and he died just like that. Originally, he wanted to find his senior brother to seize the inheritance, but when he discovered that there were treasures in Kunlun Mountain, he was temporarily delayed. He did not expect to encounter such a situation. Damn, how can there be such a thing? Seeing more and more leaves floating towards him, Patriarch Dao Feng did not dare to stay any longer and quickly ran towards the foot of Kunlun Mountain. If he didn't run, he would be dead. Don't run, we can still hold them off. The red-robed Taoist priest shouted hurriedly when he saw Taoist Master Dao Feng running away. If you don't run, you'll die! Patriarch Dao Feng cursed angrily and quickly went down the mountain. As the leaves grew more and more, the red-robed Taoist priest also died. For a moment, the whole world was bustling. Similar incidents have occurred across the country. Related hot topics on the internet have already exploded. Chapter 51, National Awakening, a new chapter. What's going on today? So many weird things? Fuck, the Kunlun Mountain Massacre has been revealed, 99 Taoists died. Somewhere in the South China Sea, a fishing boat disappeared inexplicably. Some people even took pictures of the purple mist above the clouds. Some people say that the purple mist is poisonous, and if you breathe it in, you will definitely die. Some people also say that the purple mist is fairy air. After all, purple air comes from the east. Take a breath of purple mist, and you will become an immortal immediately. At noon, the Huagua Research Institute published its latest research. China's highest research institute, After verified observation, the purple mist above the clouds is a special mysterious substance coming from the starry sky, hereinafter referred to as purple mist. The purple mist penetrated the atmosphere at midnight and spread all over the world at 0:10. The purple mist has mysterious effects. It is a substance that can bring out the limits of the human body, promote the rapid evolution of the human body, and cause the human blood to mutate. According to current research, purple haze has no side effects on the human body. However, the research is in its early stages, and it will take time to study the effects of purple haze and whether it can last. Please do not panic, as new information will be released later. As soon as this statement was released, it instantly attracted attention from all over the world. Countless netizens were excited. Fuck, no one told me that humans have begun to evolve? Have you all evolved? You can't leave me behind. You didn't take me with you when the world became prosperous. Now that the world has evolved, you still don't take me with you. I won't accept it. I'll tell you something in secret. I've also evolved. My right hand has suddenly become so powerful that I can smash a rock with one punch. Ha 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 ha, I'm crazy. I haven't caught up with any of the eras. This is us, the post-2000s generation. The entire network was permeated by this evolutionary wind. Chinese officials also began to take action to collect the purple mist as quickly as possible. Many aristocratic families also realized something and began to take action. Not long after, the Huagua Research Institute released new research progress. Huagua Research Institute. After much research, it was found that the function of purple mist is to awaken the human body, and it is divided into the following major awakening categories. The first type is blood awakening. An example is Xiao Chan from a certain unit in Heshan province. After the purple mist invaded Xiao Chan's blood, he experienced a blood reversion awakening. The object of Xiao Chan's reversion was Lu Bu from the Three Kingdoms period. As a result, Xiao Chan's strength became very strong. Even the 365 kilograms barbell was like cotton in Xiao Chan's hand. His full-strength punch could reach 1,000 kilograms. The second category is the awakening of residual limbs. An example is Xiaoyi from a primary school. Xiaoyi has suffered from double pupils since birth, but when Xiaoyi's eyes were about to be treated, they were invaded by the purple mist of the starry sky, and the double pupils evolved and awakened, and successfully awakened into the legendary double pupils. It is worth mentioning that Liu Bang, the first emperor of the Han dynasty, had double pupils, so we expect that Xiaoyi's life will be very interesting in the future. We have taken Xiaoyi to the Security Bureau and will continue to pay attention to Xiaoyi's changes. The third category is element awakening. An example is a 90-year-old man in a village in Heshan province. When Mr. Li was doing farm work in the early morning, he was invaded by purple mist. He fell to the ground and convulsed. After waking up, Mr. Li could control lightning, and his body functions recovered to that of a 20-year-old. According to Mr. Li, he was struck by lightning 3 days ago, but luckily he survived. Therefore, our research institute speculates that if someone has been contaminated or exposed to a certain substance before his death, and is invaded by purple mist, he will gain corresponding skills. Currently, these three types of awakening are the most basic and widespread. If there are new ways of awakening, please report to the local security bureau. At the same time, in addition to the awakening of humans, animals and plants have also undergone varying degrees of mutation. In the sea, sharks have mutated, and in the mountains and forests, 1,000-year-old trees have mutated. Tip: please leave the mountainous area and sea area in time and drive away the pets around you. At present, the official has only released some knowledge about human awakening, but the knowledge about the mutation of animals and plants is still unfamiliar, so the public can only be reminded to take precautions. Wow, wake up, the novel has come into reality. You didn't even call me. I woke up on my own. That old man Li is from our village. He is so awesome now that he can summon lightning at will. I just went to see him and I was impressed. I also want to awaken. Having double pupils is the way to invincibility. Why do I need to borrow purple mist? Give me the purple mist quickly, I need it so much. If the situation continues like this, sooner or later we, the useless ones, will become the ghosts in other people's soul flags. Just as people were venting their dissatisfaction online, the entire blue planet began to shake violently. There's an earthquake. The alarm buzzed and vibrated. Why wasn't there any advance notice of the earthquake? What's going on at the Earthquake Bureau? Nothing was detected. This earthquake was not big, but not small either. It lasted for dozens of seconds and then gradually stopped. Apart from some abandoned buildings, there were basically no collapsed buildings. Apart from some people who jumped from buildings and were injured, there were almost no casualties. Wow! Hurry up and look at the latest satellite images. Big! What's so big? Mine is big! The world is bigger! While people all over the world are still confused. Some people have discovered that the world's area has expanded more than 10 times. The ocean is much wider. There are still islands emerging on the sea. People all over the world were shocked. Is there such a thing? All the scientists were stunned. What was the principle behind this? In fact, after research, it was found that the blue star has indeed grown several times larger. Its area is basically comparable to that of Uranus. Ah? What a fantastic era! No, it's fine if humans awaken, but has Blue Star also awakened? I suddenly felt that I had become insignificant again. The Chinese government has issued a new announcement. Blue Star has awakened, the area of Blue Star has expanded, and many unknown mysterious species have appeared. Please do not go out without permission to avoid accidents. At the same time, please believe in the power of the country. No matter how strong the enemy is, we can defeat them. At the highest peak, Su Jingming stood up slowly. The cold wind blew, leaving a little frost on the clothes. What a wonderful world it is! A new journey has begun. Su Jingming looked into the distance, where there was an endless sea. Thunder wings flashed behind him, the space was torn apart, and his figure disappeared, crossing a distance of 100 miles in an instant. Everywhere you go, you can encounter humans awakening or mutating creatures. But when these people felt what Su Jingming had done, they couldn't control their bodies from shaking. This was a kind of suppression from the heart, which made them feel palpitations. When those awakening creatures sensed Su Jingming's presence, they knelt down on the ground, not daring to move at all, as if they were worshipping their emperor. Chapter 52: The second day of full awakening. Extraterritorial creatures landed. The second day of full awakening. Everything is evolving in an orderly manner. Ocean. There is no end in sight. Dark and cold. The cold, gray sea water presents a despairing color. It's terrifying. The sea breeze whistled across the sea, causing huge waves and making a deafening noise. The sky was also gloomy, with heavy clouds hanging low over the sea. Depressed. It gives people an extreme feeling of depression. It's just like the last life. Su Jingming flew across most of the sea area and stopped in the middle of the ocean. Except for the restricted areas that have not yet been established, the sea area is basically the same as in the previous life. Get out! Su Jingming's eyes were deep and he shouted sternly. The sea water was bubbling, and a blood-red shark slowly appeared. Under the cover of a blood-red light, it gradually shrank and turned into a handsome young man. He bowed deeply to Su Jingming and said respectfully, "Greetings, senior. This blood-red shark is the one that devoured the fishing boat. You have been following me, what do you want to do?" Su Jingming had already noticed that the little fish was following him secretly. Red Shark was startled, and said respectfully, "Senior, my practice has been hindered and I can't make any further progress. As a strong man among humans, you should have a way to help me break through. If you can help me, I am willing to do anything for you." As he spoke, Red Shark did not hide his realm, revealing that he had reached the War King level. However, due to some interference in his body, he could no longer continue to practice. "Oh?" Su Jingming did not answer. "If you don't trust me, I am willing to sign a slave contract with you and be your servant for life. I only hope that you can take me with you on the next journey." Red Shark smiled sincerely, and actually released his soul directly, and took the initiative to evolve a pair of shackles. Soul shackles, once controlled by someone, will control you for the rest of your life. Looking at the released soul of the Red Shark, Su Jingming smiled and released a trace of soul power, trying to leave a slave mark on the Red Shark's soul. When Su Jingming's soul touched the Red Shark's soul suddenly changed and turned into a shark with a huge bloody mouth, which swallowed Su Jingming's soul imprint in one bite. The red shark absorbed and refined this trace of soul, and at the same time used this trace of Su Jingming's soul to invade Su Jingming's spiritual sea of consciousness. So you want to take over my body? No wonder you propose to sign a slave contract with me. Su Jingming was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the red shark with a smile. Let the soul of the red shark invade his spiritual sea of consciousness. Humans' potential is indeed far greater than ours. You've only been awakened for 1 day, and you've become so powerful. However, this body of yours will be mine from now on. Red Shark had a greedy look on his face, but he was still thinking about taking over someone else's body in the last second, and his whole body trembled in the next second. Because he sensed the vastness of Su Jingming's spiritual sea of consciousness, the endless spiritual fluctuations made him kneel directly on the sea, unable to even lift his head. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? This is only the first day of awakening. How can your spiritual sea of consciousness be so huge? You have been hiding your strength. Red Shark raised his head with difficulty and met Su Jingming's indifferent eyes. Because you and I did not awaken at the same time. Su Jingming chuckled, and with a move of his mental power, he instantly shattered the Red Shark's soul. The Red Shark let out a scream, and its broken soul was held in Su Jingming's palm. Be more careful next time. Su Jingming smiled faintly and crushed the red shark's soul with one hand. Bang! The moment the red shark's soul was destroyed, the human form of the original body could no longer be maintained, and it turned into a giant red shark, floating on the sea and drifting with the waves. In fact, I don't think the sea people's cultivation talent is weak, it's just that humans have a wider range of awakening methods. When the sea people cultivate to a certain level, what is the difference between them and humans? Looking at the red shark's body being torn apart and devoured by the sea beast, Su Jingming seemed to be thinking about something. Oh, I finally found something good. Su Jingming used his mental power to search the deep sea and indeed found rare treasures. Heart of the ocean. In the deep sea, a deep blue bead like a blue star is suspended, emitting a powerful light. Any sea creature who encounters the heart of the ocean will have their mind disturbed by it. However, this heart of the ocean already has an owner. On the side of the heart of the ocean, a gigantic black octopus tentacles surrounded the heart of the ocean, staring at Su Jingming cautiously, as if ready to start a fight if they disagreed. Give me the heart of the ocean and I will spare your life. Su Jingming looked down at the black octopus. I am willing to follow your instructions. The black octopus eyes flickered. His cultivation was higher than that of the red shark, and he could sense the extreme danger from Su Jingming. He was not stupid enough to look down on a man who could enter and exit the deep sea at will. He can't protect this heart of the ocean, so why waste his life in vain? You should be more obedient. Su Jingming nodded, took out the heart of the ocean that had not yet been refined by the black octopus, looked at the black octopus deeply, and left the deep sea. This black octopus's cultivation is quite strong, it has actually reached the God of War level. If Black Octopus is given a little more time, he will be able to surpass the God of War. Red Shark is dead? The Black Octopus sighed slightly. When the Red Shark swallowed the fishing boat in the morning, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He had already advised Red Shark, but in the end he couldn't stop himself from committing suicide. He was also very curious. It was obvious that the Sea Clan's cultivation speed was very fast. They reached the God of War level in just 1 day. Why was that person faster than them? Perhaps he will never figure this out in his lifetime. At the same time, the Chinese government released new news. China's highest research institute, according to research, in addition to the previous methods of blood awakening, limb awakening, and element awakening, there is another awakening method called external object awakening. Awakening through external objects, awakening through the use of instruments and antiques that contain spiritual energy. An example is Xiao Lu from Zhejiang province. He used a Buddhist antique to obtain a certain secret. After practicing the secret, his body evolved to varying degrees. The specific changes are determined by antiques and utensils. At present, this awakening method is not perfect. Citizens are also requested to awaken carefully, and not to put themselves in a desperate situation for the sake of a moment of light. Fuck, can we play like this? No, I thought the world was ending, so I just sold the antiques at home, hoping to get some money to live happily for a while. Now you tell me that I can awaken by borrowing antiques? Tell me any other awakening methods you have. I'll chop off my hands and feet, inject other people's blood, and then be struck by lightning. Then I'll hold the antique. Will I be able to achieve super awakening? Tell me, can I? You are stuck here with a bug. Chapter 53 Occupation. The whole network became lively again. Countless people took action. They don't have the conditions to be struck by lightning. They don't have the courage to hurt themselves. Bloodline, their ancestors were not any great people. Antiques and utensils are still something you can find. That morning, the antique shops and cultural relics shops on the street were crowded with people. China. Zhejiang Province. Linjiang City. Su family. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. I have so many treasures at home. I'm really rich now. Fortunately, I listened to that little bastard and bought so many antiques and collectibles, otherwise I would regret it to death. Su Changjiang sat in the old chair, watching the news with great interest, muttering to himself. He suddenly laughed, and then suddenly cried. And hey, those tens of billions were not wasted. Just as Su Changjiang was chuckling about the antiques in the warehouse, he suddenly felt the air in front of him was distorted, as if something high in temperature was burning. Something was very wrong. It was hard to describe the feeling, but he just felt that there was wind spinning in the space in front of him, and it made a harsh roar, which made him a little scared. What the hell? Su Changhe was so frightened that he stepped back hastily, throwing his chair aside. He quickly dialed a phone and cried, Xiao Feng, come to my house quickly, there's a ghost! Lu Feng heard it on the other end of the phone. Without saying a word, he drove over as fast as possible. Hey Lao Deng, what are you doing there? Just when Su Changhe was about to run away, the fluctuating space in front of him was finally torn apart. Su Jingming stepped out of it naturally, and kicked the old chair that was in the way away. You kid, why did you suddenly jump out? Su Changhe was stunned and almost fell down. Why can't I get out of here? Su Jingming also looked confused. You scared me to death, kid. I thought there was a ghost coming to murder me and steal my antiques. Su Changhe took a deep breath and patted his heart. I have set up energy protection around our house. No matter what it is, as long as it is contaminated with strange energy, it will not be able to get within 100 meters. Don't worry about the safety issue. Su Jingming lightly tapped his index finger, and a blue light film enveloped the entire Su family, like a golden bell. No energy could penetrate the blue light film. Uncle Su, what happened? I'll help you solve it. I'm an awakener now, and I can easily catch ordinary little ghosts. Look, I'll help you vent your anger. Outside the door, a Ferrari stopped and Lu Feng's voice rang out like a bell. Obviously, Lu Feng also awakened. Hey Uncle Su, how come nothing happened? Seeing Su Changhe's embarrassed face, Lu Feng asked curiously. He looked around and saw nothing. When he saw Su Jingming, he was slightly stunned and became even more curious. It's a small problem, Jingming has solved it. Su Changhe patted Lu Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile. Xiao Feng came really quickly. He is worthy of being the child I watched grow up. That's great. You're just in time. Come with me, both of you. I have something to tell you. Su Jingming brought the two to the living room and asked seriously. I think you all know about the global awakening. I don't need to say anything more, right? Everyone knows this. The whole internet is talking about it. Speaking of this, Brother Su, you really have foresight. You let me buy the mysterious antique in advance. Now we are awesome. I accidentally absorbed the spiritual energy of an antique yesterday. Now I am also an awakened one. As Lu Feng spoke, he became more and more excited and began to show off. In his hands, a ball of purple air began to condense and turned into a ball of green energy that rotated at high speed, forming a lotus shape. It was obviously a Buddhist secret. Senior warrior? Su Jingming was surprised. It's just the beginning and Lu Feng has already reached the advanced level as a fighter? In his previous life, Lu Feng's talent was average, and he barely reached the level of a junior war commander. Now he has reached the level of a senior fighter on his first day. In this way, he should be able to go further in the future. Silly boy, how did you know that antiques can awaken? I spent tens of billions and it was really worth it. I'm so glad I listened to you, otherwise I would regret it so much. Su Changhe showed his big white teeth and gave a thumbs up. Although he has not awakened yet, he is already very happy just by looking at the antiques in the warehouse. Awakening is not important, as long as someone is protecting him. Thinking back to the beginning, Su Jingming took away tens of billions of dollars, and later he used his connections to borrow tens of billions of dollars. Although he is in debt now, he is definitely not at a loss. I'm glad you don't blame me. As for the antiques in the warehouse, just absorb and refine them. Practice as hard as you can. The suffering is just beginning. Su Jingming casually glanced at the antiques and collectibles in the warehouse and was quite satisfied. Just these things can at least upgrade Su Changhe and Lu Feng to the War King level. As for the God of War level, it requires some chance. Of course, according to Su Jingming's strength, it is not difficult to raise the two of them to the level of war gods. But Su Jingming hopes that the two of them can improve slowly and not be impatient. After all, not every treasure can be like the Holy Emperor's heart, which can help one practice smoothly without any side effects. Boom! Halala! Just when Su Jingming was about to explain the realm division to the two of them, the entire blue planet began to shake violently. The shaking was more violent than before, making it almost impossible to stand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A loud roar sounded. The clouds in the sky were blown away at this moment. A space crack appeared in the endless sky. That piece of space was exploding with crackling sounds. Sudden! 5 dazzling rays of light burst out from the space crack. The light streaked across the sky like a bright meteor, and quickly condensed into 5 tall figures. These creatures, with different shapes, were like legendary gods, emitting a powerful and mysterious aura that made people tremble at the sight of them. Ha! After running away for so long, we finally arrived at a planet suitable for us to survive. Standing in the center was a snake man wearing a crown. He had a snake body and a snake tail, and held a blue halberd in his hand. He looked around the entire blue planet and finally set his sights on the direction of China. He murmured, "Well, this planet is really good. It is filled with purple energy and is in a state of just awakening. It may have been very strong in the past, but not now. This place is perfect for us." On the other side, a creature that looked like a horse nodded with a satisfied look on its face and said, "Why, you like this place? Well, since you want it, I won't fight with you for it. I think this island country next to this country is not bad. Although the place is small, the spiritual energy is not low. I will occupy this place, and you all don't fight with me for it." Following the direction of the cow and horse, they were actually pointing towards the Sakura country. "Ha ha ha, you idiot, why did you choose that place where there is no one? If it were me, I would choose that place, where the area is large and has rich resources." A creature that looked like a praying mantis stepped out and pointed at where the United States was. Soon, these 5 strange creatures began to divide the territory. A snake man, a horse spirit, a mantis spirit, a rhino spirit, and a rat spirit. These alien creatures actually regarded the blue star as their territory. And this scene was posted online. It quickly caused an uproar. "No, what's that thing in the sky? Is that a ghost? Aliens! We've been looking for aliens for hundreds of years, and now they're here right here." That's not the point. The point is that these aliens look very powerful. I'm an awakened person now, but I tremble all over when I look at these aliens. While the people of Blue Star were still discussing it, the major powers have already sent people to negotiate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Planes flew into the sky and stopped in front of these guys. "Who are you? Why are you invading my blue planet?" Chapter 54: The Invasion of the 5 Major Races. "Hey, it can fly? What is this thing?" The Snake King stared at the incoming fighter plane with unfriendly eyes. As far as they knew, they had never seen such a flying iron tool. "Whatever iron tool it is, we have drifted so far and finally arrived at this energy-filled country. Let's just do it. I'm going to go to those small islands to rest first." On one side, the horse-like creature didn't bother to pay attention. It was dragging a space disk in its hand. When the space disk moved, one by one the tribesmen rushed out from it. There were probably tens of thousands of people, and they rushed towards the direction of Sakura country with great momentum. Haha, I don't care anymore. We've been floating for such a long time, it's time to take a break. The Mantis Man also released tens of thousands of his clansmen and flew towards the United States. Let's go and take a look at this country with abundant spiritual energy. It seems that the strongest person on this planet is only at the early stage of War King. He can be easily defeated. Walk. Let's go and have a look. The 5 races all rushed towards the blue star in various directions with their people. Soon, the sky that was full of people just now was suddenly empty. Only the fighter jets from various countries were left with confused looks on their faces. They sent an inquiry message to the aliens. But these aliens acted as if they didn't hear anything and were too lazy to pay any attention. The two sides speak different languages and cannot understand each other at all. China. Golden Dragon Building. Report, the alien creatures refuse to communicate with us, and are dispersing to various countries. Some of them are flying towards our country. They are currently 3,000 kilometers away from our country. Will they launch an attack within 500 miles of our country? A request has been sent from the security department. Try to communicate first. If they refuse again, fire at them. A senior executive with an elegant face made the decision. Magic City. Countless people raised their heads, staring at the sky with fear. Tens of thousands of hideous-looking snake men were floating above the demon city, making a harsh buzzing sound. The crowned Snake King stood in front of the snake man, took a look around, and finally located his target at Jinghai Imperial City. He pointed there and said, "What a rich purple aura! This country obviously doesn't have any high-level people, but the resources are so terrifying. Let's go and take a look." At this time, the astrologer representing China flew over and intercepted these snake people. Only 2 days after awakening, the astrologer has already become a high-level war commander. It can be seen that astrologers had already anticipated this awakening. The astrologer was also not polite, communicating with the spirit. "I don't know which planet you are from, and why you came to my country, but this is within the territory of China. You foreigners are not allowed to enter." "Oh? A backward place dares to stop me?" The Snake King's mind moved, like the roar of the deep sea, suppressing the astrologer's mind with all his strength. With the level of an astrologer, he is unable to resist the mental attack of the Snake King. Kongtong Mirror! Astrologers are not afraid of danger. A simple and heavy mirror was placed in front of him. Resist that mental attack. Then, he quickly rushed into the Kongtong Mirror and left as quickly as possible. At the same time, the military received the order to attack. "Humph, a small, backward place dares to rebel." The Snake King was a little surprised. He didn't expect the astrologer to be able to escape. But I didn't think much about it, and just thought that the astrologer was the strongest person in China. With disdain, he led his tribe to fly towards Jinghai. Boom! Just as this group of snake people were approaching the demon city, the supreme leader issued an order. Countless super-powerful missiles were fired, like black raindrops, falling towards the snake people. What the hell? The Snake King was stunned, but quickly reacted. The power of the high-level god of war exploded, forming an energy protective shield. Protect the tribes behind him one by one. I didn't expect that a planet that had just awakened could have such a powerful means of attack. Before the Snake King could react, a heavy missile flew over and exploded in the air. There was a loud rumbling sound and black smoke everywhere. Tens of thousands of snakes were killed on the spot. Only the most powerful Snake King is left. With a face full of black smoke, he stared at the direction where the heavy missile was launched. Ah! The Snake King's eyes turned red and he was dumbfounded. This black thing. All his people are dead? They experienced countless disasters before they barely escaped from their original planet. As a result, as soon as I got here, I was beaten to a pulp. Among his tribe, he is the only god of war. He was the only one who survived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Surrender, and you won't be killed! Just when the Snake King was still confused, fighter planes surrounded the Snake King. Seeing this situation, the Snake King still wanted to resist. But he vaguely felt that there was a stronger energy fluctuating. That energy could even threaten his life. Sure. The Snake King spoke a bunch of incomprehensible languages. It was not until the astrologer stepped forward and communicated with the astrologer through spirit that he understood what the Snake King said and said through spirit. If you surrender, I won't kill you. Otherwise, just wait and see who will die. The missile just now was only our worst one. Seeing this, the Snake King roared, but was helpless and turned into a beam of light and flew away. The astrologer was not sent to chase him. After all, I can't catch up. United States. Corleone State. A group of Mantis people were bombarded by U.S. artillery fire. Half of the tribe was wiped out. Led by the Mantis King, they fled in panic. If the Mantis people hadn't flown fast enough. I guess only the Mantis King will be left after the explosion. The Mantis King did not dare to approach the steel building again, and flew away with his people. No. The awakening level of the creatures on this planet is average, but why is the iron so powerful? At the same time, the three major countries, Sakura Country, Sunset Country, and Bear Country, also successfully repelled these alien creatures. Except for the Snake King, who was left with only one due to the powerful bombing in China, the other four major races basically saved half of their people, so the losses were still acceptable. The 5 major tribes gathered in the Atlantic Ocean, each with a grim face. What's up with that guy called the United States over there? He killed half of my people with just a few shots? Damn it, that guy called Xiongwu is also very powerful, he also killed many of my people. The Sunset Country we went to also caused heavy losses to my people. The island I went to was okay, only a few hundred people died. Enough, you are much stronger than me. That place called China destroyed all my people with one cannon. How could that iron lump be so powerful? They are all dead. Seeing that the other 4 tribes had retained at least half of their people, the Snake King was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his head. Old Snake, you! Upon learning of the old snake's miserable condition, several leaders were stunned. The awakening level of creatures in this world is average. The strongest one is the high-level warlord called Astrologer. But they are very smart and can use external objects to attack. Basically, none of our tribes have any hope of stopping that iron lump. The Snake King was full of resentment, but now he just wanted to avenge his people. So what should we do? Let's leave this planet? When King Ma Jing heard this, he was obviously reluctant. It took them a long time to find this treasure land of Blue Star. Moreover, the universe is not peaceful today. If you are unlucky, you will die in the universe. He doesn't want to wander around the universe anymore. If it doesn't work, just find a random sea area. Just stay away from these native creatures of the blue planet. Who said we should leave? Where can we go? The Snake King was almost pissed off by the Horse Spirit King's cowardly behavior. Chapter 55: Hydrogen bombs are useless? Old Snake, what do you mean? The Mantis King was also a little frightened and did not dare to act alone. What I mean is that we should attack China together. China has the most abundant resources and there are also some ancient things. Those Chinese creatures don't know how to use them, so we can just grab them. Maybe it can help us make a new breakthrough in our realm. The Snake King wanted revenge again. He also set his eyes on China's treasures. I agree. The Mantis King naturally understood the Snake King's thoughts. I didn't want to follow, but I thought about being able to break through again. The fire in my heart began to burn again. Among the 5, the strongest is the Snake King, a high-level god of war. Next is the Mantis King, the intermediate god of war. The remaining 3 are junior war gods. If he could break through again, he would be able to surpass the god of war. If they could surpass the god of war, how could they be in such a mess? Okay, I agree too. Soon, the Horse King also expressed his opinion. The other 2 kings also agreed one after another. Seeing this, the Snake King smiled. With the 4 tribes, he flew towards China again. China. Golden Dragon Building. Report: the Serpent King is returning to the Magic City, and he is bringing the other 4 races with him. It is estimated that they will arrive in the Magic City in 10 minutes. Are you ready to kill them? Let's see what they are going to do first. The Supreme Commander thought for a moment and responded. A military leader snorted coldly. These alien creatures are too rampant. Why not release a hydrogen bomb to teach them a lesson? Magic City, high in the sky. The astrologer is here again. Stop the Snake King and his entourage. Why, do you want to continue? The astrologer's face was also gloomy. Hee hee, you unawakened creatures, here you go. Before the Snake King could finish his words, he saw the astrologer had already retreated. Boom! In response to the Snake King and his entourage. These are 3 super powerful missiles launched in succession. It's this iron lump again. Seeing this super powerful missile, the Snake King's eyes turned red. Humph, it's still these iron lumps. We were fooled last time, will we be fooled again for the second time? The Mantis King's eyes flashed, and blades flashed from his fingertips, directly smashing the super energy missile. The fanatical waves blowing on them could not cause any harm. The Snake King also controlled the energy to destroy the remaining 2 missiles. They just didn't realize the power of this super missile before. Now, these things can't hurt them. Let's go to the center of this country. The Snake King sneered and led a large army to rush towards Jinghai. Boom! In that plateau, a black shell flew up. This shell is plain and simple. But it has the ability to restart the city. The Snake King trembled all over and roared. Oh no! What is that flying thing? Oh no! Quickly intercept it. Otherwise, we will all be blown to death by this iron lump. I thought that superpowered missile was the most powerful means of attack. Unexpectedly, there is an even more powerful iron lump. This lump of iron is much more powerful than the previous one. If they were alone, they would definitely be killed on the spot. Space cutting! The 5 War God level Awakeners activated a 5-star formation and concentrated all their strength on the Snake King. The Snake King's realm rose greatly, and he controlled the space. The space crack exploded with a crackling sound, and the black shell was swallowed by the space crack before it got close to them. Haha, if that's all you have, you'd better take a break. The Snake King sneered and rushed towards Jinghai. The entire Chinese internet exploded. No, the one launched was a hydrogen bomb, right? And they were stopped? Fuck no. These aliens are so strong? They must have been awakened for a long time, right? They are really finished. Don't we have people of high realms in our country? Come out and kill these idiots. While people are still discussing it online, the 5 major clans are about to enter the Jinghai area. What do you want? We can discuss it. The astrologer intercepted them. Even more trying to talk to them. Get lost! The Snake King had a gloomy face. Not only did he refuse to answer, he also wanted to kill the astrologer. The closer you get to the Imperial City, the more you think, the more you realize that there must be a treasure in the palace. The astrologer's eyes changed and he left using the Kongtong mirror. But the attack of the Snake King still left the astrologer seriously injured. Such a strong energy fluctuation, the things in there must be extraordinary. The Horse King looked towards the Imperial City, licked his tongue, and had a greedy look on his face. Walk! A smile appeared on the Snake King's face. If he could advance 1 step, the death of his people would be worth it. Golden Dragon Building. The astrologer's mouth was bleeding, and he smiled bitterly. Turn on the protection of the Imperial City. It was not turned on last time the meteorite landed, and was intercepted by Su Jingming. This time, I'm afraid I have to turn it on. Why not contact Su Jingming? Someone suggested that Su Jingming's realm was not low. The astrologer shook his head and sighed. It's useless. These aliens can even destroy the hydrogen bomb. Su Jingming is not as good as them. Let's activate the protection of the Imperial City. At this moment, the entire internet exploded. Oh no, this is really the end. Is Jinghai going to fall? What the fuck are these aliens? Where are the awesome people in our country? Why isn't anyone here to solve this problem? Looking at the comments online, Lu Feng smiled bitterly and said, We have just awakened, and these aliens have obviously been awakened for a long time. How can we defeat them? Well, their planet should be in the late stage of awakening. However, since they have left their original planet, it proves that their planet has been defeated and should no longer be suitable for continued survival. Su Jingming nodded, not panicking. According to the previous life, these guys will be punished by Emperor Yuan in the Imperial City. The Emperor's source was the protection of the Imperial City that the astrologer wanted to activate when the meteorite landed. Su Changhe patted Su Jingming on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Son, haven't you awakened to a very high level? Can you punish these aliens? Can you defeat them?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Feng also came over, looking curious. His own awakening level is very high, but it is still far behind Su Jingming. "You want to know? Can I show you?" Su Jingming's smile was filled with disdain. In Jihai City, the Snake King and his entourage stood on top of the Imperial City, greedily absorbing the mysterious energy from within the Imperial City. If they could devour the treasures within the Imperial City, a breakthrough would be just around the corner. "Ha ha ha, old snake, you really have some good eyesight. There really are good things here. I want that jade seal. I want that night shining pearl." Just as they were about to step into the Imperial City, an invisible energy surged in, controlling the five of them like shackles. Even if they used all their strength, they could not move at all. "Roll!" A voice that shook the heavens and the earth rang out. Chapter 56. One word determines everything. "Roll!" The voice was calm and majestic. The whole Jihai city was shaking. It was as if it came from a god above the 9 heavens. Everyone's ears were buzzing and their heartbeats were quickening. It makes people feel awe involuntarily. Who? What is going on? The most shocked were the Snake King and his entourage of 5. That word, the invisible force, hit their hearts hard. It made him feel a chill rising from the soles of his feet. All the blood in my body seems to be flowing backwards. The Snake King's eyes widened. He looked around in disbelief, trying to find out who the voice is. But there is no one around. At this moment, the astrologer immediately sent people to stop activating the protection of the Imperial City. Who did this? Astrologers use horoscopes, trying to figure out the owner of the voice. But the calculation failed. There are actually such people in China? Could it be Su Jingming? The astrologer thought about it. But it was quickly denied. Su Jingming is indeed amazing, and his realm is definitely the best in China. But facing these alien creatures, it is not enough. It must be that some ancient things have been triggered. Eventually, the astrologer attributed the owner of the voice to the mystery of the Imperial City. After all, the founder of this Imperial City was that person. Old Snake, what's going on? I can't move! The Mantis King struggled desperately, but he was unable to use any strength. The owner of that voice not only controlled their bodies. Even the soul and spirit are tightly bound. The Rhino King was also terrified. How could this be? This kind of energy is already stronger than the Dragon King and his men. How could it be so strong? It's impossible. The Dragon Emperor he mentioned is a golden dragon that surpasses the god of war. Old Snake, you are the one who harmed us! The Rat King wailed. If I had known this earlier, I would have just found a random sea area to rest. How would I know there are such people in this palace? Seeing this, the Snake King couldn't help but roar. Try every possible means to break free from the shackles. But the source of the shackles' power is like the sky. You can only look up, don't touch. Lock! The mysterious, majestic voice appeared again. Boom, 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 boom. A lightning element mixed with gold element appeared. In an instant, angry thunder rose and turned into 5 chains of lightning. With lightning speed, the 5 beast kings were surrounded and bound. Oh no! The energy in my body has been completely blocked. The Mantis King gritted his teeth and roared, but it was useless. The 5 beast kings who were so powerful on the alien planet have become prisoners at this moment. Without the support of special energy, they fell to the ground one after another. It created a big hole. The astrologer was delighted. He hurriedly went to deal with these beast kings personally. Su family. Su Changhe was still watching the live broadcast. Seeing this scene, he turned around dully and pointed at the captured Snake King. Did you do this? When did you do it? Lu Feng was also standing aside, looking somewhat bewildered. At my level, I can already communicate with heaven and earth, but I still can't subdue them from such a long distance. However, when they just approach the demon city, I set a seal on them, so they can't toss for long." Seeing that the two were really curious, Su Jingming explained. "Then, how are the so-called realms divided?" Lu Feng couldn't help but get excited when he thought of this. "Well, you'll know in a moment." As soon as Su Jingming finished speaking, the Supreme Research Institute has issued a new announcement. The snake man spirit, horse spirit, mantis spirit, rhino spirit, and rat spirit come from a planet called Beast Puppet Star, which is located in the Malisi galaxy, and its distance is yet unknown. Practice. The human body can absorb purple energy to refine it into special energy, so that the special energy can promote the awakening of the body. Every time the awakening level is upgraded, the body's strength will increase significantly. The increase is more than twice and less than 10 times. When it increases to a certain extent, the body will have a sense of obvious breakthrough, accompanied by various strange phenomena, but the strange phenomena vary from person to person. At the same time, the realm of the awakened ones is roughly divided as follows: warrior level, general level, war commander level, war king level, god of war level, above the god of war level, and beyond the god of war level. After investigation, it was found that the Snake King was a high-level war god, the Mantis King was an intermediate war god, and the remaining 3 Beast Kings were elementary war gods. Subsequently, we will continue to analyze the characteristics of each level of awakening, so stay tuned. Warrior, physical functions are enhanced tenfold. Warrior, can initially mobilize the body's special energy for defense and attack. War Marshal, energy armor, which absorbs purple energy faster and mobilizes supernatural energy faster. With the large-scale mobilization of supernatural energy, it can fly short distances. King of War, walking in the air. God of War, can initially manipulate supernatural energies to communicate between heaven and earth, and can regenerate severed limbs. Can touch the power of space to some extent, initially cut through space, and make short-distance jumps. Beyond the God of War level, like a god descending to the earth. Lu Feng looked at the announcement, unable to conceal the joy on his face. "I can now mobilize my special energy, and I feel like I can break through and enter the next level soon. Doesn't that mean I am now at the high-level general level? I am so awesome, hee hee. Once you reach the War Master, you can fly?" When Su Changhe saw this, his eyes lit up. Seeing Su Jingming's calm face, he asked, "Son, I haven't heard you tell me, what level are you?" "I am not on this list." Su Jingming smiled with a hint of pride. "Uncle Su, the Snake King is at the God of War level, and Brother Su can easily subdue the Snake King, which is obviously above the God of War level. According to the announcement, he is like a god." Lu Feng was so excited that he could hardly control himself, and started dancing. "You could put it that way." Su Jingming did not hide it and nodded. "Ox." Su Changhe gave a thumbs up proudly. "Thinking about the tens of billions spent, I feel relieved." Su Jingming chuckled. "It doesn't matter, as long as you quickly absorb the spiritual energy from those antiques, it will only be a matter of time before you reach the War King level." Having said that, Su Jingming stood up. "I need to go get something, you guys go practice first." Su Jingming drew a line with his finger, the space was cut, and he jumped in. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this is the cutting space, amazing, really amazing." Imperial City. The astrologer brought a few awakened people to investigate. Who exactly subdued the Snake King? This needs to be investigated. This matter concerns whether China can survive the upcoming turmoil. However, the astrologer searched the entire Imperial City but did not find any changes. Just as the astrologer was thinking hard. No need to look for it anymore. A light voice came, causing the astrologer to tremble all over. Because this voice is the same as the voice that subdued the Snake King. Chapter 57, Imperial Seal. "It's you!" The astrologer was shocked. Su Jingming's figure gradually appeared in front of the astrologer. He was surprised at Su Jingming's silent arrival. I was even more surprised at Su Jingming's mysterious realm. Beyond the God of War. It definitely surpasses the realm of the God of War. "You suppressed the Snake King and his men?" Astrologers are eager for confirmation. Haven't you guessed it? Su Jingming smiled with pride. The astrologer was stunned for a moment. I should have guessed it earlier. I suspected before that it was you who made the move, but I thought that your realm should not be higher than that of the Snake King, but I guessed wrong. How could a man who could step into the sky and stop a meteorite from falling before awakening be inferior to the Snake King? He was truly deceived. Seeing that the astrologer wanted to ask more questions, Su Jingming stated his purpose and said first, I came here this time to get something. If the country is willing to give it to me, I can protect China through this most difficult time to some extent. The astrologer took a step back slightly. What do you want? The reason why the Snake King was attracted to the Imperial City was because of the Imperial Seal. I came here to borrow the Imperial Seal. If the country is unwilling, I will not force it, but when the country is facing life and death, I will also contribute my own strength. Imperial Seal? The astrologer looked towards the direction of the Imperial City Museum with sudden enlightenment. The Jade Seal I'm talking about is not the one in the museum. I think that as the country's chief astrologer, you should know better than me which Jade Seal I'm talking about. The astrologer's little trick could not be hidden from Su Jingming. Directly pointed out the astrologer's hypocrisy. Ha ha ha, you're really smart. Seeing that he had failed to deceive Su Jingming, the astrologer smiled awkwardly and said, This matter is of great importance. I cannot make the decision alone. I still need to communicate with the higher-ups. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. When he came this time, he never thought that he could get the Imperial Seal directly. However, I would like to know your realm. Can you tell me a little? The astrologer knew that Su Jingming was very strong. Strong enough to easily suppress the Snake King. But I need a specific one. You won't understand even if I tell you, but you just need to understand that even if there are millions of beasts like the Snake King, they are nothing but ants to me. Su Jingming's words were filled with confidence and pride. In his previous life, he was often hunted down. He is no longer afraid of anyone in this life. The astrologer looked at Su Jingming deeply and said, Okay. After hearing Su Jingming's words, he felt relieved. Before leaving, the astrologer said earnestly, However, I need to advise you not to act impulsively. Su Jingming's expression changed and he remained silent. Now Su Jingming has entered the 6th level of the Broken Blood realm, but when he came to the Imperial City, he still felt a sense of palpitations. The source of that heart palpitation is the protective energy of the Imperial City, the Imperial Source. If the Imperial Seal was seized by force, Su Jingming was not sure he could withstand Emperor Yuan. The Emperor's source is a pure energy source derived from the Imperial aura of China over the past 5,000 years. Even if Su Jingming enters a higher realm, he will still be suppressed by Di Yuan. Not for any other reason, just because that is the aura of the Emperor. Dusk. Su Jingming is still guiding his father and Lu Feng in their practice. Suddenly received a message from the astrologer. Come to the Golden Dragon Building to discuss the matter of the Jade Seal. Golden Dragon Building. The astrologer was talking to a group of top leaders. About 10 people. Anyone present can influence the direction of the country. I suppose he'll be here soon. After sending the message, the astrologer smiled bitterly. Even if he comes, it won't work. The Jade Seal was left by the first emperor. Just give it to him if he wants it. There are so many people in the world who want it. A middle-aged man with a slightly bad temper had a look of disdain on his face. You can't say that. The Jade Seal is just a token of trust after all. Now that the Blue Planet has been attacked by aliens, if Su Jingming only wants the Jade Seal, we can still satisfy him. An elderly man in a black mountain suit chuckled. This meeting is of a very high level. But the people present were not so serious. It was as if this was a family meeting. As everyone was talking, they all looked at an old man sitting in the center. The old man was wearing a Zhongshan suit, his hair and beard were all white, his pupils were bright, and he sat there with an imposing manner without even being angry. Seeing that everyone had stopped arguing, the old man slowly spoke. Well, that kid had planned it long ago. However, the first emperor's Jade Seal is not acceptable. If he wants a Yuan dynasty imperial seal, he can consider it. After all, it is related to family and national affairs, so it doesn't matter if he gives up some. After hearing this, some of the people who were arguing just now nodded. What do you think? In full view of everyone, the old man suddenly looked at the empty seat on the left of the astrologer and asked. There is an empty seat to the left of the astrologer. Everyone looked suspicious and frowned, not understanding what the old man meant. The astrologer was even more puzzled as to why the old man was looking to his left. But the old man did not explain, just looked at the empty seat quietly. Since you said so, the Yuanchuan jade seal is fine, but if it is that and chibi, it would be better. While everyone was still confused, a mysterious energy began to fluctuate in the empty seat next to the astrologer, and spots of light appeared, and Su Jingming's figure gradually condensed. Is that him? Even those present are top figures. But when he saw Su Jingming, he couldn't help but be shocked. After all, no matter how powerful they are still human. And the young man in front of him, who appeared in such a strange way, was like a god. Meet the state elder! Su Jingming stood up and clasped his fists respectfully towards the old man. He didn't know the old man. But considering the old man's position, he is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm not a national elder. My name is Wan Yang. You can call me Elder Wan or National Elder. It doesn't matter. It's just a title. There's nothing particular about it. The old man smiled kindly and even introduced himself in public regardless of his status. Wan Lao. Su Jingming chuckled and sat down slowly. Through mental induction, Su Jingming discovered that Wan Yang was about 120 years old. At this age, Wan Yang's breath is steady and his blood is sufficient, which is comparable to that of a young man. It can be seen that there are many real masters in China. You are currently unable to convince me, so I still say that I can lend you the Yuan dynasty seal, but it is just a loan. It is very rare for something like this, which represents the country, to be seen in public, let alone giving it to others. Wan Yang nodded slightly and said, Su Jingming came here this time not for the so-called Yuanxi, and said bluntly, Master Wan, you think I am not qualified at the moment, but I can prove that I am qualified. What proof do you have? Before Wan Yang could speak, the grumpy middle-aged man spoke. Can I use the head of the Emperor of Sakura country as proof? After thinking about it, Su Jingming felt that it was inappropriate, and continued. Add another head of Prime Minister Sakura. Chapter 58, Bet to make Jojo sink. Are you serious? When these words were spoken, everyone present, including Wan Yang, was stunned. Use the heads of the Sakura Emperor and the Prime Minister to prove your qualifications? They are clearly all Chinese characters, so why can't I understand them when they are put together? Wan Yang's eyes showed a hint of excitement, but he still waved his hand. Don't be ridiculous, let's change the way of proving it. It's not that easy to take down the Emperor's head. How about sinking Kyushu Island? Su Jingming asked helplessly with a smile. Well, if you want to do this, it's up to you. After thinking about it, Wan Yang agreed. Su Jingming didn't expect Wan Yang to agree, but he still smiled and said, Okay, let's call back the people in Sakura country tonight. When Kyushu Island sinks tomorrow morning, I will take the head of the Sakura Emperor in exchange for the national seal. I hope you won't break your promise. After saying this, Su Jingming's figure gradually turned into a spot of light and disappeared. An old man couldn't help but say, Master Wan, are you really going to let him sink Kyushu Island? If the Sakura country knows about this, then a war is inevitable. What are you afraid of? Now everyone is awakened. This world will change sooner or later, it doesn't matter. If Su Jingming is willing, let him go. If he can really sink Jojo, I will kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times and personally hand the jade seal to him. The middle-aged man with an explosive temper also got angry and spoke a little convulsively. Haha, the Sakura country still has some power left. I don't think he can do it. After all, there are still some things left by the old emperor. Wan Yang smiled, but no one could guess what he was thinking. Notify those in Sakura country and ask them to come back as quickly as possible, or ask them to seek refuge elsewhere. Anyway, just don't let them stay on Kyushu Island. Su family. After Su Changhe and Lu Feng heard what Su Jingming was going to do, they gave their full support. The good days of our daily life are coming, ha ha ha, we must teach them a lesson this time. Sinking Kyushu Island was too easy for them, They should just throw all the people into the sea and use their blood to feed those mutated giant sharks. Lu Feng's face flushed, and he jumped up with excitement. If he was not strong enough, he would also like to follow and fight. Su Changhe was calmer and said worriedly, "It feels a little unrealistic. After all, it is a country, and a top power. Let's not talk about whether you can withstand the artillery fire of the Sakura country. Just thinking about sinking such a big island is no joke." It's not that he is arrogant, it's just that the situation is not ideal. That makes sense, but I am still confident. If it takes another 3 months or half a year, I really won't be able to punish the Sakura country. But now that they have just awakened, there are no terrifying things in the Sakura country that have revived yet. I can deal with it. Su Jingming was not worried about anything. I am only worried about how to refine the national seal after obtaining it. As for how the Sakura country would resist, Su Jingming was too lazy to think about it. If the Sakura country could summon those sleeping creatures, he would be willing to accept the bad luck. But as long as the immortal god does not appear, he will be the #1 person in this world. As for the so-called artillery fire, it was no longer effective for Su Jingming. Well, your knowledge is much broader than mine, so I won't say much. If you can make our daily life better, my Su family will start from you and write a new story. Su Changhe nodded approvingly. He was happy to see his son was so capable. Cherry Blossom Country. Many Chinese people began to move. Transferring overnight, no chance to rest. Anyone who does not transfer will bear the consequences at their own risk. No one knows where the order came from. But it has already spread in Chinese circles. Some even said that the Sakura country was going to be destroyed. It is the United States that is taking action, and the United States is about to start imposing sanctions on the Sakura country. No one knows why the sanctions were imposed. Anyway, that's how it was spread. This group of Chinese people were very receptive to advice, and those who had time boarded the plane overnight. If there is no time, drive to other islands at night. Some people were even panicked and just drifted in the boat. Some Sakura people also heard about this and without thinking twice, followed the Chinese people and evacuated Kyushu Island. Only a few brave Sakura people who did not believe in wind and rain remained. Naturally, this matter could not be concealed from the top leaders of Sakura country. Exactly 12 o'clock in the morning. Sakura State Council building. An emergency meeting was convened. What do you mean? The Prime Minister sitting in the first seat had a stern look on his face. The senior military officer at Sakura shook his head and said, I have contacted the United States, and they said they were unaware of it, and had no plans to drop it again. This may be a rumor. Humph. It must be a rumor made up by those people in China. Otherwise, how could Kyushu be almost paralyzed in just a few hours? The senior official in charge of public security had a gloomy face, and it was obvious that he had many dissatisfactions with China, and now he was venting them. Calm it down first, it's really troublesome. The Prime Minister covered his forehead with his hands. It was obvious that this incident had a significant impact on them. Why not find someone to calculate it? The senior military official asked. Okay. Not long after, an astrologer of the highest level in Sakura country arrived. He made a simple calculation, but the final result was that everything was safe and sound, but so many people were watching him. After thinking about it, he bit his finger, and it was dripping with blood. Finally figured out the truth of this incident. This time, Kyushu Island is in danger of disaster. The Sakura astrologer was full of solemnity. What's the meaning? Everyone was also stunned. According to calculations, Kyushu Island will suffer a devastating disaster. The time is tomorrow morning. As for what kind of disaster it will be, it is impossible to infer, but the matter has been decided and cannot be changed. It is better to evacuate the people from Kyushu Island as soon as possible. Sakura astrologer also swallowed hard and said, It's ridiculous. If there was any disaster, it would have been detected long ago. How can you make irresponsible remarks? Step back and stop spreading rumors to confuse the public. The senior official in charge of military affairs turned pale and could not stand to hear such nonsense. Everything I said is true. The Sakura astrologer was dragged away by the guards before he could finish his words. Forget it, let's evacuate immediately. After thinking about it, the Prime Minister decided to listen to the astrologer. After all, he couldn't joke with people's lives. As soon as the order was issued, all the people in Sakura country were stunned. It's 12 o'clock in the morning. Just let them withdraw from Kyushu Island quickly? Where is the time? Do you think they are Chinese and have no worries? Some Sakura countrymen are just stubborn and won't listen. I won't listen either. At 5 o'clock in the morning, on Kyushu Island, at least half of the Sakura country people are still sleeping. You're not leaving? Why should I leave? Nothing happened. My friend at the Meteorological Bureau said that nothing happened. If you don't leave, then I won't leave either. If you guys aren't leaving, why should I leave? Then if I leave, wouldn't it be a waste of time? I won't leave either. In this way, many people who were ready to move away came back. This made the Sakura executives who were in charge of population transfer very angry. How is it possible to achieve large-scale relocation in such a short time, just a few hours? You're not leaving, are you? I'm leaving. Seeing that time was almost up, the senior executive was too lazy to care about anything else, and simply drove his car and hurriedly moved to Shikoku Island with his family. Chapter 59, 10 Elements Fusion, Super Bomb. 6 o'clock. Su Jingming woke up. It's time to act. Please, just give me the Jade Seal. Do you really think I want to return to the Qin dynasty? After all, it's all in the past. What bad intentions could I have? I just want to become stronger. What's wrong with that? Su Jingming took a deep breath, and the dots of light dispersed. When he appeared again, Su Jingming was high above Kyushu Island, the country of cherry blossoms. What a beautiful island, what a pity! But what's even more regrettable is that more than half of the Sakura people have evacuated, otherwise, this show would be even better. Su Jingming muttered to himself, covering his face with the elements so that no one could see his true appearance. At this moment, the senior Chinese officials who were aware of the situation also woke up and were paying close attention to this event. If they were not worried about the danger, some senior officials would like to come to the Sakura country and watch Kyushu Island sink to the bottom of the sea with their own eyes. Here we go. Ha ha ha, do you think this guy can accomplish this? I feel weird, but since he dares to go, I support him. Whether he can do it or not, I admire him. He has the courage, so he's awesome. You're right. Regardless of whether you can do it or not, just based on your courage, you are incomparable to ordinary people. Sakura State Council Hall. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to evacuate the personnel? What are you doing? Go and ask them to retreat. You only have 1 hour. Departments that received the order accelerated the transfer of personnel. Hey, are you starting to retreat now? I have to hurry up. If such a big island sinks without some blood and flesh to celebrate, it would be so disrespectful to the sea people. Su Jingming smiled, and the colorful 18 elements surrounded him and gradually merged into one. The first things to be integrated were the 5 elements. Then slowly incorporate other elements. At the moment when the 5 elements merge with each other, the whole sky is shaking. An energy body entangled with water and fire was formed, transformed into a blood-red elemental heart. This elemental heart is extremely similar to the Holy Emperor's heart. Boom, boom, boom. The heart is even beating. With every beat, the entire sea of clouds shakes. The whole sea is rolling. At the same time, the supervisory department of Sakura Country has discovered Su Jingming's whereabouts. But they could only find that there was an inexplicable energy condensing in the sky. As to the reason, it is still unclear. All I can say is that it is very dangerous, and it is too late to evacuate now. The power of the 5 elements is obviously not enough. Add more! Su Jingming shouted in a low voice, controlling the ice element to merge into the heart of the 5 elements. You can imagine how difficult it is to sink an island. Even the 2 little black ones couldn't do it. When the ice element was integrated, the power of the elemental heart instantly skyrocketed. Its originally blood-red color immediately turned into an ice crystal color, but the sound of the heartbeat could still be felt. The energy content increased by more than 3 times. The strong wind whistled past, making Su Jingming feel a little strenuous. At this moment, the entire Sakura country was stunned. It's June now, why did it suddenly become cold? A chill gust of air seemed to blow in from the North Pole. Cold, cold to the bone. A big snowstorm is coming. In an instant, the entire Kyushu island fell into a world of ice and snow. The Sakura executives were anxious. This was clearly a sign of something. Is there something affecting their Sakura country? Start the meeting again. Study the source of that energy in the sky. But when the Sakura country sent a plane for research, the plane exploded before it even took off. They tried to check using satellites. But the satellite was also obscured. China. Monitored by satellite. A group of senior executives were also furious. Oh my God, is this energy storm so strong? There is still a chance, there is still a chance. Ha ha ha, I witnessed history. High above Kyushu Island. It's still not enough. This elemental heart does not have the power of a hydrogen bomb. It is far from possible to sink Jojo. Add one more! Wind element, come! Su Jingming waved his hand, and the wind element blew over with a roar, and merged into the elemental heart, causing the elemental heart to instantly become as big as mountains and seas, occupying the entire sky, as big as an airplane. What's that in the sky? It looks like a ball. But what a strong wind! Oh my God, the wind is so strong! Is it level 13? Go back to the house, go back to the house. If you stay any longer, you will be blown away. All the people on Kyushu Island were originally preparing to retreat, but they still went back. Not enough! Come again, thunder element, thunder! Su Jingming could already sense that after adding the wind element, the power of this elemental heart was already extremely close to that of a nuclear weapon. If one more element was added, the power would increase tenfold. Suddenly, thunder rumbled. The sky over Kyushu Island is covered with dark clouds. Even such a strong wind cannot blow away the dark clouds. Boom! A bolt of thunder. Directly blow up a high-rise building. With fireworks rising and the wind howling, the fire exploded. But it was extinguished by the ice and snow that covered it. The cycle of various factors has plunged the entire Kyushu Island into panic. Boom! Thunder and lightning were like raindrops, hitting every building. The ice crystal heart in the sky was slowly wrapped with a layer of lightning. The top leaders of China and Sakura were stunned at this moment. Ha ha ha, damn, this guy is really amazing. Is this the kind of power that a human can control? What's the difference between this and being a god? It's outrageous, but I like it. This is several levels higher than nuclear energy. If this is thrown down, even if Kyushu Island doesn't sink, no one will survive. Just as the top leaders were filled with joy, the Snake King and several other captives also came over. Looking at the gathering storm of power, the Snake King has been petrified. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can this person be so strong? What realm is he in? Why does he give me the feeling that he is several times stronger than the Dragon King? He is not only several times stronger, the Dragon Emperor is just like a mortal or an immortal in front of him. There is no difference in level at all. What planet have we entered? The rhinoceros demons on one side stared with their eyes wide open, and now they have given up resistance. Originally, I wanted to take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Now, let's not do this anymore. That's almost enough. But we need to add 2 more layers. Here comes the smoke and here comes the poison. Su Jingming is satisfied with the current elemental heart. But that's not enough. With 2 more layers of elements, Kyushu Island will definitely sink to the bottom of the sea. A layer of gray smoke. A wisp of black and purple energy. Under the control of Su Jingming. Gradually merge into the heart of elements. Boom! The moment when the 10 elements merge successfully. Tsunami is coming. The entire Kyushu Island was shaking. Wind, snow, and thunder filled the entire Kyushu Island. Even the nearby Shikoku Island was affected. The world is ending. On Kyushu Island, someone exclaimed. Countless people ran away, looked up at the sky, and a feeling of despair surged in their hearts. Chapter 60. If it doesn't sink, then try another one. Let Kyushu Island become history. The heart of the ice element wrapped in thunder was pounding. Every time it beats, the Kyushu island below will vibrate. When the vibration reaches the 10th time, the energy of the elemental heart soared to the extreme. I can't control it anymore. Get off! Su Jingming shouted coldly, and used all the special energy in his body to wrap up the energy leaked from the elemental heart, and threw the elemental heart down with powerful propulsion. Whoosh! There was a loud thunderclap. The elemental heart fell like a meteorite. Extreme energy permeates Kyushu Island. Everyone was controlled on the spot and couldn't move at all. All they could do was watch the giant meteorite-like object falling. And that is waiting for one's own death. China! Wow! Amidst a burst of exclamations, all the senior executives stood up. There was an uncontrollable tremor in their eyes. Even though they were thousands of kilometers apart, one could feel the horror of the elemental heart. Ah ha 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 ha, this is so awesome! This is much more powerful than the high-energy nuclear weapons of the Bear Country. I witnessed history, ha ha ha, I witnessed history, I must record this scene. Even Wan Yang, who was usually calm, was excited and showed joy. And among the Chinese people, it's even more of a carnival. Some people who came back from Kyushu Island felt fortunate and proud. Just as China cheered, Sakura country fell into deathly silence. What's going on? What's going on? What is this energy storm and that thing that's about to fall? Quick, go and summon the sleeping god emperor. Prime Minister Sakura's eyes were red. Quickly order someone to invite the emperor. The emperor is already awakening the god emperor, but it will take time. Hearing this answer, the Prime Minister closed his eyes in pain. Boom! Under the gaze of countless Sakura countrymen, the sky became extremely dark. All the light is obscured. The elemental heart that was like a meteorite was about to fall, with enough power to destroy the world. Falling at an alarming speed. In an instant, the sky was burning. That elemental heart was like a star burning with endless flames. Across the sky. Finally, it fell heavily on Kyushu Island. Boom! A loud bang that shook the earth. Boom! A series of explosions. The whole world seemed to be affected. Everyone trembled. The boundless tsunami surged into the sky. Huge waves hundreds of meters high are surging. Countless people screamed, and the moment the elemental heart fell, they were swept away by the energy storm. The body was crushed alive. Not even a trace of residue was left. Despair. So desperate. They were controlled by the energy storm and couldn't move. Only death. That terrifying energy fluctuation was like a ferocious beast. It devoured everything on Kyushu Island at an extremely fast speed, destroying everything and grinding everything into powder. Bustling city, beautiful scenery. It all vanished at this moment. The earth split open. The cracks are crisscrossed and bottomless. Bang! Kyushu Island sank instantly. Countless cherry blossom countrymen have red eyes. Stare at this scene intently. It's not sinking yet? Seeing that only a part of Kyushu Island had sunk, Su Jingming sighed helplessly. He has used up all the energy in his body. It cannot be recovered in a short time. It looks like Kyushu Island can't sink. Sure enough, it is still too difficult to sink an island. China. Wan Yang frowned. Thinking about something. Forget it. Being able to sink Kyushu Island is also a great achievement. This is a good thing. Why should I be suspicious? After all, he is a Chinese. Just when Su Jingming was about to give up and leave, a golden dragon rose from the Chinese imperial city, flew at the speed of light, and rushed into Su Jingming's body, causing his body, which was originally depleted of supernatural energy, to quickly recover to perfection. The 18 elements that had been originally sluggish were rekindled at this moment. Is this someone helping me? Su Jingming observed himself and was shocked. He took a deep breath and said, Okay, since the country is helping me, I will give another elemental heart to Kyushu Island. Today, this Kyushu Island must sink. As the words fell, the 10 elements gathered again. Boom! The world-destroying energy body began to merge again. This time, Kyushu Island will definitely be sunk. Sakura State Council Hall. Finally, it's over. Kyushu Island almost sank to the bottom of the sea. What exactly is going on? Why did a meteorite suddenly fall? Where's the Star Master? Where did he go? Call him back quickly. Several high-ranking officials of the Sakura country have had their consciousness eroded by anger. I can't believe how much damage this crisis has caused to the country. An island was simply destroyed. Just when the people of Sakura thought the disaster was over. In the sky, there was an energy storm merging again. What's going on? Quick, send someone to blow up the cloud in the sky at all costs. As Prime Minister Sakura gave orders, missiles continued to fly into the sky, trying to blow up the energy body that was condensing. But they thought too simply. No matter what it is, as long as it gets close to the condensed 5 elements, it will be swallowed up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The harsh energy sound waves continued to circulate in the Sakura kingdom. Countless Sakura countrymen panicked and fell to the ground, muttering something. It seems to be praying for the blessing of the Emperor. I hope the Emperor will show up. Bless Kyushu. Ice, smoke, thunder, poison, wind. Melt everything. When the 5 elements merge. Su Jingming controlled the remaining 5 elements to merge one by one. With previous experience, this time it was smoother and more successful. What a strange kind of energy. Su Jingming suddenly looked towards an ancient palace in the Sakura country. Above the palace, the words Meiji Jingu are written. Meiji Shrine? Emperor Meiji? This feels like life is rapidly awakening. Could it be that Emperor Meiji is still alive? How is that possible? Su Jingming took a deep breath and frowned. No matter what, whoever wants to come can do it. It has nothing to do with me. If you dare to disturb me from sinking Kyushu Island, don't even mention your Meiji. Even if your ancestor Emperor Jimmu comes, he will have to watch me sink Kyushu Island. No one can stop me. All I heard was the sound of thunder. The 10 elemental hearts merged into shape once again. Boom, boom, boom. When the elemental heart beats, the hearts of the Sakura people will beat along with it. What's going on? What's going on? Why are there meteorites in the sky again? Is God going to destroy not only Kyushu Island, but also Shikoku Island? It's the end of the world, but why is the end of the world always focusing on our Sakura country? Why is there no movement in the neighboring China? At the very least, something should have landed in the neighboring Korean country. Some Sakura countrymen knelt on the ground and cried. Pray that the broken stone in the sky can fly to the Korean country. Chapter 61 Kyushu becomes history. Jiojo, Shen! Su Jingming muttered to himself. That elemental heart is really like a meteorite. More ferocious than the previous elemental heart. Rumble, with the sound of breaking through the air. Landing heavily on Kyushu Island. No, Kyushu cannot be destroyed, Kyushu Island cannot sink. God wants to destroy my Kyushu Island. Why? Why? What on earth caused 2 things like nuclear bombs to appear in the sky in succession that day? Check for me, and find out the reason for me. Everyone in the Sakura Council Hall went crazy. I don't want to see Kyushu Island become history. The people on the island can die if they want, but they don't want to see Kyushu Island die. But no one would listen to their calls. What's more, Su Jingming was eager to complete the task. It's not sinking yet! Originally, Kyushu Island had been almost destroyed by the first elemental heart. Not a single person was left alive, and all the buildings were burned to ashes. Once the second elemental heart fell, Kyushu Island could no longer bear it. Cracks are all over the island. It exploded and fell into the sea. It caused an uproar. Break it again. Sink. Split again. Break it again. Sink again. Repeat this. That Kyushu Island was submerged by sea water. The energy wave of the elemental heart finally dissipated. Standing on Shikoku Island and looking to the south, all you can see are the surging waves. That Kyushu Island sank. Covered by sea water, under the waves, it turns into traces of history. Perhaps, in some era, this sunken island can be discovered. But today, the people of Sakura Country can no longer see the familiar Kyushu Island. At this point, Kyushu Island became history. Kyushu Island, sink. Ha ha ha, it finally worked. Su Jingming couldn't help but laugh out loud. China Golden Dragon Building. There was an irrepressible cheer. Fuck, it really worked, it's really heavy. Awesome, I witnessed history. The Jade Seal, bring it here, I will give it to him personally. I never thought that even at my old age, I could still see such a good show. Seeing this scene, I feel that I have satisfied a small regret in my life. If I could see the day when the Sakura Country is destroyed, I would be truly satisfied and be able to sleep peacefully. Different from the cheers from China. The country of cherry blossoms is a dead end. How could such a big island sink so easily? Haha, Kyushu Island finally sank. Praying, what's the use of praying? Investigate. Even if we have to go 30,000 meters into the sea, we have to find out the reason. Just when the top leaders of the Sakura Country were furious, an illusory figure condensed in the Meiji Shrine. He was dressed in royal attire, holding a scepter representing the emperor in his hand, and his cold eyes swept across Kyushu Island in the distance. No, it should be the empty sea. We are too late, and Kyushu Island is still gone. Emperor Meiji looked up to the sky with anger in his eyes. After sleeping for hundreds of years and absorbing the endless divine power left by successive emperors, his cultivation had long been unparalleled and superb. But he was still shocked when he looked up at the sky for the first time. Amidst the layers of fog and smoke, there stood a slightly frail figure. However, it was this figure that was suppressing his spiritual body with the power of thunder. Su Jingming also noticed Emperor Meiji through the layers of smoke. However, the Meiji Emperor was not resurrected. He just barely condensed a relatively powerful spiritual body. He still has a long way to go before he can be resurrected. His realm is about the God of War level. To put it bluntly, he is no different from the Snake King. A waste like you still wants to save the Sakura Country? Just die, but don't have nothing better to do than to resurrect. Su Jingming sneered, and his body turned into a brilliant light and disappeared. When he appeared again, Su Jingming arrived at the gate of Meiji Shrine. You destroyed Kyushu Island? Emperor Meiji looked gloomy, but clearly not too angry. He was not sure he could subdue Su Jingming, so it was better not to provoke him. Save this kind of nonsense for your ancestors to tell. Su Jingming shouted coldly, and the strange energy transformed into a giant energy hand, covering the entire Meiji Shrine. Invincible large-scale attack, heavily suppressed. There was no chance for Emperor Meiji to survive. Damn it! I can't even move! Emperor Meiji knew that there was a huge gap in realm. But I never expected that the gap would be so big. The pressure alone was enough to make him unable to move. How can he be asked to fight for this? If he had known he would have to face this kind of person, he would not have resuscitated him. To recover, we must also help others recover. Mental breakdown! Emperor Meiji felt that he could no longer bear it. Directly disperse the spiritual body that has been practicing for 100 years. The spirit body dispersed and disappeared in the form of light, leaving no trace of it. You would rather waste 100 years of cultivation and start all over again than die in my hands? However, your approach will only allow you to live a few more seconds. Su Jingming was speechless as he tore open the crack in space and got in. On a certain street in Hokkaido, a shop owner was sleeping soundly. Suddenly his body shook and he opened his eyes. His eyes changed rapidly. Finally, he gradually returned to normal and began to sleep again. It's well hidden. Su Jingming followed soon after. But the mental fluctuations of Emperor Meiji were not noticeable at all. Where did this old boy go? Su Jingming wanted to blow up the town directly. But if you consume too much, if you continue to waste the supernatural energy, something will happen, and it will be very troublesome. You really think I can't find you? Su Jingming closed his eyes and searched the town carefully with his mental strength. Every person's body was penetrated and passed over one by one, and finally his mental energy locked on the shop owner. What a piece of rubbish! Without hesitation, Su Jingming rushed into the shop, grabbed the sleeping boss, clenched his right fist, and punched the boss in the stomach with red gold elements. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, but Su Jingming dodged it by moving his head. Who are you? Why are you hitting me? The boss woke up. If he didn't wake up, he would be beaten to death. Meiji, you old boy, what are you pretending for? Su Jingming held the boss's head and extracted the spiritual power about Emperor Meiji. But Emperor Meiji merged his spirit with the spirit of the shop owner. No matter how hard Su Jingming tried, he could only draw out the spiritual source of the shop owner. The boss wailed and struggled desperately, saying, What Emperor Meiji? I am not Emperor Meiji. I am just a small shop owner. Still pretending. You are not Emperor Meiji, but Emperor Meiji is in your body. Come on, Meiji, you old bastard, get out of here! Get out! Su Jingming punched the shop owner in the stomach, smashed his head on the table, and shouted, Meiji, old boy, if you keep hiding, get out! But Su Jingming almost killed the shop owner, and Emperor Meiji still did not show up. Okay, then just take him away, no matter if you come out or not. Su Jingming tied up the shop owner with lightning element, and took him with him. Chapter 62 Mission completed. Space Tunnel. Su Jingming was carrying the shop owner and suddenly stopped. I've only been busy with old Meiji. The heads of the current emperor and prime minister haven't been taken yet. If old Wan Yang picks on me, and doesn't give me the imperial seal, won't this trip be in vain? Having said that, Su Jingming turned back to the land of Sakura. Get out of here, you old bastard! Su Jingming wrapped the shop owner with lightning element and split the space tunnel. He kicked the shop owner and sent him flying into the tunnel. And a fixed landing site was set. Finish these things. Su Jingming rushed directly into the Imperial Palace. Imperial Palace. The place where the current emperor resides. At this moment, the dwarf emperor learned that Emperor Meiji was dead, and was running around. He came to the stone statue of Amaterasu and knelt there to pray for Amaterasu's protection. Don't kneel, what's the point? Su Jingming was not polite at all and picked up the dwarf emperor. Who are you? It was you who killed the divine emperor. Could the sinking of Kyushu Island also have something to do with you? Who are you? The emperor roared, trying to see Su Jingming's face clearly, but all he saw was a halo, and he couldn't see anything clearly. But he could feel that this person was Asian. Just as he was about to chop off the emperor's head, Su Jingming was suddenly startled. I found that my body was not responding to my commands. I couldn't even use any strength in my arms. The dwarf emperor immediately broke free and ran away. The imperial palace guards even shot Su Jingming with rifles. But it's of no use at all. What's going on? Who is it? Who is controlling me? Su Jingming was too lazy to pay attention to the garbage outside. He was more curious about who controlled him. According to the progress of the world's awakening, no one can control him out of thin air. It's you. Seems to feel it. Su Jingming turned his head and looked at the stone statue of Arasaka no Amakami. The stone statue of Amaterasu is very simple, without any unnecessary decorations. But such an ordinary stone statue looks noble and majestic. Just standing there gives people a sense of oppression. After being reborn, this is the first time that Su Jingming is controlled by others. But it is obviously impossible to make him surrender with just pressure. Who do you think you are? You are not qualified to control me. Su Jingming's eyes were deep, with a golden light surging. Boom! As the bell rings. The golden Buddha condensed behind Su Jingming. The Buddha radiates Buddha's light, and any evil will be expelled. Boom! Another sound. A man with golden flames all over his body appeared. The man held a holy staff in his hand, with divine light emanating from behind him. Holy Emperor, he is the Holy Emperor. Kill him for me! Su Jingming growled. That Buddha and the Holy Emperor controlled the supernatural energy together. With just a light blow, the mysterious energy that bound Su Jingming was broken. What Amaterasu? Look at my punch! Su Jingming gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and gathered 18 elements and Buddha's light in his palms. He smashed towards the stone statue of Amaterasu with all his strength. Bang! There was a faint light on the surface of the stone statue of Amaterasu, but it went out in an instant and exploded. The ground was covered with broken stones, and even the head of the stone statue was broken into pieces. "You may be strong, but right now you can't," Su Jingming said coldly, raised his foot and stepped hard on the stone statue's head. Boom! The stone statue's head was completely turned into debris. "Old man, you still want to run?" Su Jingming transformed himself into an energy arm, grabbed the escaping dwarf emperor, and threw him in the middle of the rubble on the ground. This scared the dwarf emperor a lot. "Well, you broke the statue of Amaterasu. You will be judged by Amaterasu. You have offended the god. No one can save you." Before the dwarf emperor could finish his words, his head was chopped off. It fell to the ground in a round shape. The blood stained the gravel, appearing unusually scarlet. "Who the hell are you? When will it be your turn to nag?" Su Jingming picked up the emperor's head and disappeared in the imperial palace. Soon, the entire Sakura country was in riot. The current emperor is dead. As to who killed him, there is no way to find out. After all, everyone who had seen Su Jingming was killed. I heard that even the stone statue of Amaterasu in the imperial palace was destroyed. That man was so rampant that he killed the emperor and even destroyed the stone statue of the great god. He deserves to die. Why do I doubt that the sinking of Kyushu Island has a lot to do with this murderer? Of course, the murderer of these incidents must be the same person. While the Sakura people were guessing, suddenly, an even more explosive news came out. That means the current Prime Minister has also been targeted by the murderer. Someone wants to kill the Prime Minister. This revelation of news made the Prime Minister's legs go weak. Even though he was surrounded by countless guards, he still panicked. The Emperor's guards were very strict, but he still died. Without daring to stop for a moment, the Prime Minister flew away from the capital as quickly as possible. And 5 planes were sent to confuse the killer. I just don't believe the murderer is so powerful that he can chase 5 planes at the same time. By the time the murderer realized what was happening, he had already flown to the United States. Once he arrived in the United States, he didn't believe that anyone would dare to kill him. The Prime Minister was excited when the plane took off. But when the plane stopped inexplicably, he trembled again. Just because a man stood above the clouds with the Emperor's head in his hand, he intercepted the plane. The pilot tried desperately to check what was wrong with the plane, but couldn't find it at all. The Prime Minister was covered in cold sweat. I was so confused that I almost vomited. He knew that there was no problem with the plane. The plane was controlled by this murderer. The pilot also noticed the Emperor's head in Su Jingming's hand. His hand trembled and he almost blew up the plane. He hurriedly asked, "Prime Minister, what should we do now?" Just as he finished saying this, the plane exploded. The pilot died on the spot. The Prime Minister was wrapped in the elements and survived. Su Jingming teleported forward and grabbed the Prime Minister's neck. "You!" The Prime Minister's face flushed, and for a moment, he saw Su Jingming's face clearly. He tried to look back, as if waiting for something. But soon disappointment appeared in his eyes. "What? Are you waiting for the fighter squadrons that followed you? I forgot to tell you, their planes exploded earlier than yours." Su Jingming smiled and exerted force with his hands, like a blade, and the Prime Minister's neck was directly strangled. The blood flowed down his arm and was burned clean in an instant. As for the Prime Minister's body, without support, he fell straight down. Mission accomplished, time to go home. Thinking that he would get the Imperial Seal soon, Su Jingming couldn't help but smile. The space was torn apart and penetrated. Boom! A mountain village in the land of Sakura. The Prime Minister's body landed. But he was torn apart by wild dogs. Chapter 63: The Prime Minister and the Emperor Reunited. China. Golden Dragon Building. Bang! The space fluctuated, and the shop owner who was possessed by Emperor Meiji was thrown out. Fuck! How come someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere? The irritable commander who was resting suddenly retreated and hurriedly took out his gun. Aim at the shop owner and shoot if there is any movement. Don't kill me! The shop owner wailed and begged for mercy. Trespassing into the Golden Dragon Building. The hot-tempered commander was about to shoot and break the leg first. etc. Wan Yang raised his hand to stop him, his brows sternly saying, Emperor Meiji? The astrologer on the side quickly stepped forward, circled around the shop owner, counted with his fingers, and asked in confusion. He should not be Emperor Meiji. He has no blood relationship with Emperor Meiji. He is not the reincarnation of Emperor Meiji. How is that possible? That old guy Meiji has been dead for 100 years. The hot-tempered commander held his gun against the shop owner's head, fearing that the guy would suddenly pull out a bomb. It's okay, he was tied up. It should be sent by Su Jingming. Wan Yang looked at the familiar elemental energy, and immediately identified it. I'm still more curious, what do you mean by Emperor Meiji? The astrologer and several senior executives gathered around, and the more they looked, the more curious they became. Haha, this person has nothing to do with Emperor Meiji. He is not a descendant of the Emperor, nor is he the Emperor's reincarnation. Rather, the spirit of Emperor Meiji has merged with this person. Emperor Meiji is him, and from a certain perspective, he is also Emperor Meiji. As for why Emperor Meiji's spiritual power did not disappear with his death, this may be related to some kind of secret ritual method of the Sakura country. As for why it possessed this person, it is unknown. When Su Jingming comes back, it should be clear. Wan Yang had a sharp eye and gave the shop owner an analysis. According to what you said, this guy is really the Meiji Emperor of that time, The irritable commander grabbed the shop owner's head, shaking it with a surprised look on his face. This is a really rare thing, a thing from 100 years ago. Su Jingming is really amazing. He even captured an old man like Emperor Meiji. I guess he will be able to capture the new emperor soon. The well-mannered senior executive looked pleased. But before he finished speaking, the space shook again. Bang! A round, bloody head rolled out from the space. What the hell? The hot-tempered commander trembled again and kicked the head off. Just as the guard on one side was about to blow up the head with a gun, Wan Yang stopped him in time. He came closer to take a look. Joy instantly rose on his face, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is the Emperor's head. The hot-tempered commander had seen the new Emperor of Sakura country before, and was shocked. The well-mannered senior executive came over to take a look, and was also delighted. Is this the Emperor's head? Su Jingming killed the Emperor? And he brought the head with him? Where is Su Jingming? Here it comes! Wan Yang looked up and outside the building. A thin figure appeared outside the window. The strong wind blew his clothes and his hair fluttered at this moment. He took a step forward, passed through the wall and came into the room. Give! Su Jingming threw Prime Minister Sakura's head onto the table. The blood spilled on the purple-red table, looking extremely weird. Fuck Prime Minister Sakura! The eyes of several senior executives lit up. When they saw the Emperor's head, they were just shocked. But when they saw Prime Minister Sakura's head, they could no longer bear it, and rushed forward, staring at Prime Minister Sakura's head, with a weird smile on their mouths, and they couldn't stop the smile on their faces at all. The violent commander simply threw the head of the Sakura Emperor and the head of the Sakura Prime Minister together. The two heads leaned against each other, looking weird and scary, but no one at the scene was scared or fainted from the surprise. They were already trying to restrain their excitement. Ha ha ha, hurry up, take a photo as a souvenir. Remember this moment forever, remember this day forever. But the photos cannot be leaked. The grumpy commander smiled and asked the guards to take some close-up photos of him and the two heads. Several senior executives who obviously couldn't help themselves also did a few coordinated shots in succession before they slowly calmed down their excitement. But when they looked at the two heads, their bodies were still shaking. Very good, very good, very good. Wan Yang directly said 3 good ones. And this guy is the body of Emperor Meiji. But no matter how I beat him, Emperor Meiji refused to come out. If I kill him, Emperor Meiji will probably die too. So I want to see how you deal with it. If you don't want to care, I will just kill him to prevent him from using his mental power to revive or something. Su Jingming kicked the shop owner who was pretending to be dead. You dare! The shop owner had naturally seen the Prime Minister and the Emperor. He stared at the two heads with his eyes wide open, with a bloodshot color in his eyes. It was obvious that the Emperor Meiji in his body had also noticed it. Meiji, old boy, get out here! Upon seeing this, Su Jingming grabbed the shop owner and punched him repeatedly, trying to force out the spirit of Emperor Meiji. But after beating him up, he still failed. Seeing Su Jingming so angry, Wang Yang stopped him with a smile. Don't beat him to death, hand him over to us. I need to do some experiments on him. Okay, if you can't figure it out, just call me to kill him. Su Jingming was too lazy to care about it anymore and stretched out his hand. Prime Minister Sakura, Emperor Sakura, and that damn thing Meiji, I have exceeded my quota. Look, it's urgent again. Seeing this, Wang Yang was helpless. But Su Jingming did fulfill the agreement, so it was okay to lend him the imperial seal. From a certain perspective, Su Jingming was completely bound to China by using the power of the imperial seal, so Wang Yang was not worried about a rebellion. Give! Wang Yang touched the ring on his finger and took out the imperial seal. This imperial seal is light yellow in color and 4 inches square. On the seal button, there are 5 dragons intersecting head to tail carefully carved, symbolizing the sacredness and inviolability of imperial power. On the front of the imperial seal is engraved 8 seal characters. Receive the mandate from heaven, may you live long and prosper forever. Su Jingming's eyes lit up and he reached for the imperial seal. Etc. Wang Yang turned his hand back and avoided Su Jingming's grab. Please state any other conditions you have. Su Jingming already knew that it would not be easy to get it. Wang Yang's old face was full of cunning, and he said with a smile, I only have 2 conditions. The first is that you take this jade seal and you have to help China when it is in danger. Second, I won't tell you now. If there is a chance in the future, I will tell you. I am Chinese, of course I will help. Even if you don't tell me, I will do it. You can trust me completely. Can you give me the seal now? Su Jingming also became serious and spoke solemnly. Chapter 64, The Emperor's Quest. I believe you. Wang Yang smiled slightly. Hand the imperial seal to Su Jingming. Trust me, you won't lose. Su Jingming looked sincere. Several senior executives also gathered around and expressed their appreciation and support for Su Jingming. If there is a chance, I would like Su Jingming to teach them some cultivation techniques. Su Jingming wrote down everything and left with the imperial seal. Su family. Su Jingming dragged the imperial seal. For a moment, the 5 dragons on the imperial seal seemed to come alive, flying up and down the seal, but when Su Jingming looked closely, the 5 dragons were motionless again. Let me try! Su Jingming controlled the special energy in his body and entered the imperial seal. However, there was no movement of the imperial seal. Still remained calm. Even the illusion just now did not appear again. Isn't it that the way to activate this imperial seal is to input supernatural energy? Su Jingming played with the imperial seal. Nothing suspicious was found. There is no doubt that this imperial seal is indeed authentic. Wang Yang did not deceive him with the imitation. But there was no way to open the seal. No. Something must have gone wrong. Perhaps there are other special ways to open something of the level of the jade seal. Su Jingming explored the internal patterns of the jade seal again and again. But I still can't find a way. What's going on? Su Jingming was puzzled. Just then, Su Changhe walked in. When he saw the imperial seal, he also looked at it carefully. Seeing Su Jingming's sad look, Su Changhe couldn't help but ask, Is this jade seal fake? It's true. The country wouldn't use this to deceive me. However, this jade seal is different from other cultural relics. It is very special and cannot be triggered by using supernatural energy. Su Jingming frowned. If he couldn't open the jade seal, this trip would be in vain and a lot of supernatural energy would be wasted. He didn't know how much purple energy he would need to absorb to recover. How about you drop a drop of blood? Isn't that what they do in some TV dramas? Su Changhe couldn't think of any solution, so he just said whatever he remembered. How is it possible? Su Jingming said this. But somehow a drop of blood fell on the imperial seal. Suddenly, woo woo woo. A deep and low melody sounded. It was the sound coming from the imperial seal. Bang, the imperial seal burst out with a dazzling yellow light. Boom! At this moment, Su Jingming was enveloped in yellow light, His spirit was stimulated, causing his whole body to tremble, his eyes were dazed, and his spirit was stimulated at this moment. Woo! The spiritual consciousness floated in the unknown space, and after a long period of transmission, it crossed thousands of worlds before slowly stopping and coming to an unknown world. The air was filled with smoke and a roaring and piercing sound was heard. Rays of light flickered in the mist, bringing the aftermath of fighting one after another. What is this place? Su Jingming tried to penetrate the smoke. Look at the scene behind the smoke. But the place where the aftermath of the fight broke out seemed very far away. It was so far away that even after Su Jingming had walked for a long time, he could still only feel the aftermath of the vibration. But I can't see where the real person is. Boom! The dazzling brilliance is like the scorching sun. In the endless sky, two figures were facing each other. One of them wore an imperial crown and a black gold dragon robe, with red gold energy sources gathered around his body. Just standing there, it was as if he was standing on the heaven and earth, standing on the top of the starry sky, fully displaying the qualities of an emperor. The other person had a body as strong as a giant beast, with huge black horns growing on his head, sharp black fangs exposed, and his whole body covered in smoke. Behind him, there was a ball of strange energy rotating, and black holes were constantly condensing, and eventually black holes swallowed black holes, which was extremely weird. Every move made by these two will cause the world to shake. The roaring sound almost made Su Jingming unable to bear it. Just when his spiritual consciousness was about to collapse, the Emperor seemed to have noticed something and suddenly stretched out his hand towards him. A beam of purple gold light passed through Su Jingming's spiritual consciousness. Give the Emperor the power! With a loud roar, the world began to collapse. The Emperor waved his hand lightly, bringing Su Jingming's spiritual consciousness back to the original world. Call! Su Jingming took a deep breath. Just now, I almost died in that spiritual world. Fortunately, the Emperor rescued him in time. But what does this Emperor's conquest mean? Before Su Jingming could comprehend it clearly, he was teleported out. This imperial seal has its own space inside, and it also has a very pure purple aura. As soon as he touched the jade seal, an obscure sense of connection emerged in Su Jingming's mind. To some extent, this was considered as the initial recognition of the jade seal as the master, but he only had the authority to control it. If the owner of the jade seal comes one day, the jade seal will probably return to its place automatically. Even if it is just a preliminary recognition of the master, it is enough for control. I am not praying that this jade seal can really let me sit on the throne of the Emperor. It is enough for me to be able to get through the current situation. Su Jingming's mind moved, and the imperial seal turned into a light yellow beam of light and flew into his mind. It floated quietly in front of the 10 doors in his spiritual sea of consciousness, continuously emitting purple mist, and began to repair the blood and energy deficiency caused by the creation of the elemental heart. Call! The realm has been promoted. After the imperial seal recognized its master, Su Jingming's realm soared. From the 6th level of the Broken Blood realm, he directly advanced to the 9th level of the Broken Blood realm. Only one level left to enter the Soul Broken realm. A soul, a life. The soul continues and the life lasts forever. The Emperor's expedition? After some verification, Su Jingming finally found out. This so-called Emperor's conquest is an offensive and fatal imperial skill. Generally, only ancient emperors can perform this ultimate move. To some extent, the Emperor's expedition has an infinite probability of a sure kill. You can borrow the power of ancient emperors to launch a fatal blow. No matter the opponent's realm, no matter how strong or weak the momentum is, the stronger the Emperor's aura is, the greater the probability of a fatal blow. It can be said that this is an instant kill skill that ignores levels. In order to experiment with the probability of instant kill, Su Jingming came to the snowy mountains and took mutated beasts to control the Emperor's conquest. Although it was an instant kill, it did not trigger the Emperor's conquest sure kill. After a whole day of research, Su Jingming learned that the probability of instant kill was extremely low. About 5%. That's also the probability of having another bottle of iced tea. I think I need to take a break. The personal notes of the Witch God, the heart of the Holy Emperor, the final breakthrough of the Buddha's golden body technique, and the control of the Jade Seal all require time to absorb and refine. Thinking about it this way, Su Jingming still has a lot to do. Before the retreat, it is better to prepare everything first, so as to avoid any accidents during the retreat. When the retreat is over, the Holy Sun clan should be coming soon. Su Jingming looked up at the starry sky, and all kinds of memories of his previous life came flooding back. Around the 10th day after awakening, a group of powerful alien creatures will come from outside the starry sky again. This kind of alien creature is called the Holy Sun Clan. The Holy Sun Clan, claiming to be the descendants of the sun. Chapter 65 Awakening, Crazy Awakening. The 4th day of Global Awakening. You're going to be in seclusion for so long? When Wan Yang, who was far away in Jihai, heard that Su Jingming was going to go into seclusion, he was surprised. Today, the world is in a period of rapid awakening and mutation. In just 3 days, the purple mist spread more and more widely. Around the world, the number of people who have awakened has increased from a few hundred at the beginning to several million now. It is increasing exponentially every day, and the scope is still expanding. 10 days later, according to rough estimates, the number of awakened people will reach 100 million. 100 million, this figure is extremely incredible. It's okay, it's just a few days, it's nothing. Su Jingming chuckled, not surprised by the data. It was the same in the previous life. At the beginning, the number of people who awakened was very small, but as time went on, the number increased, and even newborn babies might have awakened in the womb. But so what? Awakening doesn't mean that you can become an unrivaled powerful person. Even though most people have awakened, they are still completely at the bottom of society. It's not that easy to cross class lines. In his previous life, Su Jingming tried his best, but was still easily strangled. Before the retreat, Su Jingming helped his father and Lu Feng improve their strength once again, and taught them various life-saving skills and the 18 elemental energy stones for saving lives. Now, Su Changhe has reached the intermediate level of war commander. And Lu Feng directly became a junior war king. A junior war king is already able to look down upon the whole of China. Except for those old guys, he is basically invincible. In this way, Su Jingming can rest in seclusion with peace of mind. I hope that in 10 days you will have reached the Battle Emperor level. Su Jingming patted Lu Feng on the shoulder and encouraged him. Alas, it was only after I entered the Battle King level that I realized how difficult it is to advance each level. If it weren't for you, I would have had difficulty even becoming a battle marshal, and the Battle Emperor is too far away. Lu Feng gave a bitter smile. Even he didn't believe that he could become the War Emperor within 10 days. Practice well, the most exciting world is coming next. After Su Jingming finished speaking, he jumped into the space, found an unknown secret place, and began to practice in seclusion. When he came back again, he would definitely enter a new realm. The 5th day of Global Awakening. I heard that a peerless genius was born in China. This man is called Manhwa, a 60-year-old man. He is proficient in ancient martial arts, especially Tai Chi, which is far beyond ordinary people. Before the Global Awakening, he was already a world-famous Taoist priest. Now, after an accidental awakening, his realm is far beyond others. Manhwa's special skill, the Lightning 5 Whips, is so powerful that even 5 awakeners of the same level cannot withstand it for 3 seconds, not to mention that Manhwa himself has a body as strong as diamond. Some people predict that Malaysia is invincible at the general level. No general level person can survive more than 3 seconds in the hands of the Ma Kingdom. To this end, the Chinese government also specifically sought out Manhwa and requested his practice techniques. Everyone thought that Manhwa would hide his own practice methods, but unexpectedly Manhwa was very generous. He not only announced his own practice methods, but also personally taught his practice experience of the Lightning 5 Whips on the internet. However, not everyone has the talent for cultivation like the Manhwa. After a day, no one has learned the Lightning 5 Whips. It can be seen that this unique skill is truly an exclusive skill of the Manhwa. Even Lu Feng, who was already a war king, thought hard until the early morning, but still could not understand the key points of the Lightning 5 Whips, so he had to give up practicing this unique skill. Just in the early morning, Manhwa announced that he would officially join the ancient martial arts group. Become the deputy team leader under the astrologer. The 6th day of global awakening. Just when everyone was still immersed in the glory of the Malaysian Empire, a new peerless genius has appeared. A man named Long Kun displayed infinite grace by stepping on tens of millions of awakened people. It only took him one day to be promoted from an ordinary person to a high-level war commander. Long Kun was just a top star at first, but for some reason, he was forced to leave China and go abroad for long-term training. However, when he went to the Sakura country to hold a concert, the sinking of Kyushu Island disrupted the concert schedule. Originally Long Kun was still a little angry, but when he went to the ruins of Kyushu Island, a Kyushu Island heart as round as a basketball hit his shoulder, causing serious damage to his shoulder. Long Kun did not think much about it at the time. He thought the heart of Kyushu Island was somewhat strange and took it back home. Unexpectedly, the heart of Kyushu Island merged into his body in the middle of the night, causing tremendous changes in his body. Not only did he grow wings on his back, but his realm was also elevated to the level of a war commander. Later he learned that the heart of Kyushu Island floated out after the sinking of Kyushu Island. It represented a part of the energy source of Kyushu Island, which was why Long Kun awakened at such a high speed. I can only say that Long Kun's luck is incredible. However, when faced with the country's recruitment, Long Kun politely declined. He said he longed for freedom and hoped to travel around this new world. But if there is trouble in the country, he will definitely come back. The 7th day of global awakening. There are new awakened people in the United States standing at the forefront. Layson, before awakening, was a strong man with immense strength, and enjoyed a certain reputation in the whole world. This time, during a thunder and lightning, Layson was like the god of thunder in the world, enduring the bombardment of thunder and lightning, and successfully underwent a vigorous awakening. Not only did his realm soar to the level of a war marshal, his strength was so great that it was shocking. No one was his opponent. At the same time, in the Shinyu Kingdom, a man named Asen suddenly appeared. He awakened in the water of the Ganges River while he was still playing with lizards, but suddenly he obtained the genetic inheritance of the lizards and completed the heaven-defying awakening on the spot. Not only did his realm rise to the level of war marshal, he also gained various abilities of the lizards. Now he is the undisputed first awakener in the Shinyu Kingdom. However, the awakening frenzy does not end there. Some researchers have discovered that the blue planet is still expanding rapidly, and the 4 major sea areas were completely formed. The 4 major sea areas of southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest. And the several continental plates themselves are located in the center. In the East China Sea, a green dragon occupied the area and called himself the Green Dragon King. In the South China Sea, a black octopus occupies the deep sea and calls himself the Black Octopus King. In the Western Sea area, a killer whale occupied it and called himself the Dragon Whale King. In the North Sea, a lion's mane jellyfish is rampant and calls itself the King of Water Poison. These 4 guys are all sea beasts that have transformed. It's not just these 4 guys. There are beast mutations all over the world. The most famous one is the White Tiger King in the northeast of China, the Eagle King on the Chinese plateau, the Cancer King in southern China, the Centipede King of central China. Even near the highest peak, an ice scorpion emperor was born. This ice scorpion is not calling himself the king, but the emperor. It is said that this ice scorpion had already reached the realm of War King when it was born. It can be seen how terrifying this ice scorpion emperor is. Almost every race has a new king. However, even if it mutates, it cannot break through the biological level barriers. Those who are born to be suppressed will most likely continue to be suppressed. The fact that the lion's mane jellyfish and the black octopus can be compared with the Azure Dragon King is entirely due to the dividends of the times. Otherwise, with their racial status, how could they be on the same side as the Azure Dragon King? On the 8th day of global awakening, there was a new twist. Chapter 60, 68th day of global awakening. The 8th day of awakening. A mysterious man appeared with 5 suns on his back. This man was like an angel in a comic book, emitting a sacred aura all over his body, with flawless white skin, as crystal clear as jade, and a pair of beautiful white wings on his back. The most eye-catching thing is that behind the man's head, there are 8 mini versions of the sun. The 8 suns revolve and rotate like a halo. If you don't know, you might think that the sun god has appeared. As soon as the man appeared, he announced to the world, asking everyone to welcome the coming of the sun god. In order to intimidate the people of Blue Star, he even erupted into the War Emperor level. Because the place where this man landed was the Bear Country, at the beginning he ordered the president of the Bear Country in the name of God to take out valuable treasures to present to him. After being rejected by the Bear Country, he killed an old general of the Bear Country in anger, which made the Bear Country almost unable to hold back and take action. In order to ensure the safety of its people, the Bear Country could only present its collection of treasures to the man. When the man was contentedly heading to the next country, the Bear Country directly sent 3 hydrogen bombs to kill the man. However, this also completely panicked the people of the entire Blue Star. After all, the man said he was just a pathfinder. There is a large army following behind him and they will arrive at Blue Star in 2 days. Just a small pioneer who is exploring the way is a War Emperor level awakener. It is hard to imagine what level of strong people there will be in the large army behind. I am afraid that the War God level is extremely common. China. Central Laboratory. The imprisoned Snake King was horrified after hearing the story about the man, and said bluntly that the people of Blue Star were doomed. When the large army of the Holy Sun Clan arrived, no one from Blue Star would survive. The Holy Sun Clan? You also know the Holy Sun Clan? Wan Yang looked at the terrified expression of the Snake King, and it would be a lie to say that he was not equally frightened. Before Su Jingming went into seclusion, he talked about the Xinjiang clan. The Holy Sun Clan is a great clan of gods in the universe. They were born from the great sun. Of course, I don't know if the sun I'm talking about is the sun in the Milky Way. I only know that the people of the Holy Sun Clan are very terrifying. There are several war god level warriors among them, and their clan leader, the famous sun god of the universe and galaxy, is in existence beyond the war god level. There was fear in the eyes of the Snake King, and he was obviously aware of the horror that surpassed the god of war. Beyond the god of war. Wan Yang narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The Snake King suddenly laughed again, with deep fear in his eyes, and said, "Haha, I think you don't need to be afraid of the Holy Sun Clan. The one who captured us is not inferior to the Sun God. I even have a feeling that he is more powerful than the Sun God. It's good that you understand, so you should restrain your little actions and cooperate with the experiment. Maybe one day I will let you go." Wan Yang revealed a meaningful smile, looking at the Snake King's hair all over his body, inadvertently covering up some of his previous small movements, and also laughed. "I hope so." The universe and the starry sky. Deep and dark. The humming sound echoed back and forth. Figures like stars flew over from afar, each with wings on their backs and many suns floating behind them, looking sacred and noble. Holy Sun Clan. From outside the galaxy. They call themselves descendants of the sun. The energy of the sun flows in their bodies. Not only are their bodies and supernatural powers stronger than those of ordinary races, they can also borrow the power of the sun to make up for their own shortcomings. Their cultivation speed is twice as fast as that of other races, but the prerequisite is that there is a sun for them to borrow energy from. The sun, what a familiar smell! At the front of the Holy Sun Clan, a man in a purple robe was suddenly stunned. He looked into the distance with a look of satisfaction on his face, then looked at the sun in the Milky Way. He stretched out his hand, and carefully felt the soft light of the sun. His whole body felt relaxed at this moment. He is the patriarch of the Holy Sun Clan, also known as the Sun God. It's the sun! It's really the sun, ha ha ha! Behind the Sun God were tens of thousands of Holy Sun people cheering. The Black Guardian of the Holy Sun Clan was delighted. "Chief, after 10 years of traveling, we finally found the sun. Our Holy Sun Clan can live again." "Yes." The Sun God was also quite emotional. Originally, the galaxy where their Holy Sun Clan was located also had a sun, but one day, that sun broke down. Strictly speaking, the sun became sick and lost its vitality overnight. It turned out that a mysterious force had absorbed all the energy in the sun, causing the sun's regeneration system to be destroyed, completely destroying the sun. At that time, the Xinjiang clan was almost exterminated. Fortunately, the Xinjiang clan leader had a high level of cultivation, and was able to barely lead his people to escape from his planet, and they have been wandering in the universe ever since. Now, they only need to find a habitable planet in the solar system, and their Holy Sun clan will slowly recover. Then they will definitely seek revenge on those guys. The White Guardian on the side frowned and said, "Oh no, Chief, one of the Vanguard team we sent out earlier was killed by local creatures on that blue planet." Although this galaxy has been completely shrouded by purple energy, it has not yet evolved into any higher-level creatures. That Vanguard is at the War Emperor level. How could he be killed? The St. Yang clan leader was also shocked. The War Emperor level was not considered a weakling, so how could he be killed in such a backward galaxy? Obviously, there was a big secret in it. Before his death, the pioneer sent a memory playback. Several elders of the Xinjiang tribe stared at the replay of the pioneer's death, and their faces did not look good. In this backward galaxy, super-powered weapons have actually been developed. However, they are still in the initial stage of development, and can pose no threat to me. The surprise in the eyes of Patriarch Xinjiang quickly disappeared, replaced by excitement and excitement. This proves that this galaxy once had a great conflict. Maybe there are relics left by some ancient existence. Let's go to this blue planet first. Blue Star. About the upcoming arrival of the Holy Sun clan. A global conference has begun. In my opinion, we should all rely on our own strength. The Holy Sun clan is just SOSO. 3 hydrogen bombs can destroy them. It's nothing. The representative of the bear country looked arrogant. The hydrogen bomb brings not only destruction, but also invincible confidence. After hearing what the representative of the bear country said, the first one to get anxious was the representative of the Sakura country. How can this be? The guys from the Holy Sun clan are definitely stronger than the last batch of Snake Kings. The power of one country alone is no longer enough to contend with them. We must unite to fight against them. Their Sakura country does not have as huge strategic resource reserves as the bear country. If we really rely on each other's strength, the Sakura country may not survive the first day and will be destroyed. The deaths of the Emperor and Prime Minister had already greatly reduced the national prestige of the Sakura country. If anything bad happens again, Sakura country will be in the most dangerous moment. Chapter 67 Panic Caused by the Holy Sun Clan. The representative of Bear Country glanced at the representative of Sakura Country, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he also knew the recent bad situation of Sakura Country, and he couldn't help but sneer. "You Sakura Country are so cowardly, I can't do anything about it. If you have a little brains, you won't let someone kill 2 high-ranking officials in 1 hour. I can only say that your country should have disappeared long ago." "Humph! Stop being so arrogant!" The representative of the Sakura country blushed. "But there is no reason to refute it. After all, what I said is true. Because of this, I can't even hold my head up." "That's enough." The U.S. representative spoke up, with a serious look on his face, scanning the audience. Even the representatives of some small countries were under his surveillance. Finally, he set his sights on the Chinese representative, pondered for a moment, and said, "Won't the Chinese representative say a few words?" The representatives of major countries also looked towards the Chinese representatives. "I also want to hear what this big country, which is at the same level as the United States, has to say." "What can I say?" The Chinese representative was speechless when the topic was brought up, but he still said seriously, "We don't know much about the creatures of the Holy Sun clan. We just know that these guys are heading for the sun. Since we don't have the strength to fight them head-on, we may be able to negotiate with the guys of the Holy Sun clan. If that doesn't work, we can just fight them." "That's easy to say, but what if the people of the Holy Sun clan are determined to destroy us?" Upon seeing this, the people from the Sakura country couldn't help but mock him, and were obviously dissatisfied with this method. If the Xinjiang tribe is unwilling to live in peace and insists on doing whatever they want, then China will have no choice but to fight to the end until the Xinjiang tribe is completely wiped out. The Chinese representative had infinite confidence in his eyes, and at the same time, he looked at the Sakura representative fiercely and said coldly, "Besides, it's not your turn to interrupt me when I'm talking. What the hell is your Sakura country? You are just a piece of trash that was destroyed." "Haha." The representative of the Sakura country also looked around the room and suddenly said, "I remember that when the Snake King and his men invaded before, they disappeared after entering China. Could it be that China made some kind of deal with the Snake King and his men? Or do you have any peerless masters in China who can fight against tens of thousands of snake people alone? That's right. The snake people, rhinoceros people, mantis people, and so on, disappeared easily after entering China. Doesn't China have any explanation? If you really have a super strong person, you can ask him to help fight off the Xinjiang people. Why hide it? When the representative of the Sunset Country saw that the Chinese side was defeated, he hurriedly agreed. Haha, China only used some secret method to trap them. It is far from the extent of destroying them. We all developed in the same era, and your modern technology development is even earlier than China's. Why do you think China has the ability to stop the Xinjiang clan? Logically speaking, you are the main force. The Chinese representative didn't bother to argue about this and snorted coldly in rebuttal. Your China, haha, I have a guess that the sinking of Kyushu Island in my Sakura country must have a lot to do with your China. Otherwise, how could 2 meteorites fall for no reason? The representative of the Sakura country sneered, obviously knowing something. On one side, the representative of the Sunset Country had a gloomy look on his face, hesitating whether or not he should say that the incident of Kyushu Island being sunk by 2 large meteorites had already been thoroughly investigated. That's not a meteorite, it's clearly the heart of the Holy Emperor. However, the Holy Emperor's heart had long been taken away by Su Jingming of China. Considering the grudges between the 2 countries, the Sunset Country quickly figured it out. It must be that Su Jingming completely refined the Saint Emperor's heart, and then took powerful action. He personally sank Kyushu Island. At that time, the Sunset Kingdom wanted to expose this secret, but considering that Su Jingming's powerful strength was enough to easily destroy a country, and at the suggestion of the Queen, the Sunset Kingdom still buried this secret deeply in their hearts and did not make the truth public. No one dares to provoke someone who can sink a piece of land. Don't throw all the black hats on China. First you said that China has a peerless strongman who can withstand the attack of the Snake King, and now you say that the sinking of Kyushu Island is related to China. Doesn't it show that China is the culprit? Haha, I still advise you, Sakura Country, not to make trouble at this critical juncture, otherwise I don't recommend letting you sink 2 more islands. The Chinese representative was also angered. Every word he said made the Sakura representative's face turn red. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of fire, as if he was going to rush over to fight in the next second. Just when the representative of Sakura Country wanted to say something tough, the representative of the United States waved his hand and said, Then let's vote to decide whether we are willing to unite the forces of all countries in the world to resist the Holy Sun Clan, or whether we are willing to find a way on our own. After all, the weak ones will be eliminated first. The U.S. representative glanced at the younger brothers and smiled. The results came out in a short while. Most countries would like to act on their own and do not want to be controlled by others. If they plan to unite to resist the Xinjiang clan, some countries will be controlled by big powers and completely lose all their rights. However, after discussion, they decided to negotiate with the Xinjiang clan first. As long as they could live in peace, no one wanted to show up in public. After all, we are now in a period of global awakening. As long as a peerless strongman is born in a country, then the opportunity to rise will come. The U.S. representative left first, and before leaving he took a deep look at the Chinese representative. Others might not know China's background, but he, the U.S., understood it very well. The fact that the Chinese representative could say that meant that the Chinese side was not afraid of the Xinjiang clan at all. Moreover, the United States and the Sunset Country had the same guess. After all, they knew a little bit about Su Jingming's strength. This kind of person was already very powerful before he awakened, and he must be even more powerful now. The Snake King should have been solved by Su Jingming. They don't believe that Su Jingming didn't awaken within these 8 days. A strong person will only become stronger and stronger in a strong environment. Soon, news about the Holy Sun clan spread all over the world. China. Wang Yang sat there in deep thought. Mr. Wan, how is it going? Have you contacted Su Jingming? The irritable commander asked closely. I've made contact. Su Jingming said that the Holy Sun clan is just a karami. By then, there will be stronger creatures. He advised us not to scare ourselves. If we have that time, we might as well practice more instead of worrying about it. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile when he thought of Su Jingming's reply. This? Several senior executives looked at each other. The whole world was worried about whether they could survive, but Su Jingming didn't care. He even thought that the members of the Xingyang clan were all little ants. They can't have such confidence. Don't worry, he said, so then it must be fine. Wang Yang smiled when he saw that a few people still looked worried. Chapter 68 Awakening, The Battle of the Prodigies. The 9th day of global awakening. East China Sea. Abandoned island. Forest. Among the towering mountains, an old man with full energy and vigorous steps was shuttling through the forests. His sharp eyes were like an eagle, scanning the surroundings accurately. He is a famous strong man in China, the deputy leader of the ancient martial arts group, manhwa. After experiencing an awakening, manhwa not only became younger, but even his temperament changed. Although the training suit was worn out, he still looked energetic when he wore it. How come there isn't? I clearly sensed it. The reason manhwa came here was to investigate a precious energy, or buried on this abandoned island. If he could absorb and refine all of the energy, or he might be able to make further progress. Now he has advanced from a general to a commander. Just when Malaysia finally found the energy, or after going through so much hardship. Put the stone down, and I can give you a way to survive. A tall, mighty and strong man came over at some point, his whole body glowing with white light. If you look closely, the white light is actually strands of electric arcs, and his body is covered with lightning. The strongest man in the United States, Lei Sin. In other words, Malaysia knows a little foreign language, otherwise he really wouldn't understand it at all. Ha ha ha, my foreign friend, I advise you to leave quickly and stop trying to get this stone. You are no match for me. manhwa threw the stone aside, put his hands behind his back, and acted like a master. With a kind smile on his face, people who didn't know him would really think that manhwa was sincere. You can't! Lei Sin was also confused by manhwa's self-confidence, but he still waved his index finger at manhwa and took a step forward. His intermediate war commander realm completely erupted, and lightning flowed throughout his body, as if Thor was in the world, with overwhelming power. Ha ha ha, let me see how powerful the Americans are! Manhwa was not afraid at all. My special skill also includes lightning. Let's see whether your own lightning is more powerful, or the lightning attached to my lightning 5 whips is stronger. Dong, manhwa moved his hands, and his primary war commander level was fully displayed. He was equally powerful. Compared with Lei Sin's momentum, he was not inferior at all. In fact, to some extent, manhwa was more powerful. After all, Lei Sin's level was 1 level higher than manhwa. Drink! Lei Sin was aroused by the desire to win, and his seemingly clumsy body shot out like lightning in an instant, rushing towards the manhwa. His fist carried a strong wind and was as sharp as a blade. Anyone who was hit would be torn apart. There was no hesitation, and the first move was a killing move. Lightning 5 whips! manhwa's eyes were solemn. He knew very well the horror of Lei Sin's punch. Bang! manhwa's hands and feet changed. His hands moved quickly, his figure was like light, and in an instant he used his special energy to draw out lines of powerful thunder, and then evolved the thunder into palms. Facing Lei Sin's powerful punch, he directly met it with his palm. Even in a head-on confrontation, manhwa was not afraid. Boom! The trees within a 10-meter radius collapsed and turned into ashes at this moment. The nearby seawater was shaken and boiled, and some small fish and crabs were blown away and fell on the shore. They were all red, and it was obvious that they had been fried to death. A charming fragrance wafted out, but was quickly washed away by the sea water. Bang! Under this impact, manhwa's skin was hit and left with blood marks. His face was slightly red, and there was great surprise in his eyes. The energy flow quickly lost its power, and he quickly retreated 5 steps before stopping his body and barely recovered some power. Looking at Lei Sin again, manhwa was extremely serious. This Lei Sin is no ordinary person. He is worthy of being the strongest in the United States. You are no match for me, let's go! Lei Sin stood there without moving at all, his eyes flashing with ferocity and speaking domineering words, but his arms were shaking slightly, and it was obvious that he was not as relaxed as he looked. He was also surprised that the old man had such superb skills. If he hadn't just integrated the genetic medicine developed by the United States. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose in this punch. The most important thing is that he is one level higher than Manhwa. This made Layson want to kill. If you want to take this stone away, you have to step over my dead body. Who is Manhwa? He has received the most perfect education since childhood. In his cognition, there is no such thing as surrender and admitting defeat. Even if he knows that the opponent is very strong, he will still fight. He did so before, and now, facing the strongest man in the United States, he will still do so. I'll help you. Layson was also angry, and murderous intent filled his heart. Just as Layson was performing his ultimate move, a red-blue sphere flew over. This red-blue sphere released a dazzling light and carried extremely violent energy fluctuations. Its power was not weaker than Malaysia's 5-lash lightning whip. Who's going to mess up? Layson's fist was like a blade, meeting the red-blue sphere head-on. At the moment of contact, the terrifying force knocked Layson back 3 or 4 steps. Even though he used all his strength, he was still hit by the red-blue sphere. This kind of force was not something he could easily resist. Fortunately, the red-blue sphere also lost its energy at this moment, and turned into a beam of light that flew to a big tree in the distance. On this big tree, a young man with a middle-parted hair stood proudly, glancing down at Layson with a look of contempt in his eyes. The young man was dressed in black, with long hair parted in the middle that fluttered in the wind. His sharp face was extremely handsome. On his left shoulder, a red-blue sphere was suspended, making him look like a living god. His realm was even more terrifying, as he had actually reached the level of a high-level war commander. You are Long Kun? Manhwa was stunned. It was this awakener who was said to be the most talented and gifted who saved him. Master Ma. Long Kun chuckled and bowed slightly to Manhwa. He was also quite surprised to meet Manhwa. Are they all Chinese? Seeing this, Layson's face became even colder. He alone can just suppress the Malaysian country, and even killing them would require a lot of energy. But now there is another Long Kun who is at a higher level than him. This time there is no hope. No matter how powerful he can never snatch the 2 geniuses of the Chinese country. Why don't you get out of here? Long Kun turned around and shouted coldly at Layson. I'll remember you. Even though Layson turned around and was about to retreat, he still couldn't forget to say something harsh. He lost face this time, but he would make it up next time. Once he took the Super Gene potion, he would be able to defeat these 2 people easily and restore his glory. Watching Layson walking further and further away, Manhwa frowned slightly. Why let him go? If we join forces, this guy is definitely not our opponent. If we kill him, we will have one less powerful enemy in the future. This Layson is definitely immortal. Once he awakens further, he will definitely break through to become a war commander. By then, if you want to kill him again, the difficulty will definitely increase significantly. Long Kun pointed to the sky in the distance, and said with a wry smile. I really want to kill him, but if I kill him, I guess we will have to stay on this deserted island forever. Manhwa looked at the direction Long Kun pointed with confusion. In the clouds, 3 fighter planes were waiting for Layson in the air. With the means they have, they are still unable to resist the artillery fire. What a pity! Magoka sighed. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Long Kun smiled casually and didn't care about it. By the way, you are here to get it, right? Manhwa took out the energy ore and handed it to Long Kun, smiling kindly. This should be your trophy. Chapter 69 Awakening, Daofeng Patriarch. Long Kun was stunned. He really came here for this energy ore. But he didn't expect that Malaysia would give him the energy ore so readily. This piece of energy ore can at least help a person reach a higher level. Long Kun waved his hand and smiled faintly. No need, what you find first is yours. I didn't get it, so I can only say that I have no chance to have it. Okay, thank you, Brother Kun. Manhwa did not refuse, he needed this energy ore to advance. Master Ma, goodbye. Long Kun chuckled and walked away, stepping on the branches. Over the abandoned island. On a plain, A red-haired man with a gloomy face shouted angrily. Lei Sun, what do you mean? Why did you stop me from killing them? These two are the most dazzling new stars in China now. If we can kill them, even if we don't get the energy ore, it will be equivalent to making a lot of money. He is the captain of a team specially sent by the United States to protect Lei Sun in secret. Just now he wanted to kill Ma Gua and Long Kun, but was stopped by Lei Sun, which made him very angry. Humph, it's so easy for you to say. I was just about to kill the Ma Gua when Long Kun arrived. Do you think you are the only ones in secret and there are no people from China? Lei Sun glanced around with a serious look on his face. The red-haired man shouted coldly. You are a coward. What are you afraid of? At worst, we can have a fight. The Chinese fighter plane is not necessarily better than ours. If you want, you can go. I won't go. I still want to keep my life. Lei Sun sneered and lay down to rest, too lazy to pay any more attention. Let's go. Just as the red-haired man was about to take action, he heard the summons. Captain, we found Chinese stealth fighters 3 kilometers away. Hee hee. Lei Sun also heard it, and sneered. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, but finally gave up. Lei Sun was right. Even if he could kill Ma Gua Long Kun, what would that matter? They will die in the end, so they might as well just pretend they didn't see it. All is well. Evening. I heard that a new genius has emerged in China. Disputes also began among the major countries, as they all scrambled for cultivation resources. The speed of purple chi cultivation is too slow, and no one wants to be left behind. What's more, it's just the beginning, everything is possible. This is an opportunity to reclassify your class. After a while, the gap will widen significantly. If I want to surpass myself by awakening again, there will be no chance. Qinglong Mountain. Taoist Temple. Ancestor Daofeng's whole body was burning with flames. He was surrounded by an overwhelming purple aura, which was all transformed into special energy within his body. At this moment, the flesh, blood, and spirit of Patriarch Daofeng underwent earth-shaking changes. Awakened! After going through untold hardships, he finally woke up. Dao. Li Fen Fin. Legal! A copy of the original Taoist scripture was suspended in front of Daofeng Patriarch. He recited the scripture word by word, growling as he recited it, enduring the pain brought about by awakening. In the dark, the original Taoist scripture exuded mysterious energy, which not only accelerated Daofeng Patriarch's awakening, but also greatly reduced the pain. As the orthodox of Qinglong Mountain, the original Taoist scriptures he practiced were definitely not false. Without the original Taoist scriptures, I would not be at my current level, nor would I have lived such a long life. I'm about to awaken successfully. Ha ha ha, my realm is improving. Although Patriarch Daofeng was in pain, the increase in energy made him feel comfortable both physically and mentally. He had been waiting for this day for half a century, and could not contain his joy. He had once fantasized about it, and now it has finally come true. He wanted to tell his master that he was no worse than anyone else. Warrior level. War Master. Still improving fighting. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Qinglong Mountain began to tremble. In that mountain, countless creatures were frightened by the noise. For some reason, they all knelt down in fear, looking in the direction of the Taoist temple with a bit more fear in their eyes. Even some powerful creatures that had undergone mutations no longer dared to approach the Taoist temple. What happened? An earthquake? Run, the world has really changed. Just as the disciples of the Taoist temple began to run around, a green light burst out from the temple, covering the entire Qinglong Mountain, and the panicked hearts of the many disciples calmed down. Ah, what is that? Yes, Ancestor, it is the Ancestor who has come out of seclusion. The Ancestor has awakened. It is the Ancestor who has awakened. An immortal has appeared in my Qinglong Mountain. Many disciples of the Taoist temple shook off their previous panic, and began to cheer. Ha 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 ha! In the Taoist temple, the voice of Patriarch Daofeng was heard. Patriarch Daofeng was seen to be full of energy, no longer as gloomy as usual. He held a whisk in one hand and put the other hand behind his back. As all the disciples looked up at him, he walked out slowly. Greetings, Ancestor. Congratulations on your successful awakening. Greetings, Ancestor. Congratulations on your successful awakening. Greetings, Ancestor. Congratulations on your successful awakening. The disciples of the Taoist temple all bowed to congratulate him. Excuse me, what realm is the Ancestor at now? I heard that the deputy clan leader of the ancient martial arts group, Magua, and the chief Golden Wind Shadow Lian Yi are both war martial level awakeners. A particularly courageous disciple spoke bluntly despite everyone's attempts to stop him. What Magua, what Jin Fengying Lian Yi, to me, they are just small grasshoppers. Now I have already been ranked at the War King level. Ancestor Daofeng was full of pride, and his aura burst out instantly. The powerful force made all the disciples present tremble slightly. Warrior, General, Commander, King, our Ancestor has ascended to the level of King. Doesn't that mean that our Ancestor is even stronger than the ancient warriors? The brave disciple's face was filled with joy and he almost jumped up. That's right. Our Ancestor is well known in the entire ancient martial arts world in terms of both seniority and strength. Jin Fengying and Lian Yi are just juniors. Magua is even younger than our Ancestor, and is also a junior. Logically speaking, our Ancestor should be the deputy leader of the ancient martial arts group. What deputy clan leader? Our Ancestor is clearly qualified to be the team leader. Patriarch Daofeng actually enjoyed this kind of admiration. Even though some of his words had offended some people, he did not care and tacitly agreed with his disciples' words. Suddenly, Patriarch Daofeng frowned and had a sense of something. Brother, you have already figured out where you are. Even if you use those tricks to confuse me, it will be useless. Patriarch Daofeng looked towards the southwest, and the smile on his face completely relaxed. He has never forgotten the witchcraft inheritance from his senior brother. Now I am ranked as the War King, senior brother, are you still not convinced by me? I am the disciple that Master loves the most, and I am the one with the highest talent. Chapter 70 Reminiscence of the Red Dust. Yao nationality. What's going on? I feel like something is wrong. Xiaoya's grandfather Li Fushan suddenly felt dizzy. Oh no, my junior brother is coming. Li Fushan frowned, looking serious. Somehow, he could feel that his junior fellow apprentice was stronger than before. Could it be that junior brother has awakened? The more Li Fushan thought about it, the greater the possibility became. According to my junior brother's talent, awakening is only a matter of time. But he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Old woman Yanjian Xiaoya, let's go, let's leave the Yao tribe. Li Fushan didn't dare to investigate further, and asked his family to pack up. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? It was the first time that Grandma Xiaoya saw the old man so frightened. The last time I was almost poisoned to death, I wasn't this scared. Xiaoya, who was concentrating on her cultivation, woke up quickly after hearing this and said proudly, What's wrong, Grandpa? I tell you, since I awakened, my cultivation speed has increased very quickly. Now I am a high-level warrior. After a while, I am confident that I can break through to the war commander level. 3 days after the global awakening, Xiaoya woke up in her sleep. During these days, with the martial arts and resources given to her by Su Jingming, she advanced from an ordinary person to a general, and her advancement was as easy as drinking water. This speed of cultivation is truly extraordinary. Even if it's not as good as the best ones, it's definitely pretty good. My junior fellow apprentice is coming, Li Fu said solemnly. Come if you want. I heard from Su Jingming that your junior brother is only at the battle martial level. Now I have mastered the Thunder Wing technique that Su Jingming gave me. I am not afraid of him in a real sword fight. When Xiaoya heard this, she was not afraid but became interested. She is the one who can compete with Grandpa. She will beat those who Grandpa can't beat. In a word, she did what her grandfather couldn't do. Yes, Dad. Our Xiaoya is a capable person now. Your junior brother is old and frail. He is definitely not as good as Xiaoya. What can we do if we just wait for him to come to us? Li Yanjiang was full of pride. His daughter was so capable, and as a father, he was naturally proud. Yes, if my junior brother is really the same as before, Xiaoya and I would not be afraid of him if we joined forces. But now it's different. What if he has awakened too? Li Fushan's eyes flashed with coldness. His junior brother was already terrifying before he awakened. Now that he has awakened, I wonder what realm he has reached. With their mediocre skills, they still want to fight with his junior brother. It's just wishful thinking. What, he's awakened too? Upon hearing this, Xiaoya and the others were stunned. That being said, it really can't be stopped. The only thing I can do is run away. Otherwise there is only one way out, which is death. Old man, where are we going? Grandma Xiaoya asked. Where to? When asked this question, Li Fuxian fell silent. After awakening, junior brother must have become even more powerful. According to my methods, I will find them no matter where they go. Why not go find Su Jingming? Xia said suddenly, then she thought of something and a blush appeared on her face. That's a solution. With Su Jingming's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to protect us. Upon hearing this, Li Yanjiang immediately clapped his hands in agreement. He is very satisfied with Su Jingming, his son-in-law. But Su Jingming didn't have the intention to do so, and there was nothing he could do. If I can have Su Jingming's help this time, there will be no danger in the future. But who knows where Su Jingming is? Who knows the location of Su Jingming's home? Grandma Xiaoya smiled bitterly. This is a big problem. Hey, don't say so much for now, let's leave the Yao tribe first, otherwise when my junior brother comes, no one can escape. After a while, several people packed up their things and got on the car to leave the village. Go abroad! On the way to the airport, a Maybach stopped them. Brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there something wrong? Patriarch Dao Feng slowly got down from the seat and stood in front of the car. I'll hit him to death. Li Yanjiang wanted to step on the accelerator and knock Dao Feng Patriarch away. But the throttle is broken. Don't waste your energy. What's coming can't be avoided. You guys stay in the car first, and let me meet my junior brother first. Li Fuxian looked calm, but he was extremely nervous inside, but he couldn't show it. Junior brother, long time no see. Li Fuxian also got off the car slowly. At the moment when he saw ancestor Dao Feng, Li Fuxian's thoughts were also drawn back to 50 years ago. That year, the breeze stirred slightly, and two immature young people stood in front of the gate of Qinglong Mountain. The young Wu Feng looked at the majestic Taoist temple, his heart pounding, and he asked cautiously, Hey, Brother Li, do you think this Qinshan patriarch will accept us as his disciples? I think so. The two of us are the best in the whole village. The young Li Fuxian was full of confidence at that time. Brother Li, you are smarter than me. You can definitely become the disciple of Patriarch Qinshan. If you get rich in the future, be sure to take me with you. I will follow you to enjoy life. Unexpectedly, both of them were retained as disciples by Patriarch Qinshan. Ha ha ha, we all stayed. I didn't expect that. This Qinshan patriarch is quite kind. Brother Li, from now on, should I call you senior brother? You can yell whatever you want. When Qinshan patriarch asked the two brothers to draw lots to choose a practice, Wu Feng said dissatisfiedly, Master, why do you let us draw lots? Isn't it better to let us choose by ourselves so we can learn both? Ha ha ha, it's already extremely difficult for one person to practice one technique. Qinshan patriarch replied with a smile. Besides, what to learn is not up to me. It depends on fate. If fate is not right, learning too much will have the opposite effect. I want to learn witchcraft. Witchcraft is so magical. Wu Feng hesitated for a while, and decided to let Li Fuxian draw the lot first. I always have a feeling that if he draws the lot first, he will be unlucky. When Li Fuxian saw the words on the label, he fell silent. What's wrong? Wu Feng opened the remaining sticks and saw that it was a Taoist spell. He pondered for a moment, smiled a little far-fetchedly, and said, It's okay, it's all the same. Although Wu Feng was smiling, he couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. Well, now that you have each chosen a method, practice it well. I am looking forward to your expanding the Qinglong Taoist temple, so that my teachings to you too will not be in vain. Patriarch Qinshan was already in a very bad condition at that time. We will definitely not let Master down. Wu Feng and Li Fuxian knelt down at the same time. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on Li Fuxian's door. It's Wu Feng. What's wrong, junior brother? Li Fuxian had some guesses in his mind, but he still asked. Wu Feng hurried in, his face full of hesitation. Brother, how about you give me your witchcraft? Let's exchange. Chapter 71. What qualifications do you have to say about me? Exchange? Li Fuxian frowned slightly. Yes, let's exchange. Haven't you always liked Taoism? It's just right that you practice Taoism and I practice witchcraft. Isn't this a win-win situation? Wu Feng's attitude was sincere, with light in his eyes. He looked hungry for practice, and you could see his desire for Taoism. But Li Fuxian remembered his master's words and prepared to refuse. But what? We can exchange secretly, and master won't know about it. Wu Feng was a little angry and slightly furious. Master said that this is destined, so we should not disobey it. You should practice Taoism. When Taoism is practiced to the highest level, it is much more powerful than witchcraft. Li Fuxian thought from many perspectives and finally rejected Wu Feng's request. He still had to obey the master's orders. Brother, you are too stubborn, just as stubborn as that old man master. What era is it now? You need to open your mind and stop being so decadent. The Qing dynasty has already fallen. Why are you still so backward in your thinking? Wu Feng was so angry that he was fuming. Junior brother, stop talking and go back first. Li Fuxian was also irritated and pushed Wu Feng out the door, saying, Let me think about it first. Think quickly, there's no time to waste. Wu Feng's call was heard from outside the door. Li Fuxian sighed and murmured, Actually, I also like Taoism, but how can I disobey the master's order? In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Wu Feng's talent in cultivation is too dazzling. In just 3 years, he had learned the Taoist techniques that would have taken 50 years to practice, and he had also created many of his own Taoist techniques. To some extent, he was even more powerful than the ancestor Qi Shan. However, Wu Feng still studied with an open mind, and made further progress under the guidance of Patriarch Qin Shan. He was also regarded by Patriarch Qin Shan as the most talented disciple in the temple in the past 300 years. The only bad thing is that Wu Feng's mental state is not right. Sometimes when he practices witchcraft secretly, he always feels mentally confused. Even when he practices Taoist spiritual methods, he still feels mentally unstable. In the 10th year, Patriarch Qin Shan passed away. At that time, the entire Taoist temple was plunged into sadness. Only Wu Feng gradually smiled in his sadness. But at that time, Wu Feng did not do anything to let his master down. However, what surprised Wu Feng was that the position of the next abbot was passed to Li Fuxian instead of him, which made him very unhappy. After all, in terms of talent and strength, he was far superior to Li Fuxian. Why would the ancestor make such a decision? But Wu Feng still remained rational. Although his relationship with Li Fuxian had become somewhat rigid in recent years, he had never forgotten Li Fuxian's care for him. No matter what, Li Fuxian is still his respected brotherly and respected senior brother. But he had a different feeling in his heart. Li Fuxian did not put on any airs towards Wu Feng. The two of them continued chatting as usual. They were even exchanging their experiences in cultivation together, and they were obviously good brothers. Wu Feng often spent time in the Sutra library, which contained several books on basic witchcraft. It only took him 1 day to learn all those basic witchcraft. My talent in witchcraft is indeed much higher than that in Taoism. The heat in his heart made him eager to practice higher-level witchcraft. But thinking of Li Fuxian's stubbornness, he was too lazy to look for Li Fuxian again. After thinking about it, he said goodbye to Li Fuxian and left Qinglong Mountain to look for the witchcraft inheritance outside. After 5 years, Wu Feng came back. But Wu Feng was not in a good mood. Although he had found some witchcraft inheritances in the past 5 years, these inheritances were too shabby for him. So, that night, Wu Feng brought 2 pots of good wine to Li Fuxian's residence. Brother! Wu Feng took a sip of wine and hesitated to speak. Facing this junior brother who couldn't hide his true intentions, how could Li Fuxian not know what he was thinking? He could only helplessly say, Do you know why I didn't let you learn witchcraft? Why? Speaking of this, Wu Feng instantly perked up. This question has been puzzling him for many years. It is obvious that he has a stronger talent for witchcraft, so why not let him practice witchcraft? When we first entered the mountain, Master didn't intend to accept you as his disciple. I asked Master why he didn't want to accept you as his disciple, and Master said that you are mentally unstable and have a strong temper. If you practice enough, you will definitely cause trouble one day. As for not letting you practice witchcraft, Master said that practicing witchcraft requires practicing spiritual power, and a sufficient, stable and huge spiritual consciousness is a must, but your spirit is too weak, haven't you noticed? You can practice some physical spells very quickly, but it is very difficult to practice some spiritual Taoist spells. Li Fuxian recounted what happened that year one by one, and couldn't help but sigh. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Wu Feng asked with a look of disbelief. Master said that if you knew about this, you would become even more paranoid and would insist on using witchcraft to prove yourself, so he asked me to keep this a secret from you. Li Fuxian's eyes flickered slightly. I also know that this is not good for you, but I have to obey the master's instructions. Wu Feng's expression was terribly gloomy. Then why did you tell me now? After all, we entered the mountain gate together. I can't bear to see you fall into the abyss here. It may be better for you to practice Taoism instead of witchcraft. Master must have made a careful decision on this point. Li Fuxian patted Wu Feng on the shoulder and encouraged him. Good. Wu Feng simply replied indifferently and left quickly. Well? After Li Fuxian finished speaking, he actually felt a vague sense of regret. In the main hall of the Taoist temple, Wu Feng looked at the tablet of Patriarch Qi Shan and became more and more angry. With a slight wave of his hand, the tablet of Patriarch Qi Shan was shattered. He picked up the broken tablet and tore it into pieces bit by bit. Damn it, why? Why, old man, what right do you have to say that I am mentally unstable? You are obviously biased towards him. You say that I am mentally unstable, but I am mentally stable. I don't accept it. Why can't I do it? I must practice witchcraft. Wu Feng looked at the tablets of the ancestors and kicked them hard. Junior brother, what are you doing? Li Fuxian arrived in time and quickly used witchcraft to control Wu Feng. He quickly pulled Wu Feng aside and looked at the fragments of the ancestors' tablet on the ground. He asked coldly, Are you crazy? This is the tablet of the master. Do you know what it means to respect the teacher? Wu Feng resumed his movements, pressing Li Fuxian, staring at Li Fuxian with bloodshot eyes, pointing at his nose, and coldly scolding him word by word. I don't understand, but you do. Li Fuxian is just a despicable villain. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Chapter 72, Tao gives birth to demons. Remember, you are not qualified to teach me a lesson. I gave you this seat. You are only 1 year older than me. Why are you putting on airs like a master in front of me? You are not as good as me in cultivation, and you are even worse as a human being. If you're a loser for one day, you'll be a loser for the rest of your life. Wu Feng was shaking all over. He pointed at Li Fuxian's face and scolded him fiercely. At this moment, all the anger that had been pent up in his heart for a long time burst out. Li Fuxian stared at Wu Feng intently, but still restrained himself. He pointed at the broken tablet and said coldly, Junior brother, I don't care what you think of me, but you destroyed the master's tablet. This is treason. Kneel down quickly and apologize to the master. No. Why do you want me to kneel? I won't kneel. You and that old man have lied to me for nearly 20 years. I won't accept it. Wu Feng shook off Li Fuxian's outstretched finger, the anger in his eyes burning even more fiercely. You are a traitor. I really regret begging my master to let you enter the mountain gate. You should have lived freely in the mountain village your whole life and should not have stepped into the world of cultivation. Li Fuxian was also angered by Wu Feng's attitude and said something he shouldn't have said. Ha! Wu Feng's mental state was not right to begin with. After hearing this, he was even more furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Fuxian, even now, you still look down on me. Why do the people in the village think you are smarter? It's obvious that my cultivation level is higher than yours. Those people in the village don't know anything, but they are still pointing fingers. I was able to enter the mountain gate because of my own talent. What does it have to do with you? Even if I can't enter Qinglong Mountain, I can enter Wudong Mountain. With my qualifications, I can go anywhere. How can you take all the credit on yourself? The more Wu Feng spoke, the redder his eyes became, and he was on the verge of mental collapse. Xiaofeng, no, that's not what I meant. Listen to me. Li Fuxian regretted it very much. He didn't expect that sentence would completely infuriate Wu Feng. Wu Feng's expression was extremely cold. You don't need to say anything more, just give me that book of witchcraft, and I will leave Qishan Temple from now on, and I will never return to Qinglong Mountain in this life. No! Li Fuxian refused without hesitation. Wu Feng laughed in anger. Okay, you are still so stubborn. Since you don't want to take it out voluntarily, then I will make you hand it over in person. As he said that, Wu Feng was about to draw the thunder-exploding talisman. The thunder talisman is the power of thunder collected by Wu Feng during thunder and lightning weather. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Stop! Li Fuxian felt an astonishing amount of energy gathering from the thunder talisman. It can be seen that Wu Feng really wants to take action. Do you dare to come to the top of the mountain to fight? If you don't dare, I will blow up this Taoist temple. I don't believe that this Taoist temple has your witchcraft manual. Destroy the Taoist temple, and I will always be able to find the hidden witchcraft manual. Wu Feng grinned and sneered. It was obvious that he didn't care about anything anymore. He really dared to destroy the Taoist temple. Calm down. Qinglong Mountain, top of the mountain. Li Fuxian and Wu Feng faced each other. Brother, if you can catch this talisman from me, I will withdraw from Qinglong Mountain and obey Master's words, never thinking about the witchcraft formula again. But if you can't catch it, then just hand it over to me obediently, and I will let you continue to be the master of the temple. Wu Feng had a cold face as he continued to draw the violent thunder explosion talisman. Don't even think about it. Although Li Fuxian wanted to stop Wu Feng, but he was not stupid enough to try to resist the thunder talisman with his physical body. Witchcraft spiritual barrier! Li Fuxian's talent for cultivation was only okay, but in terms of witchcraft, he had barely passed the test, and now he was manipulating it with ease. The thunder talisman flashed with lightning, obviously being catalyzed to its strongest state by Wu Feng. Brother, it's up to you. Wu Feng sneered, and the muscles on his face began to twitch. It was obvious that he did not hold back at all. The explosive thunder talisman flew out of his hand and turned into lightning. It pierced towards Li Fuxian with lightning speed and a rumbling sound. Snort! Li Fuxian focused his eyes and used his mental power to set up a barrier to block the flying thunder talisman, consuming the destructive energy of the thunder talisman. But he is not as good as Wu Feng after all. The mental barrier was quickly destroyed. The explosion of the thunder talisman sent out sound waves. Li Fuxian, who had no time to react, was pushed back to the edge of the cliff. Call! Looking at the bottomless cliff, Li Fuxian felt secretly lucky. Fortunately, he held on for a while longer, otherwise he would have fallen off the cliff by now. Brother, this explosive talisman was carefully designed by me. It's not that simple. When Wu Feng saw that the talisman was blocked, a playful expression appeared on his face. What, a talisman within a talisman? Li Fuxian looked at the explosive talisman that had already exploded and reappeared. I was so panicked that I almost slipped. The feeling this explosive talisman gave him was even worse than the previous one. If he couldn't stop it, he would definitely be blown off the cliff. He really didn't expect that his fellow disciples who entered the sect together would be so cruel. Brother, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. At this point, Li Fuxian no longer hid anything and took out a green token. What is that? Wu Feng vaguely sensed something was wrong from the green token. It seemed that this token could threaten him. This is, restrain yourself. Li Fuxian raised the token high up, and the token suddenly flashed with green light. The green token that was about to explode instantly stopped moving and hovered in the air without moving. The energy within the talisman is blocked. What? Wu Feng was stunned. It's hard to imagine that my senior brother actually has such a method. Counterattack! Li Fuxian no longer showed mercy. Inside the green token, a ray of green light merged into the thunder talisman. Under the urging of the blue token, the thunder talisman that had stopped gathering energy suddenly shone with light. Driven by a burst of mysterious energy, thunder rumbled and became restless again. What? How is this possible? I made my exploding thunder talisman myself during a thunderstorm. It is impossible for anyone to control my exploding thunder talisman. Wu Feng was stunned. Who could have thought that his senior brother could be so amazing? Nothing is impossible! Li Fuxian was equally merciless. Under the push of the green token, the Thunder Talisman lost control and slammed directly towards Wu Feng with even more ferocious force than before. Damn it, it won't obey my orders! Wu Feng desperately tried to control the Explosion Talisman, but the Explosion Talisman had already cleared his mark. Seeing that the Explosion Talisman was about to explode, he could only sigh and said, "You force me to do this. The Tao gives birth to the devil." Wu Feng silently recited these 3 words. At this moment, his dark pupils turned into blue-green, and his black hair also gradually turned into azure blue. Combined with his tough face, he looked like a charming and handsome foreigner. Dao Mo Jing! You actually practiced the Dao Mo Jing. Master said that no one can enter the 9th floor of the Sutra Library, and no one can practice any skills or scriptures. Why do you want to practice it? Li Fuxian was at a loss for a moment, but based on the records in ancient books, he quickly guessed what kind of martial arts Wu Feng was performing. This was one of the forbidden techniques of Qinglong Mountain. Dao Demon Sutra. Once you think of Dao, you will think of devil. The stronger the Tao spirit, the stronger the Tao law. The stronger the devil's heart, the higher the devilish energy. Chapter 73. Brother, stop being hypocritical. Break! Wu Feng grabbed the Flying Thunder Talisman, and the demonic energy in his body circulated wildly, imprisoning the Thunder Talisman tightly. Within a few seconds, the Thunder Talisman lost its power, turned into ashes, and gradually disappeared into the air. Sword of Divine Mind! How could Li Fuxian give up such a good opportunity? He immediately manipulated his mind into a short blade and attacked Wu Feng's mind. If the attack was successful, Wu Feng's mental consciousness would be severely damaged and he would instantly become a fool and would no longer pose any threat. Don't even think about it! A green light flashed in Wu Feng's eyes, and his spiritual waves surged up and attached to his arm. With a light block, the divine sword was smashed to pieces. Die! Wu Feng didn't even take a breath as he charged towards Li Fuxian. Fortunately, Li Fuxian acted quickly and dodged the attack, then hurried down the mountain. Wu Feng had already turned into a demon, and he was no longer his opponent, not even with the green token. Wu Feng was about to chase after him, but his demonic power was declining and he could no longer chase after him in a short period of time. He could only rest on the spot and make plans later. By the time Wu Feng had rested, Li Fuxian had already left Qinglong Mountain with the witchcraft manual. As for where he went, no one in the entire Taoist temple knew. Brother, you run fast, but do you think you can escape? As long as I live, you must return the witchcraft spell to me. Wu Feng took the position of the abbot, and announced in public that the old thief Li Fuxian had defected from the temple with the witchcraft spell. The temple cannot be without a master for a day, so he will replace Li Fuxian as the new abbot, with the title Dao Feng. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can challenge him. For this, Taoist Patriarch Wu Feng searched the entire Taoist temple. In the end, they did find some methods of practicing witchcraft, but they were still too low-end and far from the witchcraft book in Li Fuxian's hand. In order to find Li Fuxian, he calculated for a long time, but Li Fuxian escaped every time. Over time, it became difficult for him to find Li Fuxian's trace. Time flies and more than 10 years have passed. When Li Fuxian went out one time, he left the Yao tribe, but was discovered by Wu Feng. The moment the two met, a fight broke out. Several decades passed, and the two brothers fought hard to separate. It turned out that Li Fuxian was only slightly weaker than Wu Feng. In the end, Wu Feng used his ultimate move, but failed to kill Li Fuxian. He only injured Li Fuxian and secretly left a sealed poison in Li Fuxian's body. And just like that, Li Fuxian escaped again. After that, he met Su Jingming and was cured by him. Looking at Wu Feng's strange yet familiar face, Li Fuxian's thoughts were gradually pulled back. All the grievances of the past could finally be resolved at this moment. Patriarch Dao Feng's eyes were a little dazed. When Li Fuxian called him junior brother, he was really confused, as if he had returned to the time when the two of them first went to Qinglong Mountain. Brother, it's been a long time since we last met. The last time we met, you left in such a hurry that neither of us got to reminisce about the past. Patriarch Dao Feng smiled coldly, and it was obvious that thinking about the past made him feel quite uncomfortable. especially looking at Li Fuxian, this scheming hypocrite. Junior brother, Wu Feng, Xiaofeng, do you really have to compete with each other? Do you really have to get the witchcraft secrets? With your current realm, you no longer need the witchcraft secrets to support you, right? Why are you so stubborn? Li Fuxian's eyes were deep, trying to see through Wu Feng's heart. Ha ha ha, you still have the same tone as before. It's true that people won't change at all after decades. A rotten orange is still a rotten orange. Patriarch Daofeng's expression turned cold. Hearing the long-lost sermon, his temper flared up again. Do I have to compare who is better? Yes, but this is obviously caused by you. If you had given me the witchcraft skills, would we be in this situation now? Wu Feng's face turned red with anger. Even after decades, his anger still did not dissipate. He shouted angrily. It's you. It's all your fault. I'm in this situation now because of you, a hypocrite. Why do you just admit it, my good senior brother? If you had handed me the witchcraft spell earlier, we would still be good brothers. You could have firmly established your position as the temple master, but you didn't. You just listened to the old man. Are his words an imperial decree? Why did you just listen to him? Patriarch Daofeng was so angry that he was shaking all over. What happened back then was a dark side that he would never be able to get rid of in his entire life, even after decades. But Master and I are doing this for your own good. Given your mental state, you really can't practice witchcraft. Witchcraft will affect your mind. I have never lied to you about this. Li Fu took a deep breath and explained. This sentence has been explained for decades, but Wu Feng refuses to listen. Don't be hypocritical, Li Fuxian. Patriarch Daofeng laughed at himself, his eyes gradually becoming colder. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for letting us go? Li Fuxian sighed and was too lazy to argue anymore. Leave? You still want to leave? Ridiculous. Even if you hand over the witchcraft spell, I will never let you go. Your existence has become a demon in my heart. If I can't kill you, I will never be able to make any further progress in this life and will completely step into the path of evil. Patriarch Daofeng smiled sinisterly, holding the special energy in his hand, obviously ready to kill. All the causes and consequences of the past were understood at this moment. Grandpa, stop talking nonsense to him. Let's join forces. Even if we can't beat him, we will never let him have an easy time. We won't know who will live and who will die until we fight. Xiuya got out of the car with an arrogant look on her face and stared at Patriarch Daofeng with hostility. You are a bloodline so familiar to me. Senior brother, she is your granddaughter, right? She has grown up so much, but it seems that you still can't forget the mundane world. Daofeng Patriarch frowned, stared at Xiuya coldly, and said in surprise, You are a bit strange, little girl. You have ordinary talent, but you have awakened, and you probably have something powerful hidden. Patriarch Daofeng actually sensed a hint of danger from this little girl, but he was confident in his own strength and was able to overcome any danger. However, there was a strange smell on the little girl. He seemed to have met her somewhere before, but the person was so vague that he could not remember clearly. Xiuya pointed at Daofeng Patriarch and said angrily, It's good that you know it. As for you, I'm not saying that if I show my true ability, you will die dozens of times. Haha, young people are just arrogant. From a certain perspective, you are somewhat similar to my senior brother back then. That's just right. I will kill you both together, which will also be considered as killing my senior brother back then. Patriarch Daofeng's body and mind gradually calmed down. The strange energy pushed the qi and blood in his body to the peak. At this moment, the strength of the junior war king erupted like a volcano. Chapter 74 If I had known this. This is the war king! Li Fuxian and Xiuya were both secretly shocked. They had seen a stronger Su Jingming, but Su Jingming had never shown them his true strength. Now, this Daofeng Patriarch was far inferior to Su Jingming, yet he was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine that if Su Jingming burst out with all his strength, they might kneel down on the spot. Xiaoya, be careful! If you come into contact with the War King level moves, you will die! Li Fuxian mobilized his spirit to the extreme, always on guard against sudden attacks from Patriarch Daofeng. Don't worry, Grandpa, we still have the final trump card. Xia smiled, but her expression became serious at this moment, and she did not dare to slack off at all. The person in front of him is more dangerous than the red gold beetle. But she is not a vegetarian. Gather! Patriarch Dao Feng held the whisk in his hand and flicked it lightly. A wave of light flew out and instantly turned into dozens of light blades in the air, covering all positions, leaving no place to hide. Thunderwing slash! Xia took the first step. She leaped high into the sky, and a pair of thunder wings spread out behind her. Then they merged into her hands and transformed into two slender scimitars. With every swing of the sword, light and shadow illuminated the scene. Sword of Divine Mind! Li Fuxian's mind fluctuated, and an illusory divine sword appeared in the sky. Bump! The light blade collided with the knife's shadow, instantly shattering the knife's shadow, but it was immediately blocked by the Sword of Divine Mind. However, before it could last for a few seconds, the Sword of Divine Mind also shattered. Stop! Li Fuxian shouted angrily, pushing the spiritual light curtain with both hands. Break the thunder! Xia was also tense. She combined her two thunder-wing swords and chopped down at the light blade fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, the winged swords were blown away, and even Li Fuxian's light curtain was pierced. Fortunately, after breaking through the light curtain, the light blade also lost its attack power. Bang! That was a close call. Xia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Haha, it's not simple as expected. My attack is enough to kill a war commander in seconds, but you actually blocked it. It would be a lie if Dao Feng Patriarch said he was not surprised. Although it seemed like a simple attack, he put all his strength into it. It was definitely a fatal blow. This is the War King level. He is too strong. The difference between them is 2 levels, like a chasm. Xia also recognized the reality at this moment. She no longer insisted on fighting and took out the emerald green necklace. The emerald green necklace of the 5 elements contains some of Su Jingming's power. Senior brother, little girl, I won't hold back this time. Goodbye. At this moment, the pale hair of Dao Feng Patriarch turned red-blue, and his pupils gradually turned blue-green. Black runes appeared on his skin, which looked very strange. It's Taoism and demonic scripture again. 20 years later, Li Fuxian was still surprised to see Wu Feng performing the Daoma Sutra again. After all, only Wu Feng had practiced this forbidden technique and succeeded in it. Grandpa, his realm is increasing. He's now an intermediate war king. No, he's a high-level war king. Xia widened her eyes. This magic scripture was too amazing. It actually allowed old ancestor Dao Feng to improve 2 small realms in a row. This was simply too incredible for her. Demon Thunder! Patriarch Dao Feng roared, put his hands together, and then quickly spread them apart. 2 black lightning bolts crackled and exploded, entwining the waist in front of him, and stabbed towards Li Fuxian and Xia like a flying dragon. Oh no, Xia! Li Fuxian made an immediate decision and took out the green token from that year. The green token floated quickly in the air, releasing a mysterious energy, like 2 pliers, binding the 2 lightning chains that were shooting out, making them unable to move. Seeing this familiar green token, Patriarch Dao Feng's expression became more serious. This green token again? I guess this token was given to you by that old fellow Qi Shan. That's right. When Master was sure that his life would end, he had been on guard against you, so he gave me this token so that I could restrain you to a certain extent. But you have improved too fast, so fast that even Master didn't expect you to surpass him. Li Fuxian's eyes were dim, revealing a trace of sadness. Who could have imagined that Wu Feng would surpass his master one day? Otherwise, this green token would have been able to subdue Wu Feng completely, but now it is obviously not possible. Brother, this thing is no longer effective. Patriarch Dao Feng sighed and shook his head. As soon as he thought about it, the 2 lightning chains shook wildly and instantly broke through the restraints of the green token. The green token could not bear it, and exploded with a bang. Puff! Li Fuxian suffered backlash and blood gushed out. Grandfather! Seeing this, Xia gritted her teeth and raised the emerald green necklace high up. At that moment, a ray of orange light flew out from the emerald green necklace, blocking the 2 lightning chains that were stabbing at her and destroying them instantly, counterattacking towards Patriarch Dao Feng with an invincible force. Ah! Patriarch Dao Feng didn't even have the chance to react before the orange light penetrated his body fiercely. The inexplicable terrifying energy continued to consume his vitality. Fortunately, He resisted desperately and barely confined the power in his left arm. However, under the stirring of that power, the blood in his left arm was instantly burned out, leaving only dry bones and skin. It cost an arm to offset that energy. You are? Patriarch Daofeng's face changed rapidly, and he trembled with fear. Regardless of the withered arm, he flashed and immediately hid to the side of the Maybach, constantly examining the structure of the emerald necklace. At this moment, he finally remembered who that familiar person was. It was Su Jingming, the one who broke into the Divine Palace alone and caught the meteorite with one hand. At the same time, he was also the one who killed his 5 disciples and robbed him of his opportunity in Kunlun Mountain. Little girl, what is your relationship with the owner of this necklace? Patriarch Daofeng asked, gritting his teeth. I'm not telling you! Go to hell! Xiya shouted coldly and raised the emerald green necklace high again. Patriarch Daofeng's face was filled with horror, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. Without any intention of resisting, he turned around and flew away on the clouds. Whoosh! A ray of golden light flickered in the emerald green necklace, carrying a tracking band, and swept towards the direction where Daofeng Patriarch was fleeing, hitting Daofeng Patriarch heavily. All that was heard was a scream from Daofeng Patriarch. There was no more sound. The Taoist disciple who was driving the Maybach was dumbfounded. He stepped on the accelerator and rumbled back the way he came. He even stepped on the accelerator to the lowest point and soon disappeared. Go and take a look! Li Fuxian and Xia hurried to the place where Daofeng Patriarch fell, only to see the body of Daofeng Patriarch hanging on a branch. Blown by the breeze, it fell under the tree with a bang. Grandpa, he's dead! Xia waved her little fist excitedly, holding the necklace tightly, and said, The things Su Jingming gave me are really useful. With just this one move, I can easily destroy and kill the War King. Alas, Xiaofeng, if I had known this would happen, why would I have done it in the first place? Looking at the corpse of Taoist ancestor Daofeng, Li Fuxian was stunned and silent for a moment. He used a trace of Taoist magic, ignited a ball of fire, and threw it on the corpse. The flames burned, and the body of Patriarch Daofeng was set on fire. The roaring flames boiled, the body was burned clean, leaving only a pool of dust. Brother, this is our farewell. Li Fuxian waved his hand, and the ashes flew and scattered in the mountains. Let's go! Li Fuxian sighed and left with Xia. However, a wisp of black smoke suddenly emerged from the area that was on fire. Chapter 75 The 10th Day of Global Awakening. The 10th Day of Global Awakening. The blue star split again. The area is still expanding. At 7 in the morning. Western Sea. Bang! The space began to fluctuate violently. Hood! Boom, boom, boom! Swish! 1,000-meter-long crack was torn in space. A large, white hand emerged from the crack, and a corner of a purple robe fluttered in the wind. Then, a tall and mighty man in a purple robe walked out. His solemn gaze swept across the vast rivers and seas of blue star, and his expression gradually relaxed a little. Boom, boom, boom! One by one, members of the Holy Sun tribe, carrying white wings, stepped out of the space cracks with light in their eyes. They took a deep breath, looked in the direction of the sun, and looked comfortable. The Holy Sun Clan, an alien race. This is the west of the planet. There is such a rich purple aura. This planet is really magical. It took hundreds of millions of years for the purple aura to invade. The strongest awakener is only at the War King level. No, it seems that some creature has fallen into a deep sleep. The leader of the Holy Sun Clan, also known as the purple-robed man known as the Sun God, actually vaguely sensed an aura from some directions that made him tremble. The Holy Sun Black Guardian had a slightly gloomy expression on his face. Chief, this planet doesn't seem as simple as it seems. There are many terrifying beings here. Moreover, there is a special aura, very strong, and it seems to be breaking through. I have sensed it. Forget it, let's find a place to rest first. This sea area is good, full of purple energy and sufficient sunshine. However, this sea area already has a ruler. We need to discuss it with him. Chief of the Xingyang clan chuckled and stretched out his hand towards the sea area. At the bottom of the sea, a killer whale began to boil. He was tied up by a beam of fire that suddenly appeared and pulled directly towards the surface of the sea. He had no chance to resist at all. "Who are you?" The killer whale looked at the sacred and honorable chief of the Xinjiang clan, and for a moment he lost his temper. He just stared at him blankly, feeling filled with inexplicable pressure all over his body. The famous killer whale king is scared. The head of the Xinjiang clan had a kind look and a faint smile. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I need this sea area. Are you willing to give up your position?" "Senior, you are joking. Isn't this sea area yours?" The killer whales were stunned when they heard this. This man in purple robe is so strong that he can be compared with the man in China. Yet he is still being polite and reasonable with him. What the hell is going on? "Haha, you are quite appreciative. Well, seeing that you are like this, you should continue to stay in this sea area." Chief Xinjiang nodded lightly. Obviously, he was not surprised at all about this agreement. He even planned to take Killer Whale as his younger brother. "It's all up to you." Although killer whales are accustomed to freedom, they do not want to join any force. But the man in front of him, with tens of thousands of his tribesmen, obviously came from the starry sky. If he didn't join, he would basically be dead, so he could only nod and agree. "Okay." Patriarch Xinjiang stopped looking at the killer whale and lightly tapped the flame rune on his forehead. A beam of light flew out and turned into a huge fiery red chain palace over the tens of thousands of kilometers of sea. Above the palace, the 3 words, Xinjiang Palace, were clearly written. Xinjiang Palace. Let's take a rest first. The long journey has made us exhausted. Once we have recovered, we can investigate the truth of this world. The breath of the Holy Sun tribe leader suddenly became low. It was obvious that he had been holding on forcibly. Now he finally found a place to live with his tribesmen and could rest for a while. At the moment when the Holy Sun clan entered the Blue Star and occupied the Western Sea, all countries in the world panicked, especially the Sunset Kingdom and Gaul, which were relatively close to the Western Sea and were the most nervous. Fortunately, the Xinjiang clan just lived in the palace obediently. This is why the Sunset Nation did not directly send troops to attack the Holy Sun clan. Moreover, from a certain intuitive point of view, creatures of the level of the Holy Sun Patriarch seemed to be impossible to hit or defeat even with a hydrogen bomb. It was already a stroke of luck that the Holy Sun clan did not attack them. Somewhere in China, Su Jingming woke up. He also clearly sensed the arrival of the Holy Sun clan. "Hey, what's going on with the Xinjiang? I remember that in my last life, after the Xinjiang tribe came to Blue Star, they began to plunder. Why did they go into hibernation this time? Could it be that the Xinjiang tribe leader discovered my whereabouts?" During the period of seclusion, Su Jingming's aura increased, and he would often erupt in waves of terrifying power, causing no living creature on the entire mountain to dare to stay. Such a commotion would definitely not be hidden from some higher-level strongman. As he spoke, Su Jingming's aura rose to its peak. "Well, since the Holy Sun clan has not made any movement, I can break through safely." The blood-shattering realm, and then the soul-shattering realm. The main thing is to cultivate the realm of the soul. Cultivate the soul to the immortal state. There is a route in the entire path of cultivation, and that is immortality. The higher the level, the longer the lifespan will be, and the lower the probability of normal death will be. In the broken blood realm, every drop of blood in the body has evolved and has independent consciousness. No matter how dead a person is, as long as a drop of blood exists in the world, the person can be resurrected through the blood. Although the resurrected state is very different from the original body, it can be considered immortal. The soul-breaking realm is essentially the same as the blood-breaking realm, both of which are forging. One is forging the blood, and the other is forging the soul, so as to achieve a state where the soul does not disperse and the person does not die. Soul! Su Jingming's body stiffened, and his soul left his body. Crack! The soul spoke. Immediately, cracks appeared on the soul's body, and the soul scattered into pieces. Like pieces of broken glass that began to fall, there were tens of thousands of them. This form is like the soul being torn apart. After the last piece of fragment flew away with the wind, the soul could no longer be controlled and flew in all directions. If these soul fragments were allowed to fly away, the soul would be completely lost, and the body would rot, with no possibility of reincarnation forever. Purple air is coming! Su Jingming's voice appeared. The purple air was like a magnet, attracting the soul fragments that wanted to fly away one by one, wrapping the soul fragments one by one. The purple air turned into purple fire, frantically refining and forging the soul fragments, making the appearance of Su Jingming appear inside the soul fragments. It's like Su Jingming himself was burned by the purple fire. Ah! Su Jingming's face was reflected in the pieces of soul fragments, wailing in extreme pain. The purple fire would only become more powerful. Some soul fragments lacked soul power and were completely burned, turning into a wisp of energy and disappearing. But more soul fragments began to become solid under the burning of the purple fire. Even if the purple fire became more intense, it still did not pose any threat to the soul. Just like that, it burned for 3 hours. Su Jingming's appearance can be clearly seen in every soul fragment. Finally, the purple fire slowly dissipated. Tens of thousands of soul fragments began to merge. But each of the tens of thousands of fragments didn't agree with anyone. The moment they touched, some of the soul fragments were shattered by some stronger fragments, and some were even swallowed directly. Can't fuse? Then devour it. The final winner will be me! Tens of thousands of soul fragments began to melt and devour, with the strong devouring the weak. Soon an illusory soul was evolved, as real as a physical entity. After the last soul fragment was devoured, the new soul took a look at the body. Take a step into the flesh. I heard a thud inside my body. The soul returns to the body. Boom! The clear sky was suddenly covered with red clouds. Breakthrough. Chapter 76, Sensible. Just at this moment. Originally, the cloudless sky suddenly seemed to shake. A strong wind blew. The endless space exploded with crackling sounds. Cracks appeared. Bright blood-red clouds emerged from space and quickly covered the sky. The entire Chinese nation was mired in blood red. The blood-red color continued to fill the eyes, as if it was going to dye the whole world scarlet. Immediately afterwards, thunder was heard. The whole world has noticed what's happening here. Wow, what's going on? Is there another star species coming to Blue Planet? One Holy Sun clan isn't enough? No, this kind of energy is not rejected by us. Could it be Su Jingming? It's him, he's about to break through. Wan Yang and the astrologer looked at each other. Su Jingming is so strong. Surprisingly, he made a breakthrough in just a few days. You can achieve breakthrough through retreat. They are really envious. South China Sea. Inside the Xingyang Palace, the Xingyang clan leader who had just entered to rest suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the emerging red cloud with deep solemnity, his eyes gradually turning into a look of shock. This is such a strong aura. According to common sense, this person should be at least at the heaven-controlling realm. How is this possible? Is he going to break through to the blood-shattering realm? The patriarch of the Xingyang clan has practiced for 1,000 years, but he is only at the initial stage of the heaven-control realm. Now that he has just arrived on this strange planet, he has actually seen 3 powerful men in the broken realm appear. It seems that it is not easy to study this planet thoroughly. If this person comes to our door, it will definitely be a disaster for our Xingyang clan. For a moment, the Holy Sun clan leader wanted to interrupt the breakthrough of that person, but he didn't dare to take the risk. After all, the other party's realm was much higher than his. Even if he was breaking through, he still had the ability to resist. He only had one chance to launch a sneak attack. If he failed, the Holy Sun clan would have to pay the price of destruction. He doesn't dare to gamble. It's better to just watch quietly, at least you won't offend anyone. This is also a good choice for the Xingyang clan. As the whole world watched, a thick and dazzling red bolt of lightning fell from the sky. With a momentum that can destroy the world, it slammed heavily towards a certain location within China. However, just as the red lightning was about to hit the target, a dazzling yellow light suddenly appeared at the site of the impact. The yellow light was like an indestructible shield, steadily blocked the impact of the red thunder. At the same time, a jade seal flew into the sky. This yellow jade seal is engraved with 5 dragons, exuding a majestic and solemn aura. On the dragon's body, There are mysterious runes. As the runes flashed, the jade seal absorbed all the red clouds in the sky like a whirlpool. As the red clouds were madly devoured by the jade seal without a trace left, the sky gradually returned to calm. A beam of sunlight descended from the sky, and the sky instantly became bright again. This jade seal actually has such an effect? Su Jingming was slightly surprised. He was just about to go and fight against Hong Lei. I didn't expect that it was easily absorbed by this jade seal. Breakthrough! Su Jingming observed himself. The soul has undergone a qualitative change. The level also broke through to the third level of soul-shattering realm. Just skip the first two levels. The special energy in the body is tens of thousands of times stronger. One soul fragment is equal to one Su Jingming in the broken blood realm. Therefore, when tens of thousands of fragments devour each other, it is equivalent to tens of thousands of Su Jingmings merging with each other. It is reasonable that the strength has increased 10,000 times. The Holy Sun clan, in the previous life, the clan leader was a complete hypocrite. He plundered treasures on Blue Star under the pretext of governing it, and in this life he actually went into seclusion and hibernation. Su Jingming certainly knew the reason why the patriarch of the Xingyang clan was acting abnormally. After all, strength is the hard truth. If Su Jingming was only at the Lidi realm, the Xingyang clan leader would have probably been unable to bear it, and would have launched a sneak attack on him. Just stay here quietly, I won't touch you. If you have any evil thoughts, don't blame me for destroying your Xingyang clan. Su Jingming transmitted the message over thousands of miles, instantly breaking through the barriers of space and reaching the Xingyang palace. The Holy Sun Patriarch originally didn't want to rest and planned to travel around Blue Star first. If he could find a loophole, he would make a fortune. But when he heard this voice transmission, the joy on his face disappeared instantly. Your Excellency is right. The Holy Sun tribe leader trembled all over, his skin was throbbing violently, and his blood was flowing backwards. He even had a vague feeling that he could not control himself, and was about to self-destruct. He did not dare to delay in the slightest and quickly responded. Just this one message almost made him collapse. You're still searching for chicken feathers. Just stay still. After thinking about it, Patriarch Xingyang took out a scarlet bead from his portable space storage and transferred it through space transmission. This is a fire bead refined by my Holy Sun clan. After absorbing and refining it, I can possess the ultimate flame. I hope that Senior can allow my Holy Sun clan to survive on Blue Star. Su Jingming was a little surprised when he received this red fire bead. Is this Saint Sun Patriarch so sensible? Sensing the ultimate fire in the essence fire pearl, Su Jingming nodded with satisfaction. Su Jingming swallowed the essence fire pearl in one gulp. The 18 elements on his body surrounded him. The fire element merged with the essence fire pearl. The elemental power was fully replenished and instantly upgraded to the ultimate flame. Suddenly, Su Jingming felt a surge of energy. The necklace I gave to the little Yao girl was triggered? Could it be that Li Fuxian's junior fellow apprentice went to look for him? However, Su Jingming was not worried. According to speculation, apart from him, the strongest person in China today is the King of War. It is basically impossible to break the attack of the elemental necklace he left behind. Golden Dragon Building. Wan Yang stood in front of the window. Wan Lao. Su Jingming appeared beside Wan Yang. Well, you're here. Wan Yang turned his head and looked at Su Jingming deeply, but even with this one look, he only felt that there was a fog in front of him, and he could not see Su Jingming's true realm. Mr. Wan, please stop looking. It will hurt your eyes if you keep looking. Su Jingming couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Wan Yang was really stubborn. Even if it meant getting hurt, he had to see through his realm. Alas, you are old and no longer capable. I really cannot fathom your realm. Wan Yang also smiled bitterly. He had practiced for more than 100 years, but was actually not as good as a young man's practice of several years. It really made him feel ashamed. Master Wan has also awakened, right? But I'm also very curious, why there is no fluctuation of special energy in Master Wan's body. Su Jingming glanced at Wan Yang suspiciously, feeling extremely strange. In this blue planet today, no one can hide anything from his eyes. Only Wan Yang could never see through it. When I first saw Wan Yang, he seemed to be just an old man with a long life. When we looked at Wan Yang again on the day when Kyushu Island was sunk, Wan Yang seemed no longer ordinary. Looking at Wan Yang again now, even with Su Jingming's ability to look at the world with equal eyes, he still couldn't see through it. This is obviously a little abnormal, which shows that Wan Yang definitely has a lot of secrets. There are only two possibilities. The first is that Wan Yang's strength is extremely terrifying. It is so terrifying that his realm is at least 2 levels higher than Su Jingming. But this one seems a little abnormal. If Wan Yang was really that strong, he would never have hidden his strength during the previous meteorite falls and the Snake King's attacks on the Imperial City. He should have taken action long ago. The second is that Wan Yang has an even more terrifying treasure on him. To some extent, this treasure is more powerful than the Imperial Seal. Chapter 77 High Imitation? Me? I did awaken, but my body didn't change. Even after 10 days, I'm still only a high-level war king. I'm still far behind you. Wan Yang smiled and continued. As for why you can't see through my realm, it may be that there is something in me that obscures my aura. Mr. Wan, you're joking. According to your progress, it will be easy for you to break through the god of war. Su Jingming's eyes changed slightly. It seems that China has been able to pass on for thousands of years. It does have great treasures, but these treasures are occupied by the country, and ordinary people can't get access to them at all. Ha ha ha, then I'll borrow your good words. Wan Yang looked at Su Jingming in surprise and smiled. He thought Su Jingming would ask him for some treasures. Unexpectedly, Su Jingming just mentioned it casually, and had no intention of asking for it. Surprise him. The Chinese nation has been passed down for thousands of years, and many precious treasures have been left over from generation to generation. He has used some of them, but there are still many left. If Su Jingming wants them, he should not refuse. Let's talk business. This time, I came here to remind Elder Wan not to provoke the Xingyang clan. The Xingyang clan leader is very powerful. Except for me, no one on Blue Star can subdue him. After Su Jingming finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Seeing Su Jingming was about to leave, Wan Yang spoke slowly. Wait, in consideration of your hard work for the country, I can give you a treasure. Do you need it? It would be disrespectful to refuse. Su Jingming chuckled. Wan Yang pointed at Su Jingming with a half-smile, turned around and entered a room. After a while, he took out a long box and handed it to Su Jingming reluctantly, saying with a smile, I think with your vision you should be able to tell what this is, right? Is this a sword? Su Jingming was really shocked this time. He hurriedly opened the box and saw a sword lying inside. The sword was golden in color, and engraved with complicated inscriptions and mysterious patterns. On the hilt of the sword was inlaid a deep blue gem that shone with a mysterious light. It looked simple and steady. No! Strictly speaking, this is a sword, the Xianyuan sword. There was a smile in the corner of Wan Yang's eyes. Very satisfied with Su Jingming's response. Xianyuan sword? Su Jingming picked up this magical weapon used by Emperor Huangdi in ancient times with excitement. In an instant, he felt infinite power in his body. Wow, what a strong emperor's sword energy! Su Jingming felt his arms trembling and his palms as if they were being electrocuted. This sword exudes a strong imperial aura, making it almost impossible to hold it. However, while holding this magical weapon, Su Jingming did not show any joy on his face. He even looked a little gloomy and numb. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this sword? When Wan Yang saw Su Jingming's expression, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he asked with a little confusion. Mr. Wan, you should know better than me whether something is right or not. Su Jingming's face twitched. He put the Xianyuan sword back into the box, hugged the box, and was speechless. Well, since this Xianyuan sword is indeed a replica, if you don't want it, you can return it. I don't want to give it to you yet. Seeing that he was found out, Wan Yang showed a slightly embarrassed smile and stretched out his hand to ask for the Xianyuan sword. You've given it all to me, why should I return it to you? No! I'm just curious. This Xianyuan sword is a replica, and the Imperial Seal, isn't it also a replica? Su Jingming shook his head, holding the wooden box urgently, and asked with a questioning look on his face. Wan Yang always had a serious expression, But when asked this question, he couldn't help but laugh secretly, and his old face tightened. You! If the man in front of him was someone else, Su Jingming would have punched him, but now he could only put his hand down helplessly and said, Okay, I said so, and you gave me the most precious treasure, the Imperial Seal. It turned out to be a replica. What a mistake. I didn't even see it. I have to say that the country's imitation technology is really superb. You are wrong. Although the Imperial Seal I gave you is a counterfeit, it is a one-to-one high-quality imitation. Even an expert in appraising treasures cannot tell the real thing from the fake. Moreover, this counterfeit Imperial Seal has been with the real seal for 100 years, and has long been tainted with the dragon power of the real seal. When you broke through, didn't this high-quality imitation seal help you? Wang Yang was quite dissatisfied and tried to explain for the imitation Imperial Seal. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. Although this Imperial Seal was a high imitation, its power was no weaker at all. In this case, the real seal would only be more powerful and mysterious. Also, although this Xianyuan sword is also a replica, it is not much different from the real Xianyuan sword, and it also has a bit of the Xianyuan sword's qi. Moreover, the stronger the user is, the more powerful this Xianyuan sword will be. It can also borrow the Chinese qi. Even when you fully activate this high imitation Xianyuan sword, you can still summon the real Xianyuan sword to help you in battle. When used in conjunction with the heirloom jade seal, it is absolutely awesome. There will be no problem at all in beating people who are 2 realms higher. Although Wang Yang would not give away the real treasure, just these 2-piece imitation set would be incredible no matter who could get one. The fact that Wang Yang gave both of these items to Su Jingming shows how much he values him. Although it is a high imitation, thank you anyway. I will accept it. I can guarantee that China will not be attacked by any force as long as I can. Su Jingming looked serious, and after he finished speaking, he turned into a point of light and disappeared. Your words make me feel at ease. Wang Yang smiled and looked in the direction where Su Jingming left with relief. With Su Jingming around, China will surely survive the ensuing chaos. And it will get stronger and stronger. Cherry Blossom Country. Icy Grand Shrine. Several high-level officials from Sakura Country gathered here. A new prime minister has been elected. And the new emperor is also the son of the deceased emperor. Facing the statue of Amaterasu, these high-ranking officials all bent over, muttering some incantation-like language. As the sound of the incantation became louder and louder, the statue of Amaterasu glowed faintly with yellow light, and then wisps of light like silk threads flowed out, turning into round objects like copper coins. These objects were the tokens of Amaterasu. Those who hold the Amaterasu token will receive the blessing of Amaterasu. Their physical functions will be greatly improved, and they can also borrow some of Amaterasu's power. The new emperor had a gloomy face and said coldly, With the blessing of Amaterasu, we can create the strongest awakeners and warriors at the fastest speed. When the truth about the sinking of Kyushu Island is found out, no matter who it is, he will be torn into pieces and executed in front of all the Sakura people to commemorate the dead people of Kyushu Island. Chapter 78, Lord Huili. The 11th Day of Global Awakening. I heard that several super geniuses appeared in Sakura Country. These super geniuses transformed from ordinary warriors into War Master level awakeners in just one day, and most importantly, they can control the power of God. Even a War King level awakener may not be able to defeat them. The news spread around the world. There are rumors that the god of the Sakura Kingdom has awakened. Upon hearing the news, China's top leaders held an emergency meeting. This matter is neither small nor big. To put it simply, there are a few geniuses in Sakura who practice faster. This is not surprising at all, and it is even quite common. China also has several geniuses, such as Magua, Long Kuan, and others. They are all war commanders as soon as they awaken. They are also top geniuses, much stronger than those geniuses in Sakura Country. But if we talk about the big things, the awakened people in Sakura Country are stained with the power of God. This is terrifying. God has awakened. This is a huge event. With God's help, the Sakura Country has hope of rising. What else is there to say? Just find someone to kill those geniuses from Sakura Country, so as to avoid any more nightmares. After all, this involves God, so it's better to resolve it as soon as possible. That's easy to say. The Sakura country must have made good preparations this time. I heard that the Emperor and the Prime Minister don't go out easily, and there are some clergymen around to protect them personally. What kind of clergy? They are just a few War Master level awakeners and a few high-level warriors. They are nothing, but they are really hard to kill. Several senior executives were also undecided and looked at Wang Yang. Don't look at me, I don't know what to do either. I'll leave this matter to Su Jingming to investigate. Wait for him for a while, he should be able to come up with results soon. Wang Yang lay leisurely on the chair, looking nonchalant. As soon as he received the news, he asked Su Jingming for help. Su Jingming immediately went to the Sakura country to investigate the truth, and he is expected to be back soon. With Su Jingming in charge, he enjoyed a leisurely time. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jingming appeared in the seat next to the astrologer. Before anyone else could ask, Su Jingming waved his hand and said, "Okay, you don't need to discuss this anymore. Go home if you need to. The matter has been resolved." Everyone was confused when they heard this, and asked curiously, "What do you mean it's been resolved? Is there any other solution?" "Just die. I just went to Sakura country and found that those newly awakened people did have traces of God's power. Then I killed them and came back," Su Jingming said, leaning lazily on the chair. "Ah? So fast, doesn't it mean that some geniuses can use the power of God?" The astrologer's face was full of curiosity. After all, it is the power of God, how could it die so easily? "They do use the power of God, but is God's power that strong? If one finger can't kill, then use two fingers. God's power is not omnipotent," Su Jingming sneered. "Could it be that God can do whatever he wants? And he is just a God who has not yet awakened. Even if this God is indeed very strong, it is obviously not very effective against him now. If a God could interfere with the normal operation of awakening at will, the world would be turned upside down." "Ah, great. Several senior executives looked confused. What was the point of discussing this? They are still discussing how to deal with it. This action-oriented person directly eliminated the main points of discussion. "Go home and rest." The astrologer yawned, stood up and left. "Ha ha, this world is filled with such a rich purple aura. It all belongs to me." At this moment, there was a rumbling vibration, and the entire blue star could feel the tremor. The space above the East China Sea continued to tremble. With a crackling sound, a space crack appeared, and a man with flames burning all over his body stepped out of it. His laughter spread throughout the blue star. "Who else?" Wang Yang was stunned. "Anyone can come to this blue planet. Anyone and everyone wants to occupy a piece of land. This person is not simple. He has actually reached the peak of the heaven control realm. He is even stronger than the Holy Sun clan leader. TSK, he is not here with good intentions. The awakening of Blue Star has just begun, so how come such a powerful person has come? Well, it has something to do with the Holy Sun Patriarch. Western Sea, Xinjiang Palace. The leader of the Xinjiang clan, who had been dormant, woke up again. He looked at the man with flames all over his body, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself, "Master Huli, why is he here too? Did he follow us all the way? Asshole, I knew that this guy had set his eyes on the Xinjiang pearl of my Xinjiang clan. If we don't hand over the pearl this time, I'm afraid the lives of our clan members will be in danger." He is only in the early stage of the heaven control realm, while true Lord Huli is already at the peak of the heaven control realm. The gap between the two sides is particularly huge. The St. Jiang tribe leader dare not gamble with the lives of his tribe members. The Holy Sun Pearl is the sacred object of the Holy Sun clan. Those who refine the Holy Sun Pearl can not only absorb the energy of the sun like the Holy Sun clan, but also use the power of the sun to practice. It is faster than the purple energy practice, and it is one of the treasures that people outside the domain fight for. But the Holy Sun Pearl is rare, and even in the hands of the Holy Sun Patriarch, there's only one. Why? Know each other? Su Jingming suddenly appeared beside the St. Yang clan leader. The head of the Xinjiang clan was startled, but he still said respectfully, "Your Excellency, this person is called Huli Jinjuan, a peak heaven control realm expert, and is only one step away from entering the three shattering realm. If my guess is correct, he should have followed my trail. I hope Your Excellency can subdue this person, otherwise with this person's character, this planet will not be at peace. He's alone? Su Jingming was curious. Yes, there is only one true Lord Wooly. Although he has the famous Fire Clan behind him, he has been expelled from the Fire Clan because of his practice of fire magic. So, Senior, there is no need to worry. Even if the Fire Clan wants to come to support, it will probably take thousands of years. Chief Xingyang explained carefully. Haha, even if there is a Fire Clan, I am not afraid. I am just curious, what if I don't deal with him? Should he deal with you? After saying that, Su Jingming looked deeply at the leader of the Xingyang clan. I could see the little plan in this guy's mind at a glance. I'm afraid he wants to use his power to eliminate Lord Wooly. Chapter 79. Dare you question me? At this moment, in the East Sea, the flaming Lord Wooly scanned the nearby seas and also sensed the extraordinariness of this planet. However, he was not afraid and stared straight at the West Sea. His voice spread thousands of miles as he said, Xingyang, I know where you are, why don't you come over to see me? What are you dithering for? Upon hearing this, the head of the Xingyang clan had a bitter look on his face. He stood up and flew to the East Sea. He came before True Lord Wooly and said respectfully, True Lord Wooly, you have come all the way here, but why? I am weak and I am afraid I can't help you. Don't pretend, old man. Hand over the Holy Sun Pearl. I asked you to do it before, but you refused. If you had done so, I might have been able to ask the higher-ups to help you and save some of your Holy Sun clan members. But you actually ran away. True Lord Wooly had a sneer on his face, full of sarcasm. Haha, Wooly, don't be ungrateful when I give you face. If I hadn't cared about the Xingyang clan, I wouldn't be so polite to you. It's okay for you to pretend outside the domain, but you're pretending again here. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? But you forgot that I may be relying on the power of the sun on this planet. The Xingyang clan leader had never suffered such humiliation before, and he became angry immediately. As for you, don't say that I look down on you. My magic fire has been cultivated to perfection. Even if you can use the power of the sun, you can't shake my magic fire. True Lord Wooly sneered, not caring at all about borrowing the power of the sun. In the face of absolute strength, any borrowed power is ineffective. Then give it a try. The Holy Sun Patriarch completely let go, controlling the Holy Sun fire while also drawing on the energy of the sun. At this moment, his level began to rise rapidly, temporarily reaching the late stage of the heaven-controlling realm. Compared to Master Wooly, there is only a slight difference. But even so, the Saint Yang clan leader did not dare to take the first step. Demon Fire! A trace of black flame was burning on the fingertips of Master Wooly. With unbreakable force, it shot towards the Holy Sun Patriarch like a bullet. No matter how the Holy Sun Patriarch tried to stop it, he could not extinguish the burning demonic fire. Even under the attack of solar energy, the devil fire actually absorbed the solar energy in turn, and the devil fire burned even stronger, spreading all over the body of the Holy Sun Patriarch. Ah! The Holy Sun tribe leader screamed. The devilish fire directly burned his soul and consciousness. This is going to burn him alive. Wooly Jinjuan laughed wildly. I know the Holy Sun Pearl is in your body. Since you are unwilling to hand it over, I will refine the Holy Sun Pearl with your flesh and blood. After refining the Holy Sun Pearl, he would be able to absorb the sun's energy for cultivation. At that time, he will be able to use the power of the sun to break through to the Three-Shattered Realm. When he enters the Three-Shattered Realm and becomes a venerable level figure, he wants to see whether those old guys who expelled him from the Fire Clan will regret it. Refine it for me, refine it! True Lord Wooly was trying his best to refine the chief of the Xingyang clan. Your Excellency, help, help! In the Devil's Fire, chief of the Holy Sun clan called for help. What venerable? I haven't entered the venerable yet. True Lord Wooly smiled, obviously very satisfied with this title. But it is impossible to let Xingyang go just because of a name. After all, one needs the Holy Sun Pearl to become a venerable. Just when True Lord Wooly saw that the Holy Yang Pearl was about to be refined, the devil fire suddenly went out. It went out in an instant without any warning. Hey, what happened? Why is the magic fire gone? True Lord Wooly condensed the devilish fire once again. But before the demonic fire could condense successfully, it was enveloped by an icy air. It instantly turned into ice and fire, and was frozen. Huh! What's going on? Xingyang, is this your fault? What's wrong with you? When did you acquire this ability? True Lord Holy was stunned. It was the first time he saw the magic fire ineffective. In the past, even the strong men in the third level of the Shattered Realm would praise the power of the demonic fire when they saw it. How could it be easily extinguished by the chief of the Holy Sun clan? It was the venerable lord who saved me. A smile appeared on the face of the Holy Sun clan leader, who looked very proud. Just now he gave the Holy Sun Pearl to Su Jingming, hoping that Su Jingming could save his life when he was in danger. Unexpectedly, Su Jingming kept his promise. Huali Zhenjuan had a grim expression, not understanding at all. What do you mean by venerable or not? Since the devil fire can't kill you, I will throw you into the refining furnace and burn you for 49 days. He had already scanned the blue star and found no one who had awakened in the third Shattered Realm. Puff! Just when Master Huali was about to kill the leader of the Xingyang clan, a spear pierced his heart from behind. The strong breath crushed his internal organs, sucked all his blood dry, and destroyed his fiery bones. Bang! The soul of Master Huali immediately left his body. If he stops for another second, his soul will be burned. The soul of Master Huali looked at the burning corpse with reluctance, and instantly flew towards the starry sky. This time it was too frustrating. He didn't even see the enemy, his body was pierced, and only his soul was left to escape. It was simply a shame of his life. But before Master Huali could run far, he was surrounded by a circle of thunder and lightning power, which tightly locked his soul and forcibly brought his soul back to its original place. Huali Zhenjuan was furious and roared. 3 Shattered Realms! Who is it? How could there be 3 Shattered Realms on this newly awakened planet? Huali, what qualifications do you have to meet the Venerable? The Holy Sun tribe leader had a mocking smile on his face, looking so proud. What kind of Venerable? This shabby planet has just awakened, how can there be any Venerable? Huali Zhenjuan was a little crazy, shouting without any scruples. But before he could finish yelling, he found that his consciousness was beginning to blur. This soul body began to split, and then shattered in an instant. The last trace of soul mark was also erased. At this point, Lord Huali, who was at the peak of the heavenly control realm, fell. This? The St. Jiang clan leader was stunned. Lord Huali was also a powerful figure, so how could he be destroyed just like that? He really didn't expect Su Jingming to be so strong. I always thought that Su Jingming was in the blood-shattering realm, the first of the 3 shattering realms. Although I am not afraid of Master Huali, I can definitely stop him. With his help, we can at least suppress Master Huali. Unexpectedly, Su Jingming killed Master Huali instantly without even showing his face. How could this be the blood-shattering realm? This is definitely higher than the blood-shattering realm. Fortunately, he did not provoke Su Jingming at the beginning. Otherwise, he would be the one being shattered now. After the death of Master Huali, a ball of black flame appeared in the sky with scorching burning power, trying to burn up the entire space, but it was grabbed by Su Jingming's hand. After thinking for a moment, he felt that this magic fire still had some effect, so he kept it. Your Excellency! The Holy Sun tribe leader hurried forward, bowed and cheered. Well, this Huali is quite... Su Jingming wanted to praise him, but suddenly he had a feeling. He looked towards the starry sky, where a strange human face vaguely appeared. The face looked somewhat similar to that of true Lord Huali, and it was obviously a member of the Fire Clan. That strange face penetrated the starry sky directly, and shouted coldly at Su Jingming. Who dares to kill my Fire Clan? Even if Huali is expelled from the Fire Clan, he is still the seedling of my Fire Clan. Who dares to question me? Su Jingming grinned and slapped him. A palm that integrated the 5 elements instantly broke through the limitations of space and came to one end of the starry sky. Like a drop from the sky, it slammed heavily towards the strange human face. Chapter 80 Sense of Crisis. The endless and vast starry sky. Brilliant light emerged from the black hole. Immediately afterwards, an elemental hand slowly stretched out from the black hole. Each finger of the palm contains a different color, representing 5 powerful elemental forces, and each element exudes a heart-pounding breath. Boom! The elemental palm, with endless power and pressure, pressed heavily towards the strange human face, tearing through the layers of cosmic space along the way, distorting the face. You dare! A ball of fire spewed out of the mouth of this strange human face. But this ball of fire was not as powerful as the magic fire of Lord Wooly, and it was instantly suppressed and extinguished by the palm of the element, and could not burn even a trace of flame. If you dare to destroy my spiritual body, I will tear you into pieces! The strange face roared, trying to intimidate. You are also qualified? Su Jingming's deep voice echoed in the starry sky. Ah! With a dull thud, the 5-element palms slapped hard on the strange human face. Suddenly, the surrounding starry sky was torn apart, and the strange human face was shattered instantly. A burst of light rose up, and the man's face turned into countless fragments and flew away. The palm of 5 elements stayed at one end of the starry sky, shining brightly in the starry sky. It seems to be declaring invincibility to the entire universe. Inside the blue star, even the Holy Sun clan leader was stunned. If nothing unexpected happens, the owner of the face just now is the supreme elder of the Fire Clan. I didn't expect that Su Jingming would slap it into pieces with just one slap. It can be imagined that the Fire Clan's supreme elder must be furious now. In that galaxy far, far away, a continent was engulfed in flames. The overwhelming heat wave will melt even the awakened ones. Fire God Palace. The Fire Clan's supreme elder had a gloomy look on his face and spat out a mouthful of thick blood. His breath instantly weakened and his spiritual body was broken, causing his realm to decline and almost cost him his life. What a bastard! You killed Huoli and also exterminated my spiritual body. If we were not too far away, I would have made sure you died without a burial place. The Fire Tribe's supreme elder couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up abruptly, broke the space restriction with a slap, jumped in, and came to the territory of the Water Tribe. Aquatic. In a sea of stars in the universe. Old Water! Is Lao Shui here? Come with me! An old man with azure blue hair gradually woke up from his deep sleep. He looked at the anxious Fire Clan's Grand Elder and murmured, Old Fire, what's wrong? You are in this state, and your spiritual body is broken. What kind of trouble have you gotten into? The Fire Clan's Grand Elder said angrily. What do you mean by causing trouble? A fellow from my clan named Huoli was killed outside the domain. I went to help Huoli clean up his body, but the murderer broke my spirit body and almost made me fall into the soul-shattering realm. Oh? Huoli, as I remember, it was the kid who practiced magic fire, calling himself the true Lord Huoli. I guess he was killed for pretending to be cool. Logically speaking, this kid can control magic fire, and even you and I would have to work hard to kill him. How come he was killed? The Water Tribe's ancestor had a puzzled look on his face, and was obviously a little afraid of the murderer. If one can live for thousands of years, no one would take life as a joke. Think twice before doing anything. You only have one life. The man who killed Huoli is thousands of miles away in time. When my spiritual body went there, I lost all my energy, otherwise how could I be killed? You come with me, that thief is only at the 1st or 2nd level of the soul-shattering realm. If we join forces, we will definitely kill him. The Fire Tribe's Supreme Elder certainly knew what the Water Tribe's ancestor was thinking. But if the two of them join forces, they can resist for a few seconds even if it is a shattered God realm enemy. Would they still be afraid of someone whose realm is lower than theirs? Forget it. We have reached the same level as you and me. What about clan members and cause and effect? As long as you can avoid getting involved, then don't bother with it. Besides, Huoli has been expelled from the Fire Clan by you. Why are you still caring about his affairs? The ancestor of the Water Clan was obviously too lazy to take care of this matter. Do you really think I want to help Huoli get revenge? The Fire Tribe's Supreme Elder smiled, and his smile was meaningful. Then what do you mean? Is there something else outside the domain that attracted you? Lao Hua, we have been friends for thousands of years. Why are you still hiding these things? Just tell me straight. If there is a chance, I will help you make the trip. The ancestor of the Water Tribe finally showed some interest, but still remained skeptical. The man who killed Huli possessed several kinds of god-level powers, and the planet he was on had just entered an awakening state, with the purple energy at its most dense and peak state. If we can occupy that planet, we may be able to take this opportunity to ascend to the shattered god realm. The Fire Clan's Supreme Elder is not a fool. It is impossible for him to seek revenge while being seriously injured. All I can say is that the benefits are so great that he dares to take the risk. Helping Huli to get revenge was just an excuse for him. A planet that has just awakened, and one where the purple energy is the most dense? When the Water Clan ancestor heard this, his eyes flickered slightly, and he was obviously attracted by these conditions. Okay, in that case, I'll go with you. After thinking it over, I agreed. He has lived for thousands of years. In another 1,000 or so years, his end will probably be approaching. Instead of pursuing a breakthrough honestly, it is better to give it a try. I might die, but it's better than sitting here and waiting to die. As for the legendary god-breaking realm, there is currently no such thing in the 5 elements system. Ha ha ha, Lao Shui, you will feel lucky for this decision. This moment. 2 beams of light, one red and one blue, flew out of the galaxy. Milky Way. Blue Star. Su family. Su Jingming always felt that something was wrong. There is a sense of crisis in the dark. This sense of crisis made it difficult for him to continue practicing. Could it be that someone wants to target me? But now, no one on Blue Star can threaten me. Could it be those sleeping gods in Sakura Country? Su Jingming went to Sakura Country for a tour and did not find any overflow of divine power. Even when he killed a few geniuses and high-ranking officials, he still did not trigger the targeting of God. Since Su Jingming entered the Broken Soul realm, he discovered many secrets on the Blue Star, such as an energy core called the Light of Blue Star in the center of the Blue Star. By refining the Light of Blue Star, he can control the entire Blue Star and become the master of Blue Star. For example, on the iceberg, on the high plateau, and in the abyss, there are immortals and gods sleeping. As for why they are sleeping, Su Jingming has no idea. However, the only thing Su Jingming can be sure of is that those sleeping immortals and gods do not have the energy to interfere with Blue Star, so it is absolutely safe for now. It's not the Sakura Country, it's not the Sunset Country, it's not the United States. How could it be possible? So, it can only be from outside the domain. It's someone related to Huli. It should be the real body of that person's face coming. It's the Supreme Elder of the Fire Clan. I heard from the head of the Xingyang clan that the ancestor of the Fire Clan is a strong man above the Broken Blood realm, and it is very likely to be the Broken Soul realm. Su Jingming remembered the strange face. The Supreme Elder of the Fire Clan is probably from a very high level. Su Jingming is only at the 3rd level of Soul-Shattering Realm, but with the support of a set of magical weapons, he is not afraid at all even when facing someone who is a level higher than him. Chapter 81. The Ancestor of Water and Fire, Awakening after 11 days. The 12th day of Global Awakening. Su Jingming sat on the mountains and rivers absorbing the purple air, trying hard to accumulate strange energy in the body. It's because the sense of crisis is getting stronger and stronger. The leader of the Xingyang tribe had not yet gone into seclusion, and he sent a message to Su Jingming, saying that he also sensed something was wrong and that it might be that the Supreme Elder of the Fire Tribe was coming to avenge true Lord Huli. At the same time, the old friend of the Fire Clan's Supreme Elder might also come. Come on! After all this time, I still haven't met an opponent worthy of my full strength burst. I hope that you, the Supreme Elder of the Fire Clan, will not let me down. Su Jingming was full of fighting spirit and had no fear at all. Only in battle can you grow the fastest. Refine this Holy Sun Pearl first. It can absorb the energy of the sun, which will be of great help to me. Su Jingming was not polite. This Holy Sun Pearl was a treasure. After refining the Holy Sun Pearl, Su Jingming felt that he was about to break through. He was hovering on the edge of the 3rd level of the Soul-Shattering Realm, and was only 1 step away from entering the 4th level. On Su Jingming's forehead, a sun mark gradually emerged. In the sun mark, one could also see a circular mark emitting golden light, which was the mark of the Holy Emperor's heart. There was also a black wing, which was the mark of the Witch God, and a red dot, which was the mark of the Buddha. Su Jingming controls many inheritances. But the only bad thing is that every inheritance cannot be fully mastered and can only be activated with difficulty. Among these inheritances, as long as one of them is practiced to the peak, Su Jingming can completely step into the highest realm. Obviously, Su Jingming does not have this ability at present. In the evening, Su Jingming suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and was surrounded by 18 elements. His figure gradually disappeared over the mountains, and when he reappeared, he had arrived in the starry sky. Just listen to the distant starry sky. There was a loud roar and vibration. A tattered wooden boat came out from the broken space and stopped above the starry sky. On the wooden boat, the supreme elder of the Fire Clan and the ancestor of the Water Clan were both surprised. Although this wooden boat looks shabby, it is actually made of ancient starry wood and can travel through space quickly, otherwise the two of them would not have been able to reach the Milky Way so quickly. The Water Tribe's ancestor couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that there is such a strong purple aura in this galaxy. Lao Hua, I am convinced by you this time. Ha ha ha, I told you long ago that I would never lie to you. The Fire Clan's Supreme Elder was also shocked by the purple energy in this galaxy. Huili wanted to dominate this galaxy, so it was only right that he was killed. Such a great galaxy is simply not worth the effort of a person at the Heaven Control Realm to control. Only those who have reached the third Shattered Realm can possess it. Where to go now? Although the Water Tribe's ancestor was anxious to search for some treasures, he still asked. Now that we are here, there is no need to waste any more time. He had explored this galaxy and found no one who had surpassed the soul-shattering realm. This proves that he and Lao Hua are the strongest people in this galaxy. Of course we have to find the treasure first and help Huili get revenge. There is no rush. Once we advance, revenge will be easy. The Supreme Elder of the Fire Clan had a smile on his face, but as he was speaking, his smile suddenly stopped, and he stopped talking abruptly, just looking at the azure planet with deep eyes. What's wrong, Lao Hua? The ancestor of the Water Tribe also looked in that direction. On the aqua blue planet, a man holding a silver spear stood proudly, with the wings on his back spread out like a rock. 18 elements were slowly rotating like a halo. The Buddha's light was even more compelling, making him look like a living god, majestic and powerful. Who is he? The ancestor of the Water Tribe felt a palpitation from this person. It was obvious that this person's realm was several levels lower than his, but he could actually make him feel scared. It was obvious that this person was not simple. Not easy. He is the one who killed Huili. The Fire Clan's ancestor recognized Su Jingming's identity at a glance, and there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. He is it, no wonder he was able to kill Huili. The ancestor of the Water Tribe suddenly felt a little regretful at this moment. According to common sense, in this desolate galaxy, there is a particularly strong person who is basically a child of destiny and a person blessed by heaven. People like this, even if their realm is relatively low, will have a lot of hidden cards when a real fight breaks out. The ancestor of the Water Tribe didn't want to fight with this kind of guy from the bottom of his heart. If you don't handle it properly, you might be affected by this cause and effect. Lao Shui, do you dare to fight with me and him? Obviously, the Fire Clan's Supreme Elder sensed Su Jingming's extraordinary qualities and did not dare to face him alone, especially since his injuries had not yet recovered. Only when two people work together can he no longer be afraid. This? The Water Tribe ancestor hesitated, but still gritted his teeth and said, Since I have followed you, I will not retreat. Don't hold back at all. Use whatever you have. Fight him with your life. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Suppress and kill him forcefully. Of course I know. The Fire Clan's Grand Elder nodded solemnly. Although their realms were much higher than Su Jingming's, they still regarded Su Jingming as the strongest opponent of the same level, or even one level higher. They even had a hunch that if they could kill Su Jingming, they might be able to find the way to the soul-shattering realm. The two of them didn't waste any more time and rushed to 100 meters in front of Su Jingming. In secret, the two of them slowly gathered their strongest means. Young man, you are the one who killed Huili? The Fire Tribe's Grand Elder asked condescendingly, with his hands behind his back, holding the energy source. Yes, you are here to help him get revenge? Su Jingming smiled and did not deny it, but the 18 elements in his hand had already been fused to the 7th element. As long as he could fuse to the 10th element, he would have a super bomb in his backhand. Haha, you killed someone from my fire clan, so you must pay with your life. If you are willing to hand over the treasures on you, I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The energy in the hands of the Fire Clan's Supreme Elder was getting stronger and stronger, but he still tried his best to restrain himself. Ha ha ha, stop talking nonsense and come on. Su Jingming laughed out loud and stretched out his hand. An elemental body like a heart started to rotate, madly absorbing the starry sky elements and replenishing the energy that was gradually being consumed. Youngster, you are so arrogant! Lao Shui, take action! The Fire Tribe's Supreme and the Water Tribe's Patriarch worked together and sacrificed a water and fire roulette wheel. Half of the roulette wheel was flowing water, and the other half was violently burning fire. The energies of the two gradually merged together in the air, forming an energy body of water and fire. It drove the roulette wheel and rushed towards Su Jingming quickly, locking onto him directly, making it impossible for him to dodge. They had been accumulating strength for a long time for this attack. If this attack fails to kill Su Jingming, then no matter how many means you use, you will not be able to win. Water and fire fusion. Then let you taste the power of the fusion of 10 elements. The sun mark on Su Jingming's forehead flickered, madly absorbing the sun's energy. With the influx of solar energy, Su Jingming's realm was also constantly improving. Under the rapid energy impact, he directly broke through the 4th level of the Broken Blood realm. 5th floor. 6th floor. 7th floor. 7th floor.